World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 98 to Chapter 135. Second floor. Fang Ping strolled around leisurely. He was not bored out of his mind. He just wanted to see the standard of MCMAU's freshmen. Fang Ping did not know much about his own standards, especially in actual combat. He did not have much contact with martial artists. Of the few he knew, Wang Jinyang was a non-human, Tan Jinping was a pure vitality martial artist, Huang Bin died quickly, and Zhang Yong had blown someone's head off with one punch. The only one he had experience fighting was the evil sect martial artist. He was a fighter among trash. Other than proving that Zhang Yong's fists were hard, he was useless. That was why Fang Ping did not have a clear definition of his strength even now. He knew that he was thrice honed, so he should not be too weak, but it depended on who he was compared to. He was compared to old Wang, who could beat him up with one hand. The first and second floors were relatively peaceful. There were almost no fights on the first floor, and very few on the second floor as well. Even if they fought, it was just a matter of words. "You're here too?" "Yes, I'm here." "Why are you here?" "You can go to the first floor." "I can come if you can." "Why can't I come?" Fang Ping had heard this retarded conversation earlier. Even when Fang Ping walked past them, the two of them did not react at all. Fang Ping only saw the first fight when he reached the third floor. Or rather, it was not a suitable fight. Two normal people with higher vitality fought, and some onlookers jeered from the side. There were two advantages to having a high vitality, endurance and endurance, one punch after another, they were having a great time. At this moment, the benefits of having a high HP showed itself. The punches did not hurt too much, and the energy consumption was not too high. Based on the pace of these two, they could fight until the building opened up. I can fight 10 of them at the same time like this. Fang Ping judged that these two had not reached their vitality limit, which meant that their vitality was less than 149 calories. Even if they practiced combat techniques, they were just fancy moves. They should not be called combat techniques. If these people dared to fight without restraint on the third floor, and the others looked as if they were watching a show, it was obvious that the students on the third floor were only average. I don't see any martial artists. I don't see any aspiring martial artists who have broken through their limits either. They must have all gone to the fourth floor. Let's go to the fourth floor. With an example, we can roughly judge the standard of others. Fang Ping himself felt that he was thinking too much and lacked the hot-bloodedness of a young man. However, his habitual thinking led him to always think things through before acting. It has to be changed. Fang Ping made up his mind. It was not that he thought this was bad, but sometimes, being too indecisive might not be a good thing. Compared to people like Fu Chongdang, he was more reserved and not very sociable. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and strode up to the fourth floor. Fourth floor. Ever since a few of the weaker freshmen were chased away, the students who came later were not considered weak. There were almost 70 martial artists and twice-honed students. There were also 30 to 40 people who had broken through 150 calories but had yet to reach 180 calories. Other than these 100 or so people, the students who came up one after another all had vitality above 140 calories. Among them, there were quite a number of peak potential martial artists with 149 calories. Seeing that no one else was coming up, someone in the crowd whispered, "It seems to be easier than I thought." The fourth floor could accommodate 400 people. However, ever since the martial artist who established his dominance required those with vitality above 140 calories to come up, there was a threshold, and the number of people coming up was much lower. Half an hour had passed, and there were only about 300 people on the fourth floor. The remaining people were either loitering downstairs or preparing to go up at the last moment. It was difficult to exceed 400 people even if one took everything into account. This way, everyone felt much more at ease. The average students felt relaxed. After all, they had obtained the opportunity to enter the School of Weaponry. However, the stronger students were slightly dissatisfied. If there was no conflict, how could they stand out? Just as many people were thinking about it, someone walked in from outside the door. It was Fu Chongdang. Fu Chongdang gripped his white wax staff, looked around, and shouted, "Where's Chow Chow? Come out." Everyone was stunned. Just as many people were confused, Tang Songting stood up angrily and said angrily, Fu Chongding, I dare you to say that again. Chow chow, come, let Master Fu teach you a lesson. Fu Chongding laughed out loud. Without waiting for Tang Songting's reply, he swung his long staff. Woo woo, there was a whining sound in the air. Tang Songting's expression changed drastically. He moved his feet and dodged in a hurry. The people around him who were affected looked grim. Before they could speak, Fu Chongding laughed and said, I'll fight Chow Chow alone. If you're unhappy, you can come at me together. Master Fu, take it. Arrogant. Someone scolded in a low voice, but no one stepped forward. The people around Tang Songting quickly moved away. These two people were not ordinary, especially Fu Chongding. When he swung his long staff, there was an explosion in the air. At this time everyone was waiting, and no one wanted to step forward. Chow chow, no one is helping you. Don't even think of running away today. F*CKU. Tang Songting was called this nickname in front of everyone, and Fu Chongding took the initiative to attack. No matter how wary he was, he could not hold it in any more. Go to hell. Tang Songting stood with his legs apart. His right hand spread out and grabbed the white wax staff. Bang! The two collided, and there was a faint sound of metal clashing. Tang Songting grabbed the white wax staff. His right palm was already red, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. Holding the white wax staff, Tang Songting advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the white wax staff in his hand, obviously trying to break Fu Chongding's weapon. Idiot! Fu Chongding's eyes flashed with mockery. Others might not know, but you, Tang Songting, don't know that I hone my lower limbs. He had practiced spear techniques before, but he had not honed his upper limbs, so his strength was average. His true strength was still his right leg. Tang Songting held the staff with one hand and swung his fist with the other. At this moment, he was wide open and had no defense against Fu Chongding. Without another word, Fu Chongding shook his right hand and tossed the white wax staff away, his left leg stomped on the ground, and his whole body soared into the air. His right leg kicked violently at his opponent. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding rang again. Fu Chongding's kick landed on Tang Songting's chest, sending him flying back 3 to 4 meters. Tang Songting staggered and did not fall, but his face paled. He quickly crouched down, clutching his chest. Weak. Too weak. Fu Chongding did not expect Tang Songting to improve so little after not seeing him for a few months. To think that he had regarded the dozen people from yesterday as strong opponents. At this moment, Fang Ping walked out from the door, frowning slightly. This is your strong opponent? He had arrived when the two of them were fighting. He paused for a moment, and Tang Songting was sent flying by Fu Chongding's kick. Fang Ping was disappointed when he saw that Tang Songting was defenseless and wide open. His sternum might have been broken. A martial artist like this was not much different from the evil sect martial artist he had met previously. Compared to Wang Jinyang, the difference was like heaven and earth. Previously, when he had achieved some success in his leg techniques, old Wang had said that he wanted to practice. At that time, Fang Ping's strength was no weaker than Tang Songting's, but in the end, he had been beaten by old Wang single-handedly like it was a joke. He had been a little worried before, thinking that he might not be able to suppress these people. Now, Fang Ping understood that everyone had different expectations of him. He looked up to Wang Jinyang, the strongest rank 1 martial artist in Magic City. At this moment, Fang Ping's confidence skyrocketed. Without waiting for Fu Chongding to speak, Fang Ping's gaze swept across the hall, and he said lightly, before I came to MCMAU, everyone said that there were many geniuses in the Big Two. I gave up the 10 million reward from Nanjiang Martial Arts University and chose to come to MCMAU because I wanted to see the real geniuses. I didn't expect MCMAU students to be so weak. Hearing about them is not as good as meeting them in person. What did you say? Outrageous. This guy is in cahoots with Fu Chongding. Are these two bastards going to put on a show again? Tang Songting is in cahoots with them too? Tang Songting stood with his hand on his chest, revealing a bitter expression. They're in cahoots with God. As soon as Fang Ping's provocative words came out, many people were instantly enraged. Calling MCMAU's students weak in front of everyone, even if it was only the second day of enrollment, MCMAU had already taken root in their hearts. This was the school they had chosen. This was the gathering place for geniuses like them. This sense of pride had seeped into their bones from the moment they enrolled in MCMAU. At this moment, Fang Ping had belittled MCMAU. Many people were furious, however, when they looked at Fu Changding, they were slightly fearful. Fu Changding's strength just now was not weak. What? You only know how to bark a little? Many people told me that martial artists must fight. Martial artists dare to fight. I've always thought that and acted that way. I feel that martial artists in martial arts universities are different. They dare to fight, and fight. But I'm disappointed in MCMAU again. There are so many martial artists. I've stepped on your faces, but other than barking a little, what else have you done? I'm sure that the instructors are watching and listening at this moment. I look down on MCMAU students. The instructors will definitely be unhappy too. They hope that someone will stand up and prove MCMAU's strength. But what about you guys? Fang Ping. The one who spoke was Fu Changding. Fu Changding frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with Fang Ping's mocking words. If he continued, the students who would not have joined forces would all join forces because of Fang Ping's words. Fang Ping suddenly laughed and turned to look at him. You think I'm mocking you? No, I'm not mocking you. I'm just speaking the truth. It's true. I've seen a student from Nanjiang Martial Arts University, which is the one you call trash. He's 100 times stronger than you guys. He's 100 times calmer and more reserved than you guys. He's not arrogant, doesn't have an inferiority complex, and is neither servile nor overbearing. I've always thought that this is the demeanor of a martial arts university student. If Nanjiang Martial Arts University is like that, what about MCMAU? MCMAU is one of the big two. Even if he's a freshman, he should be outstanding and subdued, right? It's a pity that I didn't see this. I'm really disappointed. I'm starting to wonder if choosing MCMAU was the right choice, Fang Ping. Enough. Do you want to die? You can try. Many students were already burning with anger. Fang Ping's repeated belittling of them had pushed them to the limit. If it were not for the fact that there were too many people around and they did not know who should step up, someone would have stepped up to teach Fang Ping a lesson. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the broadcast in the corner of the hall. Defeat him. Let him understand that MCMAU is not without talents. Just because a normal martial arts school has a genius doesn't mean they can ignore MCMAU. Very well, let us see if you guys are worth nurturing. The instructors are watching your performance. Whoever defeats this arrogant person will be awarded 50 credits. The credits will be deducted from Fang Ping. The hall was silent for a moment. Soon, everyone's gaze changed. The voice just now was from Dean Huangjing. The instructors were watching, the dean was watching, and there was also the 50 credits reward. Even Fu Changding's gaze was so complicated that it could kill someone. I said don't play any tricks. Don't play any tricks. What are you doing? What should I do now? Should I stick to the original plan or beat Fang Ping up to earn those 50 credits? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Dean, if you defeat me, my credits will be deducted. What if I defeat them? Aspiring martial artists 1 point, martial artists 5 points. You're quite stingy, but it's better than nothing, Fang Ping laughed. He raised the staff in his hand and laughed. You heard me. I fought for your benefits, and you're my benefits too. If martial artists want to fight, then let's start now. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping took a big stride and leaped, landing in the middle of the group of aspiring martial artists. Before the crowd could react, Fang Ping's wooden staff came slashing down with a crackling sound. Ah. F***ck. I didn't say anything about fighting. These people yelled in a mess. Many of them were angry and anxious. They had not made a move yet, but Fang Ping had already done so. Bastard, 1 against 300. Kill him. Some of the martial artists reacted and roared in exasperation. Then, they sprinted toward Fang Ping. Bang! Fang Ping's staff landed on a martial artist's head. He did not even bother to watch him scream. His right leg whipped, and the martial artist who ambushed him from the left was sent flying. Vitality is depleting very quickly. It's fine. I have wealth and points to use. I should be able to use them as money. It's not a loss. Fang Ping made up his mind. He had challenged everyone earlier, and he was disappointed. He felt that the MCMAU students were far inferior to Wang Jinyang, and he regretted choosing to come to MCMAU. On the other hand, he wanted to show his strength to the MCMAU instructors. Now that he had an unexpected gain, it made up for his reluctance to invest. After sending the martial artist who ambushed him flying with a kick, Fang Ping shouted, "Did you not eat? I haven't even warmed up." Arrogant. Fu Changding, whose side are you on? Zhao Lei shouted coldly from the crowd, raising his head to look at Fu Changding. Fu Changding gritted his teeth and said suddenly, "You're all a bunch of trash. Come on, I'll fight all of you with just the two of us." He had thought it through. What kind of strength could a group attack show? 2 against 300. It was worth it even if he lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Changding picked up the white wax staff he had just picked up and hit a martial artist who was attacking Fang Ping. He shouted, "Dean, I'm Fu Changding. I want to count my points too." Count. Huang Jing's voice, which could not be heard clearly, came from the loudspeaker. "Let's do it." Fu Changding was overjoyed. Every profit counted. After receiving an accurate answer, he immediately gave up on helping the besieged Fang Ping. Instead, he wandered around the periphery, focusing on attacking the aspiring martial artists. Bang! With one hit of the staff, Fu Changding muttered, 3 points. Bang! 4 points. Crack, this looks like a martial artist? 9 points. No, he didn't fall. F***ck, it's still 4 points. Go. Why are you guys still pretending? Do you really want to see us get defeated by the two of them? The martial artist who had been ambushed by Fu Changding was furious. He looked at the martial artists who had not made a move and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, still pretending to be a big shot. Mother f***ker, were they retarded? These two fellows were strong. Aspiring martial artists could easily take them down one by one. Only martial artists had the power to intimidate them. Now, the 30 to 40 martial artists on the periphery were watching the show. Were they idiots? If they were really defeated, they could forget about living. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. Yang Xiaoman gritted her teeth and shouted, "Go. Aspiring martial artists, back off. Are you giving us points? Idiots." Not only were these aspiring martial artists useless, but they had also occupied the space around them. They could not fly. Were they supposed to fly over and join the fight? Many aspiring martial artists retreated hastily. Earlier, they had wanted to snatch points, but some had been dragged into the fight. At this time, many aspiring martial artists were already beaten to a pulp. Some of the more serious ones even fell to the ground and were almost trampled to death. When they heard that martial artists were coming, they did not stay and retreated one by one. Fang Ping, who was surrounded in the center, knocked back an aspiring martial artist with a punch. He laughed and said, "Why are you leaving? There are so many points. They're all money. Don't even think of running." F***ck. 3 floors below. Quick, there's a fight on the 4th floor. 1 against 300. Go up and see. Shouts spread through the 3 floors below. Soon, a large crowd rushed up to the 4th floor. No one cared if they would be taught a lesson or not. Little Fatty Guishing squeezed into the crowd. As soon as he reached the 4th floor, he saw Fang Ping send a female martial artist flying with a kick. F***ck, hitting a woman. Many people also saw this scene and immediately cursed out loud. Fang Ping did not care about them. He even wanted them to come up. It was all points. Martial artists were not easy to fight. If one did not hit hard, they could stand up immediately. It was too difficult to earn 5 points. Aspiring martial artists were better. 1 punch and 1 kick. They could barely stand up after being hit. That was points. Fang Ping reflected on himself after sending a martial artist flying with a kick. He had not cultivated the stickiness formula well enough. His kick would reduce the force. Fang Ping's vitality had been greatly depleted. He had just spent 10,000 wealth to replenish his vitality. One credit was equivalent to 10,000 bucks in MCMAU, which was equivalent to 30,000 bucks in the outside world. How did the system calculate it? No matter what, an aspiring martial artist was equivalent to at least 10,000 wealth. In just a short while, he had defeated at least a dozen aspiring martial artists and 2 or 3 martial artists. Almost 30 points. It was still a big profit. Fang Ping also realized that female martial artists were easier to bully. With a kick, they were more fragile than twice-honed aspiring martial artists. It was easy to earn points. That was why Fang Ping had his eyes on another female martial artist. After slapping away an aspiring martial artist who was blocking his way, Fang Ping went straight for the female martial artist, his right leg sweeping out. Fang Ping kicked away his opponent's block and punched him in the chest. Bastard! The girl who was hit clutched her chest in pain. Seeing Fang Ping raise his leg to kick, she roared, "I admit defeat, okay? Are you still a man?" This girl had a pretty face. During high school, because of her good grades, high vitality, and good family background, she was a goddess in the eyes of almost all high school boys. Who knew that on her second day in the martial arts university, a man would beat her until her chest was about to explode, angry and anxious, coupled with the pain in her chest, the girl let out an angry roar. Without stopping, she turned around and walked to the side to peep at her chest. She was worried that there would be a problem if she was hit. When Fang Ping saw the situation, he immediately shouted, "Girls, admit defeat. Fists and kicks don't have eyes. You can't reason with them if you're beaten to a pulp. Bastard. Pervert. Yunqi, what are you standing there for? Go." Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Xuemei were furious. The 3 of them were also the strongest among all the girls. Yesterday, out of 19 people, only the 3 of them were girls. Now, Fang Ping looked down on girls and even attacked a girl's chest shamelessly. His actions immediately drew the ire of a few people. Yang Xiaoman had just rushed forward when Fang Ping blocked a male martial artist's attack while advising her, "Girls, don't rush forward too quickly. Punches and kicks really don't have eyes. I won't be responsible if they get blown up. Die." Yang Xiaoman was furious. Her long leg whipped through the air, aiming straight for Fang Ping's waist. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Very strong, a twice-honed martial artist was much stronger than the average martial artist. With no time to dodge, Fang Ping grabbed a person beside him and leaned against him. Yang Xiaoman's leg hit the other person. Ah! A scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out, scaring the people around them into moving away from Fang Ping and Yang Xiaoman. Zhao Lei, who was about to attack Fang Ping, shouted angrily, "Yang Xiaoman, you're hitting your own people." "I didn't see anything. Fang Ping is the shameless one. Mother **Ker, is a thrice-honed this strong?" Zhao Lei did not continue but cursed under his breath. This was the first time he had seen a thrice-honed person. Who knew that Fang Ping was so strong? His attack power was actually similar to his, maybe even slightly weaker. However, Fang Ping was shockingly resilient. After being kicked a few times, he returned to normal after a while. Was he still an aspiring martial artist? Moreover, the other's vitality was weakening since the start of the battle, but this guy showed no signs of weakening. At the back of the crowd, Fu Changding cried out in pain and yelled, "I've taken pills. If I can't recover my 10 points, I'll lose big. Fang Ping, help me block." "You're on your own. Bastard, if it weren't for you." Fu Changding no longer had the energy to speak. In just a short while, there were 7 or 8 martial artists around him. Fang Ping's endurance was too strong. Moreover, Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman were there, so it was not appropriate for them to intervene. They would deal with Fu Changding first. These 2 guys had already incurred the wrath of the crowd yesterday. Today, they came again. If they did not avenge themselves, they would not be human. At the outermost edge, a few students who were not martial artists shouted, "Don't huddle together. Martial artists, split into 4 groups and take turns." Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, each of you lead a group and take turns to attack Fang Ping. Xianxia, you lead a group and restrain Fu Chongding. The rest of you, form a group and exhaust their vitality. Those who are twice honed, lead 10 people each. Rotate every 5 minutes. Use long weapons to attack and harass them from the outside. Exhaust them to death. Zhao Lei, Fang Ping's pole standing is at level 2. He can divert force. Don't attack his other parts. Fight him head-on. Use your leg bones to kick him. Thrice honed isn't as sturdy as a fully honed one. Martial artists use their honed parts to fight them head-on. Don't waste your vitality anymore. MCMAU students were knowledgeable. Some of them had good eyesight, but they were lacking in strength. At this time, these people started giving orders from the outside. The crowd that was panicking at first gradually became orderly. Fang Ping also noticed that, following these people's orders, Zhao Lei and the others, who were attacking randomly at first, now focused on one part of his body. Thrice-honed was not a god. Even if his vitality was replenished, his body would still feel pain. Fang Ping clashed head-on with Zhao Lei again. He frowned and cursed, Fu Chongding, kill those aspiring martial artists. I can't hold on much longer. Fu Chongding was worse off than him. He held in pain. Xianxia's strength was on par with his. If not for the fact that she was a woman and was not very familiar with combat, she would have been able to hold him back alone. Didn't you want to be a helpless little bird yesterday? How could you be restrained by a woman? Don't talk. I'm so tired. It hurts. I can't talk. Fu Chongding wanted to cry. That was not the arrangement yesterday. I wanted a one-on-one battle. It's a battle of attrition, not a siege. It's not 1 or 2, it's 300 people. Although there were only about 10 people at a time due to the limited space around them, if this went on, he would be beaten to death. Fang Ping also realized that this could not go on. He roared, "Get out of here." Aspiring martial artists count as points too. There are so many of them. Kill one. Okay. Fu Chongding had wanted to do this for a long time. He quickly reached out to grab Xianxia's chest. Xianxia was shocked and quickly dodged. Now, an opening appeared in the encirclement. Fu Chongding jumped out of the crowd and squeezed into the crowd of aspiring martial artists. Ah. Shameless. How can he get out of here like this? Don't panic. Aspiring martial artists, back off. Make way. The genius commander outside continued to give orders. Just as he finished speaking, the sky above him darkened. Fang Ping had somehow escaped the encirclement, leaped into the air, and kicked him in the face. Pfft, his nose bled and tears streamed down his face. The genius commander who had been wantonly giving orders just now had his face swollen like soy sauce. How could he continue speaking? The other commanders were shocked and quickly moved out of the way. Outside, among the students who were watching the battle from the first 3 floors, someone suddenly said in fear, "Run. He's coming for us." Fang Ping, we're just watching. We're innocent. The dean didn't say which floor. Everyone who's here counts as points. 1 point is still a point. Fang Ping roared to prevent the dean from going back on his word. Kicking 3 of these aspiring martial artists at once was the shortcut to earning points. The 9th floor. The instructors were all stunned. MCMAU's new student branch had been in chaos for so many years, but it had never been as chaotic as today. 2 people had destroyed the entire building of practical training. With the dean fanning the flames and the encouragement of credits, the students had gone crazy. Under normal circumstances, martial artists would rarely involve aspiring martial artists. Although Fang Ping was not a martial artist, he definitely had the combat strength of a martial artist. Now, he was bullying these normal people in the name of earning points. One of the instructors could not stand it anymore. He said angrily, "Dean, it's time to cancel the counting of aspiring martial artists." Huang Jing glanced at him. After a while, he said, "He's also an aspiring martial artist. This, Fu Chongding can't be, right? He's being surrounded by martial artists. He hasn't come out yet. It's not important." Everyone was speechless. Someone said helplessly, "It's fine. Let it be chaotic." Let these new students suffer. All of them think that they're God's favored ones after entering MCMAU. They haven't realized it yet. Everything is starting from zero. Almost 70 martial artists and more than 1,000 aspiring martial artists are being bullied by a rank 1 martial artist and an aspiring martial artist. The instructor did not know what to say. It was too embarrassing, and it was an embarrassment to MCMAU's reputation. Xianxia from the School of Social Sciences said something fair. This Fong Ping is more than thrice honed. His vitality is more than 200 calories. His pole standing has also reached the second level, the firm stance. He can divert force. You should know that pole standing at this level can be called a roly pole standing toy. As for combat techniques, his leg techniques are very sharp. He's very familiar with outbursts and gathering force. He can also use stickiness well, using the smallest amount of force to unleash destructive power. This kind of combat technique seems to be from a martial arts university. Everyone nodded. They were all experienced and knowledgeable. Someone said immediately, it's from a martial arts university. It's not taught in the military, nor is it a martial arts training class performance method. It's a martial arts university leg technique. He has a deep understanding of it. The instructor who guided him in leg techniques is not weak. A descendant of a martial arts university instructor? Someone asked doubtfully. The woman who said she was looking for information yesterday smiled and said, not really. He's from a normal family. He's from Nanjiang's Sun City. This kid said that NMAU offered him a reward of 10 million to keep him. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Normal family? Someone questioned. How is that possible? We're not surprised that he's from a normal family, even if his vitality is high. But without guidance, his combat techniques and pole standing cultivation can't be this fast. Also, he's thrice honed. Who provided him with the resources? Huang Jing, who had been silent all this while, said lightly, didn't you hear what he said? He knew a NMAU student who was very gentlemanly, neither servile nor overbearing. From his tone, it sounded like he admired the other party. Fong Ping graduated from Sun City No. 1 High School, the same high school as NMAU's Wang Jinyang. Rumor has it that Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping are very close. They once worked together to kill a peak rank 2 martial artist in Sun City. Fong Ping regrets not choosing NMAU. Someone offered a reward of 10 million. Let me ask you, with his test result of 149 calories, who in NMAU would do that? Wang Jinyang. Immediately, a teacher thought of this person, causing many exclamations and sighs. Nanjiang did not produce many talents, but in the past year, Wang Jinyang must be counted as one. Even if he was only rank 3 now, he was still very far away from everyone. Huang Jing sighed softly. If I'm not wrong, Fong Ping's leg technique probably came from Wang Jinyang. There's a hint of Zhang Qingnan in it. Although NMAU is weak, it's not like they don't have talents. Zhang Qingnan isn't considered weak among the rank 5 martial artists. Even if he came to MCMAU, he would have a place. It's a pity that he led a team to suppress the catacombs in Tiannan and never returned. Tang Feng, the peak rank 6 instructor from the School of Weaponry, who had come upstairs at some point, also sighed. It's a pity. I've met Zhang Qingnan once. He's a rather refined martial artist. His bearing is not bad. In a few years, there's hope for rank 6. NMAU's old vice-chancellor is grooming him as his successor. It's a pity, everyone sighed. Huang Jing coughed softly and said, let's not talk about this. Haven't there been many people who have fallen into the catacombs these years? Keep watching. No matter what happens to Fong Ping, there are more than 1,000 people. If these two really defeat them in the end, this batch of new students' credits will be deducted by half. Dean. Huang Jing huffed. A new student guided by a NMAU sophomore actually defeated an entire batch of MCMAU students. MCMAU can't afford to lose face like this. I can't either. The vice-chancellor and the others can't either. If it's not allowed, I'll kick all these new students out of the school. Deducting half credits is a must. Chen Zhenhua and the others knew that this decision could not be changed. Even if the vice-chancellor was present, he would not object. After some consideration, Chen Zhenhua turned on the microphone and coughed softly. There's still 10 minutes. If Fang Ping and Fu Changding don't collapse, all new students' credits will be deducted by half. Fourth floor. Everyone's eyes turned red. Half credits. Yesterday, everyone did not know the importance of credits. Now, everyone knew that 3 credits were equivalent to a normal vitality pill. Even the students who did not have high vitality were going crazy. This is an undeserved calamity. What does this have to do with us? All students will be deducted by half. Why? Kill him. Hurry up. There's not enough time. We'll kill him even if we spit on him. Go down and get a long weapon. Hit him from a distance. The students were going crazy. Fang Ping could barely stand. At this moment, he was spending most of his time running. His dodging ability was still acceptable because his pole standing was at a high level. His whole body had turned purple from the head-on clash earlier. Vitality could not be used as a painkiller. Fang Ping looked at the crowd with bloodshot eyes and started to worry. Would he be beaten to death? He was worried. Fu Changding was screaming. I surrender. I surrender. Brothers and sisters, can I surrender? I'm not the mastermind. Fang Ping is. Don't hit my face. I beg you, Fang Ping, you bastard, ah. Don't stab me there. Don't kick my dick. Sir, I surrender. Fu Changding, who was surrounded again and again, could not even cry now. He could not take it anymore. It would be useless even if he took all 3 vitality pills, they were not made of steel. They would feel pain when they were beaten. He could still take it 1-on-1 or 1-on-10. But 1-on-1 against 100, round after round, he really could not take it anymore. Soon, Fu Changding's voice disappeared. Fang Ping heard someone shouting, don't step on him. What if he dies? This one's dead. There's not enough time. Quick, the next one. Fang Ping shuddered. Looking at the dense crowd around him, he suddenly leaped up and grabbed the bars of the exhaust vent above his head, shouting, I admit defeat. I'll count as falling to the ground. I admit that MCMAU's new students are awesome. In your dreams. Zhao Lei covered his bruised eye from the beating and roared fiercely. Yang Xiaoman rubbed her chest without batting an eyelid. She sneered. Come down. You're so small. Do you want to be our target? Come. Come down. We won't kill you. In the crowd, the chubby boy rubbed his head. It was swollen. Who did I offend? He was just watching the show from the outside, but Fang Ping had punched him in the head. He was still dizzy. I'm not coming down. Don't come over. I'll kill whoever comes over. Time's almost up. Those on the 4th floor, why aren't you chasing people away? Do you want your credits to be deducted? I've already surrendered. Plus, I remember I only defeated 50 or so aspiring martial artists and 20 or so martial artists. There aren't that many people. Don't stare at me. I'm hurt too. It's serious. Internal injuries. Go away. Looking at the faces around him that wanted to tear him apart, Fang Ping was a little scared. There were so many of them. If they all hit him, would they kill him? Looking at Fu Changding, who was crawling on the ground not far away, Fang Ping shuddered. How tragic, Fu Changding's clothes were almost gone. He did not know which girl had done this to him. His back was covered in bloody claw marks. Fang Ping held on to the vent, refusing to let go no matter what. The others wanted to stab him with their long weapons, but seeing that there was not much time left, Zhao Lei asked unwillingly, Dean, will our credits still be deducted if we admit defeat? This time, Huang Jing was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, no. Count yourself lucky. Zhao Lei snorted. He turned his head and said angrily, clear the area. It was not that they did not want to continue, but they really did not have much time left. Also, Fang Ping was still full of energy. Although he had surrendered, it was obvious that he still had the strength to fight. This lunatic. Who knew how many pills he had taken beforehand? Was he not afraid of exploding and dying? If they continued attacking, the unlucky one would definitely be Fang Ping, but if they caught one and gave him a good beating, that person would also be at a disadvantage. As for whether it was himself or Xianxia, Zhao Lei felt that it was more likely that he was the one. After glaring at Fang Ping angrily, the crowd dispersed. Before they left, Zhao Lei did not forget to step on Fu Changdang's foot. **CK, those two bastards, they made everyone lose face. Yang Xiaoman and the other girls were also full of unwillingness, but they let Fang Ping go in the end. When they passed by Fu Changdang, they did not forget to give him a kick. Fang Ping shuddered. Fu Changdang was really miserable this time. Fang Ping, Fu Changdang moaned in pain. His shoe-marked face looked at Fang Ping, full of anger and resentment. What happened to the one-on-one fight? 20 minutes later. Outside the testing building. A group of older students were watching from the surroundings. When they saw many freshmen walking out of the building with bruised faces, they were all gloating. It seems like I've been beaten quite a lot this year. Who cares, it's really fun to watch. Last year, we were also surrounded by people and embarrassed ourselves. This year, it's finally our turn to watch the show. What's going on? Is that Fu Changdang? The one who was very arrogant yesterday was beaten into a pig's head? **CK, you can even recognize this. What a genius. Even his parents wouldn't recognize him, right? Yesterday left a deep impression on me. It reminded me of my demeanor in the past. I also thought that he would be beaten up today, but he was really beaten up. Everyone discussed animatedly with a mocking look on their faces. Fu Changdang was helped out by Fang Ping. When he heard the mocking words of the people around him, he said angrily, I fought 1,000 people alone. Even if I lose, I'll still be proud. Tisk. I knew he was shameless. Yesterday, the two of them sang a duet, and today, he's doing it alone. 1 against 10, they believed it. This was because such incidents were not rare in the past. Although they despised Fu Changdang was still capable. Everyone could see that yesterday. But 1 against 1,000, would everyone believe it? None of the older students believed him, and most of the new students remained silent. Some of the more shallow ones retorted angrily, what do you mean 1 against 1,000? 2 people, all right? You're just a bystander. As soon as these words came out, many new students glared at him angrily. Idiot, everyone had thought it through. They would keep quiet and let them say it themselves. Even if they did, no one would believe them. The fact that Fang Ping was able to stand up for such an embarrassing matter, regardless of whether he won or lost, was a disgrace to everyone else. Now, there was actually an idiot who retorted, didn't this prove that their 1,000 or so people had really been defeated? This kind of person had actually managed to get into MCMAU. Even Zhao Lei and the others doubted if what Fang Ping said made sense. MCMAU was getting worse with each batch. It was really not that great. He had to deny such a shameful thing. Even if he didn't deny it, he had to face it with silence. Idiot, the words of the new student stunned the surrounding seniors. Really? Was it really penetrated? 2 people. The other one is Fang Ping? That should be the case. Look at how the two of them are separated by the others. That might really be the case, 1 against more than 1,000, do you believe it? I don't believe it, not to mention that Fang Ping isn't injured. Fang Ping was indeed uninjured, at least on the surface. He was wearing a tight-fitting training outfit with long sleeves. His face was not injured, and the injuries were not too obvious. Fu Changdang was different. His face was swollen and there were dense footprints all over his body. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. Therefore, no one believed that the two of them could really accomplish such a magnificent feat. Just as the freshmen were silent and the seniors were in a heated discussion, a group of people walked out of the building's entrance. Huang Jing pulled a long face and scoffed, the seniors have all left. If you have the time, spend it on practicing and studying. MCMAU students have lost all face because of you. No one knew if he was referring to the freshmen or seniors, but the dean of the School of Weaponry was enraged. This was a Grandmaster powerhouse, even the older students did not dare to joke around with a Grandmaster, except for Qin Fengqing, who was always courting death. The spectating students dispersed and peeped from the windows of the nearby buildings, not daring to approach. After the seniors left, Huang Jing said lightly, line up according to the floor. More than 1,000 freshmen hurriedly lined up according to the floor they had decided before the doors opened. No one dared to make up the numbers. A martial artist's memory was stronger than that of an average person. Moreover, there were surveillance cameras. Playing tricks in front of a grandmaster was asking for abuse. Each batch is worse than the last. Huang Jing waited for everyone to finish lining up and scolded softly. There was dissatisfaction and admonishment. Although there were only about 100 people who actually participated, there were so many of them, and Fang Ping managed to fish in troubled waters until the end. MCMAU was not a school that cultivated individual geniuses. MCMAU and NMAU were different. NMAU had been weak for many years and needed a genius now. They needed a banner to carry the torch. MCMAU, on the other hand, cultivated more geniuses, countless geniuses. Now, only Fang Ping and Fu Changding performed well. The others had lost face. This was not a situation Huang Jing wanted to see. Although he was angry, he still had the mentality of a grandmaster. Huang Jing calmed his anger and continued, "The school allocation has ended. Some performed well, some performed badly. One step behind, and you will always fall behind. All of your performances today, including me, have been observed by the instructors. If the first impression is bad, do you think the instructors will look at you differently in the future? There are so many geniuses. We can cultivate and support them, but you have to show your value. If we can't see your value, why should we nurture you? Just because you're an MCMAU student? Of course, don't be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. Today was just a bunch of kids messing around. Even if you become the king of kids, there's no need to be overly arrogant. No matter how powerful the king of kids is, he's still the king of kids. In front of adults, he's still an insensible child." Huang Jing's words were not meant to suppress Fang Ping and Fu Changding, but the truth. Not to mention the instructors. Even if Fang Ping, who had performed extremely well today, was thrown into any of the sophomores and juniors, it would not be a big deal. If they really thought that they could look down on MCMAU just because they showed off their power among the new students, then they were underestimating MCMAU too much. Even if Wang Jinyang came to MCMAU now, if he really wanted to suppress him, there were at least 10 people among the entire MCMAU students who could. For rank 4, MCMAU still had 6 students who had not graduated. As for rank 5, MCMAU still had 2 students who had not graduated. It was just that these middle-ranked rank 4 and 5 martial artists rarely stayed in school. Some guarded the catacombs, some went to the Department of Investigation Services for internships, and some went to the local or the military department to assist those feudal officials. Huang Jing gave a few simple words of advice and did not stay for long. As a grandmaster, he had a lot of things to do now. It was not easy for him to find time to watch these new students play house. As soon as Huang Jing left, an instructor shouted, "School of Weaponry, come to Field 1. School of Tactics, come to Field 2. Fang Ping followed the crowd to Field 1. He could not help but whisper, "Where are the credits?" Fu Changding said sheepishly, "I don't know." Maybe the dean felt embarrassed, so, "Shut up, both of you." At this time, Tang Feng from the School of Weaponry appeared behind the two of them. He said, somewhat speechless, "Is the dean that kind of person? After the school has distributed the credits, they'll all be distributed to you. Do you think the dean will personally show up for tens or hundreds of credits?" To a grandmaster, this kind of thing was as insignificant as a sesame seed or a mung bean. So what if it was tens of thousands of credits? After saying that, Tang Feng smiled and said, "You did well, especially Fu Changding." Huh? Fu Changding was stunned for a moment. Fang Ping was a little disgruntled. "Did I not do well?" Tang Feng smiled faintly. "I'm referring to my opinion. I don't like students who are too crafty. Fu Changding is straightforward, which suits my style better." He was known for his aggressive ways, and people called him Mad Lion. Fu Changding had first challenged Tang Songting, and then, when surrounded by so many students, he did not retreat. It was a little too much to say that Fu Changding did not retreat. All in all, Tang Feng still thought highly of Fu Changding. As for Fang Ping, he thought highly of him too. However, an instructor like him would have no problem taking in one Fu Changding, but it would be too much to take in Fang Ping as well. In this year, these two had the best performance. Although he was a peak rank 6 and was known as the first person under the dean, there were many rank 6 instructors. There was no need to fall out with one student. If he took in Fu Chongding, he would let them fight for Fang Ping. Given his status, no one would try to snatch Fu Chongding away from him. Naturally, there was no need to say all this out loud, but both of them understood what it meant when he said he thought highly of Fu Chongding. Fu Chongding was a little embarrassed. He was very anxious now. What should he do? He thought highly of instructor Luo Yichuan, but his performance was too good. The top instructor of the School of Weaponry, Tang Feng, actually thought highly of him. This was not an ordinary instructor. If he rejected him, would it not seem like he did not know what was good for him? If he did not reject him, did he have to learn hand-to-hand combat with Tang Feng? He wanted to learn spears. Spear techniques were so cool, saber techniques were so crude, swordsmanship was so girly. He did not want to learn other things like clubs, hammers, and axes. Spear techniques were so cool, learning hand-to-hand combat. Fu Chongding was conflicted. Do I look like the kind of boorish guy who looks strong? For a moment, Fu Chongding wanted to cry but no tears came out. What's with the instructor's eyes? I was beaten up so badly, yet he thinks highly of me and even said that I performed well. There's no justice in this world. Fu Chongding was resentful. Fang Ping was helpless. Guoxing was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? That was probably what Guoxing was thinking. He had no idea what had happened. First, he had been beaten up while watching the show, then he had expressed his indignation at Fang Ping. After that, there was no after that, the others had gone to clean up the unnecessary people. He stood alone in a corner, dumbfounded. No one paid attention to him. He did not leave either. Yes, he did not leave, he only wanted to ask Fang Ping why he had beaten him up. That was why he had stood near Fang Ping, ready to ask him when he came down. I'm so kind, why did you beat me up? Maybe it was because no one wanted to come to Fang Ping's place. Plus, there were enough people, so no one chased him away. When the building opened, he was already on the 4th floor, there were no waves, no ups and downs, just like that, he followed the School of Weaponry team in a daze. He walked until he started to doubt his life. How did I get into the School of Weaponry? Field 1. At this moment, the instructors of the School of Weaponry had set up a platform on the field. Tang Feng did not waste any time. He walked to his platform and said, "You can choose your instructor freely. Remember, look carefully at the conditions in front of the instructor. Everyone knows that the instructors don't know the same things. What suits you is the best. Some instructors are strong, but they don't know how to teach students. Some instructors might be weaker now, but they're much stronger than you guys. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't think that you're omnipotent and that even rank 4 and rank 5 can't teach you. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and choose. Once you've chosen, you'll have a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you'll have a week of group training. After that, classes will officially start." As soon as he finished speaking, many people ran to Tang Feng. The instructors did not bother to explain to them one by one. Their conditions were written on the table in front of them. Martial artists, male or female. Twice honed is preferred. Teach basic fist techniques and basic leg techniques. Only 5 people at level 08. This was Tang Feng's requirement. It was not high, but it was not low either. At least one martial artist seemed to have eliminated Fang Ping. Of course, if Fang Ping really chose him, Tang Feng would not reject him. Instructors usually would not reject twice-honed or thrice-honed students. Fang Ping glanced at it, then looked at the other instructors. Instructor Luo Yichuan, whom Fu Chongding had his eyes on, had much higher requirements. Martial artists, or vitality of more than 180 calories. Honing upper limbs first. Stable stance. Fu Chongding saw it too. He said gloomily, "What's going on? I honed my lower limbs first. Can't I?" As he said that, he did not hesitate and quickly looked at instructor Bairuashi's conditions. Female. No limit to honing progress. Love swordsmanship. Teach basic sword techniques. Swordsmanship has many variations. Don't choose those who use big moves. F*CK, they're only recruiting girls. Fu Chongding was even more frustrated. If he went to Luo Yichuan might not reject him. Tang Feng had already tried to recruit him. It was not that he did not have a choice. He just felt conflicted. Fang Ping ignored him and continued looking. Soon, Fang Ping saw instructor Su Jianzhou, whom he had wanted to choose yesterday. Fang Ping had never seen this instructor before. However, the instructor's nameplate was on the table, so he was not afraid of being mistaken. No limit to male or female. Twice honed is better. Teach basic sword techniques. Note, many things have been happening recently. Neglecting teaching students. Mainly taught by Luo Feng, a fourth-year student, Fang Ping frowned. Lion Tang did not think highly of him. He thought Fu Chongding was better. Fang Ping had his own pride and did not want to choose Big Lion. As for Luo Yichuan, it did not matter if he had spear techniques or not. However, he wanted to focus on honing the upper limbs. Fang Ping was not suitable because he wanted to focus on the lower limbs when he cultivated the horse-riding stance. Of course, it was the same when he reached rank 2. Fang Ping felt that he could reach rank 2 soon. Su Jianzhou did not have high requirements. He would not have a problem. However, he wanted his own student to teach him. This was not what Fang Ping wanted. In the School of Weaponry, there were a total of 5 rank 6 instructors. As for the other 2, one of them was a slightly older elder. He specialized in palm techniques, not the mainstream leg techniques or fist techniques, but palm techniques. His pair of iron palms was also quite famous. Fang Ping did not like it. It was too restrictive. The other was the middle-aged woman from before. Her name was awesome, it was really awesome. Many students were peeking at her, Unconquerable Wu, yes, she was awesome and confident. Her name was Unconquerable Wu, Fang Ping was stunned. Fu Chongding did not mention this person yesterday. Where did this new instructor come from? And the other party's recruitment conditions were also very awesome. Fang Ping, Fu Chongding, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, Qin Yunqi, 5 of you can become official students. Zhao Xuemei, Tang Songting, Jin Lei, Sui Kai, Zhang Han, 14 of you can become intern students. If you perform well, you can become official students. Fang Ping was sure that he was not mistaken, it was the 19 people who had withstood the pressure yesterday. Among them, he was a thrice-honed martial artist. Fu Chongding and the other 3 were twice-honed martial artists. That was why they could become official students. The others had the title of intern students. Did the dean know how awesome this woman was? Did the dean know? Unconquerable Wu. This stupid name. Was it real? Fang Ping was not the only one watching. Many students were watching. Even some instructors were watching. The corners of their mouths were twitching. Goddamn Unconquerable Wu. Tang Feng wanted to gouge his eyes out. What kind of tricks did this crazy woman come up with? The other rank 6 instructors also moved their desks discreetly. The omen for martial arts universities this year was not good. It was better to stay away from these abnormal people. Just as Fang Ping was about to look away, Unconquerable Wu seemed to have noticed his gaze. She chuckled and said, Fang Ping, come to me. I'll make sure you're safe. Otherwise, you're done for. Wang Jinyang has enemies all over the world. No one can protect you. He's beaten up Tang Feng's students, Luo Yichuan's students, Su Jianzhou's students, he's beaten up all of them except mine. Don't think I'm joking. In the battle of martial arts, losing to someone of the same level is a huge grudge. If Wang Jinyang is not defeated, they won't let it go. Wang Jinyang doesn't want to lose, so this grudge is set. You don't want to face your enemies every day. Also, you've offended all the new students this time. Your enemies are all over the world. If you don't come to me, even Lionhead can't protect you. Tang Feng's expression darkened. He said impatiently, my students aren't that narrow-minded. Unconquerable Wu said mildly, it's fine if we're from the same hometown, but what about Half-Master? Lionhead, can you guarantee that your students won't hold a grudge? Tang Feng snorted and no longer paid any attention to him. Being from the same hometown, the same school, and the same desk, it was fine. It did not involve martial arts. However, if it was Half-Master, it would be different. If Fang Ping and his students were of the same rank, and they were in the same school, it was almost certain that unless the other party was completely beaten into submission, Fang Ping would not have peace. Half-master? At this moment, many people frowned slightly. Some instructors did not look too good. Old Wang did not give them face when he came to Magic City. Many of their students had been beaten up miserably. If they really took Fang Ping in, there might be internal strife among the students. Of course, they were not afraid of anything. If Fang Ping really came, they would take him in. However, if there was a conflict between him and their students, the most they could guarantee was that no higher-ranked students would bully Fang Ping because of their ranks. As for normal sparring, they could not stop it. Looking at the instructor's expressions, Fang Ping felt like he had been tricked. With his performance, it would not be a problem for him to go to any instructor, including Tang Feng. However, after Unconquerable Wu said this, although the instructors did not show anything, judging by their expressions, it would still be a little troublesome. He and Wang Jinyang did not interact much, so it was difficult for outsiders to know their exact relationship. Unconquerable Wu was obviously guessing, and he threw out this guess irresponsibly. For a moment, Fang Ping's expression did not look too good. Anyone who had been tricked would find it hard to accept this fact immediately. Unconquerable Wu did not care if he was willing or not. He laughed and said, "Come, join me, Unconquerable Wu. I promise you won't regret it. In MCMAU, although my strength is not as good as a grandmaster's, Lionhead is no match for me either. I have dividend shares in the pill manufacturing company. You can have all the pills you want. If you're bullied, just give me a call. I, your instructor, will kill them from the south to the north without a frown. Back then, the old thing from Donghu Fang family bullied me because he was a grandmaster. I hunted him down for 10 years. Everyone knows that I, Unconquerable Wu, hold a grudge. Do you understand? Your instructor is protected by a grandmaster." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. The other instructors were a little embarrassed to be associated with him. Unconquerable Wu's words stirred up a commotion among the students. As the target of recruitment, Fang Ping also became the focus of everyone's attention. Fang Ping did not say anything. Was this kind of instructor good? It did sound good. At least her "take all the pills and have a grandmaster's protection" sounded good. However, Unconquerable Wu was very unreliable. A newbie like Fang Ping needed a reliable instructor to guide him in martial arts cultivation. Fang Ping did not have a family background and did not understand many things. He needed someone to guide him. Unconquerable Wu did not look like that kind of person. However, because of the woman's irresponsible words, Fang Ping realized that many of the instructor's students had conflicts with old Wang. Losing once might not make people hold a grudge. Usually, they would not even remember it if they did not see each other. However, if someone brought it up on purpose and said that you were not even as good as the disciple of the person who defeated you, how would you feel? Fang Ping was not Wang Jinyang's student. The woman did not say that either. She said half an instructor, and Fang Ping did not deny it. Could they really ignore the fact that the student of their enemy was studying in the same sect as them? Even if they had no ill intentions, they would not be able to take it if they challenged you every day. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. The woman's ability to trick people was top-notch. MCMAU students did not only look at the benefits in front of them. Of course, some were tempted by the woman's extravagant words, but many still kept their cool. Zhao Lei chose Tang Feng, Chen Yinchi chose Bai Ruoxi, and the others walked toward the instructor they had chosen. Fu Chongding hesitated for a moment before walking toward Luo Yichuan. For them, rank 2 was not too far away. It was not something they could not make up for, so they did not have to worry too much about it. In the end, only Fang Ping and Yang Xiaoman had not chosen among the 5 official students that Unconquerable Wu had mentioned. Yang Xiaoman was not hesitating because of Unconquerable Wu, but because of Tang Feng or Bai Ruoxi. She was a girl. Choosing Bai Ruoxi was not a bad choice, even if Bai Ruoxi's ability was slightly lower. However, swordsmanship was ever-changing. She did not walk the nimble path, so it was not suitable for her. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Xiaoman walked toward Tang Feng. Unconquerable Wu did not mind. The students had the freedom to choose their own instructor. Even if Fang Ping did not choose her, she would not feel anything. What she had said earlier was just out of character. She did not mean that Fang Ping had to choose her no matter what. Thrice honing was not bad, but if these instructors were willing to invest and spend time, they could also nurture students who were thrice honed out of these ordinary students. Just as Fang Ping gritted his teeth and prepared to go to Su Jianzhou's side, Unconquerable Wu suddenly laughed. Choose another instructor. With your situation, you'll only be rank 4 at most after you graduate in your senior year. If you come to my place, things might be different. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Feng softly reprimanded Lu. Wu Wuti glared at him. Tang Feng snorted but did not call out her name. Instead, he frowned and said, "You can fool around, but you still have to know your limits." The fact that Fang Ping was able to reach this stage under such circumstances and complete thrice honing meant that he had sacrificed much more than the others. It's fine if you mess around, but don't treat the student's future as a game. Unconquerable Wu said unhappily, "How did I treat my students' futures as a game?" "You know very well." Tang Feng seemed to have remembered something. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "Don't take what you said about Wang Jinyang seriously. Wang Jinyang is just a student. Although he is outstanding, MCMAU is not to the extent that they would be jealous of and oppress a student. Those seniors of yours also lost to Wang Jinyang fair and square. If someone really wants to cause trouble for you because of their failure, it means that their temperament is not good. These kinds of seniors will not be a threat to you. You're thrice honed and performed very well in the school branch. No matter who you choose, none of the instructors here will hide anything from you. As MCMAU instructors, we have our own selfish motives. However, as long as you're our student, even if you're not, when you have doubts, we will give you guidance as long as we have the time. MCMAU is a school. All rivers run into the sea. It's not the mountain gate of the past. The reason why instructors are allowed to choose a certain number of students is because our energy is limited. It doesn't mean that we are these students' private instructors. Fang Ping, how you choose is up to you. Don't worry that not choosing someone will negatively affect you. These words were obviously meant for Unconquerable Wu to hear. The woman humphed but did not say anything. She only said lightly, "What Lionhead said is that my students will be more dangerous. I don't deny that. However, since you've chosen martial arts, of course you have to learn how to fight. If you study step by step, you can graduate smoothly, but what about after graduation? Among the martial arts grandmasters today, how many of them reached the pinnacle of their lives after graduating smoothly? Many grandmasters become grandmasters because they dare to challenge others but do not dare to. They are capable but do not. Fang Ping, I know a little about your situation. Do you have a large family to support your cultivation? Do you have a rank 6 or even rank 7 grandfather or grandmother? You don't even have a martial artist in your family. Are you counting on your family to help you go further? Fu Chongbing's grandfather is a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Even if he didn't enter MCMAU, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the middle ranks with his family's financial resources. Zhao Lei's father is also a rank 5 martial artist. He runs his own business. Most of the others are like that. What do you have? It's better to rely on yourself than others. If you don't dare to fight, how far do you think you can go? Since you know Wang Jinyang, you should know that it was much more difficult for him to get to where he is now. What's the benefit of offending a large number of rank 1 martial artists in Magic City? Is it necessary to go to the north and challenge peak rank 3 martial artists one by one? Because he has no choice. If he doesn't fight, he won't be able to get to where he is now. If what Unconquerable Wu said before was a little unreliable and reckless, then what she said now hit the nail on the head. Yes, Fang Ping was different from others. He did not have a powerful father to support his cultivation. He could only rely on himself. If he did not fight, how could he compete with others? The other instructors could guide him in his cultivation and give him a certain amount of help when appropriate, but Fang Ping was not their son. Who would support him without hesitation to continue on his path? Fang Ping exhaled softly. He looked at Unconquerable Wu and said, "Instructor, if I study under you, is there any difference between learning from other instructors?" Unconquerable Wu smiled faintly. There's not much difference. There are just more missions, more places to go, and more knowledge. Of course, at the same time, it's more dangerous. There are some places that Lionhead and the others can't go, but I can. Lionhead and the others have more students, and I have fewer. In comparison, I can spend more time on you. That's all. As for the rest, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Do you really think that I'll give you pills without reservations? I was just saying. Fong Ping was speechless. The other students wanted to laugh but dared not. They felt that this instructor was not very reliable. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He did not believe that there was a free lunch in the sky. MCMAU's instructor was not a master in the past. They only had 4 years to interact. After 4 years, it was up to the students whether or not they would recognize this instructor. Under these circumstances, even if the instructor was biased toward the students, it would be limited. They would not go bankrupt just to cultivate the students, who did not have their own children and families, no more indecisiveness. Just based on what the instructor said about getting dividends in the pill company and going to places that others can't, coupled with unconquerable Wu's analysis of the other students and himself, Fong Ping decided to take a gamble. Suppressing the slight unhappiness from being tricked, Fong Ping stepped forward and said respectfully, "Instructor, I'll be learning from you from now on." Unconquerable Wu smiled. Tang Feng did not try to persuade him. He only looked at Unconquerable Wu and said, "You have to be responsible for your students. In the past few years, you've taught 12 students. More than half of them died before they even graduated." Fong Ping's expression changed. The other students who were about to walk over suddenly stopped in their tracks. Fong Ping was about to curse in his heart. Why didn't Big Lion say so earlier? Unconquerable Wu's expression did not look good either. She said lightly, "You don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing." "I hope so." Their conversation ended there. On Unconquerable Wu's side, because of Tang Feng's words, there was only one person besides Fong Ping who came. Zhao Xuemei, the average-looking girl, was a female martial artist. She was not twice honed, but her pole standing and combat techniques were not weak. Fong Ping did not expect that after Tang Feng's words, someone would still choose Unconquerable Wu, and a woman at that. The woman herself was a little surprised. She had no intention of blaming Tang Feng. He had said it, and it was the truth. However, after Tang Feng said it, someone still came. This was a little strange. This girl had guts. The assignment of instructors gradually came to an end. After the assignment of instructors, the students were divided into classes. The classes were mainly for cultural studies and theory classes. The instructors that everyone chose were mainly to guide them in their daily cultivation, not theory. The 400 students were divided into 8 classes. This was because everyone's progress was different. Some people had not even cultivated the methods of honing and pole standing, while some were already martial artists. Naturally, they would not be assigned to the same class. Although Fong Ping was not a martial artist, his progress was not slow. In the end, he was assigned to Class 1. The first 3 classes were mainly for martial artists and aspiring martial artists who already had a certain level of foundation. The last 5 classes were mainly for normal students who did not know anything at all. After the assignment of classes and instructors, the day's mission was completed. Before Unconquerable Wu left, she threw an access card to Fong Ping and Zhao Xuemei. In the beginning, you will mainly attend theory classes and cultural studies. As full-time instructors, we will rarely give you individual guidance, unless it's a major class. However, the 2 of you are a martial artist and a thrice-honed, so you should have a certain understanding of those things. If you have any questions in your spare time, you can look for me at the instructor's dormitory. Especially Fong Ping, if you need to apply for a breakthrough, you can look for me. When the next semester comes and you've passed the adaptation stage, we'll have a lot more time to interact. As she spoke, Unconquerable Wu thought for a moment and threw a bottle of pills at each of them. Normal vitality pills, used to replenish vitality. You'll have to fight for the good ones. These normal pills are only for saving time in recovering vitality. Use them as you see fit. After saying that, the woman left without saying anything else. Fong Ping and Zhao Xuemei were at a loss. They were not the only ones. The other students felt the same way. They had gone through the instructor selection with a bang, but the instructors were so irresponsible. Most of them left after saying a few words. Some of the instructors were slightly better. They brought some students to meet their seniors, but most of the instructors had no intention of doing so. Fang Ping picked up the pill bottle in his hand and looked at it. Unconquerable Wu was not stingy. She gave him a bottle of normal vitality pills, and each bottle contained 10 pills. If he bought it outside, it would be worth millions. Even in school, it would cost 30 credits to exchange for one bottle. From this point alone, it seemed like she was telling the truth when she said she got a bonus from the pill company. Zhao Xuemei was shocked. She did not expect the instructor to give her a bottle of vitality pills right off the bat. The two of them looked at each other. Fang Ping laughed dryly. "Hello, I'm Fang Ping, I know." Zhao Xuemei's tone was not pleasant. She huffed. "You kicked me just now." "I haven't forgotten." After saying that, she introduced herself. Zhao Xuemei. The two of them were speechless after saying their names. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and Fang Ping had just beaten her up. At that moment, Fu Changding and the others walked over. Yang Xiaoman pulled Zhao Xuemei back and gave Fang Ping a dissatisfied look. She huffed softly. "You actually chose the same instructor as him. Xuemei, you should have chosen instructor Tang Feng like me." Zhao Xuemei smiled. "It's nothing. When choosing an instructor, of course I have to choose one that suits me. I think Instructor Wu is quite suitable for me." Yang Xiaoman laughed. "Her surname is Liu." "What Instructor Wu? Do you really think her name is Unconquerable Wu?" Obviously, Yang Xiaoman knew something. She was not the only one. Fu Changding knew something about it too. Seeing that the girls did not like him and Fang Ping, he did not pester them. He pulled Fang Ping along as they walked. The instructor's choice is usually up to themselves. "I didn't try to persuade you just now." "Instructor Liu, oh, I mean your instructor. Her full name is Lu Fengru. Instructor Lu's strength is actually not bad. You could say she's no weaker than Instructor Tang Feng. Before I came, I heard from my elders that if we meet Instructor Liu, try not to choose her. Actually, Instructor Liu isn't one of the new student instructors this time. I thought she was attending the opening ceremony when she was at the podium. That's why I didn't mention her when I introduced her to you. Instead, I introduced another rank 6 instructor. Who knew that she'd been replaced when I arrived? I'm not too sure about the details, but it's just like what Instructor Tang Feng said. In the past few years, Instructor Lu's students have had a higher casualty rate." Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, "She doesn't have the habit of deliberately harming students, right?" Fu Changding laughed. "That's impossible. She might have a weird personality, but almost all martial arts university instructors won't harm students. If that's the case, neither the dean nor the vice-chancellor would let her continue teaching. Then there's no problem." Fang Ping knew that Lu Fengru did not deliberately harm students. Although he was a little worried about the high casualty rate, he did not think too much about it. He had chosen his own path, and there were indeed high returns. At least, the 10 normal vitality pills in his hands were proof. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "Oh, right. You mentioned that we should go to the logistics department to collect our credits. Are you going to the logistics department or the hospital now?" "Why are we going to the hospital?" Fu Changding looked suspicious. Fang Ping glanced at him and said calmly, "My face is a little swollen. I almost didn't recognize you just now. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Half an hour later. The university's logistics department. The logistics department occupied a 3-story building. Most of MCMAU's buildings were in the form of service halls, and the logistics department was no exception. The first floor was divided into 3 areas. The left corner had 5 windows, which were the new students' services. There were a total of 20 windows on the right, and 15 windows on the left. These 35 windows were all for the senior students, including credit inquiry and redemption. Right in front of them was a row of 10 windows, which were responsible for resource exchange. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, there were both new and old students in the hall. Some of the old students were even carrying weapons, and their auras were intimidating. It looked like they had just returned from a mission. The old students were very quiet, looking straight ahead as they lined up quietly. The new students, on the other hand, could not help but look around curiously. Obviously, many people did not expect MCMAU's arrangement to be so different from other universities. It was also Fu Chongding's first time here. He looked around curiously, which attracted a lot of attention. This guy was really too eye-catching. His face was getting more and more swollen. It was hard to associate him with the handsome, sunny guy from before. Many of the new students had not arrived yet, and there were not many people in front of Fang Ping and the others in the queue. Soon, it was Fang Ping and the others' turn. Fu Chongding hurried forward, craning his neck to ask, "Help me check my credits." The staff was not surprised at all. Pigs were not rare either. He said calmly, "Name, student number, and dormitory number. When your martial arts licenses are issued, you can just swipe them. I need to check now." Fu Chongding, New Students Area 1, Room 15. Student number is, wait a moment. After a while, the staff looked up and said, "Basic credits are 50 points. Instructor Tang Feng just said that Dean Huangjing awarded you 45 credits, 95 points in total." "Only 45 points? Fu Chongding said gloomily, "So little? I remember that I killed a large number of martial artists. Why are there so few?" The staff ignored him and said calmly, "Instructor Tang Feng arranged it. You can appeal." Fu Chongding was embarrassed. He did not dare to appeal. He had just chosen Instructor Luo Yichuan, and Tang Feng might be unhappy. Fang Ping ignored him and went forward. Fang Ping, New Students Area 1, Room 86. Student number is, basic credits 50 points. Awarded credits 152 points. The staff member was slightly surprised. He lifted his head to look at Fang Ping and said, "A total of 202 credits. It's been quite a few years. It's very rare for a new student to have so many credits when he just arrived." Fang Ping asked, "Other than exchanging credits for pills, are there any other uses?" "Of course, there are many uses for academic credits." The staff member explained, "This includes the use of some training grounds and auxiliary equipment. Under normal circumstances, the school has public areas that you can use for free. However, to use it alone or to use some high-end auxiliary equipment, he would have to spend his own credits. In addition, the credits could be used for food that could replenish one's vitality. They could also be used to change dormitories. For example, if one felt that their current dormitory was not good enough, they could change to a better place. In short, in MCMAU, there was no problem that one could not solve after learning decomposition. Of course, I advise you new students to use your credits wisely when you have less credits." Exchanging for more pills for cultivation was more important than enjoying life. In addition, credits could be exchanged for cash. One credit was worth 10,000 yuan. Cash can also be exchanged for credits. 30,000 for one credit. Fu Chongding gritted his teeth when he heard that. He said, "This is too much. It's only 10,000 in cash, but it's 30,000 in cash. You don't have to exchange. The school doesn't encourage students to exchange money for credits. It's just that some students don't exchange because they have problems even eating and cultivating. That's why they give rich kids like you a chance. Don't talk about me. I'm not even planning to exchange for credits." Fu Chongding did not think that he needed to exchange for credits when he could not even gather enough credits for eating and cultivating. With his current 95 credits, if he spent money, it would be 285 million. It was not like money was worthless. As for Fang Ping, he had just earned 152 credits. If others were to exchange them, they would need 456 million. Adding the 50 basic credits, it would be 606 million in value. It had to be said that Fang Ping had earned a lot in this short amount of time. Of course, if he really wanted to exchange them for money, it would only be 202 million. Fang Ping was not stupid. He would definitely not exchange them for money. After some thought, Fang Ping asked, "So, the credits can only be stored with you?" "Of course not. When the martial arts license is issued, you can use it as a campus ID card. The martial arts license is a combination of a student ID card, a campus ID card, and an ID card. It has many uses. Right now, you can only check your credits. If you want to exchange them for pills, you can't for now. Of course, the martial arts license will be issued very soon. The school is very efficient. Don't worry about that. Fang Ping nodded. It was indeed very fast. They had just completed the school assignment and their credits had already arrived. In terms of efficiency, MCMAU was commendable. The reason why the martial arts license had not been issued yet was because everyone's strength was different from the previous assessment results. Some students had broken through and become martial artists. These people's strength should be re-evaluated after these 2 days of assessment. Then can we go to the exchange office to take a look? The staff smiled. Of course. Also, for new students like you, the exchange catalog is not open to all. Only some of it is open. Thank you. Fang Ping and Fu Chongding did not linger. They hurried to the exchange office in front of them. Their credits could not be used for the time being. They could not exchange for anything, but it was good to take a look. New Students Resource Supply Catalog, Normal Vitality Pill, 3 credits / Pill Rank 1 Vitality Pill, 10 credits / Pill Rank 2 Vitality Pill, 20 credits / Pill, Rank 1 Bone Honing Pill, 15 credits / Pill Rank 2 Bone Honing Pill, 30 credits / Pill, Rank 1 Viscerous Shielding Pill, 20 credits / Pill Rank 2 Viscerous Shielding Pill, 60 credits / Pill, Weapon, E-Class Alloy Weapon, 10 credits / kg D-Class Alloy Weapon, 20 credits / kg. The exchange catalog was clear at a glance. Fang Ping and Fu Chongding were even given an exchange catalog each. The person in charge of supplying resources was not an ordinary staff, but a martial artist. Seeing that Fang Ping and Fu Chongding were engrossed in the catalog, he chuckled. There aren't many things in the exchange catalog for new students, but it's enough for you guys below rank 3. A rank 1 vitality pill, a bone honing pill, and a viscera shielding pill are definitely enough for an aspiring martial artist to break through to a martial artist. It's also safe enough. These 3 items only cost 45 credits. That's why the school gives you 50 basic credits. Some people might say, what about my usual cultivation? That can't be helped. You have to rely on yourself. Otherwise, you can choose not to exchange for the viscera shielding pill. Some people can break through with the rank 1 vitality pill without the viscera shielding pill or the bone honing pill. When you guys break through to rank 1, the school will reward you too. 50 credits will be enough for you to use for a while, Fu Chongding said hurriedly. What about us students who enter the school as martial artists? Nothing. The instructor in charge of the exchange said disapprovingly, breaking through to become a martial artist is your own choice. You'll also have an advantage in the early stages of the competition. Once you become a martial artist, you can choose a good school and a good instructor. This is your own investment. The school won't help you make up for this. Fu Chongding and the others became martial artists because their families spent resources. It might seem like a loss, but in reality, if they did not become martial artists and did not perform well, they would not have been given a rank 6 instructor. That's why the school won't compensate them for this. You have to give something in return. If you get something in return, but you don't want to give something in return, there's no such thing. Fu Chongding was a little disappointed. 50 credits was not a small amount. He had only gotten 45 credits after being beaten into a pulp. Fang Ping did not care about this. He was not a martial artist yet. After looking at the exchange catalog for a while, Fang Ping asked, Instructor, what does this weapon exchange level mean? Most cold weapons nowadays are forged with alloys. Alloys are divided into hardness and softness, as well as flexibility. You should all know this. That's why they're divided into 5 levels according to their overall strength, ABCDE. In reality, there's also FG and the like, but that's no different from normal steel. Martial artists' weapons can only be used up to 5 levels. Also, weapons come in different sizes, so you can't exchange for one weapon. E-grade alloy weapons are already extremely tough. I wouldn't dare to say that they can cut through iron like mud, but if they were to collide with household knives, the household knives would definitely be damaged. There's no need for you to exchange for these now. The forging of a weapon requires at least 5 kilograms of alloy. Even the cheapest E-grade alloy requires 50 credits. The most important thing now is to become martial artists, learn combat techniques, and master basic theoretical knowledge. When you're in your sophomore year, you can accept missions. It won't be too late to exchange then. I can only accept missions in my sophomore year? Not really. It depends on your strength. I'm talking about the general situation. After all, not everyone can break through to become a martial artist so quickly. The freshman year is for everyone to break through. Then what are the requirements to accept missions? Martial artists are fine, but once you accept missions, you'll be responsible for your own life and death. Don't treat missions like a joke. You'll die for nothing. Under normal circumstances, it's best to wait for the school to organize a few trial missions. After you've gained some experience, then you can accept missions. The instructor answered everything he knew. The school's purpose was to answer questions. Unless it was information that had nothing to do with them, he would answer whatever Fong Ping asked. After leaving the logistics department, Fong Ping shook his head. 200 credits may seem like a lot, but it's only enough for a few rank 2 pills. They're too expensive. Fu Chongding said impatiently, don't be greedy. Because MCMAU participates in the production of pills, the price of pills is shockingly cheap. A rank 2 viscera shielding pill costs 2 million in the market, but it only costs 60 credits here, which is 600,000. Of course, if you buy it with money, it'll cost 1.8 million, which is about the same price as if we buy it ourselves. The school is also trying to stop students from spending money to buy pills for sale. Rank 2 viscera shielding pills were sold for 2 million, but that was only for normal people. Under normal circumstances, 1.8 million was definitely enough if one had the means to buy it. In MCMAU, 60 credits did not seem like much, but if one were to spend money to exchange for credits, it would cost 1.8 million. In this way, MCMAU did not impose any restrictions, but in reality, this was the biggest restriction. Students did not have the qualifications to be second-hand dealers. Fong Ping sighed. He had really earned a lot this time. 202 credits and 10 normal vitality pills were converted to 232 credits. Before he received the credits, Fong Ping's wealth did not increase. However, after the inspection just now, the credits belonged to Fong Ping. His wealth had skyrocketed all of a sudden. 10 minutes ago, Fong Ping's data was as follows: wealth, 1900000, vitality, 209 cal, mentality, 210 Hz. To maintain peak condition, Fong Ping had been using his wealth to keep his vitality and mentality at peak condition. From the 2.1 million wealth he had the night before, he had spent 200,000 wealth in the previous round, but it was definitely worth it. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth had increased by a large margin. Wealth, 6640000, vitality, 209 cal, mentality, 210 Hz. His wealth had increased by 4.74 million in an instant. One credit was equivalent to 20,000 wealth. Of course, if he calculated it this way, he still had an extra 100,000 wealth. On the other hand, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. He realized that the extra 100,000 wealth points probably came from the 10 normal vitality pills. Before this, Fong Ping had calculated that a normal vitality pill could bring him 70,000 wealth points. Now in MCMAU, a normal vitality pill was 3 credits. If one credit was 20,000 wealth, there was a difference in the middle. In other words, if Fong Ping exchanged his 202 credits for 67 normal vitality pills, it was very likely that he would have an extra 670,000 wealth. Should I give it a try? Fong Ping was slightly tempted. If he exchanged 67 normal vitality pills now, he could increase his wealth by another 670,000. If he sold these 67 pills, it was very likely that he would make a huge profit, increasing his wealth and cash again. To others, this kind of transaction was not worth it. If they sold it, they would have to spend twice the amount of money to exchange for credits. It would not be profitable. Even if they made a profit, it would be a small amount. It was meaningless. However, Fong Ping was different. If he sold it, he might not make a profit in terms of money compared to credits, but he would earn a lot of wealth in the middle. The key is, if I sell so many pills, will the university target me? If it's through channels, it'll be fine if it's just a small amount. But if I sell so many pills, it won't be a small business. I might have to give them a discount before I can sell them. If that's the case, I won't make a lot of money. The main thing is my wealth. Fang Ping calculated for a while and decided to wait and see. He did not have too many credits at the moment. He did not have channels to buy some pills, such as rank 2 pills. He might need them in the future, so he would keep the credits for now. The main thing was that he had enough wealth for now. It replenished the wealth that Fang Ping had spent these few days. More than 6 million wealth was enough for him to use for a while. I'm off tomorrow. Just nice. I'll go look for the instructor and break through rank 1. Fang Ping was already feeling a little impatient. No matter how powerful a thrice-honed was, it was still a thrice-honed. If he did not use his cheat, Fang Ping might not be a match for Zhao Lei and Fu Chongding when he fought them. At least, when it came to a head-on fight, his bone strength was not as strong as the other parties. The next day, the freshmen rested. The new students were resting. The entire Magic City Martial Arts University seemed to have quietened down. In the morning, Fang Ping finished his daily training. After breakfast, he prepared to head to the teacher's dormitory area. As soon as he left the cafeteria, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Fengqing, who was standing outside the canteen, had a playful look on his face. He crossed his arms and smiled. Junior, we're quite fated. Senior Qin. When I saw Junior brother, I only knew that your vitality wasn't weak and that you've successfully honed your bones twice. I didn't expect you to be thrice honed. I was blind. Senior Qin, you must be joking. I only achieved thrice honing a few days ago. So that's how it is. I thought my eyesight was really that bad. Qin Fengqing seemed to have been relieved of a burden, and a wide smile appeared on his face. Listen, it's not that I saw wrongly, he just broke through. After the small talk, Qin Fengqing returned to the topic at hand. Do you know the martial arts club? Fang Ping nodded. I know, but I don't know much about the specifics. Let's talk while we walk. I didn't have the chance to bring Junior brother around last time, but I can this time. Fang Ping did not reject Qin Fengqing's invitation. He had only met Qin Fengqing once. This person was obviously waiting for him today. Since he mentioned the Martial Arts Society, it must be related to the Martial Arts Society. Fang Ping guessed that the Martial Arts Society was recruiting. Student dormitory, faculty dormitory, family building, these residential buildings were built around a man-made lake. Although it was a man-made lake, the lake was not small. It was more than 100 acres in size. MCMAU's instructors and students liked to call this lake Safe Haven. In fact, this man-made lake originally had another name, but not many people knew about it now. Qin Fengqing did not know either. He introduced the place to Fang Ping and smiled. Do you know why it's called Safe Haven? Fang Ping shook his head slightly. Because sometimes, only here can we enjoy some peace. Out of the residential area, to the other parts of the school, you have to fight, snatch, and fight, not only in school, but outside as well. Violence was prohibited in the residential area. Outsiders were prohibited from entering, and outsiders did not dare to enter. That's why this is the last safe haven for MCMAU people. Fang Ping turned his gaze to the clear surface of the lake. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight refracted the surface of the lake, causing it to ripple slightly. Looking at it made him feel much more relaxed. Fang Ping did not reply. Instead, he said directly, Senior Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have to go to the instructor's place later. Impatient. Qin Fengqing smiled and stopped talking. He went straight to the point. You know Wang Jinyang? Yes. Fang Ping frowned slightly. After some thought, he added, my martial arts foundation was built by Brother Wang, so you can say that. I know almost nothing about martial arts cultivation. It's all Brother Wang's guidance. Does Senior Qin have a grudge against Brother Wang? It's not a grudge. Qin Fengqing chuckled. At the beginning of the year, Wang Jinyang came to Magic City. At that time, we were both peak rank 1. After we fought, I was no match for Wang Jinyang. I only had a few broken ribs. Of course, I broke through to rank 2 very quickly after the incident. I even became courageous after feeling ashamed. In less than half a year, I entered rank 3. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Firstly, he did not expect old Wang to beat Qin Fengqing up. As expected, old Wang's opponents were all over Magic City. Secondly, Qin Fengqing had broken through 2 ranks in half a year. This speed was not slow at all. According to Qin Fengqing, he was only peak rank 1 in the first semester of his sophomore year. By the end of the second semester, he had entered rank 3. He was only in his junior year now. Qin Fengqing continued, although there's no grudge, it doesn't mean I'll let it go. Qin Fengqing raised his eyebrows. He turned his head to look at Fang Ping and said playfully, I was going to challenge him at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. I didn't expect Wang Jinyang to break through to rank 4. How disappointing. It's okay. I don't care about these things. Since Wang Jinyang is going to break through to rank 4, I'll bear with it for a while longer. You, on the other hand, are thrice honed. You might be able to reach rank 3 soon. Junior, do you think I should find someone to sacrifice before challenging Wang Jinyang? Sacrifice? Fang Ping narrowed his eyes and said, Senior Qin is no match for Brother Wang. Are you going to take revenge on me? If you say so. Of course, I won't bully others. If you're not rank 3, I won't trouble you. If you're rank 3 and I haven't broken through to rank 4, Junior Fang Ping, you'll have to fight me on the battle stage. Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed and said, Actually, I'm quite broad-minded. I'm still waiting for you to reach rank 3. Fang Ping, do you know how many people Wang Jinyang offended when he first came to Magic City? Counting, at least 100. So what? So what? Qin Fengqing sneered. You really don't know anything. Do you think it's just a simple spar? Qin Fengqing humphed. Wang Jinyang is a freshman from another martial arts university. He came to Magic City to challenge students from other universities. Do you think everyone is so easy to talk to that he can challenge anyone he wants? Now, if a random person wants to challenge you, would you accept? Wang Jinyang didn't come to MCMAU first when he came to Magic City. Instead, he went to Donghua Martial Arts University. He's an outsider. He wanted to challenge a rank 1 martial artist to make a name for himself. Who would give him this chance? Guess, how did he succeed in the end? I don't know. Fang Ping shook his head. He did not think about it in detail before. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Wang Jinyang was an outsider. With the pride of MCMAU students, it was difficult for anyone to accept his challenge. If that was the case, then how did Wang Jinyang make a name for himself in rank 1? That guy is a ruthless person. He wrote a life and death agreement at Donghua Martial Arts University school gate. A very big one. It's an exaggeration to say that Donghua Martial Arts University's big name is unbeatable. He guarded Donghua Martial Arts University's school gate for 3 days and signed the life and death agreement, stating that if he fought someone of the same level, life and death would not matter. In the end, someone could not help but make a move. Wang Jinyang was extremely ruthless. The first martial artist to make a move had his limbs broken. He would not be able to get out of bed for half a year. This time, it's like poking a hornet's nest. Fang Ping understood now. He was ruthless, forcing Donghua Martial Arts University to fight. Everyone had the thought of being united against a common enemy. Now, if an outsider blocked MCMAU's school gate and broke the limbs of Fang Ping's classmate, could Fang Ping sit still when they were all rank 1? Maybe he could, but it did not mean that others could, especially when Wang Jinyang signed the life and death agreement. Although this thing did not have any legal effect in the conventional sense, martial artists had their own circle. Since he had written it, it had an effect. If he was really beaten to death by Donghua Martial Arts University, no one could say anything. Nanjiang Martial Arts University would not have an excuse to find fault. And then? And then? And then it got out of hand. Every time he went to a school, he was ruthless, showing no mercy. In the end, all the major martial arts schools were angered. East Sino Nation Normal University even sent out rank 2 martial artists. Wang Jinyang agreed to it himself. He did not hold back at East Sino Nation Normal University and chopped off a martial artist's left hand. This was a life-and-death feud. The other party wanted a rank 2 student to fight. If he did not accept it, then this feud would not end, and East Sino Nation Normal University would not let it go. If he accepted it, then the school would not interfere. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept it. In the end, he actually won. I have to say, it's very impressive. Qin Fengqing exclaimed in admiration. He continued, then there was MCMAU. On MCMAU's side, peak rank 1 martial artists were very strong. Although Wang Jinyang was also strong, it was almost impossible for him to hold back. Moreover, MCMAU was also the last face of all the martial arts universities in Magic City. In the end, a rank 1 martial artist was defeated by him. At that time, there were many who were injured. Not everyone was as strong as me. Some were seriously injured. In the end, MCMAU did the same as East Sino Nation Normal University and sent rank 2 martial artists to fight. Wang Jinyang also agreed. This was the condition for him to return to Nanjiang safely. When MCMAU's rank 2 martial artists fought, no matter the result, even if they died, they would send him back. That time, Wang Jinyang was seriously injured. He was almost pierced by a sword. In the end, he returned to Nanjiang with his injuries. Qin Fengqing recounted for a while before saying softly, "Do you know what I mean by all this?" Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "You're saying that when Brother Wang fought with these students, it was not just a simple spar. Some of them were even seriously injured, which delayed their golden cultivation time. Their hatred was greater than imagined?" "That's right. Some of them were injured and had to drop out of school." "Do you think that their friends, seniors were indifferent?" Fang Ping frowned. "Isn't Brother Wang too ruthless?" This was also what he did not understand. Was it just for the resources to break through rank 2? Although resources were hard to come by, Fang Ping felt that it was too much to be so ruthless just for resources. Qin Fengqing said lightly, "It's true that he was ruthless, but it wasn't without reason. Martial arts. Universities like MCMAU monopolize too many resources. You should have seen it yourself. Our requirement for credits to exchange for pills is not high. However, if you think that all martial arts universities are like this, then you're wrong. Some martial arts universities only provide a platform for you. The resources are all up to you. All these years, these normal martial arts universities, as long as there are genius students, first have to challenge famous universities like MCMAU and Capital City Martial Arts University. In order to maintain their dignity, in order to ensure a transcendent status, famous universities are ruthless. Do you think this is child's play? There are too many things involved. Every year, the students who come to challenge are mostly rank 3 geniuses. In the end, many of them died in famous universities. Wang Jinyang came to challenge as a rank 1, which is probably the lowest rank in recent years. Maybe it's not just his own will. Nanjiang Martial Arts University and other normal martial arts universities also have their own will. He's not ruthless or evil. Do you think a normal student like him could make it this far? Martial arts universities are not as simple as you think. Although I don't know the details, Wang Jinyang might have some agreement with Nanjiang Martial Arts University or other martial arts universities before he came. In short, starting this year, although MCMAU and some famous universities' resources have not been reduced, normal martial arts universities' resources have increased. This might be caused by what happened before. Wang Jinyang may not be the mastermind, but it is a fact that he is a thorn in the side of famous universities. Naturally, the instructors will not argue with him. However, many students hate him to the core. Rumor has it that famous universities may reduce their resources in the future because famous universities waste too much resources and cultivate unsatisfactory students. I'm saying all this to tell you that you're in big trouble. It's bigger than you think. Qin Fengqing said with a smile, "I heard that you were accepted by Instructor Liu yesterday. It's a coincidence, but it's also inevitable." Haven't you noticed that the other instructors are not as enthusiastic as you think? Although Qin Fengqing was not there, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. He said with a smile, "You're the only thrice-honed potential martial artist in this batch. Moreover, your combat skills and pole standing are not weak. You come from a normal background and don't have many connections. Actually, instructors love students like this the most. Take Fu Chongding for example. He has a rank 6 grandfather. Actually, instructors don't like to cultivate students like this. Based on past practice, you'll definitely be fought over by the instructors. But did they do that yesterday? Fang Ping thought for a while and shook his head. No one said that yesterday. That's right. Because it's not worth it. Qin Fengqing continued smiling. Instructor Lu likes to fool around, but she's a peak rank 6 powerhouse after all. No matter how much she fooled around, she wouldn't mess around with us students. Yesterday, she threatened and tempted us. Do you think it was purely to accept you? Fang Ping's brow furrowed. Qin Fengqing sighed. Someone must have hinted for you to not cause any trouble. That's why they asked Instructor Lu to accept you. After all, you're a genius. It's hard for other instructors to accept you, but Instructor Lu doesn't have this concern. Also, the mortality rate of students taught by Instructor Lu is higher. This can also appease some people's anger. This is probably the result of MCMAU's higher-ups' compromise. Fang Ping's expression was calm, but his heart was not. After a long while, Fang Ping asked, "Why are you telling me this, Senior Qin? I just don't want you to be as naive as a quail. I haven't met you many times, but I've noticed that you have a big problem. You muddle through. You don't understand the cruelty of martial artists at all. Your mentality is wrong too. You say you want to fight, but in reality, you have the attitude of a bystander. A person like you will probably die very quickly at Instructor Lu's side. Do you think university is heaven? Do you think it's a paradise, or do you think that the mentors are the teachers of a normal university and the seniors are the seniors of a normal school? Kid, wake up. Some things are more complicated and dangerous than you think. Do you know why this lake is called Safe Haven? In the entire university, this was the only place that could be considered a pure land. The other places were definitely not a pure land. If you're mediocre and incompetent, that's fine. But you're thrice honed and you're involved with the student's enemy, Wang Jinyang. Do you think you can survive these 4 years without a hitch? Fang Ping could not help but think of yesterday's incident. Yesterday, after he chose Lu Fengru, Tang Feng only reminded him mildly that the mortality rate is higher. He thought it was meant for him, but now it seemed like it was meant for the other students. Fang Ping choosing Lu Fengru was not a big deal, but it was best not to choose the other students. Otherwise, with Tang Feng's peak rank 6 realm, why would he only remember this after Fang Ping made his choice? Also, Lu Fengru had gone straight to him from the start. Fang Ping thought she wanted to recruit a genius, but later, Lu Fengru's behavior was no different from a normal instructor. She did not look at Fang Ping in a different light just because he was thrice honed. Thinking about Qin Fengqing's words, it seemed like she did not care anymore after completing the mission. At first, he thought everything was a coincidence. This was also the choice he had made. However, when he thought about it again, it seemed like this was the result from the beginning. Tang Feng expressed that he did not think highly of him. The other rank 6 instructors did not show much enthusiasm either. Only Lu Fengru, although not very reliable, was enthusiastic. Thinking of this, Fang Ping felt a little depressed. He said slightly irritably, "I'm not even a martial artist, and Brother Wang is only rank 3. Is it necessary for this group of rank 6 and 7 powerhouses to do this? This is not your problem. This is a battle between a famous school and a normal martial arts university. It's also a fight for resources. The powerhouses may not want to involve you, or rather, they don't care about you. However, Wang Jinyang is involved, and you're involved with him. Coincidentally, you came to MCMAU and performed very well. There are many factors that caused this situation. It's not that anyone is scheming against you. The way I see it, the school is protecting you. At the very least, they don't want you to be involved. Otherwise, there's no need for Instructor Lu to accept you. You're saying that me choosing Instructor Lu is a form of protection? Yes, because Instructor Lu is strong enough and has a powerful background. Under normal circumstances, no one would want to make life difficult for her over such a small matter. What if I didn't choose Instructor Lu? I don't know. The best outcome would be an accidental injury and having to drop out of school. This is not uncommon. You want to be a fierce tiger, but you have the heart of a quail. You're too naive. Think about it carefully. I've said so much to repay Wang Jinyang's favor. Fang Ping was surprised again. Favor? Qin Fengqing said lightly, only a few of my ribs were broken, and my vitals were not hurt. This is a favor. Honestly, compared to Wang Jinyang, you're much worse. Fang Ping was a little irritated and indignant. Was he really that bad, or perhaps, the influence of his past life had not only given him more life experience, but it had also brought about some negative effects, such as getting used to an easy life. A normal person from a peaceful world would think more about peace when they came to a world that was very similar to theirs. They would not be like some people who thought of bloody fights. Qin Fengqing ignored him. He yawned and said, I've said enough nonsense. Alright, let's leave it at that. Also, the Martial Arts Society wants to recruit new members. What I mean is, don't go if you can. It's meaningless. If you're too weak, you'll just be a helper in the Martial Arts Society. I'm leaving. After saying that, Qin Fengqing left immediately. What happened just now was different from what Fang Ping had expected. He thought Qin Fengqing was there to recruit him, but Qin Fengqing said that he was beaten up by Wang Jinyang. He thought Qin Fengqing was there for revenge, but Qin Fengqing reminded him that martial arts universities were not as perfect as he thought. Finally, he reminded him that there was no need to go to the Martial Arts Society because he was too weak. It would be useless even if he went. This was completely different from what Fang Ping had imagined, and it made him realize a problem. He should not treat martial arts university students as normal university students anymore. They had experienced more than he could imagine. He still remembered the first time he met Qin Fengqing. He had come back from a mission with a saber that had a faint smell of blood. Was it really appropriate to treat someone like this as a normal third-year student? Martial arts universities were not schools. Or rather, they were not normal liberal arts universities. If he maintained his previous attitude, problems might arise. This time, Fang Ping was truly aware of this. MCMAU had many powerhouses. There were many rank SIXS and 7s, and they could be governors in the outside world. They also controlled the production of pills, weapons, and a large number of other businesses, amassing endless wealth. Could such a complex really be treated as a school? This was not a school, at least not in the strict sense of the word. This was a colossus. Faculty Dormitory Area 1. Although it was called a dormitory, this was a real high-end villa district. The individual villas had nothing to do with the word dormitory. Villa 8. When Fang Ping knocked on the door, Lu Fengru opened it herself. In other words, Lu Fengru was the only one in the entire villa. Lu Fengru was not too surprised to see Fang Ping. She said flatly, "You're here." "Yes, tutor, I'm here too, breaking through to become a martial artist, right?" Lu Fengru interrupted him, turned around, and said, "Come in." She ignored Fang Ping as she walked into the living room, leaned on the sofa, and continued watching television. Standing at the door, Fang Ping felt a little helpless. He wanted to find a pair of slippers to change into, but realized that there was not a single pair of slippers in the entire shoe cabinet. What was Lu Fengru doing? Were they not going to entertain their guests? "Come in, you don't need to change your shoes." Lu Fengru seemed to know what he was looking at and shouted. Fang Ping had no choice but to enter the house. "His vitality has stopped growing? I've reached the limit of thrice honing. It's stuck at 209 calories, it's more or less what I expected. It's not easy to hone your vitality to 209 calories at the aspiring martial artist stage. There must be other opportunities." Of course, it did not matter. No matter how strong an aspiring martial artist was, he was still an aspiring martial artist. Any peak rank 1 martial artist was not someone you could afford to provoke. I'm referring to martial artists from martial arts universities, not casual martial artists. Don't treat them as martial artists, they're just a bunch of trash with only vitality. Lu Fengru looked down on casual martial artists. When she saw Fang Ping standing, she said casually, "Sit." Fang Ping looked around and sat down on the sofa next to her. Choosing to break through and become a martial artist is the right choice. Lu Fengru said lightly, "Let's put it this way. In the stage of aspiring martial artists, 1 bone honing is equivalent to 1 point of honing. You've honed your bones thrice, which is equivalent to 3 points of honing. This refers to the entire body. You know how difficult it is to refine the entire body by 30%. It was practically impossible for him to continue tempering it to 40%. Even if they could, it would take up a lot of time. It's different after entering rank 1. You can choose a limb and hone it to 90%. You've honed 3% now. After you enter rank 1, it'll be much easier than others. You only need to hone another 6%. Fang Ping saw that Lu Fengru was still easy to talk to. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Isn't it a complete honing?" "What a joke." Lu Fengru said impatiently, "How can the human skeleton be so simple? Can you refine your bone marrow now?" Martial artists of the 3 lower ranks only honed the outer layer of their bones. 9 points was the limit. Only after completing the tempering of all the bones would one be able to undergo a complete rebirth. The final step would not be a forced tempering, but a natural rebirth. Of course, this is a matter for grandmasters. Fang Ping felt that he had gained something. A powerhouse's casual words could allow one to gain a lot. For aspiring martial artists, 1 bone honing was equivalent to tempering all the bones in their body. 3 times meant 3 points. If martial artists of the 3 lower ranks chose to hone their limbs individually, they would only be able to hone their limbs up to 90% at most, and that would be considered complete honing. As for the final bone marrow tempering, he would have to wait until he reached the Grandmaster realm before he would naturally be reborn. You've honed your bones thrice. In the future, your cultivation in the 3 lower ranks will increase. In reality, not everyone can bear the burden of honing their bones thrice. Don't listen to those people who say that you can cultivate a thrice-honed martial artist if you're willing to spend resources. This has to do with personal conditions. Otherwise, if it's really that simple, everyone will choose to hone their bones thrice even if it takes a little time to save time in the later stages. Lu Fengru said with a smile, "That's why I said that you can actually be considered a genius. Don't you think that I'm not taking care of geniuses?" "No." Fang Ping shook his head. "Cultivation is your own business. Instructors are only teachers who guide cultivation. They're not parents. I don't think there's anything wrong with that." Hee, that's true, but also not true." Lu Fengru leaned on the sofa casually switching the TV channel. She said lazily, "Actually, most of the time, I don't think that being a genius is a good thing. Geniuses want more, are bolder, and act like they're second to the heavens and third to the earth. Most of these people end up dying even faster. It's better to be a little more ordinary. Even if they die of old age or illness, they can still live in peace. What about geniuses? Others are rank 1, but he's rank 3. Others are still enjoying life, but he's risking his life. Everyone is still young. They haven't enjoyed themselves, haven't indulged themselves. If they die just like that, sometimes I really feel that it's not worth it. As for me, I actually don't care about geniuses. However, I'm a peak rank 6 after all, so it's not right if I don't take in some geniuses. Do you know why my students die so quickly?" Fang Ping shook his head. Even if he knew, he would not say it. Because they're geniuses. I'm not lying to you about some things. With me, there are more pills, more missions, and faster progress. That's why my students break through faster too. That's why these people all think that they're unparalleled geniuses and that they can do anything. They take on missions that others don't dare to take on. They take on missions that others won't take on. In the end, they die. However, I can't deny one thing. Among my students, most of them are rank 3. In the past few years, other than you and Zhao Xueme, I've taken on 12 students. 11 of them are rank 3, and 1 is rank 4. Now, the rank 4 is dead. Another 3 rank 3 are dead, and 3 are seriously injured. I told them to quit school and go back to enjoy their lives, but they're not willing. They want to continue fighting, so I don't care about them anymore. Right now, there are a total of 5 people who are still in good shape, not counting the 2 of you. 5 of them are all rank 3. 4 of them are hanging around outside. I don't know if anyone will die next. There's still 1 girl in school. If you have any questions in the future, if I'm not around, you can ask her. She's more responsible than most instructors. I'll give you the number later. You can contact her yourself. Lu Fengre did not hide anything. She did not care to hide anything. She casually told her student's situation. Then she said, if you want to live longer, then do as you see fit. I'm not your mother. I can remind you, but I can't dissuade you. At most, when you die, I'll help you fight for more benefits and compensation so that your family doesn't have to worry. All of them think that they're geniuses and powerful. Just a few words of flattery and they forget everything. However, I can see that you also value your life. Yesterday at the school allocation, it was quite interesting that you could surrender and admit defeat in the end. Lu Fengre showed a rare smile. She laughed and said, a wise man submits to circumstances. This saying is very useful sometimes. Of course, I'm not asking you to be afraid of death. I'm asking you to see the situation clearly. When it's time to fight, just like before, fight for more credits. When it's not time to fight, is there any meaning in fighting to the death with others? Fang Ping nodded. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Instructor, I heard, say it. I heard that because of brother Wang Jinyang, Lu Fengre interrupted, who did you hear that from? Forget it. There's no need to care about these things. You're an aspiring martial artist. You're not even worth a fart. No one has any ideas about you. Don't be too narcissistic. This is a contest between a normal martial arts university and a famous school. It has nothing to do with you. However, Wang Jinyang is too deeply involved now. His instructor is in trouble, in a hopeless situation. He wants to break through as soon as possible. Without the support of any forces or family, he can only choose to be more flamboyant and fight for Nanjiang Province and Nanjiang Martial Arts University in exchange for everything he needs. Wang Jinyang may die quickly, but he may also improve quickly. This is the path he chose. It's hard for others to copy him. But you don't have to worry. Wang Jinyang is not a brainless person. He has the support of grandmasters, so his safety is guaranteed. If he can break through to grandmaster quickly, 2 grandmasters will be a force to be reckoned with no matter where they are. Grandmasters are involved. They're too far away from you. You don't have to worry about it now. Don't you want to break through to martial artist? Have you applied for the medicinal pills? I have. Fang Ping made a mental note of these things but did not continue. Just as Lu Fengre said, he was still too weak. He did not have the ability to participate even if he wanted to. The contest behind Old Wang was related to the competition between martial arts universities and the competition between grandmasters. It was not something he could participate in. The most important thing now was to break through to martial artist. It's good that you do. How about this, I'll go to your dormitory tomorrow. You can prepare yourself and choose to break through. Actually, you're thrice honed. The explosion of breaking through won't affect you too much. You should be safe. As your instructor, I hope that you can improve by leaps and bounds, but I don't want you to improve too quickly and get involved in all this too early. Remember the lessons of your seniors. Half of them died. In the past few years, I had deep feelings for all of you. But when I treat you like my own children, I know that I've crossed the line. I'm only your instructor. You choose your own path. I have deep feelings for you. If you die, I'll be sad. If you have deep feelings for me, you'll be sad too. It's unnecessary. Wang Jinyang is like this. Zhang Qingnan's life is uncertain. He might have died long ago, but Wang Jinyang still fantasizes about saving him. If not, he wouldn't have to do this, Lu Fengre sighed. It was not that she had no feelings, nor was she fooling around. She just did not want to place any more feelings on her students. It was too painful. Back then, she had taken in 3 students in her first batch. She had really raised them like her own children, but in the end, the 3 of them went to the catacombs without a word. 2 died, and 1 was crippled. Lu Fengre did not even have a place to cry. She could not even find a target for revenge. After that, more students died. One after another. She could not take it anymore. Taking in students now was just an errand for her. After talking to Fang Ping for a while, Lu Fengre chased him away. Alright, that's it. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was too straightforward in chasing him away. This was good, though. Lu Fengru was straightforward in her words and actions. It saved him a lot of trouble. When Fang Ping stood up to leave, Lu Fengru suddenly remembered something. She gave him a string of numbers and said, "This is your senior's number. You can contact her if you need anything, but don't disturb others. Of course, if there are martial artists of a higher rank than you looking for trouble, you can contact her. If an instructor gives you trouble, tell me directly. You can die on a mission or outside, but if you're in trouble in school, look for me." "Thank you, instructor." Lu Fengru waved her hand to chase him away. She did not care if he was grateful. After Fang Ping left, Lu Fengru thought for a while. She dialed a number and said, "You guys fight among yourselves. Don't involve the normal people, especially me. Don't provoke me. If you piss me off, I'll kill your whole family." The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. After a while, he said, "You're my wife. We divorced a long time ago." "Did I?" "Duh. Then why are you using my name to scare people?" "I'm happy to. Don't worry about me. When I break through to Grandmaster, you can go wherever you want." The person on the other end of the phone was speechless. After a long while, he said tiredly, "It won't happen. The bigger picture is more important. No one wants to involve anyone. Could it be that MCMAU is fighting for so many resources for me? My daughter died a long time ago. My wife is divorced too. I'm all alone. Who am I fighting for all this for? I'm trying to gather the resources. Don't talk to me about this. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Fengru cut him off and hung up. Outside the door, Fang Ping mumbled, "They're all talking about death. How do martial artists die? Cult? Mission? Or something else? Wang Jinyang's instructor might be dead. That little girl from last time, was she his instructor's daughter? Wang Jinyang's trip to Magic City and Northland might have other factors in it. It's complicated. Forget it. I'm too weak. What I should do now is to accumulate strength and wealth. With strength and wealth, I'll be qualified to participate. Whether it's helping old Wang or myself, everything is built on the foundation of strength. Without strength, safety might be safe, but is that what I want?" Lu Fengru, finally, he muttered his instructor's name. This instructor was not as crazy as he had imagined. She was a very calm and rational person. The high death rate of students was actually caused by the students improving too quickly. This was once again out of Fang Ping's expectations. Whatever. I'll break through rank 1 first and strive to enter rank 3 as soon as possible. After rank 3, I'll think about it. According to what everyone says, if you don't seek death, then it won't be easy to die. Those who die are those who seek death themselves. Isn't Qing Fengqing still alive and well? Old Wang has been courting death until now. Because he's strong enough, he's still alive and well. In conclusion, either you're strong enough or you're cautious enough. That way, your safety is guaranteed. After muttering for a while, he exhaled and strode outside. At the same time, Capital City. Wang Jinyang turned and left. Behind him, a peak rank 3 martial artist from Capital City Martial Arts University coughed up blood and said, "Wang Jinyang, challenge our president now if you have the guts. Aren't you the president of NMAU's Martial Arts Society? Don't you have the guts to fight once?" Wang Jinyang ignored him. When he got off the platform, someone whispered, "Do you want to give it a try?" Wang Jinyang glanced at him and sneered. "Are you the idiot or am I the idiot?" After saying that, Wang Jinyang left immediately. A rank 3 against a rank 4. Was he sending himself to his death? He did not owe these people anything. They were just cooperating. You have your business, I have mine. Did they think he would do something that would cost him his life? Or did they think that he, Wang Jinyang, could not take the provocation? The person who was scolded was a little unhappy. He said with a hint of anger, "Wang Jinyang, don't you forget." Before he could finish his sentence, a long saber suddenly slashed at his shoulder. Slap, his arm fell off. Everything happened so quickly that he did not know what to do. "Idiot. If you talk nonsense again, it'll be your head next time." With a sneer, Wang Jinyang did not stay. He walked straight away. Ah! A scream rang out suddenly. Some of the onlookers' expressions changed. They looked at Wang Jinyang again. The martial artist who was coughing up blood on the stage also had a drastic change in expression. He did not say a word, watching quietly as the other party left. The others did not say anything either. Wang Jinyang was close to rank 4. He had the support of a grandmaster. He was not someone who could be easily bullied. September 4th, Thursday. New Student Dormitory Area 1. Fang Ping did not train today. He maintained his composure and waited for Lu Fengru's arrival. 3 pills were placed on the coffee table. They were rank 1 vitality pills, bone honing pills, and viscera shielding pills. He had obtained these pills a long time ago but had never used them. Other than the pills in front of him, Fang Ping also had 18 normal vitality pills and 7 rank 1 vitality pills. He was considered rich among the new students. According to everyone, Fang Ping was thrice honed and would not face much danger in breaking through. Rank 1 vitality pills might be enough. However, money was external. His life was his. Fang Ping was not willing to take risks just to save on pills. Lu Fengru did not arrive early. She only arrived at 9 a.m. When she entered, she looked around. When she saw the pills on the coffee table, she smiled faintly. "You're well prepared." The new students' martial arts licenses would only be issued today. Fang Ping did not attend training today, so it was impossible for him to get one. If that was the case, Fang Ping had prepared the pills himself. Lu Fengru knew Fang Ping's family background very well. It was not easy for him to gather the 3 pills in front of her before he came to martial arts university. Many social elites had worked hard for years and still could not gather them. Without further ado, Lu Fengru said in a low voice, "What's the limit for aspiring martial artists to break through to rank 1? The expansion of the meridians. You've cultivated the methods of honing before, so you should know the effects of the methods of honing. It opens up the main meridians in the human body, allowing vitality to flow, and vitality to nourish the bones and flesh. Aspiring martial artists cultivate the methods of honing and only cultivate the main meridians. The human body has 14 main meridians that run through the whole body. Of course, this is in a broad sense. The human body is the most complicated structure. Even now, it is still unclear how many meridians there are in the human body. Aspiring martial artists break through to rank 1 to open up more minor meridians, allowing the vitality to hone the bones and flesh at a deeper level. You're preparing to hone your lower limbs, right? Yes. Fang Ping nodded. He had prepared for this long ago. Since I'm preparing to hone my lower limbs first, I need to expand the meridians in my lower limbs in preparation. Lu Fengru asked, "Currently, the expansion of the meridians in my lower limbs requires 62 minor meridians. Do you know this?" Fang Ping said quickly, "I know. There are 206 bones in the human body, corresponding 206 minor meridians. Every minor meridian corresponds to each bone. This is to prepare for deeper bone honing. There are a total of 62 bones in the lower limbs. These were the contents of the basic cultivation methods. Fang Ping had been tested on them during the general studies exam, so he had some understanding of them. Then do you know the distribution of these 62 branches? Do. Lu Fengru did not beat around the bush. She immediately unfolded a human body perspective map and said, "Point out the locations of these 62 minor meridians one by one, as well as the sequence of expansion. Once you're clear on all of this, you can choose to break through. Use. Fang must. Fang. Remember, Wu ones. Fang ones. And is. Fang." Fang Ping shivered and nodded quickly. He would not joke around with his life. He could tell from the 3 pills he had prepared. He pointed out the meridians and branches in the diagram one by one according to the order of expansion. Lu Fengru did not express her opinion. She waited for him to finish before saying, "It's all right. Take the viscera shielding pill first, then the bone honing pill. Finally, after clearing the minor meridians, only take the vitality pill when you feel that your vitality is insufficient. Use the vitality force of the vitality pill to continue expanding these half-closed minor meridians." The 62 minor meridians were not completely sealed. Instead, they were half sealed. It was not too difficult to open them up. With your vitality, even if you don't take the vitality pill, the probability of you clearing all of them is very high. Also, Lu Fengger paused and suddenly said, "You're really afraid of death." Fang Ping looked embarrassed. How could she say that? Wasn't he just a little more prepared? Only a fool would choose to take the risk when there was a pill available. If there was a 100% chance of success, there was no need to gamble with a 99% chance of success. Fang Ping did not dare to retort. He obediently took the medicine and prepared to break through. Lu Fengger watched from the side without saying a word. Actually, she felt that it did not matter whether he came or not. With Fang Ping's thrice-honed strength and the 3 medicinal pills he had prepared, if he still failed to break through, then the other aspiring martial artists could all go to hell, who would be as wasteful as Fang Ping. The market price of a rank 1 vitality pill was 300,000, the market price of a rank 1 bone honing pill was 500,000, the market price of a rank 1 viscera shielding pill was 600,000. These 3 items added up to 1.4 million. Including his daily cultivation, Fang Ping, a potential rank 1 martial artist, consumed much more resources than other rank 1 martial artists. Few people would use the viscera shielding pill to break through to rank 1 unless they came from a wealthy family. The opening of 62 minor meridians was easier than he had imagined. Although there were many minor meridians, they were not completely sealed. Fang Ping was thrice honed and his vitality was as high as 209 calories. In fact, he had already cleared some of his minor meridians. After consuming the viscera shielding pill and the bone honing pill, Fang Ping had already cleared more than 10 meridians before taking the vitality pill. Fang Ping even had the time to look at his vitality consumption. At a glance, he realized that the consumption was also less than he had imagined. Vitality, 198 calories, 215 calories. After clearing part of his minor meridians, Fang Ping's vitality limit increased by 6 calories in an instant. The consumption was only 11 calories. Fang Ping was completely at ease now. He began to focus on clearing his minor meridians. Half an hour later, Fang Ping had already cleared more than half of his minor meridians. At this moment, his vitality changed again. Vitality, 175 calories, 225 calories. Beside him, Lu Fengger yawned. The breakthrough process was as expected. From the looks of it, Fang Ping could clear all of his meridians without the vitality pill. Another half an hour passed. At this moment, out of Fang Ping's 62 minor meridians, only the 2 in his hip bone had not been cleared. Furthermore, the amount of qi and blood consumed was unexpectedly low. Vitality, 132 calories, 234 calories, Fang Ping thought for a moment. Suddenly, he stuffed the rank 1 vitality pill beside him into his mouth. The corner of Lu Fengger's mouth twitched. In the past, her students were not afraid of death. She felt terrible. But now, she did not know how to feel when she met a student who was extremely afraid of death. She could clearly feel that Fang Ping's vitality was still very high. It was at least around 130 calories. Under such circumstances, even if Fang Ping only had a few minor meridians left, some people would still force themselves to continue, not to mention only half of them. Normal aspiring martial artists only had a vitality of 150 calories. That was why they needed the help of pills. Fang Ping, on the other hand, wanted to take pills at this time. Lu Fengger did not want to say anything else. If Fang Ping failed to break through, she would change the name of her household register to "I'm blind." Another 7 or 8 minutes passed. Fang Ping's eyes opened abruptly. He let out a long breath and said excitedly, "Instructor, I broke through." Lu Fengger's reaction was very calm. Was it a surprise? Was it a surprise? It was not a surprise at all. Ignoring Fang Ping's surprise, Lu Fengger said calmly, "While your minor meridians have just been cleared, cultivate the methods of honing first. Take a normal vitality pill to replenish your vitality and see how high your peak vitality is." Normal martial artists who had just broken through rank 1 had a vitality of around 180 calories. Fang Ping was different. He was a martial artist who had broken through thrice honing and had a vitality of 209 calories before breaking through. MCMAU's other thrice-honed martial artist, Xianxia, had not reached this stage. He had just broken through 200 calories and had no choice but to quickly enter rank 1. In terms of accumulation, Xianxia could not compare to Fang Ping. Lu Fengger was not surprised, but Fang Ping was. It had been 5 months since he started cultivating in April. To others, 5 months was a very short time, but to Fang Ping, 5 months was a very, very long time. In the beginning, he had been ignorant and envious of martial artists. Now, he had become an official martial artist. How could he not be excited? Even if his vitality did not recover, he knew how high it was. At this moment, Fang Ping's interface data had changed greatly. Wealth, 66350000. Vitality, 145 calories, 239 calories. Mentality, 189 Hz, 219 Hz. Because he had taken a rank 1 vitality pill, the pill's effect had not been completely depleted and was slowly recovering. Fang Ping did not use his wealth this time. The 5,000 wealth points he had used were used to maintain his peak. The expansion of 62 minor meridians had increased his vitality limit by 30 calories and his mentality limit by 10 Hz. Fang Ping still remembered when he had asked Tan Zhenping how high his vitality was. Tan Zhenping had told him that he had 250 calories vitality at his peak. Fang Ping had not gone through in-depth bone honing. He had not honed any of his 62 lower limbs, so his body's limit still had a lot of room to increase. At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality had already reached 239 cal. How high could he reach when he was done honing his lower limbs? Even if the honing of one bone could increase his limit by 1 calorie, his vitality would reach 300 calories, which was much higher than a normal martial artist. Thrice honing did not only increase his cultivation speed, but it also increased his limit, endurance, and explosive power. Lu Fengger wanted him to recover his vitality, but Fang Ping did not want to use his wealth points to recover, so he took a normal vitality pill and swallowed it. Fang Ping was reluctant when he swallowed the vitality pill. A normal vitality pill sold for 100,000 outside. He used his wealth points to replenish his vitality. Even though he needed close to 100,000 wealth points, 100,000 wealth points could restore him to his peak. A normal vitality pill was not only slow, but it was also difficult to restore him to his peak with just one normal vitality pill. He sneaked a peek at Lu Fengger. Fang Ping relied on the pill's effect to recover his vitality while secretly using his wealth points. There were still 35,000 wealth points left. He would think about it after he used it. Huh? Just as Fang Ping was recovering with the pill and using his wealth points, Lu Fengger seemed to notice something. His vitality is recovering so quickly. Lu Fengger was a little surprised. The effect is amazing too. Is his absorption of the pill's effect so strong? Or is it that all thrice-honed martial artists are like this? Even for her, there weren't many thrice-honed martial artists she had met. Very few. Moreover, she didn't have a close relationship with these people, so she couldn't just stand by and watch when others were cultivating. Fang Ping was her student. That was why she could watch Fang Ping cultivate without the slightest scruple. However, Lu Fengger did not expect Fang Ping to have such an effect just by consuming a normal vitality pill. She watched as Fang Ping's vitality became stronger and stronger. It's close to 200 calories, so fast. Lu Fengger thought for a while and said suddenly, "Eat another vitality pill." The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. He opened his eyes and said, "Instructor. Why don't I wait for my body to recover? Besides, I haven't finished digesting the pill's effect," Lu Fengger said impatiently. "I have plenty of normal vitality pills. I'll give them to you after I'm done." She had only given Fang Ping 10 pills, yet he was so stingy. Lu Fengger was both angry and amused at the same time. Fang Ping's absorption speed and efficiency of the pills had indeed surprised her. She really wanted to see if this fellow could absorb the effects of 2 pills in one go. Fang Ping had no choice but to pick up another vitality pill. At this moment, he only had 16 normal vitality pills and 7 rank 1 vitality pills left. Fang Ping's absorption speed was not that fast, of course. Worried that Lu Fengger would still want him to eat more pills, Fang Ping could only use his wealth to slowly replenish his vitality. After dawdling for half an hour, Fang Ping's vitality had recovered to its peak. Wealth, 658,000 vitality, 239 cow mentality, 200 Hz, 219 Hz. Lu Fengru looked at Fang Ping with a strange gaze. In about an hour, Fang Ping had absorbed and digested 2 normal vitality pills. Others, even at her level, could only digest slightly faster than Fang Ping. A young guy who had just entered rank 1 could absorb pills as fast as a rank 4 martial artist. His vitality is around 230 to 250. Lu Fengru estimated and did not say anything more about the speed. Instead, she said with satisfaction, "Not bad. It's good enough for the most average martial artist to have 180 calories when they just broke through. Twice-honed martial artists have around 200 calories. You have more than 230 calories vitality from the start. That's a huge advantage. Strong vitality, strong explosive power, strong endurance, and faster honing speed. I have to say, the advantage of being thrice-honed is fully displayed. If possible, the school should try to train some thrice-honed students." Lu Fengru shook her head halfway through. Thrice-honing consumed too many resources and took too long. It was not suitable for everyone. This could not be popularized. If it was possible, the school would have done it a long time ago. Even twice-honing was not something that everyone could achieve. Moreover, if students were not allowed to break through and stay at the aspiring martial artist stage, the students would be under a lot of pressure. Martial artists and aspiring martial artists were still very different in many people's eyes. It was the same for twice-honed or even thrice-honed. You just broke through today. Familiarize yourself with the sudden increase in vitality. Tomorrow, no, this Saturday, come find me with Zhao Xuemei. You don't have to go to my house. Go to the training center for new students. I'll teach you something. You're already martial artists. I've seen you fight. Your basic leg techniques are okay, but you lack explosive moves. You're too balanced and lack lethality. I'll teach you some life-saving moves. Next, your mission is to hone your bones, meridians, and body, as well as learn cultural classes and basic martial arts knowledge." With that, Lu Fengru did not linger and left. Fang Ping had just gotten through the phone when he scolded her with a straight face. "You're in class today, aren't you? Why are you bringing your phone to class?" He had almost forgotten about it. He only remembered that Fang Yuan was in school when he heard the laughter on the other end of the phone. "Class is over." "I don't use my phone in class," Fang Yuan defended herself, feeling wronged. She then pushed away her friends who had gathered around her. "My brother is talking to me." "Why are you eavesdropping?" "Brother, you haven't called me for a few days." "Has MCMAU reopened?" "Yes, school has." Fang Ping did not scold her anymore. Phones nowadays had simple functions. All they could do was make calls and send messages. After saying that, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Let me tell you something good. Your brother has broken through and officially become a martial artist." "Really? You broke through?" Fang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The other girls around her also asked, "Did he really break through? You're a martial artist now? That's amazing. You've just started school and you're already a martial artist. What rank? Are you close to becoming a grandmaster?" These girls did not know much about martial arts. They only knew that martial artists were powerful, but there were some things they did not understand. Fang Ping was speechless when he heard the noise on the phone. "Grandmaster, my foot." That was a world of difference. He said a few words to Fang Yuan hurriedly. Fang Ping did not continue the conversation. The noise on the other end was getting louder. After ending the call with Fang Yuan, Fang Ping called his parents to tell them the good news. The results were more or less the same. There was a commotion everywhere. On Fang Mingrong's end, someone happened to pass by after work. Fang Ping heard a series of congratulations. His father did not even have time to hang up. Not long after, the phone was somehow in Tan Jinping's hands. Fang Ping was surprised when he heard Tan Jinping's voice. Were the people in the Department of Education so free? "Fang Ping, congratulations." Tan Jinping was extremely polite. His tone was full of smiles. "I knew you'd break through soon, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. School has just started, and you're already a rank 1. Geniuses are different. His two sons had gotten into martial arts universities too. They had just started school 2 days ago, but Tan Tao and Tan Hao's vitality was only around 130 calories. They were still a long way from breaking through. Even if he was not twice honed, he would not be able to do so without at least a semester. It would take at least half a year to nurture his vitality from 130 calories to 150 calories. If he was lucky, he would only be able to do it next semester. If he was unlucky, he might have to wait until his sophomore year. Fortunately, the two brothers' pole standing skills were not bad. If they did not know pole standing skills, it would have taken up more time. As for Fang Ping, he had broken through so quickly. He knew that Fang Ping had been preparing to twice hone and had not stopped even when he had reached 150 calories. Now that he had broken through, it meant that Fang Ping had reached this level. As for the higher ones, Tan Jinping was not sure. Even the matter of twice honing was something he heard from others. The circle of casual martial artists was much more closed off than he had imagined. These people did not know much about martial arts. Uncle Tan, this is nothing. In MCMAU, there are close to 100 martial artists among the new students who have just enrolled. My breakthrough now is just average. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Tan, MCMAU. Almost 100 new martial artists. Tan Jinping didn't know what to say. A famous school was a famous school. It was completely different. When his son had registered, he had gone too. He had not heard of any martial artists among the new students, at least not that he knew of. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's first place seemed to have only reached the limit of 149 calories. The difference between schools was too big. After a few more words of congratulations, Tan Jinping did not say anything else and passed the phone to Fang Mingrong. After Fang Mingrong hung up, Tan Jinping suddenly said, "Brother Fang, Fang Ping has become a martial artist now. It's not appropriate for you to be a guard. Report to the HR department tomorrow." The office is still missing someone. Fang Mingrong was stunned. The office was missing someone. The office was an abbreviation for it. It was actually the office where the leaders' secretaries and assistants were. How could it be missing someone? Moreover, he was just a guard. If he went to the office directly, he would be an official staff member. Fang Mingrong was in a daze, but Tan Jinping didn't care about that. He said a few words of congratulations, and then left. Fang Ping had become a martial artist the moment he entered university. This was a completely different concept from an aspiring martial artist. If his father were to be a guard, it would be a little humiliating, even though Fang Ping might not think that way. Even if he did not mention it, the director would have mentioned it. As for being an official staff member, it was not a big deal. He did not have any real power. Who would care about a little more salary and bonuses? In the future, when Fang Ping achieved something, he would remember this favor. No one would be unwilling to invest in something that did not cost them anything. Fang Ping naturally did not know about his father's situation. Even if he did, he would not say anything. After calling his family, Fang Ping thought for a while and called old Wang, but his phone was turned off. No one picked up. Fang Ping did not know about Wang Jingyang's current situation. He left a message and did not call again. Fang Ping did not inform Wu Zhihao and the others. They were still far from becoming martial artists. If he called them, it would mostly be to show off and destroy their confidence. It was better to keep them in the dark. After the call, Fang Ping went to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he finished showering, there was a knock on the door. Fu Chongding said as soon as he entered, "Fang Ping, you were right not to go this morning. If I had known, I would have asked for leave too." As he said that, Fu Chongding suddenly froze. He looked around and grinned. "Not bad. How dare you bring a woman home in broad daylight?" Fang Ping asked curiously, "What woman? Don't try to lie to me. If there's no woman, why would I shower? I just finished cultivating, so I'm a little dirty." "Don't be so dirty." Fang Ping was speechless. Fu Chongding laughed dryly, then widened his eyes. "You've broken through?" He did not feel anything earlier, but now he felt that something was wrong. "Yes. That's fast." Fu Chongding was not too surprised. It was easy for a thrice-honed Fang Ping to break through. He did not expect Fang Ping to choose to break through right after enrolling. He thought Fang Ping would have to wait for a while. I've just finished honing 30 bones in my right lower limb. I haven't honed my right hip yet. If you break through now, it looks like you'll catch up to me in no time. Fu Chongding sighed. He tossed a martial arts license to Fang Ping and said, "This was issued this morning. It was a fake rank 1 before, but now it's a real rank 1. Fang Ping picked up the martial arts license and looked at it. It was similar to the temporary martial arts license from last time. The only difference was the words School of Weaponry. About 230 calories, what's your vitality now? Around 230 calories, Fu Chongding couldn't help but curse. When he broke through, his vitality was around 200 calories. Now, there was only one bone left in his right lower limb that had not been honed. His vitality was about the same as Fang Ping's. When he was done honing his lower limb, his vitality should be around 280 calories. As for Fang Ping, according to his estimation, it would be at least 300 cal. Many things were different when there was such a huge difference in vitality among the same rank. Fang Ping's explosiveness, lethality, and endurance would be stronger than theirs. Even his bone honing speed would be faster than theirs. I wanted to thrice hone too, but I couldn't increase my vitality anymore when it reached 189 calories. I had no choice but to break through. I should have tried it again. What a pity, Fu Chongding was not too disgruntled. He smiled and said, "Let's go. It's your treat. Let's go to the second floor today. We'll have a good meal." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not refuse. He changed his clothes and left. Second cafeteria. Fang Ping and Fu Chongding went straight to the second floor. When they got there, Fang Ping realized that it was not that there was no one there. In fact, there were quite a lot of people. Fang Ping looked around and found a seat in a corner. Fang Ping's liver ached when he was ordering. Fresh Ganoderma in abalone sauce, 1888 yuan stewed sea cucumber, 2888 yuan stewed ginseng blackbone chicken, 39.99 yuan fried steak, 19.99 yuan. Is this a robbery? Fang Ping could not help but curse. How could it be so expensive? Did their chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep all practice martial arts? Fu Chongding was not surprised. He chuckled and said, "It's all right. It's not too expensive. Actually, in the exclusive cafeteria of martial arts universities, these dishes are all seasoned. The ingredients for vitality pills are used in the soup. You know how expensive vitality pills are. Although a meal can't compare to vitality pills, it's more delicious. It's easier to digest, and it's much cheaper. Martial artists spend money like water. Do people like you spend millions for your living expenses?" Fang Ping asked curiously. Fu Chongding smiled bitterly. "How is that possible? Do you really think money isn't money? We don't eat these meals often. Usually, we just take some blood-replenishing pills or chi-replenishing pills and eat normal meals. We won't spend money recklessly unless our vitality is depleted and can't be recovered. Can you really eat to your heart's content?" Even Fu Chongding would not maintain his vitality at its peak all the time. It was fine as long as he did not overconsume it. His usual cultivation would stop after he had reached a certain point. They were considered lucky. Some casual martial artists would only cultivate once when their vitality was on the verge of slipping if they did not cultivate. That was why many casual martial artists stayed at rank 1 all the time. They could not afford the expenditure. As the two of them chatted, someone walked over suddenly. He glanced at Fang Ping and chuckled. "Fang Ping?" Fang Ping looked up. He did not know the person, but he still nodded. "You know Wang Jinyang?" Fang Ping sighed and went straight to the point. "First, I know Wang Jinyang, but you can look for him if you want to seek revenge. He has too many enemies, and I can't handle them all. Second, my instructor is Unconquerable Wu. He's protected by a grandmaster. Think carefully before you look for trouble. Third, you're rank 2, and I'm rank 1. If you use your rank to cause trouble for me, the school will not allow it. Fourth, I've just broken through rank 1, and I'm still a freshman. I don't know much about the school's rules. If a rank 1 martial artist really wants to cause trouble for me, I'll accept it, but it'll take some time. I don't think you're in such a hurry, are you?" Fifth, I'm eating now. Also, this is the dormitory area. Violence is strictly prohibited. There's no use in just talking. We're all martial artists, so there's no need to lower your status. The person standing next to him was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and nodded. That's right. That makes sense. You're bright enough. No wonder you're the rookie king of this batch. In that case, you're willing to accept part of Wang Jinyang's debt? Fang Ping smiled. Whatever you say. If I don't accept it, you won't look for trouble? The young man laughed. It's not really looking for trouble. It's actually the school's tradition for older students to show off their power to the new students. This batch, you're the most famous, Fang Ping. Even if Wang Jinyang's incident did not happen, we'd still look for you. After all, the new students are too outstanding, which makes us older students look useless. How about this, you've just broken through, so we won't take advantage of you. We'll give you a month. After a month, a rank 1 martial artist will come to challenge you. That's no problem, right? Fang Ping said calmly, the kind that doesn't matter if it's life or death? Not really. The young man laughed again. They're all MCMAU students, so they won't be so ruthless. Also, we won't offend Instructor Liu. It's just a normal duel. Of course, fists and kicks have no eyes, so some injuries are inevitable. Fu Chongding frowned slightly. Fang Ping has just broken through. The older students you're talking about should be peak rank 1, right? A thrice-honed rank 1 shouldn't be too different from a normal peak rank 1, right? The rookie king should have the face of a rookie king. What do you think, Fang Ping? Fang Ping sneered. I don't think much of it. Of course, it doesn't matter. Do as you please. You don't dare to seek revenge on Wang Jinyang, so you're looking for trouble with me. Isn't that because you think I'm easier to bully? Kind people will be bullied. I've understood this since I was young. After I beat you guys into submission, it should be fine, right? I'm not Wang Jinyang. I'm also an MCMAU student. If a rank 2 dares to bully a rank 1 like me, you'll have to bear the consequences. If you think it's okay, a rank 2 can come too. The young man laughed. No need to provoke us. No rank 2 martial artists will come. No one can bear the responsibility unless you challenge them yourself. After saying that, the young man added, one more thing. As an MCMAU student, there's no need to be too close to Wang Jinyang. You should understand what I mean. I don't think there's an idiot in MCMAU who can become the rookie king. Fang Ping smiled. You don't have to worry about that, senior. I'm going to eat now. Senior, do you? Alright, you guys continue. I won't disturb you anymore. The young man was also very gentlemanly. He smiled, turned around, and left. After he left, Fu Chongding frowned. Why did you accept it? If you ignore them, they won't dare to do anything to you. Fang Ping was an MCMAU new student with a strong instructor. Even if he ignored them, they would not dare to cause trouble for Fang Ping for no reason. However, now that Fang Ping had accepted it, even Lu Fengru could not say anything. Moreover, they were all rank 1, so it was in line with the school's rules. Fang Ping shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, I want to experience it. Fu Chongding looked puzzled. I want to experience what a real martial artist is like. I want to experience what a bloody competition is like. I want to know if martial arts university students are really different, Fu Chongding said impatiently, you don't have to do this. Peak rank 1 MCMAU students are stronger than you think. What do you think about surrendering if you can't beat them? Fu Chongding was a little stunned. This guy had not even started, and he was already thinking of surrendering, Fang Ping said with a smile, I'm just joking. Actually, this is good. Everyone is reasonable. If I establish my dominance this time and beat these rank 1 students into submission, there shouldn't be any trouble later. Actually, if they don't come looking for me, I'm going to find someone else to establish my dominance. Otherwise, people will pick on me every day. It'll be so annoying. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to establish your dominance. Instead, you'll become the target of others' dominance. Fu Chongding mumbled. No matter how good Fang Ping's performance was, he had just entered rank 1. He had no advantage against peak rank 1 students. After thinking for a while, Fu Changdang suddenly said in a low voice, "When the new students and the old students spar, the new students can make requests as long as it's not too much. You can ask the old students not to use weapons. Even if they get hurt, it won't be too serious." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "That makes sense. When the time comes, I'll bring an alloy broadsword. If I get hurt, I'll die. Don't blame me for being ruthless. They're the ones picking on me." Fu Changdang laughed dryly. This guy had really agreed. He thought Fang Ping would reject him. Fang Ping, however, was serious. Although rank 1 martial artists had honed their bones, their vitality was not high, and their explosive power was limited. With Fang Ping's thrice-honed foundation, even if he was hit by punches and kicks, unless his head was injured, he would not be in trouble. Alloy weapons, however, were different. Knives and swords were merciless. If he was hit, it was normal to break an arm or a leg. As long as it was not the honed bones, any other part of the body would still bleed and die if it was hit. Fang Ping had already predicted what would happen today. Ever since Lu Fengru told him about his relationship with Old Wang and Qin Fengqing's warning, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. I wonder if Old Wang can compensate me with some pills. This is his enemy, after all. Fang Ping mumbled and continued eating. This meal had cost him at least 10,000. If he did not finish it, his heart would ache to death. Seeing that Fang Ping was enjoying his meal, Fu Changdang did not bring it up again. 2 days later. The new student training hall. Zhao Xuemei looked at Fang Ping curiously. She could not help but ask, "Hey, are you really going to challenge the seniors?" "I'm being challenged." Fang Ping smiled as he moved his body. "You know about it too?" "Of course. It's all over the place. They're saying that you're so arrogant that it's not enough to challenge the new students. Now you want to challenge the seniors too." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "They're making enemies for me. I've just broken through rank 1. Where did I get the confidence to challenge the seniors?" Zhao Xuemei asked curiously, "Then why are they saying that?" "Some of the seniors want to cause trouble for me. I've caused trouble for most of the new students before. It's normal for them to add fuel to the fire." Zhao Xuemei was not stupid. She frowned. "So you're saying that you're not the one who initiated the challenge? They're the ones who want to challenge you?" "Yes. You've just broken through. Although you're slightly stronger than us, many of the seniors are peak rank 1. Are you sure you can beat them?" "We'll see." As the two of them chatted, Lu Fengru walked in her training attire. Lu Fengru glanced at Fang Ping as she entered the room. Only then did she say, "I know what happened. You accepted the challenge yourself. No one will stop you. I thought you were someone who cherished your life, but it seems like you're no different." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "We're both rank 1. I want to try. It's better than being picked on." "Maybe." Lu Fengru did not say much. She changed the topic. "I asked you to come today because you're official martial artists." Zhao Xuemei honed her lower limbs too. She honed 31 bones. "Fang Ping, you've been doing well these past 2 days. You should have finished honing your first bone." The biggest difference between official martial artists and aspiring martial artists is that on the battlefield, official martial artists can be the main force. You'll also have a part in charging and breaking through enemy lines. Battlefield? Zhao Xuemei looked confused. Lu Fengru did not explain. She continued, "That's why martial artists have to learn how to kill and protect themselves. Life-saving moves are nothing more than escape and defense. Based on your rank 1 strength, if you encounter trouble, it'll be very difficult to escape. Your defense will also pale in comparison. That's why I want to teach you how to kill. Basic fist techniques, basic leg techniques, these are the most basic killing techniques. The key is that they are easy to learn and master." The basic battle tactics were simple, but they were too particular about balance and had limited explosive power. "Today, I'll teach you a set of leg techniques with greater lethality." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Fengru suddenly let out a soft cry and kicked a solid wooden dummy next to her. "Pooh! There was a soft poochy sound, but there wasn't much movement. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei hurriedly turned to look at the wooden dummy. At that moment, Lu Fengru had already retracted her leg. On the solid wooden stake, there was a hole that went straight through. Lu Fengru's kick did not break the wooden stake, but it did not shatter either. She only kicked through the solid wooden stake. Fang Ping tried imagining it. If he kicked someone, would he not be able to pierce through that person's body? Lu Fengru was not proud of the damage she had caused. She said in a low voice, "This is called puncture kick. It's one of the leg techniques. The name might sound cheesy, but its lethality is much greater than the basic leg technique. Condense your power into a single point. For martial artists, we hone a part of the bones first. This part of the bones is the toughest. At this time, we condense our vitality into a single point and explode it. Combined with the honed bones, the lethality will not be lower than that of a firearm. You should know what puncture kick means just by hearing its name. The key is to poke. Poke the opponent to death with one kick. That's the goal. Poke the opponent's vitals. The main targets are the temples, throat, heart, and genitals." Zhao Xuemei was slightly frightened. She whispered, "Instructor, if I really poke the vitals, won't they die?" Lu Fengru glanced at her and snorted coldly. "Nonsense. Combat techniques are fighting techniques that kill people. Since it was created, it's been prepared for this. Listen to me first. I'll teach you the techniques of gathering, condensing, and exploding power. I'll also teach you the basic moves and the connecting moves. Once you've learned them, you can cultivate them daily. As for Fang Ping, you can pair it with a pair of hard leather shoes, the pointy ones." When Fang Ping heard this, he was stunned. He knew that Lu Fengru was talking about the upcoming challenge. Let him wear a pair of hard leather shoes with pointy toes. If the puncture kick really had the power that Lu Fengru had demonstrated just now, it would be too easy to poke a person through with one kick. Lu Fengru saw that he was in a daze and suddenly snorted. "Childish. Don't treat any challenge as a friendly match. Once you're in the arena, it's a duel to the death. It doesn't matter if the opponent is your classmate, your friend, or your benefactor. Even if one day you're in the arena with Wang Jinyang, remember, you have to think about defeating him, or even killing him. You can choose to hold back as long as it doesn't affect you. However, you can't think about holding back before you enter the arena. If you do, you'll be the one to die. It's the same this time. Although you're all students and it's just a friendly match." Lu Fengru paused. After a while, she said, "But won't people die during a friendly match? In martial arts universities, there are students who die during friendly matches every year. Sometimes, it's an accident when they don't hold back. Sometimes, it's not an accident. As for whether it's an accident or not, only the person who did it knows." That was the way of martial arts. Accidents were everywhere. If he said it was an accident, then it was an accident. Since you've accepted the challenge, then you should be prepared for it. Regardless of whether or not you have the intention to kill, I'm sure that there's someone who won't treat this as a simple spar. Also, don't expect me to step in. I'm a teacher, and the sparring between students is voluntary. The tutors belong to the school, not anyone. If something really happened to you, would I be able to kill these students? They are also my students. Even if I am biased towards you, I can't make them pay with their lives. So what if he could do it? You're already dead. Do you care if he pays with his life for you?" Fang Ping was deep in thought. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Instructor, what if I didn't hold back?" Lu Fengru said coldly, "If he's dead, he's dead. Besides, they were the ones who challenged you." Fang Ping said nothing more. Zhao Xuemei bit her lip and said softly, "Instructor, they're all students, student?" Lu Fengru was slightly displeased. She scolded, "Remember, martial arts university students are not students. From the first day you entered a martial arts university, you were struggling on the line between life and death. This is the first time I'm reminding you, and it will also be the last time. Fang Ping, this challenge can be your trial mission. If you come out unscathed, then everything will be fine. The school and I will open up some simple missions for you, and you can choose to accept them. As for Zhao Xuemei, we'll see." Lu Fengger stopped talking nonsense and began to teach the two of them moves and techniques seriously. When Fang Ping learned leg techniques in the past, he could only accumulate things he did not understand and ask Wang Jinyang when he was on the phone. This was the first time he was being taught on the spot. Although Lu Fengger seemed a little unreasonable, she was more patient than he imagined. She repeated everything tirelessly. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei had questions, and Lu Fengger explained them seriously. As a rank 6 master martial artist, even if Lu Fengger did not specialize in leg techniques, her research in this area was much better than the average middle-ranked martial artist. More than an hour later, Lu Fengger glanced at Fang Ping and said with a slightly strange expression, "Your comprehension is not bad." Compared to Fang Ping, Zhao Xuemei was much clumsier. Actually, Zhao Xuemei was not stupid. If she was, she would not have cultivated to this level. However, Fang Ping's comprehension was really strong. Sometimes, Lu Fengger would explain it once and Fang Ping could understand it, but Zhao Xuemei might need to repeat it 3 to 5 times. Comprehension and mentality were closely related. A strong mentality made it easier for Fang Ping to accept, understand, and digest. His mentality was more than 200 Hz, and he could even capture some subtle movements, including the movement of muscles. After teaching for more than an hour, Lu Fengger was also a little tired. She said to Fang Ping, "Demonstrate it now. If there are any mistakes, I'll correct you." Okay. Fang Ping was also eager to try. The puncture kick was closely related to leg techniques. The key was that it was more condensed, and the whole body's vitality exploded in the foot. Thinking about what Lu Fengger had taught him, Fang Ping roared. He stood with his left leg and stretched his right leg straight. His right foot formed a sharp cone and kicked toward the wooden dummy. Idiot! Lu Fengger could not help but curse. She was a rank 6 martial artist. Of course, kicking a solid wooden dummy was not difficult, however, Fang Ping was only a rank 1. He had not even finished honing the bones in his right leg. This was an authentic wooden dummy, and it was a dummy made from one of the harder types of wood. She only wanted Fang Ping to practice, not kick the dummy. Bang, the sound was slightly different from Lu Fengger's kick. Fang Ping's puncture kick made a loud sound, the fixed dummy shook, and Fang Ping's face turned pale. He hurriedly squatted down and held his foot, inhaling cold air. Lu Fengger did not care about him. She said to the dumbfounded Zhao Xuemei, "Martial artists not only need strength, but also wisdom. Without wisdom, no matter how strong they are, they're just a brute. Just look at Fang Ping. He's thrice honed, so his bones are stronger. Otherwise, the full force of his kick just now would have broken the bones in his foot. This is the price of stupidity." Fang Ping, who was used as a negative example, wanted to cry. He held his foot, inhaled, and said, "Instructor, I just didn't expect the dummy to be so hard. Don't explain. The enemy won't give you time to explain. If you were facing an enemy just now, they could have killed you countless times while you were in pain." As she said that, Lu Fengger continued, "You can hone your foot bones first. The foot bones have the most bones in the lower limbs, including the phalanges, tarsus, and metatarsals. There are 5 metatarsals on each side, 7 tarsus, 14 phalanges, and 26 bones in one foot. You're used to using your right foot, so you can hone these 26 bones first. When the honing is complete, your bones will be like iron, your meridians will be strong, and your skin will be tougher. When that time comes, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pierce through the dummy with one kick. Also, when your pole standing reaches the firm stance, you have to learn how to combine it. A firm stance is not considered weak even in MCMAU. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Use pole standing to move in battle. You can use it like footwork. As a basic martial arts compulsory course, pole standing has many uses. You haven't developed it enough yet. Pole standing, also known as the tumbler, isn't that simple. It doesn't make you take it head-on, but it makes you dodge, 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 and deflect, even. If you're hit, you can deflect 90% of the force, and the damage will be limited. Lu Fengger continued to guide Fang Ping, pointing out some of the mistakes he made when he exerted force earlier. The morning passed just like that. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei were both immersed in her guidance. They only came back to their senses when Lu Fengger said that it was over for the day and would continue the next day. As my students, there are some obvious benefits. You can practice diligently and don't worry about vitality consumption. When you've finished eating normal vitality pills, you can ask me for more, but you have to make progress. If there's no progress, even normal vitality pills won't be easy to obtain. I'll go through the assessment every day. If there's progress, you don't have to worry about replenishing your vitality. After saying that, Lu Fengre left in a carefree manner. She had no intention of having lunch with them. Zhao Xuemei waited for her to leave before saying dejectedly, "Am I too stupid? Fang Ping could use it flexibly now." Although it was a little silly to kick the dummy wooden dummy, it still had some lethality. At least there was a deep dent in the dummy. She had only just learned the techniques of gathering and condensing force. She was still a distance away from actual combat. Fang Ping comforted her. "You're not stupid. There's no need to compare people. Some people are born smarter." Zhao Xuemei glared at him fiercely and snorted. "Wait and see. I'll master it soon." Hey, seeing how fast she was running, Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. "I'm sincerely comforting you. You don't appreciate it, woman." As he said that, Fang Ping went forward and touched the dummy. He murmured, "The lethality is indeed much greater than the basic leg techniques. If the force is gathered at one point and hit a vital spot, the probability of death is very high. The temples, throat, heart, and genitals are all parts that are difficult for rank 1 martial artists to hone. If I really change to a pair of pointy leather shoes, one kick will cripple me even if I don't die." The problem was, did he have to be so ruthless? Fang Ping hesitated for a moment, but he quickly made up his mind. He would prepare first. Better safe than sorry. Who knew if those people had other intentions toward him? They might even want to kill him. That was not impossible. At the same time, MCMAU Martial Arts Society. Qin Fengqing leaned sloppily on the chair and yawned. Boring. A bunch of losers. They don't even think about getting revenge on Wang Jinyang. Instead, they're thinking about a new student. How boring. Zhang Yu frowned. He did not respond to him. He said, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Zhou Yan will be in charge of the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society is in charge of the students' sparring. Zhou Yan, you have to be more careful this time. Don't let Fang Ping die in the arena. If he dies, we'll be in trouble too. As for Qin Fengqing, just don't cause trouble." After saying that, Zhang Yu did not say anything else. Qin Fengqing said lazily, "If Fang Ping kills someone else, it'll be just as troublesome. We're all free." Him? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. He shook his head and said nothing. Fang Ping had just broken through rank 1. A few of those who challenged Fang Ping were the ones who had been defeated by Wang Jinyang. These people had been peak rank 1 half a year ago. Although they had not broken through to rank 2, their abilities had improved. The next day, at the off-campus cafe, MCMAU had a holiday on the weekend. It was up to the students to decide whether to rest or not. Li Qingze had been waiting for a long time. When Fang Ping arrived, Li Qingze stood up hurriedly with a smile on his face. "CEO Fang." Fang Ping pressed his hands together and chuckled. "Don't call me that. It makes me uncomfortable. Just call me Mr. Fang from now on." Fang Ping was a little embarrassed to hear a company of this and that in a small city. $1 million company was considered a company in a small city, but it was nothing in Magic City. These days, Fang Ping had been busy with registration, school allocation, breakthrough, and cultivation. He did not have time to care about the company. Li Qingze had been in charge. It was the weekend. Li Qingze had something to report, so Fang Ping asked him out for coffee. After Fang Ping sat down and ordered his coffee, Li Qingze said softly, "The company's platform is basically set up. I've also arranged for people to build the website you mentioned. In terms of business, the fast food website has partnerships with some restaurants and hotels. As for delivery services, there are a few established delivery companies in the university city. Our reputation in distance is too small. Students usually don't look for us when they send packages. As for e-commerce, we accept very little business. After all, we're only doing delivery within the city and not outside. Delivery services only catered to the city, especially the university city. There were very few services that could be accepted. Unlike the express delivery companies that joined, those franchises could also use the express delivery company's network. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He was not surprised. Let's start with the fast food business first. We can take our time with e-commerce and logistics. There's no rush. Fang Ping said, are you short on funds? Yes, a little. Xianxia did not deny that Fang Ping did not give him much funds. After building the website, it had been used up. Do you have a channel to sell the pills? Not much. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, I still have 10 normal vitality pills on hand. I don't need them for now. I can raise some funds. Xianxia heard this and said immediately, pills have always been in short supply. It's not hard to sell them. However, if I sell them privately, the price will be much cheaper. Normal vitality pills can only be sold for 90,000 yuan in Shanghai. 90,000 it is. 900,000 should be enough for a while. Xianxia said with some hesitation, Mr. Fang, between business and martial arts should be the main focus and business as a supplement. If we cut off the supply of martial arts resources for the sake of business. This was putting the cart before the horse. Only with strength would there be a foundation. Without strength, the business wouldn't be able to grow. Fang Ping smiled. It's fine. I really don't need it. I've just broken through rank 1 recently, so the effects of a normal vitality pill are limited. Also, my teacher usually provides me with some medicinal pills, so I don't have much need for them. You broke through? Yes, I just broke through. Congratulations. Xianxia was both envious and happy. He envied Fang Ping for becoming a martial artist at such a young age, and he was happy that now that Fang Ping had become a martial artist, many things would be much easier to handle. After all, a newly established company would snatch the business of others, even if the business was not much. If Fang Ping was still an aspiring martial artist, things would be a little more difficult. However, Fang Ping was now a martial artist, and an MCMAU student at that. He was only occupying a small, insignificant piece of land in the university town, so everyone could tolerate it. Even if Xianxia did not mention it, Fang Ping knew it would be stressful. Revealing the news of his breakthrough was also to help reduce the pressure on Xianxia. The two of them chatted for a while, and Fang Ping shared some of his opinions. Finally, he said, you can call me if there's anything. If you can't get through, come to MCMAU to find me. It's fine if we don't make money in the early stages, but we need to expand our business. Try to open up the university town's market as soon as possible. Food and beverage delivery is much simpler. There aren't many people doing it now, so there's a market. E-commerce logistics will definitely be difficult in the early stages. The main thing is to set up channels. When our channels in Magic City are open, I can find someone to discuss the issue of cooperation. After all, there are too many restrictions now. Online shopping websites and businesses won't be willing to contract such a small area to us alone. Xianxia nodded hurriedly. Fang Ping took out a bottle of vitality pills from his pocket and passed it to him. After some thought, he said, I'll sell 9 pills. You can keep the remaining one for yourself. Mr. Fang, a vitality pill was not cheap. Even if Fang Ping exchanged it from MCMAU, it was still his own resource. Now that he had just started working, a normal vitality pill was almost equivalent to a year's salary. It's fine. Although I said before that I'll make you a martial artist in 3 years, as long as you do well, I actually hope that you become a martial artist as soon as possible. If you become a martial artist, I won't have to do many things myself. Of course, after you become a martial artist, I also hope that you can work for me for 3 years and set up the platform. Xianxia said sternly, of course. Even if Mr. Fang didn't say it, I wouldn't do something like burn the bridge after crossing it. Not to mention whether he could do it or not, the key was whether he dared to do it. Fang Ping had reached rank 1 so quickly. With his bone-honing speed, it was very likely that he would reach rank 2 or even rank 3 very soon. Even if Xianxia became a rank 1 martial artist, he would not dare to take the benefits and run away. That could cost him his life. After giving Li Qingze some instructions, Fang Ping left quickly. MCMAU was busier than he had imagined. The new students were still in the training period these few days, mainly teaching them some rules and necessary physical training, similar to military training. After the training was over, classes would officially start next week. Fang Ping glanced at his class schedule. It was almost full. During the day, he had cultural studies and general studies, and at night, he cultivated. There was not much free time. He could only leave the company to Li Qingze. It would be best if he could make money, but if he could not, it was not a pity. The investment was not that big. After returning to the university, Fang Ping went straight to the logistics department. He had not reported his breakthrough to rank 1 yet. If he did, he could get 50 credits as a reward. It would be a waste not to take it. Logistics department. Fang Ping saw a familiar face as soon as he arrived. Yang Xiaoman saw Fang Ping too. She giggled and said, "Hey, isn't this the newcomer king?" "Newcomer student Wang, I hear your name everywhere I go recently. Don't tell me you're going to continue challenging girls next month?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "If it's possible, I don't mind. Girls aren't martial artists? Female martial artists are one level lower than men?" "Yang Xiaoman, your thinking is wrong. Although you're a woman, you're the one who belittles women. Men and women are equal. It's fine if you say this to me, but if the majority of women hear it, they might think that you're discriminating against women." Yang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment. Then, she said angrily, "You're the one discriminating against women. Don't accuse me." She thought for a while and said, "I'm just reminding you not to let the title of newcomer king go to your head. During the school allocation, you were able to come out on top because we were all new students. Before that, we mainly focused on honing our vitality. Rank 1 martial artists are different from each other. People like us haven't experienced much. We're all rookie martial artists. As for the sophomores and juniors, even if they're rank 1s, they're different from us. They have more experience. Some of them have even experienced bloody battles. If you think of them as us, then you're making a big mistake. With the same vitality, we're no match for the seniors." Fang Ping nodded and said calmly, "I know, but if sophomores and juniors are still rank 1s, it means something. These people aren't considered outstanding. In MCMAU, rank 3s are considered outstanding, rank 4s are the elites, and rank 5s are the real deal. In an environment like MCMAU, resources are abundant. The exchange rate of 1/3 is still at rank 1s. I don't think these people are that scary." Yang Xiaoman frowned. "You'll suffer if you underestimate your opponent." "Thanks for the reminder. I never underestimate anyone, but there's no need to overdeny yourself." "Up to you." Yang Xiaoman did not say anything more. She finished her business and turned to leave. Fang Ping glanced at her and did not say anything. They were not familiar with each other. Yang Xiaoman's reminder could be out of kindness, or it could be malicious. No one could say for sure. It was not necessarily a good thing to overemphasize the strength of the opponent and create fear in oneself. It was not necessarily a good thing to be afraid before the fight even started. It was very likely that one would be nervous and uncomfortable when they went on stage and make mistakes. Lu Fengre did not mention these things. Fang Ping did not know what Yang Xiaoman was thinking when she said these things. MCMAU students are indeed more complicated than I thought, Fang Ping sighed in his heart. They were just a bunch of freshmen. In his previous life, they would all be a bunch of rookies. There was no need to think too deeply about it. In this life, however, he really could not think too much. I hope I'm just overthinking. Credit collection area. Fang Ping was about to collect his breakthrough reward when he was told that he needed to determine his rank. It was not something that could be achieved just because he wanted to. The rank determination was on the second floor of the logistics department. It was very simple. When Fang Ping went up, the martial artist in charge of the rank determination did not say much. He pointed at a steel plate and said, "Leave a mark, and you'll be a rank 1 martial artist." "Leave a mark?" "Yes. Do whatever you want. Bite or scratch, leave a clear mark. That means you have the destructive power of a rank 1. "That's direct," Fang Ping smiled. The steel plate was not thick. It was not difficult to leave a mark as long as it was required. Fong Ping walked forward and paused for a moment. Suddenly, his right leg moved like a shadow and kicked the steel plate with a bang. The steel plate caved in instantly. The martial artist in charge glanced at it. After a while, he said, "That's enough." After saying that, he picked up Fong Ping's martial arts license and operated on the computer for a while. The information has been modified. Previously, you only enjoyed rank 1 treatment. Now, you're a real rank 1 martial artist. MCMAU's information is also connected to the outside world. From now on, you'll be a rank 1 everywhere. The next time you break through to rank 2, come back for the test again. The 3 lower ranks are all here. What about the 3 middle ranks? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Ask about the 3 middle ranks when you get there. The martial artist in charge of the rank determination frowned slightly and warned him. Fong Ping nodded and did not stay any longer. He picked up his martial arts license and left quickly. As soon as he left, someone walked over from the side. He rubbed the steel plate for a while and murmured, "It has a certain amount of lethality, but it's limited. The strength is a little scattered, mixed but not refined. It's almost equivalent to a martial artist who has honed one limb. It's stronger than normal martial artists, but there's a gap between peak rank 1. After making his judgment, the other person did not stop and left quickly. The martial artist in charge of the rank determination glanced at him and did not say anything. After he left, he shook his head and said, "Idiot. Who would go all out during the test?" Fong Ping's vitality was very high. At least, from what he could sense, it was not lower than 240 calories. The outburst just now was about 200 calories. Some MCMAU students knew how to use their brains and not underestimate their opponents. They also knew the use of information. However, this kind of irresponsible information gathering was often more harmful. They had learned a little and came to embarrass themselves. They would not even know how they died. However, these students' conflicts had nothing to do with their instructors unless their students were involved. Obviously, the instructor in charge of the rank determination did not have any students who had conflicts with Fong Ping. That was why he could not be bothered with other people's business. Holding his martial arts license, Fong Ping went to the credits collection counter to collect another 50 credits. He had only been enrolled for a week, and his credits had reached 252 credits. His wealth had increased by another 1 million. At this moment, Fong Ping's data changed again. Wealth, 7500000 vitality, 240 calories, 242 calories, mentality, 218 Hz, 220 Hz, I'm close to 10 million wealth points. I've not been in MCMAU for long, but I've already accumulated so much wealth points. Fong Ping felt a little emotional. Coming to MCMAU was obviously the right choice. If it were any other school, they would not be as generous as MCMAU. After some thought, Fong Ping went to the exchange counter again. "Instructor, do you have any ready-made alloy weapons here?" The martial artist in charge of the exchange said without raising his head, "We have ready-made E-class and D-class ones. C-class and above require custom-made ones." "Instructor, can I custom-make boots here? The kind that's lethal and can be worn on the feet. The kind that's not too uncomfortable." "Yes." This time, the martial artist in charge of the exchange counter raised his head and smiled. This kind of special weapon is actually not rare. Many people have a need for it. The school can provide boots, boxing gloves, brass knuckles. As long as you have credits, you can ask for it and we'll be responsible for custom making it. For the 3 lower ranks, D-class and E-class are more than enough, especially D-class alloy. Middle-ranked martial artists will have a hard time destroying it. As for you, I see that you're only rank 1. E-class alloy is enough. You want to make boots? Fong Ping nodded. Military boots. I'm afraid I'll drop regular shoes. I'm afraid they won't fit. Absolutely not. The martial artist in charge of the exchange counter shook his head. You're underestimating MCMAU's manufacturing standards. The boots can be made with a special kind of leather. It's breathable and tough. The tips of the feet, the heels, the edges of the boots, and even the soles of the feet can all be made with alloy to retain some sharpness. In your case, a pair of boots will cost about 2 kilograms of E-class alloy and 20 credits. The leather of the boots will cost 10 credits. The custom-made fee is 10 credits. The total will be 40 credits. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. This was daylight robbery. 40 credits was equivalent to 1.2 million in the outside world, spending 1.2 million for a pair of shoes. Fang Ping wanted to ask, who else? Freshmen only had 50 credits in total. They needed to save it for a breakthrough to rank 1. This meant that none of the freshmen could afford it. Even if they could afford it, not many would be willing to buy it. Fang Ping had yet to learn a weapon. His legs and feet possessed the greatest lethality. A pair of weapon-grade boots was much more useful than an unsuitable saber or sword. After thinking for a moment, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Custom make a pair for me. Also, give me brass knuckles. I want them made with D-class alloy. You're straightforward. I like students like you. The martial artist at the exchange office was also very happy. It was not easy to do business, especially with freshmen. Even if there were people who came to exchange, most of them would be pills. As for weapons, he had not sold many of them yet. Look at those students. They had to think for a long time for a few credits. It was extremely annoying. This person was rich and imposing. He only took a moment to think for a few dozen credits. The boots will be custom made. E-class ones will take about a week and cost 40 credits. There are ready-made brass knuckles. You can try and see which one suits you. D-class ones are 20 credits for 1 kilogram. The ones that are custom-made are slightly more expensive. However, the brass knuckles aren't big. The ones we have now are all 10 credits. That's exactly 50 credits. Fang Ping felt his heart ache. The reward he had just received for a breakthrough to rank 1 was gone in an instant. He chose a brass knuckles that suited him. As for the boots, they still needed to be custom-made. A young beauty from the exchange office came to measure his feet. Even though Fang Ping thought that his feet smelled good, he still felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it was done quickly. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He promised to come back in a week to collect the boots. Only then did he leave with his heart aching and satisfied. 1.5 million for a pair of shoes and a brass knuckles. Fang Ping wanted to ask, who else? No one at the exchange office could understand Fang Ping's inexplicable confidence. The boots that Fang Ping had made were not bad in the 3 lower ranks. However, in the 3 middle ranks, who did not have equipment that cost millions, would you believe that even underwear cost millions, let alone boots? On the 8th of September, martial arts university classes officially began. Since the first 3 classes had learned pole standing and the methods of honing, they had fewer courses compared to the last 5 classes. As for the other classes, not only did they have to learn cultural and professional subjects, but they also had to learn pole standing and the methods of honing. As of now, they did not have any combat techniques. Fang Ping and the others could still relax in between classes, but the freshmen were so busy that they could barely be seen. The students of MCMAU were so busy, and the students of other martial arts universities were almost the same. Although Fang Ping did not tell Wu Zhihao and the others that he had become a martial artist, they still kept in touch. Wu Zhihao even created a group and added a few martial arts university students he was familiar with. It wasn't that he looked down on those liberal arts students who didn't get in, but everyone talked about things related to martial arts. If he really pulled those people in, it would make them feel uncomfortable. Fang Ping had been busy for the past few days and had not switched on his computer. When the weekend arrived, Fang Ping finally had the time to turn on his computer and log into QQ. As soon as he opened QQ, messages kept flashing. In the group, everyone exchanged a lot of messages. Fang Ping took some time to look at it. Wu Zhihao said, "Martial arts universities have too many classes. I'm busy from morning to night. I don't even have time to rest." Yang Jian replied, "That's right. I thought that when I got to a martial arts university, I'd be able to skip cultural studies. Now it's even more of a headache." Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, what's your HP now? Have you practiced pole standing and the methods of honing? I've started cultivating. My vitality is almost 130 calories now. I'm quite lucky to have been assigned a rank 4 instructor who treats me quite well. Yang Jian explained his situation and introduced Lu Ruoqi, saying, Lu Ruoqi and I are in the same class, but our martial sciences instructors are different. Her instructor is also a rank 4. Wu Zhihao, what's your situation? Wu Zhihao said, our luck is pretty good. My instructor is also a rank 4. There are 3 other rank 5 instructors in our batch. It's a pity that it's not my turn yet. When the group was created, the Tan brothers were also added. At this moment, the boss, Tan Hao, grumbled, you all have rank 4 instructors. Why am I a rank 3? Tan Tao's instructor is also a rank 4. Other than the people from class 4, only the Tan brothers were added. In the end, everyone was lucky except for Tan Hao. Tan Hao was the only rank 3 instructor. The others were all rank 4. In normal martial arts universities, rank 3 instructors were the mainstream. There were not many rank 4 instructors, and rank 5 instructors were even rarer. Everyone chatted about random information. Lu Ruoqi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly popped up. What's up with Fang Ping? Wu Zhihao, I'm not sure. I haven't heard from that guy recently, and he's not online on QQ. These were all messages from a few days ago. Fang Ping read along the way and had a general understanding of their situations. Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian went to Tiannan Martial Arts University. Although Lu Ruoqi's vitality was not high, she was a pretty girl. There were not many girls in martial arts universities to begin with, so Tiannan Martial Arts University was not bad. Her instructor was a rank 4, and she was also a woman. There were very few rank 4 female instructors in martial arts universities. The female instructor did not take in many students, but she still took good care of Lu Ruoqi. After a summer break and recently started cultivating the methods of honing, Lu Ruoqi's vitality was close to 130 calories. Wu Zhihao's vitality had already exceeded 130 calories. He had just started cultivating the methods of honing, so his vitality was not slow at all. The Tan brothers were the same. Their pole standing was successful, and their vitality was slightly higher than Wu Zhihao's. However, they did not have the same treatment as MCMAU. Nanjiang Martial Arts University and Tiannan Martial Arts University used the GPA system, which was similar to the credit system. They just had a different name. In Nanjiang Martial Arts University, a normal vitality pill required 5 GPA, and a rank 1-1 required 15 GPA. The value of GPA and credits was about the same. Compared to MCMAU, the exchange prices of other martial arts universities were much higher. Moreover, unlike MCMAU, which gave 50 credits, Nanjiang and Tiannan only gave 30 GPA this year, which was the most in all the years. Nanjiang had more resources because of the governor's breakthrough. Tiannan had also invested heavily because of the huge losses they had suffered last time. Fang Ping scanned through it briefly and could not help but sigh. The gap between MCMAU and normal martial arts universities would only widen in the later stages. The credits given were still a small matter. The key was the exchange of resources in the later stages. The credits needed in MCMAU were much less than those in normal martial arts universities. Moreover, MCMAU students were much stronger than those in normal martial arts universities. It was much easier for them to earn credits. The more they earned, the less they spent, and the greater the gap. It was not easy to cultivate to rank 3 in normal martial arts universities, unlike MCMAU, where rank 3 martial artists were not uncommon. They were all martial arts universities, but the difference was too obvious. No wonder those normal martial arts universities were not satisfied. Normal martial arts universities also had grandmaster powerhouses. Although they were few in number, they could not compare to normal martial arts universities. They were not as few as famous schools. Currently, only MCMAU and Capital City Martial Arts University were recognized as famous schools. Of course, schools like East Sino Nation Normal University were considered famous schools in the eyes of normal martial arts universities. They were considered the second tier. Nanjiang Martial Arts University and Tiannan Martial Arts University could only be considered third tier. After looking for a while, a new message suddenly appeared in the group. Wu Zhihao, Fong Ping, you're still alive. Obviously, this guy was also online and saw the news that Fong Ping was online. Yes, I've been too busy lately. I don't have time to go online. Tell me about your situation. You don't even know what famous schools are like. Tan Hao quickly replied, yeah, tell me quickly. My dad called me 2 days ago and asked me to learn from you. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. Did you contact my dad? Fong Ping thought about it and decided not to upset them too much. He gave a simple introduction. I'm following a rank 6 instructor. He gave me 10 normal vitality pills. There's nothing else. The group was silent. No one spoke for a long time. After more than a minute, Wu Zhihao replied, you can continue lurking. Fong Ping could imagine this guy's resentment. After laughing for a while, he asked, is Brother Wang in school recently? I don't know. I haven't seen him since I came to school. But Brother Wang is really impressive in NMAU. Wu Zhihao said enviously, the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society is even more impressive than normal instructors. Even my instructor, a rank 4, can't stop praising Brother Wang. It's a pity you didn't come to NMAU. With Brother Wang's protection, you can do whatever you want in NMAU. Obviously, Wu Zhihao did not know about Wang Jinyang's northbound trip. Wang Jinyang did not show up in school recently either. Fong Ping had asked Fu Chongding about his northbound trip. He heard that Wang Jinyang had left capital city. Is he ready to break through? Fong Ping guessed for a while, feeling a little envious. How long had it been? He had watched the other go from rank 2 to rank 4, and he had only just entered rank 1. What's going on with old Wang? Fong Ping was curious. Wang Jinyang's breakthrough was too fast. MCMAU had many geniuses, but Fong Ping had never heard of a rank 4 sophomore. Even the thrice-honed CLA was only peak rank 2. He was still a distance away from rank 3. Many of those who had fought with Wang Jinyang were still stuck at rank 1. The difference was huge. Don't tell me this guy is cheating too? Fong Ping muttered. Only after honing his bones for real would he know how difficult it was. A martial artist's vitality was limited when it came to honing one's bones. The limbs were fine. Other than the leg and arm bones, the other bones were not big, so the honing speed was faster. However, the torso, including the spine, was really hard to hone. Many students were stuck at early stage rank 3 because the torso was harder to hone, and it was more dangerous than the limbs. There were 51 torso bones in total. Under normal circumstances, honing one bone in 10 days was considered fast, even with an endless supply of resources. All in all, it would take 510 days, almost a year and a half. How long did old Wang take? If he broke through in mid-April, he might finish honing by mid-August. Over the course of 4 months, he would finish honing one bone in 2.5 days on average. This speed might be possible in rank 1, but it was hard to say if MCMAU had a rank 3. Zhao Lei and the others were also twice-honed martial artists. Before coming to school, they had completed honing 31 bones in their lower limbs. It had been almost half a month since they entered school. With the guidance of a peak rank 6 instructor, Fong Ping had heard from Fu Chongding that Zhao Lei had completed honing 35 bones. 4 bones in half a month, 1 every 4 days. Based on this progress, Zhao Lei would need about 3 to 4 months to complete honing his lower limbs. If everything went smoothly, there was hope for him to break through to rank 2 by the end of the year or the next semester. Of course, it was only hope. It did not mean that everything would go smoothly. Fu Chongding and the others were similar. They honed without regard for the cost. At rank 1, honing one bone in 4 to 5 days was considered fast. These people were the most outstanding students in MCMAU, or rather, the most outstanding students in the country. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had cheated. It had been exactly 10 days since he broke through on the 4th. In these 10 days, Fong Ping did not care about the cost of his wealth. His vitality was always full, and he honed small bones like the phalanges. After 10 days, he had completed honing 10 phalanges. 1 a day. The speed was shocking. Of course, the cost of his wealth was also shocking. In the later stages, the speed would definitely slow down. Fang Ping felt that he might not even be able to finish honing his torso in 4 months at rank 3. Whatever. I'll finish honing my feet first. There are 26 bones in my feet, and I've honed 10 of them. There are 16 more to go. I'll try to finish them before the end of the month. The foot bone was also a complete system. Once it was tempered, its lethality would increase by a large margin. Coupled with his sky-high shoes, Fang Ping felt that his actual combat power would increase by a large margin. When he thought of the sky-high shoes, Fang Ping remembered that he could probably get his hands on them today. Logistics Department. Fang Ping finally got his sky-high shoes. He took off his sports shoes eagerly and changed into new ones. The new shoes were not the kind of boots, but low-top combat boots. They were black. Fang Ping knocked on the soles of the shoes. They had a metallic feel, but when he stepped on the ground, there was no sound of metal clashing. It was obvious that they had been treated. The tips of the shoes were slightly sharp, but not out of place. They were also black. At first glance, they did not look like they were made of metal. Fang Ping reached out and touched them. The tips were not smooth. Instead, they were uneven and scratched his hand. The martial artist in charge of the exchange said with a smile, "You can try it out. You can wear it normally. It won't stand out. It's breathable too." Martial artists exercise a lot, so they sweat easily and slip. This pair of shoes is also very good at absorbing sweat and preventing odor. Also, the quality is guaranteed. If you have any problems within 3 years, you can come to us. We'll repair or even replace it for free. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He did not say anything. After changing into the shoes, he looked around. "You can come here to test your power." The martial artist in charge of the exchange led Fang Ping to the back of the counter. The space behind the counter was very big. It was divided into many small rooms. The martial artist opened one of the rooms. It was a little messy inside. Many things were piled up in a mess. There were knives and swords that were full of nicks, and there were steel plates that were full of holes. This is where everyone usually tests their weapons. The knives and swords here and the steel are all made of F-class alloy strength. They're much harder than ordinary household knives. It's easy for E-class weapons to leave marks on them. You can try. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He raised his leg and used his puncture kick to poke at a steel plate that was lying horizontally. Hiss, hiss, the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding was heard. Sparks flew everywhere. Fang Ping's foot did not feel too much pain or discomfort. He picked up the steel plate and looked at it. His expression changed slightly. There was a small hole in the steel plate where the tip of his foot had kicked. He squatted down and touched the tip of his shoe. It felt the same as before. There was not much change. Fang Ping exhaled softly and said in a low voice, "If this kick hits someone, even a bone-honed martial artist's bones will break, right?" The martial artist in charge of the exchange office chuckled. "Of course, but it depends on the person. For example, if you meet a middle-ranked martial artist, the other party's muscles, bones, and membranes are extremely tough, and their vitality is strong. They don't just rely on the hardness of their bones to withstand it. Even if the other party allows you to kick them, once you kick them, most of the force will be reduced, followed by a vitality rebound. The actual damage will be minimal. Whether a weapon is strong or not depends on the person using it. If you're not strong, it's useless to give you a weapon made of A-class alloy. However, you've trained your puncture kick well. Combined with this pair of boots, if a rank 1 or 2 martial artist is kicked by you, even if they don't die, they'll lose most of their combat strength. Still, I'll say it again. The weapon depends on the person using it. If you can't kick your opponent, it doesn't matter how strong the weapon is. If you're strong enough, you can kill someone with one punch even without a weapon." Fang Ping nodded in agreement. If he was given an A-class alloy weapon now, would he dare to fight a grandmaster to the death? What a joke. If the other party's vitality erupted, he would be crushed to the ground and eat dirt. He would not even be able to get close. After testing the boots, Fang Ping did not stay for long. He put on the boots and left the logistics department. As soon as he left, the martial artist in charge of the exchange office picked up the steel plate he had kicked and looked at it. After rubbing it for a while, he chuckled. The penetrating force is not weak. Puncture kick must have been learned not long ago. It has a certain amount of power. If the foot bones can be honed completely, then even rank 1 martial artists will have to be careful. If the honing was not completed, Fang Ping would have to bear the recoil when he kicked his opponent. There was a possibility that his foot bones would break. However, once the foot bones were honed, it would be a different story. The new students these days are getting stronger and stronger. I'm old now. I should just retire here peacefully. In the latter half of September, Fang Ping kept a low profile. His glory at the beginning of the semester was gradually forgotten as the others performed well. The title of newcomer king was no longer called by many people anymore. At the end of September, the ones who performed the best were the twice-honed martial artists. Zhao Lei had finished honing 40 bones. His speed did not slow down. In a month, he had honed 9 bones. Even Tang Feng was full of praise. Fu Changding was not much slower. He had honed 38 bones. Among the girls, Yang Xiaoman had honed 38 bones. Qin Yunqi was a little slower, honing 37 bones. These people were the most influential people in the past month. Moreover, these people had joined the MCMAU Martial Arts Society. Fang Ping did not attend the recruitment. 3 points and 1 line. The dormitory, the academic building, and the training room. Other people could see Fang Ping during cultural studies. Other than that, they rarely saw him. Even when the class organized a few activities, Fang Ping did not join them. In less than a month, even the twice-honed new students who became martial artists were more famous than Fang Ping. Of course, Fang Ping did not care about that. Martial artists did not fight for fame, especially during the freshman phase. The instructors had already assigned the credits, so there was no need to show off. The one who interacted with Fang Ping the most was Zhao Xuemei. At the end of September. In the training room. Zhao Xuemei watched Fang Ping curiously as she practiced her puncture kick. At the beginning of the semester, she thought that this boy liked to be in the limelight. He was very high-profile and boastful. During this time, she realized that Fang Ping was very different from what she imagined. He was not talkative, and he was very calm. They were all young people. Even people like Zhao Lei could not help but talk big sometimes. They had a strong desire to show off. They were the ones who revealed how many bones they had honed. How else would outsiders know? However, Fang Ping never mentioned this. Lu Fengra did not ask either. She might have seen it, but she did not say anything. After interacting with Fang Ping for almost a month, Zhao Xuemei saw that Fang Ping was still cultivating alone. She could not help but ask, "Hey, how many bones have you honed?" "I have a name." Fang Ping smiled faintly and asked, "What about you?" 35, Zhao Xuemei did not hide it. She said disappointedly, "Back then, everyone was about the same, but I only honed 4 bones in a month. At first, I didn't think I was slow. After all, I had 31 bones honed. But who knew that it would get slower and slower?" "Then why didn't you twice hone your bones back then?" Zhao Xuemei snapped, "Do you think anyone can do it? I nurtured my vitality to 169 calories, but I just couldn't increase it no matter how hard I tried. It didn't work even if I took pills. Instead, my vitality went berserk and I almost exploded. I had no choice but to break through. I became a martial artist with a vitality of 169 calories. That was why my bone honing speed was very fast in the beginning, so I did not take it seriously. When I entered MCMAU, I realized that compared to the others, I was much slower. Sigh, I really envy you guys. You're thrice honed, and it's been almost a month since you broke through as a martial artist. Your bone honing shouldn't be slow, right? Zhao Lei can hone 9 bones in a month. You should be able to hone at least 10. Something like that." Fang Ping gave a perfunctory reply. Zhao Xuemei was a little dissatisfied. In the bone honing stage, the difference of 1 bone was huge. Fang Ping did not want to elaborate, and Zhao Xuemei did not ask for details. She only said, "Everyone is actually quite curious about you. You don't usually show your face. Xiaoman and the others have been asking me about you." Fang Ping frowned slightly, then smiled. Why are they asking me? Am I that handsome? Pfft, don't be so narcissistic. They won't be interested in you. They're different from me. They're strong and beautiful. We've just started school, and there are already many seniors who are pursuing them. Many of them are rank 3 seniors. Zhao Xuemei was a little envious. It was one thing to say yes or no, but for women, being pursued was also a manifestation of vanity. Especially when they were rank 3 seniors, rank 3, even in MCMAU, were not cabbages. Zhao Lei and the others had hopes of achieving rank 2 in their freshman year. They might not be able to achieve rank 3 in their sophomore year, but they still had a chance in their junior year. They might not be able to achieve rank 4 before graduating in their senior year. The chances of them graduating in rank 3 were very high. There were more than 6,000 students in MCMAU. Although there were many rank 3 martial artists, there were not too many. 100 or 200 of them would be enough. As for rank 4, there were less than 10 of them. Currently, there were only 2 rank 5 that everyone knew of. These rank 4 and rank 5 martial artists were not in school. They were called students, but in reality, they did not come to MCMAU much. Most of them were in other places. Currently, there were very few rank 4 martial artists in MCMAU. Zhang Yu, the president of the Martial Arts Society, a rank 4 student, was already one of the top people in MCMAU. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would not have been afraid of Wang Jinyang and chose to go into closed-door cultivation. Fang Ping heard the envy in her voice. He smiled and said, "It's not a big deal for rank 3 martial artists to pursue them. When you've achieved rank 3 or even rank 4, you'll see." Not to mention, Fang Ping paused before saying, rank 3 martial artists who are still in school pursuing girls are also just that. Zhao Xuemei looked puzzled. Fang Ping said calmly, MCMAU has a lot of missions. Where would they find the time to pursue girls? I know someone. Qin Fengqing, the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. This guy is lucky if he comes back to school once a month. He spends most of his time outside doing missions. I met him once when the semester started. Then, I met him again yesterday. This guy had just come back, and he reeked of blood. When I came out this morning, I happened to see him carrying a bag and going out again. This is the rank 3 martial artist I imagined. Qin Fengqing could go from peak rank 1 at the beginning of the year to rank 3 now. If Fang Ping had thought it was luck before, he would not think so now. That guy was also a madman. Although he had definitely not completed honing his torso, Fang Ping felt that it should not be too far away. Actually, there were not many students who stayed in school after achieving rank 3. Even if they came back, it would be a short break and not a long stay. Lu Fengru's students were all rank 3. Until now, Fang Ping had not seen any of them. As for the one who stayed in school, Fang Ping had not contacted him. He did not know if he was still in school. These people matched Fang Ping's expectations. Rank 3 was very dangerous. As for the rank 3s who stayed in school, most of them had just achieved rank 3 and were not very motivated. At least, they did not think of achieving rank 4 before graduation. Zhao Xuemei thought about it and felt that it made sense. Of course, it was mostly self-consolation. Zhao Xuemei did not continue the topic. She said, there seems to be no news about your challenge with the seniors. Has it been cancelled? No, it's set for tomorrow. Fang Ping smiled. I'm going home. I can't be bothered to waste time with them. There was still a National Day holiday in October. It had been 2 months since he came to Magic City at the end of July. Fang Ping was ready to go home. Tomorrow? Zhao Xuemei was surprised. Why didn't you say that? Say what? To cheer for you. You're my classmate, after all. We're even the same instructor. In other people's eyes, we'd be close. But you're not enthusiastic at all. Zhao Xuemei sighed. That's true. If it were Xiaoman or Yunqi, you'd be more enthusiastic. Fang Ping laughed. You're thinking too much. It has nothing to do with looks. Besides, you're not ugly, I'm still ugly. Zhao Xuemei snorted. I didn't mean it that way. Fang Ping smiled. Honestly, I'm not ugly. I'm just slovenly. Do you know what I mean? Female martial artists are women too. They have to dress up when they need to. You dress like a man all the time. Although Yang Xiaoman is handsome, I see that she also puts on makeup and pays attention to her clothes. Is that so? Zhao Xuemei glanced at her own clothes. There was nothing special about them. As for makeup, she was exhausted from cultivating every day. Who had the time to do it? Besides, if she sweated, it would all be gone. Fang Ping's words comforted her, though. Zhao Xuemei said, I haven't said anything about cheering for you. Where are we sparring tomorrow? I'll call Xiaoman and the others. It's best if you don't go. Why? Fang Ping exhaled softly. After a while, he said, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. The senior's challenge to him had caused quite a commotion in the beginning. Later, however, it had died down completely, as if it had never happened. The quieter it was, the more Fang Ping felt that something was wrong. If the whole school knew about it, it would be more likely for the seniors to vent their anger. At most, they would just humiliate Fang Ping and attack Wang Jinyang for a while. Right now, the commotion was minimal. Not many people knew about it. That was where the problem lay. If they could not humiliate Fang Ping openly, then there was not much point in defeating him. After all, Fang Ping had been keeping a low profile recently. No one even called him the newcomer king anymore. If the seniors wanted to show off their strength to the freshmen, they should look for Zhao Lei and the others. If that was the case, then what was the point of continuing the challenge? Was it purely to defeat Fang Ping? Fang Ping did not think so. Maybe these guys really wanted to kill him or cripple him. It was too bloody. Although the rules allowed it, it would not be good if too many people knew about it. That was why they kept a low profile. If there were fewer people, they could just say that they did not hold back during the sparring and that there was an accident. Anyway, no one saw it. Fang Ping, for example, did not see how Wang Jinyang chopped off other people's arms or injured them badly. Although he thought it was cruel, he did not think too much about it. Now, if he saw it live, he would feel differently. That was what he thought. Plus, Lu Fengger had mentioned it once. Fang Ping was extra vigilant now. He was not as calm as he appeared. Zhao Xuemei thought they were playing house and wanted to go and cheer. Did she think this was school allocation? During school allocation, it was no different from playing house. Everyone was fooling around. Even if Fu Chongding was ganged up on, he only suffered minor injuries. If the students really wanted to kill him, Fu Chongding would have been beaten to death. Fang Ping was just about to decline when Lu Fengger suddenly walked in from outside. She glanced at Fang Ping and nodded slightly. Not bad. Punctuation is considered a small success. Competition tomorrow? Yes. I'll go and have a look tomorrow. Don't embarrass me. As she said that, Lu Fengger looked at Zhao Xuemei and said, You and I will go together tomorrow. No need to invite anyone else. Just come by yourself in the morning. Thank you, instructor. Zhao Xuemei thanked her quickly and looked at Fang Ping with a hint of defiance. If you don't let me go, instructor will bring me along. Fang Ping did not bother to argue with her. Lu Fengger did not look at her either. She said casually, Xuemei, go back first. I'll talk to Fang Ping for a while. Zhao Xuemei did not delay. She packed her things and left. As soon as she left, Lu Fengger said, I've said everything that needs to be said. Be careful tomorrow. Don't worry about anything else. Once you're in the arena, life and death are up to fate. No one will intervene. If you can't beat them, you can admit defeat. If you do, I can intervene. I've asked around for you about the students who organized the challenge. The leader is Lu Yongwen, a rank 3 in his junior year. He has a younger brother who entered MCMAU last year. He's also a genius. By the end of the first semester of his freshman year, he had achieved peak rank 1. In the end, his sternum was shattered during the competition. He's still in the hospital and needs to recuperate for a year or two. This is the golden time for cultivation. If he delays for a few years, you can imagine that he'll be half crippled. That's all. Do as you see fit. Oh, right, Lu Fengru tossed a bottle to Fang Ping as she spoke. She said nonchalantly, a rank 2 vitality pill. You can have an outburst. Whether or not your body will explode depends on your luck. I think you can do it. Fang Ping thanked her immediately. Thank you, instructor. A rank 2 vitality pill was not cheap. Even in MCMAU, it cost 20 credits to exchange for a rank 2 vitality pill. It was even more expensive outside. As soon as Fang Ping received the rank 2 vitality pill, his wealth increased by almost 500,000. According to the system's 70% discount, it could be sold for around 700,000 per pill. Even rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists did not use it often. Most of them used it when they were breaking through. As for Lu Fengru's earlier words, Fang Ping understood what she meant. It was probably old Wang's doing that his sternum was shattered during the competition. Lu Fengru did not say much. She turned around and was about to leave. Before she left, she thought for a while and asked, "Have you finished honing your feet?" "Yes." "Genius?" Lu Fengru smiled. She shook her head and left without another word. In less than a month, he had honed 26 bones. If this was not genius, what was? If this went on, Fang Ping would enter rank 2 by the end of the semester. As for rank 3, it would not be long. Rank 3 in a year, once he reached rank 3, he would be exposed to a wider world. She was afraid that Fang Ping would not be able to sit still. She had many students, but now, many had died. Sometimes, Lu Fengru wished that they could slow down. That was why she did not push her students too much when she taught them. For example, Zhao Xuemei's bone honing speed was not too fast. Lu Fengru did not get angry and rarely criticized her. It might be better to progress step by step. Fang Ping's rapid progress might not be a good thing. Fang Ping did not care about Lu Fengru's attitude. He focused on his body's status, wealth, 5410000 vitality, 261 calories, 269 calories, mentality, 231 Hz, 239 Hz. These days, as his bone honing progressed, his vitality increased rapidly too. It had been less than a month since he broke through. When he first broke through, his vitality had increased by 30 cal. Of course, the consumption of wealth was also terrifying. This was the 500,000 increase in wealth from the rank 2 vitality pill. In reality, Fang Ping had used up 6 million wealth for the 30 calories vitality. The main thing was not the consumption of vitality, but the bone honing. Bone honing required a lot of vitality. Fang Ping could progress so quickly because he constantly replenished his vitality. The remaining wealth points should be enough for me to complete the honing of rank 1. There were 62 bones in his lower limbs. He had just honed 26 bones in his feet yesterday. There were still 36 bones left, including large bones like the leg bones. Based on this situation, the remaining 5 million or so wealth would be almost used up after the honing was completed. Even if there would not be much left. I need about 100,000 wealth to complete the honing of one bone. I'm afraid it'll be more for rank 2. Zhao Lei and the others are progressing fast now, but later on, resources will probably run out. I'm afraid they'll slow down. Everyone had credits in the early stages, so their progress was not slow. Later on, when they ran out of credits, unless their families supported them or they completed missions on their own, their progress would definitely slow down. If resources continued, these people might achieve rank 2 next semester. If resources were cut off, that might not be the case. They might have to wait until their sophomore year. Don't worry about them. I'll just take care of myself. October 1st, National Day. As the holidays approached, MCMAU became increasingly deserted. Last month, with the arrival of new students, MCMAU was bustling with activity for a while. Nowadays, many of the freshmen had chosen to go home. In the huge campus, there were times when one couldn't see a single person for a long time. North of MCMAU. There weren't many buildings in the northern part of the city. The most eye-catching building was a 6-story building that occupied dozens of acres of land. This was MCMAU Martial Arts Society headquarters, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yang Xiaoman laughed heartily and said, "Elder Sister Yan, I'll go back first. I'll come back when the holiday is over." Zhou Yan also smiled and nodded. Among the new students in this batch, Yang Xiaoman was the only one she could chat with. Zhao Lei was too arrogant, Fu Chongding was too mischievous, and Qin Yunqi was too quiet. Among the new freshmen, Yang Xiaoman was the most cheerful and reliable of them all. Zhou Yan was happy to let Yang Xiaoman handle some things. Although the martial arts society was the largest society in MCMAU, there were not many members. Many people were not in the martial arts society at all. Now that Zhang Yu was in seclusion and the few vice presidents were busy with their own matters, such a huge responsibility had been thrown to Zhou Yan. The older students were more than happy to take the benefits and not work. Only the new students were easier to order around. As Zhou Yan accompanied Yang Xiaoman out, she smiled and said, "Although it's the holidays, you can't slack off when you go back." In the martial arts society, other than the new students, the members were all rank 2. High-ranking club members were even rank 3. Even though you're still new students, you're the cream of the crop. Don't compare yourselves to ordinary students. You should upgrade to rank 2 as soon as possible. Well, I won't. Don't worry, elder sister Yan. While they were talking, more than 10 people came from the gate of the martial arts club. Yang Xiaoman was a little surprised. Elder sister Yan, is there a meeting today? No, Zhou Yan glanced at them. When she saw Lu Yongwen leading the group, she frowned slightly and said, "It's nothing. You should go back first. Don't delay the bus." The moment Lu Yongwen arrived, she knew what was going on. Today was the day when a few rank 1 martial artists would spar. In the martial arts society, rank 1 was nothing. Sparring was not a big deal either. As the club that maintained order in the school, the martial arts club was in charge of all the matches. The mentors were very busy and wouldn't care about this. Other clubs didn't have the right or the ability to manage this. Only the martial arts club had the right and the ability to maintain order and prevent random fights between students. After all, MCMAU was a school, the most advanced martial arts institution. If students randomly found a place to fight, this would seriously affect MCMAU's reputation. Just as Zhou Yan finished speaking, Yang Xiaoman suddenly said, "Sister Yan, a tutor is here." When Zhou Yan heard this, she looked toward the door. Indeed, there were 4 or 5 instructors coming together from the main door of the plaza. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yan was slightly displeased. This was a rank 1 duel, and these instructors, who were at least rank 4, were troublesome. Once their students went up the stage to spar and there was danger, anyone who interfered would be breaking the rules. This kind of thing was not unheard of, therefore, the martial arts club did not welcome these instructors who came to participate in the students' spars. As the number 1 society in MCMAU to maintain order, the martial arts society had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the fairness of sparring. How much you pay, how much you enjoy. The martial arts society did not just take the money and do nothing. As long as students sparred in the martial arts society, even the instructors could not interfere. This was the iron rule. After taking a slight breath, Zhou Yan did not speak to Yang Xiaoman anymore and walked toward Lu Yongwen and the others. "Lu Yongwen, are you here for the sparring?" Lu Yongwen was a gentle young man. When he heard the question, he smiled politely and said, "Yes, Minister Zhou. We've applied in advance. Can the arena be opened?" "Yes." Although Zhou Yan was not the vice president, she was the minister of the Martial Arts Society's External Affairs Department. Now that the president was in seclusion and the vice presidents had disappeared, Zhou Yan was almost in charge of the Martial Arts Society. After responding, Zhou Yan glanced at the few instructors who were walking over and frowned slightly. "You informed the instructors." "Minister Zhou, you must be joking. The instructors have their own ideas. How would I dare to ask the instructors to do anything? Don't play dumb with me." Zhou Yan's tone was unfriendly as she snorted. "When you're in the martial arts society, treat everyone equally. I'm warning you in advance. When you're in the martial arts society, you must abide by the rules. It doesn't matter if you're an instructor or a student, sparring is a matter for the students on the stage. Whether they live or die, before they admit defeat, no one is allowed to interfere. If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me for being rude." "Student Zhou, you're so angry. One of the instructors who was walking toward them snorted softly, looking a little dissatisfied. Obviously, Zhou Yan's words were directed at them. Although Zhou Yan had just entered rank 3, the instructors on the other side were at least rank 4, and the leader was even rank 5. However, at this moment, Zhou Yan was not afraid at all. She said coldly, "I wouldn't dare. These are the rules." Previously, there were instructors who interfered in the sparring between students. I don't want to repeat the consequences. Although the Martial Arts Society is a student organization, the school has given the Martial Arts Society the responsibility of maintaining order. No matter who it is, they must abide by it. The privileges of the Martial Arts Society do not come out of thin air. They are earned through the hard work of generations of members. If Instructor Zhang feels that it's inappropriate, you can appeal to the school. However, Instructor Zhang's students are participating in the sparring today. I'll say this in advance. I hope the instructors won't make things difficult for us. Humph. Instructor Zhang was a little angry. He said lightly, "The Martial Arts Society is becoming more and more arrogant." Zhou Yan's expression suddenly changed. She said coldly, "Instructor Zhang, do you think I'm joking? This is not a reminder, but a warning. If you dare to interfere, the Martial Arts Society still has 2 rank 5 students who have not graduated, and 4 rank 4 students who have not graduated. If you dare to interfere, the Martial Arts Society will suppress you. When that time comes, we'll send you underground to guard for 10 years. Let's see if you still dare to say such words. Bastard. Then you can try." Zhou Yan's pretty face was filled with anger. Her tone was extremely cold. Forget about rank 5 instructors. So what if they were rank 6? The Martial Arts Society did not belong to Zhou Yan, nor did it belong to Zhang Yu. It definitely did not belong to MCMAU alone, the students and the school jointly governed. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations. The abilities of the students who had not graduated were not strong. They were definitely no match for the instructors. However, the students who had graduated from the Martial Arts Society now had instructors, big shots in business, and big shots in politics. It could be said that most of the famous people with great achievements in society had joined the Martial Arts Society. They had enjoyed the benefits of the Martial Arts Society. Even if they had graduated, they still had to contribute to the Martial Arts Society. If someone wanted to break the rules of the Martial Arts Society, even if they were at Grandmaster level, they had to think carefully. The person in question had not arrived yet, but the Martial Arts Society had almost gotten into a conflict with Instructor Zhang. At this moment, the other instructors could not remain calm. An instructor hurriedly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Minister Zhou, old Zhang did not mean that. Everyone knows the rules of the Martial Arts Society. We also came from the Martial Arts Society in the beginning. The interests of the Martial Arts Society are also our interests. Indeed, we are only here to take a look today." Zhou Yan's expression softened a lot. With a slight smile, she said, "Instructor Liu, I was too harsh with my words just now. It's just that the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Society are not here now. I'm under a lot of pressure. The Martial Arts Society has not been established overnight. If anything happens in my hands, I can't afford to bear the responsibility. Arena number 1 has already opened. The instructors can go over and rest for a while." After saying that, Zhou Yan turned around and looked at the few members who had just arrived. She smiled and said, "Go inform the vice presidents and see if any of them can rush back. Oh right, inform the president too. Also, Senior Chen seems to have returned from Tiannan. Go ask if he's here. Tell him that we need Senior Chen to hold the line." Senior Chen was a rank 5 powerhouse in the Martial Arts Society. However, he was currently holding a position outside and rarely returned to the school. That was why he did not take the position of president. Just as she said that, Zhou Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I'll inform the dean and ask him to come and hold the fort." The peak rank 6 Lu Fengru was here too. Zhou Yan's head was as big as a cow's. It was just a sparring between a few rank 1 martial artists. Was it necessary? If these people did not abide by the rules, the Martial Arts Society would not be able to suppress them. If they broke the rules, even if they managed to get back at them later, it would mean that the martial arts society had lost face. The martial arts society could co-govern with the school. As the most authoritative society among the student bodies, it was best not to lose face if possible. Aside from Zhou Yan's headache, preparing to ask the dean of the School of Weaponry to hold the fort, the few instructors from before were also frowning. They did not expect this woman to be here too. Lu Fengger looked slovenly, as if she had just woken up. Zhao Xuemei followed behind her. As they walked toward the crowd, Lu Fengger yawned and said, "Why should I inform the dean? I'm not planning to cause trouble. It's just a rank 1 student. If he dies, so be it. It's not a big deal. Zhang Weru and the others won't dare to interfere. If they do, I'll kill them. Don't worry." The corner of Instructor Zhang's mouth twitched. He did not dare to say a word. Lu Fengru chuckled and said, "Don't worry, little girl Zhou. What I, Wu Wudi, say is set in stone. It's a sparring session. We have to follow the rules. No exceptions. Forget about a rank 5. Even if it's a rank 6 or rank 7, who would dare to break MCMAU's rules? Zhang Weru, do you dare?" Zhang Weru frowned and said, "Lu Fengru, Instructor Lu." Zhang Weru's scalp was numb from her stare. He said reluctantly, "We will definitely follow the rules. I've already said that I'm just here to watch. I have no other intentions." "That's for the best." As she said that, Lu Fengru frowned and asked, "Where's Fang Ping?" "He hasn't arrived yet." Zhou Yan shook her head. Since Lu Fengru had said so, although she still wanted to call the dean, she decided against it after thinking about it. Lu Fengru might be a little crazy, but she would rarely lie. If she said she would not interfere, then she would not interfere. If Zhang Weru and the others dared to interfere, she would find an excuse to hack them to death. They would not dare to do so. This guy, Lu Fengru shook her head and did not say anything else. She strode toward the battle arena. The others followed her. Yang Xiaoman, who was about to go back, moved closer to Zhao Xuemei and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Zhao Xuemei was actually a little confused. She said softly, "Isn't Fang Ping going to spar with the seniors? I don't know why the instructor is coming. There are other instructors too. I almost forgot about this." Yang Xiaoman patted her head. She remembered this before, but Fang Ping was elusive these few days. Everyone was talking about Zhao Lei, her, and the others. She had really forgotten about it. Now that she thought about it, Yang Xiaoman could not help but say, "Why does the atmosphere feel a little off?" Aside from the fact that several instructors had come, the martial arts society's response was not quite right. Zhou Yan was usually quite easy to talk to, but she had warned a few instructors as soon as she arrived. She had almost shed all pretense of cordiality. According to Yang Xiaoman's understanding of Zhou Yan, this senior's temper was actually quite good. Other than the vice president Qin Fengqing, she was quite amiable to everyone. She was also very respectful toward the instructors. Today's scene did not seem to be one of respect. Zhao Xuemei was also confused. She said softly, "I don't know. Let's wait and see." Yang Xiaoman nodded and did not mention anything about going home. After they went to the battle arena, Fang Ping finally arrived. When he arrived at the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping looked at the empty Martial Arts Society building and asked with a headache, "Where is everyone? Didn't they arrange a battle? They didn't even specify the location of the battle. Where am I supposed to find them? They only mentioned the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society is so big, but there's not a single living person?" Fang Ping looked helpless. After searching for a long time, he finally found a Martial Arts Society member. After asking for the location, he hurried to Battle Arena number 1. 7 or 8 minutes later, Fang Ping finally arrived at the place. Battle Arena number 1 was very spacious. There were spectator seats on all 4 sides and a ring in the middle. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, he felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. Everyone was looking at him. This made Fang Ping feel a little stressed. He laughed dryly. Sorry. I'm late. I couldn't find the place and no one came to pick me up." Lu Fengru sneered and said nothing. Zhou Yan was a little speechless. As the person in charge of the martial arts society, she still stood up and asked, Fang Ping, as usual, let me ask you this first. Did you volunteer for this battle? Yes. There are a total of 4 opponents you want to challenge. They are all peak rank 1. Are you sure no one threatened, or used other means to force you? Fang Ping thought for a while and said, if I said yes, what should I do? Before Zhou Yan could speak, someone in the crowd said unhappily, Fang Ping, you were the one who accepted the challenge. Did anyone threaten you? Shut up. Zhou Yan shouted coldly. She tilted her head and said coldly, I'm asking Fang Ping. It's not time for you to speak. If you talk nonsense again, get out. Although the student who interrupted was a little indignant, he did not dare to say anything and quietened down. After scolding that person, Zhou Yan said, in MCMAU, sparring and deathmatch are not allowed. However, both parties must be willing. If one party is unwilling, then the challenge is not valid. If anyone forces you, you can come to the Martial Arts Society to file a complaint. We will handle it. MCMAU will put everything under the light. We won't investigate dirty things in private, but if someone files a complaint, we will definitely handle it. Don't worry, the Martial Arts Society is a society that maintains order. Even instructors have no right to force students to do things they don't want to do. Fang Ping was a little speechless. Did the Martial Arts Society have that much power? To be honest, he was not very clear about these things. Seeing that some of the people on the grandstand were a little nervous, Fang Ping smiled and said, no one forced me. I'm willing. Then the challenge is valid. After saying that, Zhou Yan gestured for Fang Ping to enter the arena. She then said, we're all classmates. Sparring is the main thing. Don't overdo it. Of course, fists and feet have no eyes. Injuries are inevitable. Fang Ping is a new student. This time, he is facing a challenge from 4 people. He has priority and can propose reasonable conditions within the rules. Fang Ping, do you have any conditions? Fang Ping nodded and said, yes. First, senior students can't use cold weapons. After all, it's just sparring. I'm afraid that seniors might accidentally hurt themselves. Second, I'm a new student. My strength is weak, and I have to challenge 4 people. That's why I want seniors to compensate me with a rank 2 vitality pill each to help me recover my vitality. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue. Third, cough, cough. Zhou Yan could not help but cough. What other conditions did he have? She interrupted Fang Ping and looked at Lu Yongwen and the others. What about you guys? Lu Yongwen frowned. After a while, he said, 3 rank 1 vitality pills to recover your vitality. Otherwise, forget it. 4. Fang Ping said immediately. Lu Yongwen frowned again. After a while, he said, okay, but the intermission cannot exceed half an hour. No problem. In the central arena. Soon, the first student went on stage. Fang Ping raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to speak. The young man opposite him frowned slightly and said in a low voice, speak. Senior martial brother, what's your surname? Second-year student from the School of Weaponry, Chen Wolong. I'm just a little curious. I'm just a freshman, and I haven't offended many people. Why would you challenge me? Of course, I know the general reason, but I still want to ask, was Senior Chen also beaten up by NMAU's Wang Jinyang? Chen Wolong frowned and did not reply. Fang Ping continued, of course, I can understand even if you've been beaten up before, but Wang Jinyang and I aren't the same person. Even if he had given me pointers on martial arts, there was no need to treat me as a substitute, right? Senior brother Chen isn't really going to hurt me, is he? Chen Wolong continued to remain silent. Fang Ping said unhurriedly, it's true. I've always been a civilized person. I don't know much about martial arts, and I've only fought a few times. I'm still a good student. If my senior brothers want to beat me up to vent their anger, I'll accept it. Could he not slap his face? Also, don't let me get injured too badly. I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the medical fees. Chen Wolong frowned. The crowd below the stage was displeased as well. Lu Fengru said impatiently, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then admit defeat. Cut the crap. Fang Ping was not annoyed. He chuckled and said, "Can I admit defeat now?" Chen Guolong finally reacted. His eyes turned sharp as he said, "You want to admit defeat? Of course, you're a peak rank 1, and I've just broken through rank 1. Now that I've gotten the pill, it's fine to admit defeat, right?" Zhou Yan, who was below the stage, was also frowning. She said calmly, "Of course, you can admit defeat, but you have to think this through. Cowardice before the battle is detrimental to martial arts. There's no other way. They're seniors, and I'm a freshman. I don't know if they'll find an excuse to beat me to death. Admitting defeat is obviously the best choice." Below the stage, Lu Yongwen took a deep breath and said, "Fang Ping, what are you trying to say? This must be Senior Lu, right?" Fang Ping laughed. "Actually, I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask, are you guys prepared to kill me? We're all smart people. If you have this idea, then just say it. If that's the case, I'm also prepared." Lu Yongwen said coldly, "Accidents happen all the time in a duel. No one wants to kill anyone. When Wang Jinyang first came to MCMAU, he did not want to kill anyone either. But sometimes, there's no holding back. No one can blame anyone. I understand what Senior Lu is trying to say." Fang Ping nodded and said with a grin, "In this way, I don't have any psychological burden. Really, I'm a very honest person. I've been afraid of killing a chicken since I was young. Wang Jinyang told me a long time ago that martial arts must be fought, but how, I don't understand. I just want to practice martial arts quietly and fight for more resources. Isn't that fighting? My mentor also said that we should fight when it's time to fight. We should change our mentality and not be like a weak chicken. I don't think I'm a weakling. I'm just not used to it. I thought that since we were all fellow students, there wouldn't be too much of a conflict between us. In other words, it was my first time meeting my seniors. Your grudge with Wang Jinyang should have nothing to do with me. But now, he should be venting his anger, right? I didn't offend anyone." Fang Ping, enough. The crowd below the stage was getting impatient. Was this guy still a martial artist? Why was he spouting so much nonsense? Fang Ping sighed and thought to himself, "I'm not spouting nonsense. I'm just saying it for myself. I value my life too much. I value my life so much that I felt that Huan Ben was going to cause trouble for me, so I went after him first. I value my life so much that I've never killed anyone, and I don't dare to kill anyone. But if someone wants my life, I'll definitely fight back. How can I fight back? If I kill the other party won't want my life anymore." But they were all students, young people with no grudges between them. Was it worth it to kill someone for no reason? Fang Ping did not know if it was worth it, but he could feel that in the eyes of others, life and death were as simple as that. It doesn't matter if it's a personal dispute or venting their anger. Since Fang Ping is related to Wang Jinyang and I can't take revenge on him, then I'll take revenge on you. He did not know if Chen Guolong wanted to kill him, but it was a fact that Lu Yongwen wanted to find someone to avenge his brother. If Lu Yongwen himself could not go on stage, it meant that among those who went on stage, someone was representing Lu Yongwen, or they were all Lu Yongwen's executioners. Sigh, I really don't understand what you guys are thinking. Are all martial artists this crazy? You guys start fighting at the drop of a hat. I feel like I'm in a mental hospital, enough." Chen Guolong was a little angry. He said in a low voice, "Do you surrender now, or do you want to continue? If I surrender, you guys think I'm easy to bully and still want to cause trouble for me. So, I won't surrender then." Zhou Yan did not wait for him to finish. She said quickly, "Begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ping, who had been spouting nonsense, stepped forward abruptly. Fang Ping's first move was his most powerful puncture kick. His right leg struck quickly, making a buzzing sound as it was sucked out of the air. Chen Guolong's expression did not change. He raised his left arm to block, clenched his right fist, and advanced instead of retreating. He took a step forward, his right fist aiming straight for Fang Ping's throat. Bam! Fang Ping's right leg and left arm collided. Fang Ping's expression was normal, but Chen Guolong's whole body trembled. His left arm pushed outward forcefully, pushing away Fang Ping's right leg. Despicable! Chen Guolong let out a low roar. His left arm was already a bloody mess, bone honing honed the bones. Even if the toughness of the skin increased, the improvement was limited. There was something wrong with Fang Ping's leg. Before he could take a closer look, Fang Ping quickly pulled his leg back. He cupped his fists, exerted force with his left leg, and shot up. In midair, Fang Ping clenched his fists and smashed them down. The brass knuckles smashed into the flesh of Chen Guolong's right arm. Chen Guolong roared angrily. His body straightened, his right arm raised, blocking Fang Ping's fists, and his left arm punched toward Fang Ping's chest. Fang Ping's upper body leaned backward in a strange position. His firm stance pole standing was at its peak, a roly-poly, with his body tilted. Chen Guolong's punch missed. The inertia caused Chen Guolong to lean forward slightly. Fang Ping did not make a sound, his body still leaning backward, and his left leg kicked toward Chen Guolong's crotch. Bastard! Chen Guolong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he retreated hastily. However, because he had lost the upper hand, his left arm was leaning forward, and his right arm had just blocked Fang Ping's punch. He could not retreat in time. Fang Ping's words were gentle, but his attacks were merciless. Without waiting for Chen Guolong to retreat from his attack range, his left leg quickly kicked toward his crotch. Chen Guolong knew that he could not retreat in time. He clamped his legs together, ready to clamp Fang Ping's leg between them. His right hand formed an eagle's claw, trying to capture Fang Ping's left leg. Once Fang Ping's left leg was caught by his right hand that had completed honing, Fang Ping's death would not be far. Fang Ping still did not make a sound, as if he did not know that his left leg had not been honed and could not break through the defense of Chen Guolong's right hand. Just as his left leg was about to reach Chen Guolong's crotch, Fang Ping's left leg suddenly landed heavily on the ground, and he used the momentum to leap up. His right leg was in the air, and the tip of his foot was aimed at Chen Guolong's temple. Ha! Chen Guolong felt like his guts were about to burst. He roared and retreated hastily. He had wanted to capture Fang Ping's left leg, but both his arms were leaning downward. He could not block it in time. Just as he was about to retreat, Fang Ping, who had been silent all this time, suddenly roared. His right leg moved like a shadow, and his vitality erupted at full force. He kicked Chen Guolong's temple. Pooh! The sound of a sharp object stabbing into flesh was heard. It was so soft that it could not be heard. Chen Guolong was still retreating due to inertia, but Fang Ping had already retracted his leg. Tsk tisk, the sound of liquid spurting could only be heard after Chen Guolong had taken a few steps back. I'm sorry. I'm really scared of dying. Fang Ping took a few steps back and murmured in a low voice. He did not attack again. At this moment, Chen Guolong, who was standing opposite him, widened his eyes. The light in his eyes gradually faded. His temple was a mess of flesh and blood. An obvious hole had appeared. It was almost impossible for a martial artist of the three lower ranks to survive a kick to the temple from Fang Ping's alloy military boots. Cough, Chen Guolong might have wanted to say something else, but in the end, other than meaningless cough sounds, nothing came out. Bang! His body fell backward and smashed heavily into the arena. The entire arena was silent. I've killed someone, Fang Ping murmured in his heart. He did not look at Chen Guolong. In both his past and present lives, this was the first person he had truly killed. When Huang Ben died, he did not see it. When the evil sect martial artist died, he saw it, but he did not kill him. The sophomore standing opposite him was still very young, around 20 years old. Fang Ping did not want to kill someone. It took time to change one's mentality. But he did not want to die. He did not know if Chen Guolong would kill him, but he did not want to gamble. That was why he attacked with the intention of killing his opponent first. Below the arena, it was silent. Both sides seemed to have exchanged many moves, but in reality, they had changed their moves in an instant. The whole process took less than a minute. A fight between martial artists was that straightforward. Chen Guolong was dead. This peak rank 1 martial artist had lost to Wang Jinyang at the beginning of the year. He was only injured, but his life was spared. Today, however, he had died at the hands of Wang Jinyang's junior, or rather, his disciple. Someone's dead. Zhao Xuemei's face was pale. She did not expect someone to die at the start of a friendly match, This was completely out of her expectations. Yang Xiaoman, who was beside her, did not expect this either. Her face was pale. Was this still a friendly match? In the crowd, Lu Yongwen's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. In the arena, life and death were up to fate. Qin Guolong should have been prepared for this before he went on stage. Not bad, Lu Fengru said lightly. It's just a little lacking. His strength is a little lacking. Otherwise, he could have broken his left arm with the first kick and stabbed him to death with the second. An instructor beside her had an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "He's too ruthless." Lu Fengru did not respond. Zhang Guoru, however, took a deep breath and said calmly, "What a joke." Although they were on the same side, as he had said, if you wanted to kill someone, you had to be prepared to be killed. Chen Guolong's death could only mean that he was unlucky and lacking in strength. Beside him, an instructor said in a low voice, "Foot bone honing is completed." It's too fast. It's only been less than a month. Also, his boots are E-grade alloy boots. Unarmed, he's at a great disadvantage. Chen Guolong was too careless. He fell into a passive position right from the start. He was also lacking in reflexes and was confused by the feint. If he took the risk and didn't block the sneaky attack, he might have had a chance to turn the tables. Hindsight. Lu Fengru snorted. The instructor seemed to be talking about Chen Guolong, but he was actually explaining to the people behind him. Fang Ping killed Chen Guolong instantly, not because his strength far surpassed Chen Guolong's. The main reason was that Chen Guolong did not dare to attack Fang Ping at the risk of getting injured. If he had taken the risk and ignored the sneaky attack, Chen Guolong might have been able to kill Fang Ping with one punch. In the arena, members of the Martial Arts Society quickly appeared and carried Chen Guolong off the stage, accompanied by a doctor. In reality, everyone knew that it was just for show. Fang Ping exhaled and restored his vitality and mentality to their peak. He suppressed the slight discomfort in his heart and turned to the audience. "I didn't mean to kill. My strength is limited, Fang Ping, there's no need to say this." Lu Yongwen interrupted him and said coldly, "Once you're in the arena, you're responsible for your own life. No one doesn't understand this principle. If you have the strength, take revenge. If you don't, admit defeat. This is MCMAU's rule." No one forced Chen Guolong into the arena. It was his own decision. The three people behind him are the same. If you don't want to go, you can withdraw. Fang Ping was interrupted. After a while, he nodded and said, "I'm the one who's surprised. Let's continue." "You're not resting?" "No need. I booked a ticket for the afternoon. I'll beat him to death and be done with it." Fang Ping grinned and said to the three people beside the arena, "Who's next? Let's finish this quickly." Confident. The second person was not afraid. He jumped onto the arena and said in a low voice, "School of Weaponry, third-year student Zhang Guowei. At the beginning of the year, Wang Jinyang broke half of my sternum. I haven't fully recovered even after a few months of recuperation. You know, in martial arts universities, if you can't cultivate for more than half a year and can't improve, it means that your martial arts path is cut in half. People like us have limited potential. We don't have strong families to support us, and we don't have powerful parents to back us up. If we stop cultivating, it means that our future is bleak. I had hopes of graduating from rank 3, but now I might be stuck at rank 1 for the rest of my life. Wang Jinyang is now peak rank 3, advancing toward rank 4. I have no hope of revenge in this lifetime. The battle between martial artists does not involve ordinary people. His parents, relatives, and friends are all ordinary people. He has no siblings. Since you, Fang Ping, accepted his teachings, it's only natural for me to seek revenge on you. You kill me, or I kill you. It doesn't involve anything else. It's just a matter of revenge and revenge. I don't have any martial artist friends or relatives. If I die, all the hatred will disappear." "I understand." Fang Ping nodded and smiled. "That's more straightforward. I'm about the same as you. Wang Jinyang might not help me do anything. Even if you kill me, it shouldn't be too dangerous." Below the arena, Zhou Yan waited for both of them to finish before saying slowly, "Begin." As soon as she said that, both of them moved at the same time. Zhang Weiwei had also honed his lower limbs, so his movements were agile. He quickly dodged Fang Ping's whip kick and swept his leg across Fang Ping's left leg. Fang Ping dodged hurriedly. Zhang Weiwei pressed forward, forcing Fang Ping to a corner of the arena. Below the arena, Zhao Xuemei was extremely nervous. She whispered, "Xiaoman, this time, will someone die?" Yang Xiaoman exhaled. Her face was pale as she nodded. She said softly, "Most likely." Both of them had made it very clear that their goal was to kill each other. Then Fang Ping is, I don't know. Zhang Weiwei is a peak rank 1 after all. He's not as unprepared as before and underestimated Fang Ping. Both of them did not know what else to say. Both of them fell silent. As freshmen, they were not used to this kind of situation. They could not be indifferent and silent like the others. On the arena, Fang Ping narrowed his eyes. He did not fight his opponent head-on. He used his stance to retreat. A rank 1 martial artist's vitality was limited. Outbursts could not last long. Zhang Weiwei fought steadily, shrinking Fang Ping's space to retreat. His vitality was limited, and so was Fang Ping, especially since Fang Ping had not finished honing his bones. One of his limbs had not been completely honed. Fang Ping might not be able to last longer than him. 5 or 6 minutes later, Fang Ping's face was pale, and his steps were weak. Zhang Weiwei did not advance rashly. He continued to shrink Fang Ping's space to retreat and did not give Fang Ping a chance to take medicine. After a while, Fang Ping's face became paler, and his limbs trembled slightly. Lu Fengger frowned slightly. Zhang Guoru said in a low voice, "His vitality is almost depleted." "Humph." Lu Fengger snorted. Zhang Weiwei was very steady. He did not give Fang Ping any time. Otherwise, Fang Ping could have taken the rank 2 vitality pill she gave him in outburst. Theoretically, a peak rank 1 vitality should last longer than Fang Ping. Although Fang Ping was thrice honed and his vitality was not low, it seemed that Fang Ping did not know how to control himself. His consumption was greater than Zhang Weiwei's. Just as Zhang Guoru finished speaking, Fang Ping suddenly staggered slightly on the arena. But who here didn't have sharp eyesight? Zhang Weiwei was the same. He seized the opportunity and pounced forward. He was prepared to take Fang Ping's kick head-on. After that kick, Fang Ping would die. However, he felt something was wrong just as he pounced forward. Fang Ping's pale face and his steps were weak, but his face turned rosy in an instant. The originally soft and powerless puncture kick suddenly exploded with a strong qi and blood energy. *T. Zhang Weiwei did not have time to think. How did Fang Ping suddenly have enough vitality? He was also a peak rank 1, but he could not hold on anymore. Fang Ping's consumption was greater than his. He could see that even if he consumed the pill instantly, it would be difficult to recover instantly. There was a digestion period. Unfortunately, Fang Ping did not give him the chance. Zhang Weiwei wanted to shout surrender, but before he could say anything, Fang Ping kicked his heart with the tip of his foot. Fang Ping did not stop after the kick. He punched Zhang Weiwei's left and right temples with both fists. Blood seeped out of Fang Ping's nose, mouth, and eyes. Even if Fang Ping had not honed his upper limbs, the strength of a thrice honed was not to be underestimated. A martial artist's skull had always been their weakest point without honing their skull. Thud, the light in Zhang Weiwei's eyes faded. He fell to the ground, his head drooping. Off stage. Lu Yongwen and the others' expressions changed. Zhang Guoru frowned and whispered, "What happened?" He, a rank 5 martial artist, would not be wrong about his vitality being depleted. However, Fang Ping's sudden recovery of vitality was what caused Zhang Weiwei's death, 2 battles and 2 deaths. This was completely out of their expectations. The remaining 2 had not lost their will to fight when Chen Guolong died. Now, they were obviously afraid. On stage, Fang Ping closed his eyes and panted. His heart was beating hard. In the martial arts arena, the crowd below the stage frowned in surprise. On the stage, Fang Ping rested for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, "Continue." The look in Zhou Yan's eyes changed slightly. She asked in a low voice, "Aren't you going to rest for a while?" "I booked the tickets." Since Fang Ping had said so, as a neutral referee, Zhou Yan stopped trying to persuade him. She turned to look at the two at the side of the arena. You two still want to fight? The two people below the stage were no longer as determined as before. When the doctor and the members of the martial arts club carried Zhang Guowei's body and passed by them again, their eyes were a little gloomy. After a while, one of them sighed and said, I admit defeat. From now on, I will practice martial arts in peace. Whether it's rank 1 or rank 2, martial arts, maybe, it doesn't suit me. The latter part of the sentence was barely audible. He was scared and cowardly. They were both rank 1, but he was at the peak of rank 1, while Fang Ping had just entered rank 1. However, after Fang Ping had consecutively killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists, he did not dare to go on stage anymore. With that, the man turned around and left. After he left, there was only one person left in the arena. The last person was not a boy, but a girl. The woman looked a bit hesitant. She turned to look at Lu Yongwen, gritted her teeth, and prepared to step onto the stage. Lu Yongwen, who was below the stage, suddenly said, Forget it, admit defeat. Yongwen. The girl was a little unwilling. She gritted her teeth and said, I can do it. Lu Yongwen shook his head and looked at Fang Ping. She admitted defeat. Yongwen, the girl's relationship with Lu Yongwen was obviously not ordinary. Her eyes revealed an expression that was either relieved or regretful. She turned to look at Lu Yongwen and said resentfully, If only I could use weapons today. Fang Ping said coldly, What's with all the nonsense? If you want to fight, come on stage. Let's see if I can kill you. You're not fit to be a martial artist. How could there be so much chatter in the arena? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't fight, then admit defeat. If you're not convinced, come up on stage. I've used up most of my vitality, so I might not be able to kill you. Bastard. Enough. Lu Yongwen shouted softly. Zhang Guoru also frowned and said, Qi Wei, that's enough. If you admit defeat, come down. A martial artist's greatest taboo was to not be cowardly when one's strength was not enough. Verbal cannons could kill, but it was built on the foundation of strength. Qin Fengqing could go around shooting firecrackers, and ordinary people couldn't kill him. Those who could kill him wouldn't kill him. However, Qi Wei's opponent was Fang Ping. He had just entered rank 1 not long ago, yet he had already killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists. No matter how stubborn Qi Wei was, she could not hide the fact that she admitted defeat and did not dare to fight. Qi Wei's face darkened. She lowered her head and walked straight out. Did she still dare to fight? He might not dare. If Lu Yongwen had strongly requested it, she might have fought with her life on the line. However, Lu Yongwen had already admitted defeat on her behalf, and her heart had been relieved of that pressure. If she went on stage now, there was a high chance that she would be beaten to death. With the 2 challengers gone, the so-called sparring naturally came to an end. Lu Yongwen gave Fang Ping a long, hard look. He stood up and said, My skills were inferior, so it's not a shame that I lost. But my younger brother was a genius like you back then. We had high hopes for him. Our family had higher expectations for him than for me, hoping that he could graduate from rank 4. Now, however, his injuries had yet to heal, and he could no longer maintain his peak rank 1. His vitality had dropped, and he had fallen to rank 1. Forget about graduating from rank 4, even rank 2 would be difficult. He might be stuck at rank 1 for the rest of his life. Lu Yongwen laughed self-deprecatingly. I have no other intentions in saying all this. I just want to tell you that there's no right or wrong in a battle of martial arts. It's all about strength. If Wang Jinyang could cripple my brother, I can get someone to cripple you. Of course, the prerequisite is that there are rules. If the rules allow it, I'm more than happy to let you experience my brother's feelings. Now that your strength is comparable to a peak rank 1, let's forget about today's matter. When you reach rank 3, we'll talk again. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly walked into the arena and said loudly, There's no need to wait for him to reach rank 3. I'm also rank 3. Lu Yongwen, I challenge you. Bang, a low sound of collision rang out in the arena. It's you. Wang Jinyang. How dare you come to MCMAU? There was a huge uproar in the arena. The students that Lu Yongwen had brought along glared at him. Beside the arena's entrance, Wang Jinyang was as calm as ever. He said lightly, Lu Yongwen, do you accept the challenge? You. Do you dare or not? Wang Jinyang said calmly, come on stage. If I can't kill you in 3 moves, I'll kneel in front of MCMAU's entrance for a month. I'll admit that I'm no match for those of the same rank in MCMAU. Wang Jinyang. An instructor shouted coldly, this is MCMAU, not NMAU. Wang Jinyang looked at the instructor who spoke and said calmly, I'll definitely break through in 3 days. You can challenge me after a month. You'll be responsible for your own life and death. Arrogant. The rank 4 instructor was furious. Stubborn words won't kill you. How dare you look down on MCMAU? I don't look down on anyone, but I'm not afraid of anyone. I've made it this far because I've sacrificed more than all of you. Wang Jinyang said calmly, now, as a rank 3, I challenge those of the same rank in MCMAU. Do you dare? Arrogant bastard. Accept the challenge. Let a peak rank 3 martial artist fight him. Some were indignant, some were indignant. Lu Yongwen's expression changed for a while, but he said nothing. The instructors frowned, but no one said anything. Peak rank 3 Wang Jinyang had disappeared for a period of time. Everyone thought that he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to rank 4. Who knew that he did not break through and came to Magic City instead? Right now, Wang Jinyang was a peak rank 3, half a step away from rank 4. Although MCMAU had students of this level, could they really be Wang Jinyang's match? Defeating a rank 1 could still be considered a joke. Rank 3 were elite students. If they were defeated by Wang Jinyang, MCMAU would lose all its dignity. They would probably be facing real trouble. Wang Jinyang saw that the crowd did not respond. He was neither disappointed nor arrogant. He said calmly, if you don't dare, then I won't force you. However, I am me, and others are others. Fang Ping is an MCMAU student, not NMAU. MCMAU is targeting a new student. Is this the style of an elite school? Wang Jinyang, this is a fair challenge. Fang Ping accepted it himself. Lu Yongwen frowned. Wang Jinyang tilted his head and looked at him. Alright, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, I'll challenge you fairly too. When I'm a rank 3, you don't dare to fight me. When I've just achieved rank 4, I'll avoid it. When I'm a peak rank 4, I'll come to MCMAU to block the entrance. I'd like to see if it's fair to kill all your rank 4 students. Bastard. Zhang Guoru scolded angrily, do you really think there's no one in MCMAU? Then let's fight. Wang Jinyang suddenly shouted, today, I, Wang Jinyang, challenge MCMAU rank 3 students. I'll accept no one. Do you really think I won't dare to kill your MCMAU students? You, shut up. Lu Fengru, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted angrily and glared at Zhang Guoru. Wang Jinyang had defeated all the rank 3 students in the north. The vice presidents of Capital City Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society were defeated instantly. How could they fight? In Capital City, Wang Jinyang did not kill them. If he had killed them today in MCMAU, the blood of rank 3 students would have splashed all over MCMAU. Zhang Guoru's face was red, but he said nothing. Wang Jinyang ignored him. He looked at Fang Ping on the stage and said, in the future, if you think it's dangerous, you can reject it. My business has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about revenge. When I reach rank 4, if MCMAU tries this again, I'll kill all the rank 4 students in MCMAU. When I reach rank 5, I'll kill all the rank 5 students in MCMAU. Wang Jinyang's words were arrogant, but they were also reasonable. The instructors looked extremely embarrassed. Lu Fengru also frowned slightly. She said lightly, Wang Jinyang, let's not talk about the fact that Fang Ping is my student. Of course, I'll take care of him. Just talk about yourself. Do you really think you're invincible among your peers? You'll know once you try. You're really confident. No wonder you're the shit stirrer that the Martial Arts University Alliance pushed out. Lu Fengru smiled and said, as a martial artist, accepting challenges is a very common thing. I don't care about that. Wang Jinyang interrupted. Fang Ping's life and death have nothing to do with me. Whether he accepts the challenge or not has nothing to do with me. However, that's his own path. It's not something that I can influence. MCMAU shouldn't have used what happened to me to threaten him. I, Wang Jinyang, will take responsibility for my own matters. If anyone is dissatisfied, just come and find me. If there's a next time, I'll definitely keep my promise. Lu Fengre nodded slightly. You're right. Actually, it's just a bunch of trash whose essence, qi, and spirit have been destroyed by you. None of MCMAU's true elites would do this. Qin Fengqing, Xiaolei, Zhou Yan, none of these people have anything against Feng Ping. They have their own pride. Wang Jinyang said lightly, they wouldn't dare. The corner of Zhou Yan's mouth twitched. She muttered, you make it sound like we're afraid of you. Wang Jinyang heard this and looked at her. You can accept the challenge. You're crazy, Zhou Yan said impatiently, don't be too arrogant. This is MCMAU Martial Arts Society. Who let you in? Me. At this moment, a lazy voice was heard. Qin Fengqing walked in lazily with his saber in hand. He yawned and said, I saw him at the station and invited him to come to MCMAU. I didn't expect to see such a good show. I said earlier, don't bother with these useless things. This guy isn't dead. He's still alive. If you want to fight him, challenge him directly. What's the point of all this nonsense? I can't beat him, or else I would have challenged him long ago. At this moment, Feng Ping, who had been silent all this while, suddenly whispered, Brother Wang, Qin Fengqing also said that he would challenge me when I'm rank 3. The corner of Qin Fengqing's mouth twitched. He swore, I was just saying. Wang Jinyang glanced at him without saying anything. Finally, he looked at Lu Yongwen, who had an ugly expression on his face. You're rank 3 now. It's fine if you don't accept the challenge now. Don't think that I can't do anything to you now that I'm rank 4. Your father is also rank 4. If there's a next time, I'll fight to the death with your father. Wang Jinyang. Lu Yongwen's expression was so dark that it could drip water. He was no longer as gentle as before. He gritted his teeth and said, if not what? If not for the grandmasters accompanying me, your father would have attacked me long ago? Wang Jinyang sneered. That's because I'm worth it. Compared to the lot of you, I, Wang Jinyang, am worth more. Then you'll have to accept your fate. After saying that, Wang Jinyang turned around and left. As he walked, he said, I won't be leaving Magic City for the next few days. Rank 3, be it MCMAU or anywhere else, you can come and find me. 3 days later, I won't accept any more rank 3 challenges. Of course, if you have a death wish, you can come. Old Wang left just like that, but Feng Ping sighed. Stealing the limelight. I've killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists in my first battle. My momentum is at its peak. However, when Old Wang came, he was extremely overbearing. Even Lu Fengre did not care about the student anymore. She kept staring at Old Wang. Before this, Zhao Xuemei and Yang Xiaoman still looked at him with some fear and admiration. However, when Old Wang came, the 2 girls probably forgot that Feng Ping was still on the stage. What's this? Feng Ping mumbled, feeling a little relieved. He did not expect Wang Jinyang to come at this time. Moreover, he came in an unparalleled manner, directly challenging all MCMAU rank 3 martial artists. Even the rank 4 instructors dared not say anything when Wang Jinyang said that he would break through in 3 days and accept the challenge a month later. Wang Jinyang's fame was earned through fighting. Rank 1S swept Magic City, rank 3 swept Northland, he was about to enter rank 4. As instructors of the same rank, could they defeat Wang Jinyang? A rank 4 martial artist was already a big shot. If they were suitable, they could become a city commander. Under such circumstances, not everyone had the courage to fight a martial artist to the death. Wang Jinyang left. Qin Fengqing smiled and followed him. Zhou Yan saw that the 2 gods of plague had left and cursed. Qin Fengqing must be out of his mind. He actually brought Wang Jinyang to the Martial Arts Society. Her mind was originally still on Feng Ping in the arena, but now she did not think about Feng Ping anymore. Killing 2 peak rank 1 martial artists was a little troublesome. However, no matter how troublesome it was, they were the ones who challenged Fang Ping, and it was a tag team battle. If they were killed in the end, they deserved it. Later, they could report that they died during training. It was not a big deal. The key was that Wang Jinyang was about to break through to rank 4, and the president had been in closed-door cultivation. Would these two fight? One was the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, and the other was the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society. Their statuses were not lower than a city commander. If something happened to such a young middle-ranked martial artist, it would be a pity if one of them died than if 100 rank 1 martial artists died. Everyone's mind was no longer on the arena. Lu Yongwen and the others did not say a word and left quickly. The other instructors also left in a hurry. No one mentioned Fang Ping again. After a while, outside the Martial Arts Society, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Instructor, what should I do next?" "You?" Lu Fengru said impatiently, "Don't you have an afternoon ticket? Go home." "What else can you do? It's good to go home now." "It's your first time killing someone, right?" "Yes." "You'll look okay, but you won't feel good inside. Go home and spend some time with your family. You'll get used to it. Come find me when the holidays are over. I'll make arrangements." "Then Wang Jinyang, him?" Lu Fengru thought for a while before saying, "He's made a name for himself. It's fine if he's in the lower 3 ranks. Once he's in the middle 3 ranks, he'll be considered someone. This kid has big plans. He probably came to Magic City at this time to find some opportunities to prepare for his breakthrough to the middle 3 ranks. When he's in the middle 3 ranks, if he's not willing, there aren't many people who can use him as a pawn." Speaking of which, Lu Fengru glanced at Fang Ping and said with some disdain, "Both of you are only 1 year apart, but the gap is too big. He dares to suppress MCMAU students to the point that they don't dare to speak, and you're even scheming against a rank 1 martial artist?" Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Was he being looked down on and criticized? Lu Fengru seemed to have something to do and left early. Soon, the others disappeared, leaving only the 3 freshmen looking at each other, unsure of what to say. Zhao Xuemei looked at Fang Ping with some fear. Yang Xiaoman had forgotten about the incident earlier. She asked softly, "Was that NMAU's Wang Jinyang?" Wang Jinyang was the most famous student in normal martial arts universities in recent years. Yang Xiaoman and the others had heard of him before, but they had never seen him in person. Plus, after entering MCMAU, everyone was a little arrogant and did not think that Wang Jinyang was anything special. However, what happened today had subverted their imaginations. In the MCMAU Martial Arts Society, a normal peak rank 3 martial arts university student had dominated the entire arena. Zhou Yan and the others were usually easy to talk to, but from how she had intimidated Zhang Guoru today, it could be seen that they were not easy to deal with. What happened in the end? When she met Wang Jinyang, who had beaten her up before, she only said a few words. As for Wang Jinyang challenging a rank 3 MCMAU student, she pretended not to hear it. For a moment, the 2 women felt that this was how a real man should be. Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, "I killed someone just now." "Oh." Zhao Xuemei suddenly came back to her senses. She looked at Fang Ping with some fear. You were a little too harsh." Fang Ping's face darkened. So, old Wang was a man, and he was harsh when he killed someone. Fang Ping could not be bothered with her and walked away. Zhao Xuemei seemed to feel that something was wrong. She hurriedly chased after him and explained, "I didn't mean that. It's just that." She wanted to say that they were all students. They were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. However, after thinking about it carefully, Chen Guolong did not know that Zhang Guowei had said he would kill Fang Ping. If that was the case, it did not seem wrong for Fang Ping to kill him. Fang Ping shook his head. "It's okay. I'm not used to it either. I didn't want to kill anyone. Even if I don't kill, I can't just stand by and watch if someone wants to kill me. Once you're in the arena, your life and death are beyond your control. This is not a simple sparring match. This won't happen again." It was not only because of him, but also because of Wang Jinyang. Lao Wang had already said that if others were to be implicated because of him, He would challenge a rank 4 if he was a rank 4, and a rank 5 if he was a rank 5. Furthermore, it was obvious that they were going to fight to the death. Under such circumstances, everyone had to weigh their options carefully. In a situation where Wang Jinyang was still invincible among his peers, not many people would try. Zhao Xuemei nodded. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "What does it feel like to kill someone?" When Chen Guolong died, he wasn't used to it. His legs were a little weak. However, it wasn't like he hadn't seen dead people before. In addition, he died quickly, so he felt much better after a while. When I beat Zhang Guowei to death, I hypnotized myself that a martial artist dying in the arena was also a kind of final destination, so I wouldn't feel so bad. Your mentality is really strong, Zhao Xuemei, who was usually loud and boisterous, spoke in a much quieter voice today. She sighed and said, "Did you bring me here to tell me that this day will come sooner or later?" "Maybe." Fang Ping sighed and said, "Martial artists face death more often than not, especially rank 3 martial artists. You've seen it. Whether it's Zhou Yan or Lu Yongwen, including those instructors, they've all experienced life and death situations. They feel pity and sorrow for their students' deaths, but they're not afraid. Not afraid of death, maybe that's what it means to be a martial artist. But the martial artists I know aren't like that." "Casual martial artists?" "No, they also graduated from martial arts universities, but now they're doing clerical work." "That's right. I've heard people say that in martial arts universities, students below rank 3 are actually very safe. Today is an exception. These students, after they graduate, mostly do clerical work. When outstanding students graduate, they usually enter the Department of Investigation Services, the military department, or something else. There are very few government clerical jobs." Fang Ping now understood some things. In martial arts universities, students below rank 3 were still safe. Even if he really did not accept the challenge, Lu Yongwen and the others could not do anything to him in school. If he went out, he would also be bound by the law. The reason why Fang Ping accepted the challenge was that he hoped it would be less troublesome. He wanted to intimidate some people so that those of the same rank would not dare to cause trouble for him. He had a lot of things to do. He did not have time to waste with these people every day. Now it seemed that the effect was even better. Zhao Xuemei did not know what to feel, so she did not ask any more questions. She did not ask, but Yang Xiaoman, who had been following him, asked curiously, "Fang Ping, when you fought Zhang Guowei, your vitality was clearly depleted." Fang Ping turned to look at her, frowning slightly. "Didn't your instructor teach you not to pry into other people's secrets when you entered martial arts university? Your family should be well off, and there are martial artists in your family. Didn't your parents teach you that? Every martial artist has their own path. Prying into other people's secrets will make you a mortal enemy, understand? Don't pry into these things in the future." Yang Xiaoman was a little too curious. Zhao Xuemei had mentioned before that she was asking about him. Fang Ping had thought that she was in cahoots with Lu Yongwen and the others, and was purposely trying to pry into his information. Now it did not seem like it. Maybe she was really curious. However, this kind of behavior was not worth encouraging. Which martial artist did not have secrets? Fang Ping had them, Lu Fengger had them, Wang Jinyang had them, and every grandmaster powerhouse had them. Some things were not said, and even the instructors would not ask. Lu Fengru, for example. Did she not notice that Fang Ping's vitality had suddenly recovered? She did not ask anything. Instructors were only responsible for teaching and answering questions. The students' secrets were their own business. Yang Xiaoman's expression changed after being scolded. She was about to say something when Zhao Xuemei tugged at her arm. This was a guy who had killed before, among a group of new students, martial artists who had seen blood and martial artists who had not were different. Yang Xiaoman pouted and did not say anything else. Fang Ping did not care about them and left quickly. After he left, Yang Xiaoman said angrily, "What's with the arrogance? I'll deal with him sooner or later. I'll take revenge." As for what revenge, of course it was for the chest attack during the school allocation. "Brother Wang, where are you?" "Magic Martial Hotel." "Huh?" Fang Ping was stunned. Old Wang was really arrogant. He actually went to Magic Marshall Hotel. This was MCMAU's territory. Was he really waiting for MCMAU students to challenge him? Fang Ping did not ask further. He hung up and walked out of the school. He had a lot of questions to ask old Wang. 10 minutes later. Magic Marshall Hotel. The restaurant. Wang Jinyang was eating, accompanied by Qin Fengqing. While eating, Qin Fengqing greeted him warmly. "Junior, let's eat together. You're hungry, right? You fought well today, but you didn't kill them all in one go. These people are so bored. Rank 1 and 2 students don't cultivate hard, but cause trouble every day. Do they really think no one can control them?" As he said this, he had obviously forgotten himself and Wang Jinyang. These rank 1 and 2 students were not idle either. Of course, they rarely fought among themselves. Most of them accepted missions and earned credits. Wang Jinyang did not say anything. After Fang Ping sat down, he said, "I already knew about your challenge." "Oh. You're not surprised? After all, I was the one who brought you trouble. If I had appeared from the start, you might not have had to fight." Fang Ping smiled. "It was my own decision. No one forced me. When I went on stage, the Martial Arts Society even asked me. I accepted the challenge because I was unhappy. Why did they have to cause trouble for me? I also wanted to try and integrate into the martial artist community." Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. "Then, in your opinion, what is the martial artist community like? Indifferent to life and death?" Fang Ping said subconsciously. Wang Jinyang humped suddenly. "Nonsense. Who isn't afraid of death? No one isn't afraid of death. No one can be indifferent to life and death. Grandmasters are the same. In your eyes, martial artists are indifferent to life and death, brave and ruthless? The reason you have this illusion might be because you don't have much contact with them. These people today might not have the heart to kill you. What's more important is the unwillingness of the losers. Martial artists are a group of people who seek to be strong and live. Their path to strength was cut off by me. That's why they are resentful and unwilling, but it doesn't mean that they don't want to live." As he spoke, Wang Jinyang put down his bowl and chopsticks. He said slowly, "I didn't show up before your challenge because I wanted you to understand that blindly giving in is not the path of a martial artist who seeks to be strong and live. Even if I didn't do anything, with your situation, you would soon be involved in some dangerous missions. Instead of being beaten to death outside, it's better to change your mentality in school and experience the fear of life and death. You're not a coward. When you were an aspiring martial artist, you dared to plot against peak rank 2 Huang Bin. This shows that you're brave and not stupid. However, you're lacking something. At least, you lack some drive. You don't have to have it, but you can't not have it. When you're out on missions, you'll often encounter vicious people. These people won't waste time talking to you. If you want to kill them, they'll kill you. That's why it's good for you to see blood first. Of course, if you're really beaten to death, that's your problem. I won't feel guilty. You've improved too quickly. If you didn't die this time, you might die next time. There's no need for the living to feel guilty for the dead." Fang Ping was speechless. Were these words really appropriate? Qin Fengqing said vaguely as he ate. "The rank 1 and rank 2 students in school rarely see blood. This is actually a disadvantage. When they reach rank 3, some are still clueless. Every time they go on a mission, a lot of them die. Instead of dying in obscurity, it's better to die and gain some experience for others when you're in rank 1 and 2. Of course, no one wants to die in vain. However, you're not to blame for what happened today. They died in vain. There's no need to think too much about it." Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang were actually comforting Fang Ping. However, they were not very good at comforting people. Fang Ping did not say anything. He changed the topic. "Brother Wang, are you going to break through?" "Yes, in a few days." "Then why did you come to Magic City?" Wang Jinyang shook his head. "It's not what you think. I'm not interested in finding trouble with students. I had no choice but to show up for the 3 lower ranks. However, I'm not the weakest even among the instructors when I'm in the 3 middle ranks. I came to Magic City this time because I have something to do. Those people from MCMAU thought I came to provoke them. They're thinking too much. Qin Fengqin grinned. I invited him. There's a big mission to do this time. This guy is strong enough. We're going to make a big profit. Wang Jinyang did not deny it. He only reminded him, you're too weak. Don't blame me if you die. Pfft. Do you think I'll die so easily? Qin Fengqin did not think much of it. I've courted death so many times. When have I really died? After I reap enough benefits this time, my torso will be almost honed. Even if I'm not as good as Wang Jinyang, there's still hope for me to achieve rank 4 by the end of my junior year. Fang Ping felt much more relaxed after knowing that Wang Jinyang was here to do a mission. He thought that Wang Jinyang was here to challenge him again. Although old Wang was strong, Magic City was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No one knew if there were stronger martial artists of the same rank. Seeing Fang Ping heave a sigh of relief, Wang Jinyang smiled. There are some things you don't have to think too much about. You can't get involved now. The competition between normal martial arts universities and famous schools is the Grandmaster's business. If they need us to be their weapon and there are enough benefits, then we'll be their weapon. If there are no benefits, then they'll let you be their weapon. So what if you're a Grandmaster? Ignore them. Back then, those rank 1 martial artists in Magic City did not do anything without benefits. They promised credits and pills in large amounts. In the end, I got hurt after taking the benefits. This is what I expected. Who would take the benefits without doing anything? Just remember this. Martial artists don't kill people for no reason. There are rules and laws in this world. Grandmasters can't force you to do anything. Look at me now. I'll give you benefits and see the situation. If it's not dangerous, I'll do it. If it's dangerous, I won't bother. Of course, if you're too stupid and fall into someone's trap, then you can only blame yourself. This time, the new students in MCMAU were also tricked by Lu Yongwen. Qin Fengqin said disdainfully, Lu Yongwen only knows how to do this kind of bullshit. If I really meet him underground, I'll kill him with one slash. Cough. Wang Jinyang coughed softly, interrupting him. He turned to Fang Ping and said, your mission now is to cultivate in peace. You can accept some small missions, but don't be overconfident and challenge those impossible missions. Slowly accumulate experience and increase your strength. MCMAU has good conditions. Here, you can get what you need with the least amount of effort. As for the rest, wait until you're strong enough. Also, in a martial arts university, although what I said might be a little heartless, you better remember to pay more attention to instructors and classmates. If they ask you to do something, you can do it. Favors are useless. You have to get practical benefits. If the benefits are not enough, or if the effort is not proportional to the reward, don't just agree to it. Increasing your strength is the most important thing. When you're dead, a favor is worthless. I rarely do favors, even for Grandmasters. If there are benefits, I'll give them first. I'll increase my strength and my ability to protect myself. When I become a Grandmaster in the future, I'll sell a favor. That will be much more than what I have now. It's a little utilitarian, but it's also from my experience in the past year. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He was not surprised that Wang Jinyang had such an idea. Everyone in the world came for benefits, even if he himself had interacted with Wang Jinyang, it was also because of benefits. Most of the others were like that. Unless they were close to each other, who would give too much for an outsider? Thinking of this, Fang Ping felt like going home. After being away for 2 months, it was time to go back and take a look. He could also relax. During his time in MCMAU, he had been a little depressed. After that, the three of them did not talk too much. Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqin gave Fang Ping some pointers on cultivation. Lu Fengru had mentioned some things, but not others. There were pros and cons of rank 6 instructors. The pros were that they were knowledgeable and far-sighted. The cons were that they were too far away from rank 1 and 2. Some details were easily overlooked. At the train station, Fang Ping casually pinched a hand that was reaching for him. The other party's wrist instantly turned purple. The result was surprising. The other party did not fight or pull out his saber. Instead, he bowed and looked at Fang Ping with a pleading expression. Fang Ping shook his head slightly and let go of the other party. When he saw that the other party ran faster than a rabbit, even a few fellows who seemed to be his accomplices disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping could not help but sigh. The world was different now. Thieves were living a miserable life. In a world of martial artists, no one knew if the people around them were martial artists or not. If a random thief met a martial artist, no matter how brave or ruthless they were, they would have to admit defeat. Obviously, Fang Ping's random pinch had made the other party realize that he might have met a martial artist. The train station incident was just an interlude. At 4:20 p.m., Fang Ping arrived at Sun City train station without a hitch. When he returned to Sun City and walked out of the train station, Fang Ping could not help but sigh. He remembered the first time he met Wang Jinyang. The other party was also full of emotions. At that time, Fang Ping could not understand this feeling. However, this time, although Fang Ping did not carry out any missions and did not experience too many life or death situations, he had killed 2 young martial artists with his own hands a few hours ago. A small city like Sun City was always so peaceful and relaxed. Martial artists were high above everyone else, but they were far away from everyone's lives. There might not even be a murder case in the whole year. Did anyone know that Wang Jinyang was famous in the outside world? Did anyone know that Fang Ping had not only become a martial artist, but also killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists? No one knew, they only knew about the big news on the internet. They knew that Grandmaster Ma from Penguin had broken through to rank 8, and that Master Ma from Tanuki had officially become a Grandmaster. In their eyes, the world was only that big, and martial artists were that simple. This is good too, Fang Ping murmured softly as he stood outside the train station. After entering a martial arts university for a month, Fang Ping was not completely clueless about some things. Every year, many martial artists died. Every year, martial artists committed crimes due to madness and stress, creating suffocating, bloody tragedies. However, these things were hidden by the higher-ups. Among them, martial arts universities were also doing their best to cover it up. If this was his past life, Fang Ping would definitely have said a few words to the keyboard warriors. This was to deprive them of their right to know. However, in this life, Fang Ping felt that this kind of thing should be kept a secret. Ordinary people lived ordinary lives, happy and comfortable. Even if they weren't too rich, no one had ever starved to death. What good would it do to spread this news, other than creating panic? It was completely useless. If they really encountered a ferocious martial artist, ordinary people would not be able to resist, and there would only be more casualties. If you don't know, even if you meet these evil people, they might not bother with you. If the sky fell, there were the tall ones to hold it up. If the tall ones could not hold it up, there were the low-level martial artists like Fang Ping. Even Fang Ping and the others could not take it anymore. When that time came, it would be time for the people to obtain the right to know, because even the special classes could not take it anymore. It might really be the end of the world. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Fang Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He strode home. Scenic Lake Gardens. At the main entrance. Fang Ping had just reached the door when someone exclaimed, "Fang Ping." When Fang Ping heard the voice, he was instantly gratified. A bright smile appeared on his face. This girl, she actually came to the door to pick me up. I didn't say I would be back today. Siblings were siblings, and relatives were relatives. Even if they did not know that he was coming back, they would still look forward to it and wait for him. Fang Ping was greatly gratified. He had originally wanted to pinch that chubby round face, but now he was a little embarrassed to do so. Fang Yuan, you've grown up. But you don't have to pick me up. Your brother is a martial artist now, so I can carry a small suitcase up easily. Fang Ping praised his sister as he walked toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked like she had seen a ghost. She said nervously, "Fang Ping, why did you come back in the afternoon? There are many people in the morning, and fewer in the afternoon." "It's good to come back in the afternoon." "Oh, it's good," Fang Yuan swallowed and said hurriedly, "you didn't even give us a call before you came back." "Seriously, let's go upstairs." Fang Ping smiled. "There's no rush. How long have you been waiting here? Seriously, it's quite hot now. You could have just waited at home. Big sis. Sister Fong, we're here. Big sis, we must teach those guys from Fuzhou a lesson today. How dare those B*****stards steal our territory? Big sis, you even found a boy? It's not good for a boy to get involved, is it? You should find someone stronger. This one looks a little skinnier, doesn't he? Fong Ping turned his head to look and saw 7 or 8 girls about the same age as Fong Yuan skipping toward them. Although they were young, their words were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Big sis? Fong Ping's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. What happened in the 2 months I was away from home? Round face has become a big sis? Does this mean that she was not waiting for me, but for these girls to steal our territory together? What the F***ck did I miss? Fong Yuan looked like she was about to break down. She said with a long face, if I told you that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Haha. Brother, let me explain, brother. As soon as Fong Yuan said brother, one of the girls exclaimed in surprise, Big Boss Fong is back. We have someone to rely on. Brother Ping is back. Brother Ping is a martial artist. Our Yuan Ping Club is going to be famous. Hello, big brother. The little girl shouted excitedly. Someone noticed that something was wrong with Fong Yuan's expression. The 2 people who were close to her suddenly screamed, run. Brother, we got the wrong person. We're not here for round Yuan. Run. Why are we running? Why are you asking? Let's run first. The girls were in a hurry. Fong Ping did not even have time to speak before they disappeared in a puff of smoke. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he reached out and pinched Fong Yuan's cheek hard. He said with a half-smile, not bad, you've grown up. Big sis. Since when did round face become a big sis? Yuan Ping Club. Yuan Ping Club, I let you be a big sis, I let you be a little girl. Fong Ping was flustered and exasperated. He pinched his sister's cheek and knocked her head. How long have I been gone? This girl is out of control. F***ck, I'm wronged, brother, I'm wronged. Fong Yuan's cheek was pinched. She looked gloomy and began to explain vaguely. Wronged my A***s. I saw it with my own eyes. Fong Yuan, you've grown up. Your brother doesn't even dare to be the boss in a martial arts university, but you're better than me. Also, I'm your big brother. What's the meaning of Yuan Ping Club? Why isn't it called Ping Yuan Club? No, bah, whatever club it is, shut up. Fong Ping pinched his sister's cheek with one hand and dragged his suitcase home with the other. Fong Yuan hurried to catch up pitifully, her heart full of resentment. Who knew you'd come back today? Also, I founded the club, so of course my name should be in front. Also, can't you stop pinching my face? Can't you talk nicely? When they reached home, Fong Ping did not open the door himself. He continued to pinch his face with one hand and carry his suitcase with the other. Open the door. Fong Yuan rolled her eyes. You're addicted to pinching, aren't you? Unfortunately, she was not as skilled as him and had been caught red-handed. Fong Yuan had no choice but to take out her keys to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Fong Ping heard his mother's voice. Yuan, you're back? Mom, it's me. Ping Ping? Li Yueying hurried out of the kitchen. When she saw Fong Ping, she said joyfully, I thought you weren't coming back. I asked you yesterday, but didn't you say you weren't sure? Really, you didn't even give me a call when you came back. I'll call your dad and ask him to bring some braised food back later, Mom. Fong Yuan, who had been ignored, looked aggrieved. Can't you see that Fong Ping is pinching my face? My face is almost swollen, and you're still not going to save your daughter? Li Yueying seemed to have just seen her daughter. She did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the siblings quarreling as soon as they met. What's going on? Fong Ping said helplessly, Mom, you have to keep a close eye on this girl. Guess what I saw downstairs just now? She's going to turn the world upside down. This girl started a club and even wants to fight for territory. You mean that Yuan Ping Club? Li Yueying's words made Fong Ping's jaw drop. So, even their mom knew about it, Li Yueying said helplessly. She needs to be taught a lesson. There's nothing I can say about this girl. She's still so young, yet she insists on setting up a stall with her classmates. She even has to fight for the stalls every day. Even the teachers in school know about it. You said it's a work-study program, but you could have set up a stall somewhere else. But these girls insist on setting up a stall in school, and the teachers are already complaining. You're already in the 3rd year of middle school. You should be preparing for high school. You don't need that bit of money at home. Sigh, it's good that Ping Ping came back to talk about it. This girl is so disobedient now, setting up a stall? Fighting for stalls? Fang Ping was stunned. What was going on? He let go of his sister's cheek instinctively. He seemed to have misunderstood something. Fang Yuan rubbed her cheek gloomily and said pitifully, Fang Ping, I just sold you a few things, right? Do you have to pinch me until now? You don't need it anymore. I'm recycling trash and opening up a market, shut up. Fang Ping scolded. He said impatiently, I told you long ago not to do these things. You're messing around again. It's not enough that you're messing around, and now you're bringing your classmates along. Didn't you hear Mom? Even the teachers are complaining. Fang Ping went with the flow and quickly changed the topic. He did not feel sorry for his misunderstanding at all. As he said that, Fang Ping said with a straight face, What did you sell me? Fang Yuan said nothing. Li Yueying said amusedly, Other than 2 sets of clothes, you don't have anything else. What? Fang Ping was stunned. Even if I didn't have much since I was young, I should have had a lot of miscellaneous stuff growing up, right? What did Mom say now? All gone. Fang Ping did not say anything. He rushed into his room. A minute later, Fang Ping walked out of his room, his face as black as steel. Fang Yuan, you're really something. I don't even have my toothbrush. Where's my slipper? Where's the teacup? I don't have my towel either. Fang Ping wanted to kill this girl with a slap. So, I'm not coming back, are you? Fang Yuan lowered her head and mumbled, I'll buy you some new ones, okay? You can get 3 new ones for an old one. You don't know how to live. You shut up. How can it be the same? Do you have feelings for the old and feelings for the new? Isn't it the same? I think the new ones are better. You still dare to talk back? Fang Ping was furious. This time, he did not pinch Fang Yuan's face with one hand. He used both hands to pinch Fang Yuan's face and pull it apart. Fang Yuan was helpless. She said vaguely, That's enough. Stop finding excuses to pinch my face, or I'll flip out. You still dare to flip out? Fang Ping snorted. He pinched Fang Yuan's face for a while before letting her off the hook. Don't do this again. Do you hear me? If it happens again, I'll break your legs. Fang Ping warned her. He did not know if this girl was interested or just joining in the fun, but she was always thinking about these things. How old was she? In any case, Fang Ping did not want Fang Yuan to get involved in too many messy things at this age. After lecturing his sister, Fang Ping and his mother started talking about university life. According to Fang Ping, university was wonderful. The food was free, he lived in a luxurious apartment, the instructors liked him a lot, and he ate all the pills he wanted. The students were friendly, and the girls were passionate. In short, the university he talked about was like heaven. Fang Yuan, who was listening, forgot about the pain in her face. Her face was full of envy. Li Yueying was happy too, especially since she knew that her son had broken through and become a martial artist. Li Yueying also talked about the family. Many people knew that Fang Ping had broken through and become a martial artist. Fang Mingrong was now an official employee of the Department of Education. He worked from 9 to 5, and his main job was to drink tea and read the newspaper. Li Yueying was no longer working. She was in charge of taking care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan benefited from this as well. In school, she had become a big sister, and the teachers took good care of her. The neighborhood committee and the property management had paid them a visit a few days ago and given them many gifts. Now, there were security guards patrolling their building every day. Even if they did not have any practical use, they had done their part. As for the property management fees, no one mentioned it. The fact that a martial artist was living in their neighborhood was their honor. Who would dare to ask for property management fees? Everything was fine at home. Everything was going smoothly. Fang Mingrong would bring back some food and drinks from time to time. They were all benefits from the unit. Fang Ping felt relaxed as he listened to his mother's story. Sometimes, it was easy to be satisfied. When his father came home, Fang Ping was even more gratified to see his father's rosy cheeks, cheerful mood, and healthy body. The family had a sumptuous dinner. Everything was wonderful. If he did not care about the minor details, for example, when Fang Ping was eating, he realized that the set of chopsticks and bowls at home seemed to be missing. For example, when he wanted to drink water, he could not find a teacup. Fang Ping wanted to ask, which idiot bought these? However, seeing his sister's vigilant expression, Fang Ping decided to let her off the hook for now. He would be staying for a few more days during the holidays anyway, so there was no rush to make trouble. Home is still the best, Fang Ping sighed again after he had his fill. He felt a little scared. What would it have been like if he had been beaten to death that morning? It was a dreamless night. That night, Fang Ping slept peacefully. He thought he would have nightmares, but they did not. When he woke up the next day, he was sure of one thing. Humans were selfish. He had thought about how sad Zhang Guowei and the others' families would be if he killed them. When he thought about how his family would be even sadder if he died, Fang Ping felt no guilt at all. His parents and sister were living a good life under his influence. What if he died? His father would have to go back to his job where he traded his health for money, and his mother would have to work 800 yuan a month as a temporary worker. How could his sister smile so carefreely? Lu Fengru told him to go home and relax for a change of mood. At this moment, Fang Ping was truly relaxed. When he woke up, he jogged downstairs and bought breakfast. When he got home, his parents had just woken up, but Fang Yuan was still asleep. Seeing Fang Ping go out so early in the morning, Li Yueing did not know whether to feel sorry or relieved. Her expression was complicated. Fang Mingrong had just finished washing up. He had worked overtime yesterday, and the Department of Education was on holiday today. He made himself a cup of strong tea. After some thought, he said, "Ping Ping, do you want to buy some gifts today and pay Director Tan a visit?" Tan Junping had given Fang Ping face and allowed his father to become an official employee of the Department of Education. Since Fang Ping was back, it was only natural for him to pay a visit. Fang Ping smiled and nodded. "Okay, I do want to thank him. Our family lives in Sun City, so we still need Director Tan to take care of us." Fang Mingrong was relieved. Not only did his son have strength, but he also knew the ways of the world. This was better than just strength. The father and son discussed it. It was not good to go too early, and they would be asked to stay for dinner if it was too late. It would not be too late to go after 9. After breakfast, Fang Yuan woke up as well. Knowing that her father and brother were going to visit the deputy director of the Department of Education, the little girl refused to go with them. Fang Yuan liked to join in the fun, but it depended on who it was. The leader of the Department of Education, that was the teacher's leader. Fang Yuan was even afraid to go to the teacher's office, not to mention the leader's house. The Department of Education's family quarters. Tan Junping's house was luxurious. As a civil servant in this life, he lived well and ate well. There were some things that could be done in the open, unlike in her previous life where civil servants had money but had to bury it in the soil. The father and son of the Fang family had called in advance before they came to visit. The door to the Tan family's small villa was wide open. Tan Hao and his brother were standing outside. When they saw Fang Ping, they said hurriedly, "Dad, Fang Ping and Uncle Fang are here." Tan Junping was not too reserved. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Old Fang, you don't have to be so polite with me. Didn't I tell you not to bring anything?" After greeting Fang Mingrong, Tan Junping looked at Fang Ping and smiled. The younger generation will surpass the older. At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality had not erupted. However, when Tan Junping sensed it slightly, he actually felt a sense of oppression. He was a peak rank 1 martial artist. A vitality martial artist was still a martial artist. His vitality was as high as 250 calories, but when facing Fang Ping, he actually felt that his vitality was slightly inferior. This was too unexpected. Even if Fong Ping had become a martial artist, he had just broken through not long ago. Could it be that his vitality was higher than his? Uncle Tan. Fong Ping smiled, bowed, and said, I'll have to trouble you regarding my father's matter. No problem. Tan Jinping said with a smile, moreover, your father is honest and willing to work hard. Everyone in the station thinks your father is doing a good job. Director, Fong Mingrong was a little uneasy. Tan Jinping said with a smile, if we're not in the station, why should I call you director? I'm a few years older than you, so you can just call me Old Tan in private. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tan Jinping led the father and son into the house. As soon as they entered the house, they saw Tan Hao and his brother still standing there. Tan Jinping scolded, what are you standing there for? Go and pour some tea for Uncle Fong. Are you blind? Tan Hao chuckled and hurried to pour tea. Seeing this, Fong Ping stood up and said, Uncle Tan, you talk to my father. I'll talk to Tan Hao and the others for a while. We'll talk later. Sure. You young people talk more. Although Tan Jinping wanted to talk to Fong Ping about something, he could not ignore Fong Mingrong's presence. At his age, it would be too shameless to fawn over Fong Ping. Being on good terms with Fong Ping's father was more suitable for Fong Ping. Tan Hao's room. Tan Hao let out a long sigh of relief. He said gloomily, Fong Ping, you're really something now. Don't judge my dad by his casual demeanor. When you guys called, my dad had people clean up the room and dragged Tao and me out of bed to pick you up. Before you guys even arrived, my dad was already pacing around the living room, cough, cough. Tan Tao cut off his eldest brother's words, saving the old man some dignity. Interrupting his eldest brother, Tan Tao asked curiously, Fong Ping, have you really become a martial artist? Yes. At this moment, Fong Ping did not hide it. After all, Tan Jinping's attitude represented many things. He was also their father. Really? The Tan brothers were dumbfounded. He had become a martial artist just like that. After thinking for a while, Tan Tao suddenly said, a twice-honed martial artist? After entering a martial arts university, they had also found out about twice-honing. Fong Ping's vitality had reached 149 calories in May. According to their speculations, it was very likely that he had broken through after twice-honing. No. No? Tan Tao was a little surprised. Fong Ping's vitality had increased very quickly. There had been 4 months between 149 calories and him breaking through as a martial artist. Yet, he was not twice-honed. Tan Hao was much more straightforward. He mumbled, it's a pity that he's not. Although there aren't any martial artists among the new students in NMAU this time, there's a new student whose vitality has already exceeded 150 calories and is preparing to twice-hone. Don't be in a hurry to break through. I heard that late-stage twice-honing improves very quickly. Senior Wang is also twice-honed. That's why he reached rank 3 so quickly. Fong Ping said calmly, I'm not twice-honed. I'm only thrice-honed. What? Cough, cough, cough. Did I hear wrongly? Fong Ping, what did you say thrice? The brothers looked as if they did not hear clearly. Fong Ping said, amused, there's still thrice-honing above twice-honing. I'm a martial artist who broke through thrice-honing. This was not a secret. At least, MCMAU knew about it. Tan Jinping was a local official. There would be opportunities to interact with him in the future. There was no need to hide this. If the Tan brothers knew, then Tan Jinping would know. The more outstanding Fong Ping was, the more local officials like Tan Jinping would take care of the Fong family. At this moment, Fong Ping did not need to keep a low profile. He was not very strong. He was only rank 1, so he might not be feared. However, a thrice-honed martial artist was different. Even if Tan Jinping did not know the meaning of thrice-honing, there was no one in Sun City who did not know about it. At least the head of Sun City would know. A thrice-honed martial artist who was still studying in MCMAU, what rank would he be after graduation, rank 3, rank 4, or even higher? Such a person, even if he had not grown up, was enough for Sun City to pay attention to him. Even auspicious Sun City would pay attention to him. The Tan brothers were stunned for a while. Tan Tao was the first to react. He said hurriedly, there's a thrice honed above twice honed? Fong Ping, can you tell us about it? Usually, a vitality of 180 calories will be twice honed. A vitality of 200 calories will be a thrice honed. When your vitality reaches 150 calories, you'll know what it feels like to hone your bones for the first time. Of course, thrice honing is very difficult. I'm not boasting, but very few people can do it. If your conditions allow it, you can try a second time, but try not to try a third time. Fong Ping gave a brief introduction and asked about the Tan brothers' situation. Tan Hao's vitality had reached 135 calories, while Tan Tao's was 134 calories. The two brothers' progress was not slow. In fact, it was very fast. After all, it had only been a month since school started. At this rate, there is hope for them to reach 150 calories by the end of the semester, entering the boundary of martial artists. By the end of the semester, there is hope for them to break through and become a martial artist. In normal martial arts universities, it is not easy to become a martial artist as a freshman. Tan Hao even said with a smile, our progress is considered fast. Zhou Ben and the others who had higher vitality than us before are about the same as us because they don't practice pole standing. Of course, they can't compare to you. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's new students this year are quite impressive. They just started school and already have someone whose vitality exceeded 150 calories. There are still many people from last year's batch who have not become martial artists. At least half of them. Do you remember the seniors from last year's batch from Sun City No. 1 High School? Senior Wang is a rank 3 and became the president of the Martial Arts Society. Some of the others have just entered rank 1, and some haven't become martial artists yet. They are all aspiring martial artists like us. This is the current situation of normal martial arts universities. The students they recruit at the beginning are not strong and their vitality is not high. There are also not enough resources. Even in their sophomore year, there are still many students who have not become martial artists. If they wait until their junior year and their luck is not too bad, they can probably enter rank 1. When they wait until their senior year, a batch of top students will graduate as rank 2. Most normal students will graduate as rank 1, and very few will graduate as rank 3. Of course, there are those who are unlucky. It is not unusual for them to not become martial artists by the time they graduate. Unlike MCMAU, which has less than 1,600 new students, there are more than 100 official martial artists now. By the end of the semester, a small half of the students will become martial artists. Once they enter their sophomore year, almost all of them can become martial artists. During the 2 years of junior and senior year, there are many rank 2 graduates and rank 3 graduates, but rank 4 graduates are rare. After chatting for a while, Tan Tao asked, do you want to ask Wu Zhihao and the others out for a meal? Everyone's back this time and it's a rare break. You're a martial artist now, so let's treat it as a welcoming dinner. Don't say that. Let's have a gathering. Don't mention welcoming dinner. Fong Ping smiled and did not refuse. He called Wu Zhihao and the others on the spot and arranged for a gathering in the afternoon. After chatting with the Tan brothers for a while, Fong Ping went downstairs. Fong Mingrong was a normal person after all. He had always been at the bottom of the social hierarchy. After chatting with Tan Jinping for a while, he felt a little uneasy. Seeing his son go downstairs, Fong Mingrong said hurriedly, Director, I'm addicted to smoking. I'll go out for a smoke first. I'll let Ping Ping talk to you for a while. Ping Ping, come and talk to Director Tan, Fong Ping responded. Tan Jinping also smiled and nodded. After Fong Mingrong left, Fong Ping sat opposite Tan Jinping and said with a smile, Uncle Tan, thank you for taking care of me this time. It's my pleasure. Are you doing well at Magic City Martial Arts University? It's pretty good. My instructor is a peak rank 6. He doesn't have many students, and he takes good care of me, peak rank 6. Tan Jinping inhaled sharply. He had never seen a rank 6 martial artist in his life. Nanjiang's Governor General Zhang was a peak rank 6 before, but he could not meet such a big shot. Now that he knew Fong Ping's instructor was a peak rank 6, he could not help but be shocked. Was this MCMAU's student? In the past few years, it was not that no one from Sun City had entered the Big 2, but they were at the bottom. The instructors assigned to these people were almost all rank 4. After graduation, most of them were rank 2, and there were even rank 1 martial artists. These people almost all stayed in the big city. Now that Fang Ping's instructor was a rank 6, it meant that even in MCMAU, Fang Ping would be one of the most outstanding people. First there was Wang Jinyang, and then there was Fang Ping. The students that came out of Sun City in the past 2 years were all shockingly outstanding. After chatting for a while, Tan Jinping said, "Fang Ping, it's like this. The city is preparing to reform the education system this year. You know what happened before. Auspicious Sun City was criticized. In the province, the requirements for the counties and cities are much higher this year. The Department of Education has recently announced a reform plan. As for you, you were the most outstanding martial sciences examinee last year. That's why the city hopes to use you as a publicity tool to get more families to enroll in martial sciences. You know, it's not that some families can't afford $10,000, but they think it's not worth it. That's why not many students enroll in martial sciences every year. You're also from a normal family. We hope to use you as an example." This was not a big deal, but Fang Ping waved his hand and said, "Uncle Tan, don't use me as an example to publicize. It's not good. I'm not a common phenomenon. I have my own opportunities. If you force people to have hope and then their hopes are dashed in the end, it'll be a bigger blow to them. Also, it's better to keep a low profile about my matters, including Senior Wang's." Tan Jinping frowned slightly. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Senior Wang has more opponents outside. Some people might not follow the rules, so it's best to keep a low profile. I'm about the same. I just killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists yesterday. It's best to keep a low profile." Cough, cough, cough. Tan Jinping coughed hard. Did I hear wrongly? Fang Ping did not say much. I'm not showing off. I'm seriously reminding him. Although the information about these students wasn't too big of a secret, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Spreading the news around might not necessarily be beneficial. Old Wang was so famous outside, but in most people's eyes, he was extremely low-key. Unless you were a grandmaster and had nothing to fear, others would not dare or even think of revenge. It was only then that you could be a little high-profile. Tan Jinping looked at Fang Ping for a while, then let out a long sigh and did not mention the matter again. He did not suspect that Fang Ping was lying. He just found it hard to accept. Killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists, he was also a peak rank 1. Did that mean that he was also someone who could be killed by Fang Ping now? In reality, Tan Jinping had overestimated himself. Fang Ping could take on 10 martial artists like that. Of course, Fang Ping would not say it out loud. It would be too much of a blow. After chatting with Tan Jinping for a while, Fang Ping declined his invitation to stay for dinner. Fang Ping and his father left the quarters together after agreeing to meet at the entrance of No. 1 high school in the afternoon. As soon as Fang Ping left, Tan Jinping sighed. The circle will be different in the future. Ever since Fang Ping said he killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists, Tan Jinping realized that they were not the same kind of people. They were a group of casual martial artists. Their goal in cultivating martial arts was to obtain status and privileges. However, as the deputy director of the Ministry of Education, Tan Jinping knew that martial artists were not the same. There was another kind of martial artist who entered the martial arts circle not just for status and privileges, nor were they purely vitality martial artists. Tan Jinping classified these martial artists as the practical type. Martial artists from the practical combat faction and people like them would rarely mingle in the same circle. To put it bluntly, the practical martial artists looked down on them and did not even see them as martial artists. Looking at his 2 sons, Tan Jinping was initially envious of Fang Ping. After some thought, he suddenly felt that his sons were not bad, just like him. Fang Ping made it sound easy, but Tan Jinping did not wish for his son to suddenly be beaten to death the moment he entered university. He had to face a life-or-death battle right after entering university. Tan Jinping wanted to say that he wanted to learn more from Fang Ping, but he did not say it now. In the afternoon, Fang Ping met Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and Lu Ruoqi. Everyone had improved. During the Gaokao, the highest was 120 calories, while the lowest was 115 calories. now that 5 months had passed, they had cultivated the methods of honing and pole standing. Their vitality was around 130 calories on average. Everyone was in a good mood seeing their old classmates. As they chatted, the topic shifted to resources. Wu Zhihao said helplessly, Nanjiang Martial Arts University awarded 30 GPA. It's not a small amount. If we exchange it, we can get 2 rank 1 vitality pills. However, a rank 1 vitality pill is 15 GPA, and a rank 1 bone honing pill is 25 GPA. In addition to our usual cultivation, we need at least 5 normal vitality pills to nurture our vitality to 150 calories. We need about 30 GPA. That's close to 70 GPA. There's a big gap. Even if there are some exams and rewards, we can only get 20 GPA in a year. We'll probably have to fork out another 400,000 in cash on our own to have any hope of gathering enough resources for a breakthrough to rank 1. Enrolling in a martial arts university costs a lot of money. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's GPA could be exchanged with cash for 20,000 credits. If Wu Zhihao and the others wanted to become martial artists, he would have to fork out at least 400,000 to 500,000 in cash. This was also the main reason why many martial arts university students could not achieve a breakthrough. Hearing Wu Zhihao's words, Lu Ruoqi and the others felt somewhat helpless. Yang Jian thought for a moment and said, recently, Tiannan Martial Arts University has opened a special training class for new students. I heard that if you join, you'll be rewarded with GPA. I'd like to join and give it a try. Does Nanjiang Martial Arts University have such a class? Special training class? Wu Zhihao said in surprise, you guys have it too. We have it here too, but the recruitment is quite strict. You must have at least 140 calories of vitality. Also, there are requirements for pole standing. You have to be in a stable stance. As they talked about this, Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Special training class? What's the point of having a special training class when you're already in a martial arts university? Classes in martial arts universities were different. They were all taught by one instructor and a few students. There was no need for a special training class, right? I don't know. I'm still quite a distance away from the special training class, so I didn't ask. Wu Zhihao replied casually, but Yang Jian said, I heard that the special training class is to cultivate a batch of top students, the kind that can really fight. Is that so? Fang Ping nodded slightly and did not ask further. It was not a big deal for martial arts universities to gather elites and prioritize the cultivation of a batch of new students with combat ability. Everyone chatted chaotically. Overall, the atmosphere in normal martial arts universities was slightly better than in schools like MCMAU. It was not too stressful. Everyone had different goals. In normal martial arts universities, everyone wanted to become a martial artist. It would be best if they could graduate as a rank 2, but if they could not, then rank 1. University had just begun, and they still had a lot of time to prepare. Currently, there were no martial artists among the new students in these normal martial arts universities, so everyone did not feel too much pressure. It was not like MCMAU, where the new students were under a lot of pressure and there were many martial artists. However, there were always top students in every school. Tiannan and Nanjiang Martial Arts University now had students whose vitality exceeded 150 calories and were advancing toward twice honing. Everyone chatted for a while, and during that time, they also talked about Fang Ping's breakthrough as a martial artist. This was no longer a secret. Many people knew about it. Everyone was envious, but Fang Ping had already reached 149 calories 5 months ago. It did not seem too surprising that he had become a martial artist now. They were all martial science students. During the dinner that night, no one drank alcohol. Alcohol could easily numb the nerves and slow down one's reflexes. Without alcohol, everyone dispersed quickly. When he got home, Fang Ping did not forget his daily cultivation. Martial arts was about learning diligently. Regardless of whether it was a big or small matter, cultivation should not be delayed. After the night's cultivation, Fang Ping looked at his strength. It had increased slightly again. Wealth, 610000 vitality, 265 calories, 271 calories, mentality, 235 Hz, 240 Hz. Yesterday, Fang Ping received 4 rank 1 vitality pills from Lu Yongwen and the others. His wealth had increased by 800,000, and his wealth had recovered to more than 6 million. At this moment, Fang Ping's bone honing had also improved. He had completed honing 27 bones in his right lower limb and was not far from completing honing 31 bones. Other than the improvement in martial arts, Fang Ping now had a lot of vitality pills on hand. He had 6 normal vitality pills, 11 rank 1 pills, and 1 rank 2 pill. In addition, he had a pair of E-grade alloy boots and a D-grade brass knuckles. The D-grade brass knuckles did not shine too brightly in the arena yesterday, but Fang Ping had used his unhoned fist to easily smash Chen Guolong's fully honed left arm into a bloody mess. The weapon's usefulness had shown itself. I have no use for normal vitality pills and rank 1 pills. I can keep the rank 2 vitality pills for rank 1 breakthrough. I can think of a way to sell these 6 normal vitality pills and 11 rank 1 pills. On one hand, it was to raise funds for the expansion of express delivery points. The current few delivery points could not even cover the university town, so it was difficult to receive any business. The news of Old Ma breaking through to Grandmaster had been confirmed. Since he had become a Grandmaster, little Tanuki would definitely speed up the expansion. Fang Ping had to keep up. On the other hand, it was also to earn money and increase his wealth. The system gave him 70,000 wealth for normal vitality pills, and 200,000 for rank 1 pills. These 6 normal vitality pills and 11 rank 1 vitality pills gave Fang Ping 62 million wealth in total. If he sold them, if they were worth more than 62 million, the system would compensate for the difference and continue to increase his wealth. According to the market price, these pills are worth 9 million. Of course, if I don't sell them through official channels, the price will be slightly lower. It'll be good if I can sell them for 5 million. Even so, I should be able to increase my wealth by close to 1 million. Also, I still have 202 credits that I haven't used. Can I exchange them for some pills to sell? His 202 credits had increased his wealth by 4 million. As long as the items he exchanged for were sold for more than 4 million, the price difference would continue to compensate for his wealth. Normal vitality pills are sold for 90,000 each. The exchange price is 3 credits, which is a difference of 30,000 wealth. 1 credit brings a difference of 10,000. Rank 1 pills are 10 credits each. If I sell them, I can probably sell them for about 270,000. The difference is 70,000 wealth. 1 credit only brings a difference of 7,000 wealth. After all, it's more worth it to exchange for normal vitality pills. Also, normal vitality pills are easier to sell than rank 1 ones. Rank 1 pills were too expensive, and they were targeted at very few people. Rank 1 martial artists rarely used them. Most of them were used by rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists. Now that I'm honing my bones, I'm mainly using wealth to exchange for vitality. There's no point in keeping the credits. If I exchange them for pills, not only will I have more wealth, but I'll also have more money on hand. The 800,000 cash I got from selling the 9 normal vitality pills last time is almost all used up. Recently, Xianxia had set up a few delivery points in the university city. Thanks to Fang Ping becoming an official martial artist, the other delivery companies had reluctantly accepted him. Their company did not have much business anyway, and they were still burning money. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping decided that he would exchange his credits for pills when he returned to school. Exchange for normal vitality pills, 202 credits could be exchanged for 67 pills, which would give him an additional 670,000 wealth. If he sold them for 90,000, he would gain another 34 million wealth. An increase of 2.01 million in wealth and 6.03 million in cash. Even if he rounded it all up, he would still have 2 million wealth and 6 million in cash. After making up his mind, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He just did not know if the exchange office would agree to exchange for so many normal vitality pills. He did not think too much about it. He would know when the time came. Fang Ping slept soundly that night. The next day, October 3rd. Only then did Fang Ping have time to check on Fang Yuan's cultivation progress. Actually, after arriving at Martial Arts University, Fang Ping was hesitant. Should he continue teaching Fang Yuan martial arts? Martial arts universities were not as peaceful as he imagined. If his sister was a normal person, martial artists were not allowed to attack normal people according to the rules. This was not only a rule in martial arts universities, but also a rule in society. Fang Ping felt that it was more likely that he would make enemies in the future. If his sister was a normal person, normal people would not take the risk to attack his family, but if she became a martial artist, forget it. There's no point in thinking too much. Even if she becomes a martial artist, as long as she knows her place, it won't be too dangerous. It was similar to a life-or-death challenge. If you did not agree, others could not force you. As for other things, such as dangerous missions, it was fine if you did not do them. The school would not force you. Everyone did it voluntarily. If you did not do missions, there would be no resources. Without resources, your strength could not increase. If Fang Yuan really became a martial artist, Fang Ping felt that it would not be a problem for him to provide his sister with resources. He would not let her take the risk to do missions. People like Tan Jinping did not even know combat techniques, but they were still living well. The gym. After letting Fang Yuan practice her stance for a while, Fang Ping said with slight disdain, "You're so stupid." Fang Yuan had been practicing her stance for more than 3 months, but she had yet to achieve a stable stance. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had entered a stable stance not long after he started pole cultivating. Before school started, he had even achieved a firm stance. Fang Yuan felt wronged. She pouted. "I have to go to school, and I have to run a business, can you not bring that up?" Fang Ping interrupted her impatiently. After some thought, he asked, "Have you finished eating the blood and chi replenishing pills?" "Not yet." "How can it be that fast?" "I still have 10 left." Fang Ping had left more than 10 blood and chi replenishing pills for her, but she did not eat many. In reality, Fang Yuan did not consume much of the blood and chi replenishing pills. She would lose her appetite for a day or two each time. She was not very willing to eat them, and the price was too high. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Take 1 blood and chi replenishing pill every 5 days. Don't slack off on your stance. Continue practicing and enter a stable stance as soon as possible. I'll leave 3 more vitality pills for you. When you've finished eating the blood and chi replenishing pills and entered a stable stance, you can take them again. You only need 1 pill a month. That should last until the end of the year. Your vitality is around 110 calories now, really?" Fang Yuan had not gone for a test. She was overjoyed when she heard that her vitality had reached 110 calories. Fang Ping said, "Is 110 calories that high? Don't compare yourself to the average person. In MCMAU, many people are already official martial artists when they enter school. Some are even twice-honed martial artists. Their vitality is all above 200 calories. With your progress, even if you reach grade 12, it'll only take you 3 years. It'll get harder the further you go. You might not be able to surpass them. You'll have to keep taking pills to replenish your vitality." Fang Ping did not finish his sentence. A 3-year supply of pills was not cheap. If he wanted his sister to reach twice honing before the Gaokao, he would have to spend millions of pills. 200 calories? Fang Yuan was speechless. That was even better than Fang Ping. She remembered that Fang Ping's vitality was 149 calories when he was tested. She had thought that it was impressive, but now she realized that it was not that impressive. Fang Ping did not care what she was thinking. He hesitated for a while and said, "Other than standing, you can also cultivate the methods of honing now, forget it. We'll talk about it after you've mastered all the knowledge in the martial sciences courses. Moreover, it was best to be able to observe and guide the methods of honing." She would have to take off her clothes. Although Fang Yuan was still young, she still had to avoid the taboo. Fang Ping planned to ask Lu Ruoqi to guide his sister the next time he came back. Fang Yuan did not know much about things like meridians. It might not be a good thing to start cultivating early. Looking at Fang Yuan's excited expression, Fang Ping shook his head slightly and thought to himself, "I won't teach her combat techniques. It's actually not bad for this girl to be a vitality martial artist. Vitality martial artists had a social status. Although they had to rely on themselves for resources, they had a lot more freedom and safety. Moreover, Fang Yuan was a very active person. Fang Ping was afraid that she would cause trouble after learning combat techniques. If Fang Yuan becomes a vitality martial artist, she'll have a social status and won't have to take too many risks. Even if something happens to her one day, her family will be protected, Fang Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. He felt that he was cursing himself. However, he should be prepared for danger in times of peace. It was only right for him to plan ahead. After staying at home for a few days, he prepared to return to school on the morning of the 5th. The 6th was Monday, and MCMAU resumed classes. The last time he left, Fang Yuan had cried her heart out, and he had been so touched. This time, it was Fang Yuan who sent him to the train station. At the train station, Fang Ping stared at the little girl for a while. After a while, he said sullenly, "Ingrate." Last time, she cried miserably. What about this time? Fang Yuan sent him off in high spirits. She could not wait for him to get into the car as soon as possible. Her expression said, "Brother, why aren't you getting in yet?" Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Naturally, Fang Ping knew why. Now that he had returned, pinching her face was a small matter. The key was that this girl's dream of being the big sister had been shattered. For the past few days, none of the members of Yuan Ping Club had dared to look for her. Fang Yuan looked lost and forced a sad expression. "Brother, come back earlier next time you're on holiday. Remember to call me when you're back." "I'll come back even if it's not a holiday." Fang Ping snorted and said exasperatedly, "Stop messing around. That Yuan Ping Club of yours, disband it as soon as possible. Also, the next time I come back, if I find my things are missing." "You don't have much left," Fang Yuan mumbled softly. Everything that could be sold had been sold. What else was there? Besides, the market is already saturated. Fang Yuan mumbled to herself. She had bought everything she needed to buy. Even if she sold Fang Ping's things now, she would not be able to sell them. She would not continue to sell Fang Ping's things. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He reached out and pinched her cheek. When the car was about to start, he said, "Stay at home and take good care of Mom and Dad. You're an adult now, so you should know better. Also, call me if you need anything. If you can't get through, I might be busy, so don't worry. I can't get through the phone, so I can ask Director Tan for help." "Okay, got it. Be good and be smart. Don't let the bad guys kidnap you." "Of course not." The siblings chatted for a while before Fang Ping turned around and got into the car. He waved at Fang Yuan. As soon as Fang Ping left, Fang Yuan quickly took out her phone and made a call. Then, she said in a high-spirited tone, "Summon all the sisters. We'll meet at the usual place. Shanghai train station." This time, Fang Ping was not stopped. He showed his martial arts license and was soon allowed to leave. Instead of taking the subway, he took a taxi and arrived at school in less than 40 minutes. Once he returned to school, he sent his luggage back to the dormitory and went straight to the logistics department. Exchange office. It was the same martial artist from before. When he saw Fang Ping, he recognized him and greeted him with a smile. "Student Fang Ping, are you here to redeem something again? Last time, I said that the boots were useful. You've earned 40 credits. Just the 4 rank 1 vitality pills alone are enough to break even." Obviously, this person knew about the previous martial arts club competition. Fang Ping was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Instructor, I'm here to exchange for some pills this time." "Your instructor still lacks medicinal pills?" The cultivator surnamedly laughed, but he didn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Tell me, what do you want to exchange for?" "Rank 1 bone honing pill. During the bone honing stage, rank 1 bone honing pills are the most effective. With a few rank 1 vitality pills, it should be enough." "Teacher Li, give me 67 normal vitality pills." 67, martial artist Li froze for a moment, then looked at Fang Ping in astonishment. After a while, he said, "Kid, don't be blinded by money. Credits are hard to earn. You have a lot of credits now, more than 200, but if you exchange for normal vitality pills, you'll have problems cultivating in the future. It's not that no one in martial arts universities wants to use their credits to exchange for resources. The school doesn't forbid it either. These are credits you earned. But some things can't be bought no matter how much money you have. Also, if you really exchange them and sell them, it might not be worth it. Have you thought it through? Fang Ping obviously didn't need so many credits to exchange for 67 normal vitality pills. If that was the case, he would naturally sell them. This was not uncommon. Under normal circumstances, however, this was done by the juniors and seniors. They had more credits and exchanged for some to supplement their family expenses. No one was like Fang Ping, exchanging all his credits in one go while he was still a new student. It was the hardest for new students to earn credits. At this time, every point had to be used wisely. Instructor Lee, I know. Can I exchange them? The cultivator surnamedly glanced at him and nodded slightly. Yes, the credits are yours. You can exchange them for anything you want as long as you have credits. Forget it. You don't look like an idiot. It's good that you thought it through. After the reminder, the other party did not say anything else. Very quickly, the staff backstage handed over 7 bottles of pills. There are 67 pills in total. Take a look yourself. 201 credits have been deducted from you. You only have 1 credit left. Why don't you just go for a meal and settle things after that? Instructor Lee teased. Other than eating and drinking, there seemed to be no other use for 1 credit. Fang Ping took the pills and smiled. Keep it. Maybe I'll get a reward next time. 50 credits plus this 1 credit is just enough to exchange for the whole thing. You still want to continue? Instructor Lee shook his head slightly. Anyway, think about it carefully. Also, don't sell them on a large scale. It'll be troublesome if you get caught. Although martial arts universities don't prohibit the sale of pills, outside, the sale of pills is a monopoly. If you get caught, not only will the pills be confiscated, but you'll also be fined to the point of bankruptcy. Take it easy. The people involved in the pill business were the government, martial arts universities, and the military department. Fang Ping selling them on a small scale was not a big problem. If he was caught selling them on a large scale, it would be troublesome, even if the pills came from MCMAU. Thank you for the reminder, instructor. Fang Ping thanked him and left in a hurry, taking the pills. Just now, his wealth had increased by 670,000. At this moment, Fang Ping's data changed again. Wealth, 670,000 vitality, 265 calories, 273 calories, mentality, 238 Hz, 241 Hz. He had not wasted any time these few days at home. He had honed another bone, and he had honed 28 bones. My wealth is 7 million. I've left 3 for Fang Yuan. I still have 70 normal vitality pills and 11 rank 1 vitality pills. This number of pills was not a small number. Fang Ping thought for a while and dialed Li Qing's number. After some small talk, Fang Ping asked, I have a lot of vitality pills on hand. Is it convenient for me to sell them? Li Qingze did not expect Fang Ping to sell pills again. He had just sold a batch last time. After some thought, Li Qingze asked, how many do you have? 70, so many. Li Qingze was shocked. He said hurriedly, Mr. Fang, it's not easy to sell so many pills. The main thing is that we're a little weak. It's not a problem for big companies to sell secretly, but we don't have a single martial artist other than you. It's easy to be targeted and dangerous to sell so many pills at once. 70 pills, even if they were all normal vitality pills, were worth more than 6 million. Not to mention, Fang Ping still had 11 rank 1 vitality pills, worth close to 10 million. Got it. I'll think of something else. Fang Ping was not afraid of not selling them. He just needed to find the right person. After some thought, Fang Ping went straight to his dormitory. What? Room 15. Fu Changding, who had just returned to school, said in surprise, you want to sell pills? And so many of them. Fang Ping, is your family in urgent need of money? I guess so. Do you have any channels? Fu Chongding frowned. Actually, every family lacks pills. They're needed to maintain vitality and nurture the next generation. Vitality pills are the most demanding. A rank 1 martial artist consumes a lot of vitality pills every year. However, this is an exclusive business. Everyone buys from private companies because they want to get a bargain, Fang Ping nodded. I understand. What price can anyone offer? Usually around 80%. After all, if you buy it on a large scale, even if it's a pill company, there are discounts. It's not uncommon to get 5% off or even 10% off. If it's private companies, there should be no shortage of buyers. 80%? Fang Ping frowned. He was not too satisfied with this price. I have 70 normal vitality pills and 11 rank 1 vitality pills. The market price is 3 million. If I sell them, how much can I offer? These vitality pills had brought him 1 million wealth points. Only if it exceeded 1 million would he increase the price difference. If he sold them at 80%, he could at most increase his wealth by another million. This was a far cry from Fang Ping's expectations. You have so many rank 1 pills? Fang Ping had only mentioned normal vitality pills earlier. Fu Chongding did not expect this guy to hoard more than 10 rank 1 pills. Rich and imposing, richer than him, Fu Chongding glared at him resentfully. He was so rich, yet so stingy, eating for free every day. Fu Chongding considered Fang Ping's question before saying, how about this, I'll ask around for you. First, ask my old man if he wants some vitality pills. We don't have to worry about not having enough. If you don't think the price is right, I'll ask someone else for you, Fang Ping nodded. Fu Chongding started making a call in front of him. The call was to his father. He briefly explained that a classmate wanted to sell pills and reported the quantity. After a while, Fu Chongding looked at Fang Ping and said, my dad said 9 million. Other companies can probably offer about the same price. It's not high, but it's not low either. What do you think? 9 million, it looked like a 10% discount. Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. Okay. Why don't I ask someone else for you, lest you, it's fine. Fang Ping smiled. 9 million isn't low. I know that. It's safer and more convenient. This kind of one-time transaction was not too troublesome and safe. That's fine. Fu Chongding was not pretentious. This price was not too cheap. Of course, they would not lose out either. These were not some unreliable pills that were privately manufactured. These were MCMAU pills. After talking to his father for a while, Fu Chongding hung up and said, give me your account number. My dad will transfer the money to you. Just give me the pills directly. Fang Ping threw the pills to him directly and said, check it out yourself. Check it out face to face. Don't get into trouble for this small amount of pills. Okay. After all, it was something worth 9 million. Fu Chongding did not pretend to be generous. If something happened after this, it would embarrass the two of them. After checking, Fu Chongding smiled and said, there's no problem. I say, Fang Ping, where did you get so many pills? Even if you exchange all your credits, you'll still need a little, right? I gathered them. You don't cultivate anymore? I still have some left. Rich people, Fu Chongding complained. While waiting for the money to arrive, the two of them chatted casually. Have you heard? What? Sometimes, Fang Ping would hear gossip from Fu Chongding. He did not have the means to get this information. Capital City Martial Arts University has set up a special training class. Fang Ping frowned. He thought for a while and said, I heard that normal martial arts universities have also set up special training classes. What's the special training class for? This has something to do with Wang Jinyang, Fu Chongding said mysteriously. When I went home this time, I heard people say that normal martial arts universities, MCMAU, and CCMAU have been making quite a ruckus recently. It's mainly because of Wang Jinyang. This guy defeated MCMAU's rank 1 when he was rank 1. As a rank 3, he defeated many rank 3s from CCMAU. That's why normal martial arts universities are making things difficult for these elite schools. They say that these elite schools only know how to ask for resources, but in the end, their students are all trash. Sufficient resources also cause the elite school's students to lack the necessary competitiveness and dedication. In this way, the elite school's students will sooner or later be like those casual martial artists, becoming pure vitality martial artists. Schools like MCMAU would naturally not admit that Wang Jinyang was just a special case. They could not treat a special case as the norm. The school did not aim to cultivate individuals, but to cultivate the entire student body. That's why the government and the Ministry of Education came out to stop the fight. Anyway, that's the general situation. Both sides are a little fierce. Recently, 7 or 8 grandmasters went to capital city to fight. MCMAU also sent grandmasters there. Actually, both sides have been arguing for a while now. Fang Ping frowned. He had heard about this from Qin Fengqing before, but he did not expect it to become more and more serious. Normal martial arts universities were not satisfied with being at the bottom. With so little resources allocated, it was difficult for the students to improve. In MCMAU, the new students could almost always reach rank 1, and their families did not have to worry. Normal martial arts universities, on the other hand, had to raise money themselves. A few $100,000 was not a small amount. Not every family could afford a martial artist who had yet to become a martial artist. Now, Wang Jinyang, who came from a normal martial arts university, had swept away rank 1 and rank 3 students. Normal martial arts universities had finally taken advantage of him. However, MCMAU and the other schools were not satisfied either. Wang Jinyang was not a common phenomenon. He was just an exception. It was intolerable to deny the teaching results of elite schools just because of one person. Fu Chongding finally said, so, in the end, both sides agreed to use the new students as an example to prove that the cultivation of new students in elite schools may not be as good as that of normal martial arts universities. Of course, elite schools have high recruitment requirements, so they are definitely better than normal martial arts universities. Therefore, the Martial Arts University Alliance from the normal martial arts universities has made an agreement with MCMAU and CCMAU. The Martial Arts University Alliance is one side, the big two are the other side, and the second-tier schools like East Sino Nation Normal University are the other side. There are 4 sides in total. At the end of this semester, each side will send out a representative student to prove the teaching results of each school. The special training classes over at the Martial Arts University Alliance are prepared for this. Each school will select a group of elite students and focus on training them. One school is definitely not as good as MCMAU, but there are almost 80 schools in the Martial Arts University Alliance. If each school produces a genius, there will be 80 people. You can imagine that MCMAU and CCMAU will also be under pressure. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. You mean, at the end of this semester, the 4 sides will compete? Yes, and it will definitely be more serious. Fu Chongding's expression was solemn. This involves the distribution of resources, even, including the distribution of shares in companies like pills and weapons. If MCMAU and the other schools lose, their resources will definitely be reduced. If they think that it will be like now, where they can exchange for pills at 30% of the market price, that will be a dream. Don't think that it's just a difference of 20%. The difference is like heaven and earth. Fang Ping naturally understood this. He exhaled and said, is MCMAU going to set up a special training class too? I'm not sure. There's no news yet, but I think it's very possible. Many ants can kill an elephant. Right now, everyone is actually just starting out, so the difference isn't too big. Normal martial arts universities will concentrate their resources and train individual students. They won't be too bad. With so many schools, there will definitely be some geniuses. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, we'll see. Do you have any ideas? Of course. If they really want to train a group of people, there will definitely be resources tilted to them. It's a waste not to take it. You'll only get rewarded if you put in effort, Fang Ping said in a low voice. After receiving the benefits, he had to be responsible for fighting for MCMAU. That was not without obligation. As he spoke, Fang Ping's phone beeped with a text message. The money had arrived. Fang Ping's face lit up. At this moment, his wealth had reached a new high of 8.6 million, 9 million in cash had arrived. Compared to before, it had brought him another 1.9 million in wealth. If he used this 9 million in cash to exchange for credits, he would have 300 credits, which could be exchanged for 100 vitality pills. However, according to the market price, it was actually only about 9 million. There was no increase, and it would not bring any increase in wealth. Therefore, if he wanted to buy and sell continuously, that would not work. He still had to rely on himself to earn credits. Exchanging them with cash was obviously not worth it. Fang Ping did not chat with Fu Chongding for long. He quickly exited room 15. As soon as he came out, he saw a few girls in the hallway. Fang Ping was not used to it. Girls lived here too. Fortunately, everyone had a single room, and the bathroom was indoors. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to go out. However, this also meant that the martial arts university students had less of an experience. There were no roommates, and no topless girls running around the floors in their underwear. There were not many girls living in Zone 1, and even fewer on the second floor. Fang Ping was familiar with the girls walking toward him. Zhao Xuemei, Yang Xiaoman, and Chen Yunqi. These three were currently the strongest girls among the new students in MCMAU. Zhao Xuemei smiled and greeted Fang Ping when she saw him. Yang Xiaoman gave him a cold shoulder, and Chen Yunqi carefully avoided Fang Ping. Seeing the fear on her face, it was obvious that she knew about what happened in the martial arts society. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He did not say anything and went straight to his room. As soon as he entered the room, another person appeared in the hallway. Zhao Lei glanced at Fang Ping's back and frowned. Fang Ping is quite arrogant. He didn't even help the girls carry their luggage. The girls had just returned from home, and they were still carrying their luggage and parcels. As Zhao Lei said that, he took the initiative to take the bags from Chen Yunqi and Yang Xiaoman. He smiled. Next time, you can call me if you need anything. He then said to Yang Xiaoman, we're the same instructor. Don't be so distant. Yang Xiaoman pouted and said nothing, but Zhao Xuemei said impatiently, aren't you going to help me carry it? Zhao Lei was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly. It's full. He was carrying a bag in one hand, and both his hands were full. It was obvious that he could not carry it anymore. As he said that, he did not forget to remind her, Fang Ping and you are the same instructor. This guy is so heartless. Among them, his and Yang Xiaoman's instructor was Tang Feng, Zhao Xuemei and Fang Ping's were Lu Fengru's, and Chen Yunqi's was Bai Ruoxi's. Zhao Xuemei rolled her eyes and ignored him. They were all martial artists. No matter how heavy their luggage was, it was nothing much. Zhao Xuemei was used to this. When she went out with Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunqi, the boys fawned over Yang Xiaoman and Chen Yunqi. Zhao Xuemei was a competent supporting character. However, when Zhao Lei mentioned Fang Ping, Zhao Xuemei knew that he did not like Fang Ping. It was mainly because he had been beaten up during the school allocation. Zhao Lei was making sarcastic remarks now because he had the confidence to do so. He had honed 40 bones before the holidays. Now that a few days had passed, he might have honed 41 bones. Compared to Fang Ping, who had kept a low profile since the start of the semester, Zhao Lei had always been indignant that Fang Ping had stolen the title of newcomer king. Even if Fang Ping kept a low profile in the later stages of his career, and Zhao Lei was still extremely outstanding, no one would call him the newcomer king. After all, he was only a teenager of 18 or 19 years of age. No matter how shrewd he was, Zhao Lei was still unhappy that he was being suppressed by someone else. Zhao Xuemei wanted to use what Fang Ping had done to hurt him, but after some thought, she decided not to say anything. She didn't say anything, but Yang Xiaoman smiled and said, Zhao Lei, have you heard about the special training class? I heard about it. Zhao Lei nodded hurriedly and asked, is MCMAU starting the special training class? It should be. Before I came to school, I called the instructor and asked about it briefly. The instructor said that it should be starting soon. Recently, the school has been discussing the selection criteria. The special training class will definitely pick out the best students. Naturally, you won't have a problem. Fang Ping will probably go in too. Zhao Lei, Can you wash away the humiliation you suffered at the start of the semester? This is a chance. Zhao Lei's eyes moved, but he smiled and said, what humiliation? It's just the start of the semester. Everyone is fighting for the instructor and the school. It's normal to have disputes. Yang Xiaoman smiled and said casually, since the special training class only selects the best students, there must be a difference between the best and the worst. I heard that the credits you get are different as well, so you still have to fight for it. As they spoke, they arrived in front of Yang Xiaoman's room. Yang Xiaoman took the bag from Zhao Lei's hands and said with a smile, Zhao Lei, we're here. Thank you. You can go and do what you need to do. Zhao Lei did not mention that he was going into the room. He smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything. Okay. As soon as Zhao Lei left and they entered the room, Zhao Xuemei frowned and said, Xiaoman, why did you provoke Zhao Lei? Yang Xiaoman said disapprovingly, did I provoke him? Even if I don't say anything, Zhao Lei will still go to Fangping when the special training class starts. He's not stupid. He won't cause trouble for Fangping just because of what I said. Ignore them. Let the boys fight amongst themselves. I've been pissed off by them for a long time. Zhao Xuemei muttered, anyway, you better not provoke Fangping. Really, I still haven't forgotten what happened last time. He looks like a gentleman. When we trained together, he doesn't talk much, but I think he's a nice guy. Who knew he'd be so cruel in the arena? Anyway, I don't dare provoke him. You better not ask for it either. Chen Yunqi nodded quickly and said softly, Xiaoman, let's not bother with him. It's been so long. He just hit my chest, it's nothing, Yang Xiaoman gritted her teeth. It's easy for you to say that. That bastard, he caught me and hit me more than once. He kicked me once and punched me 3 or 4 times. It's all swollen. It hurts for a few days and it's still swollen, Zhao Xuemei pouted. Isn't it good that it's swollen? It looks bigger now, go to hell. Yang Xiaoman was exasperated. Was such a big thing what she wanted? That day, she and Zhao Lei were the main force in pestering Fangping. In the end, Fangping, that lowlife, specialized in all kinds of embarrassing places. She was so angry that she could not smile for a few days. Women were vengeful. Fangping obviously did not take her words seriously. In MCMAU, Fangping kept a low profile as usual. After a day of rest on the 5th, MCMAU officially started classes on the 6th. On this day, instructor Tang Feng, who came to class to give a lecture, announced a piece of news. MCMAU is going to open a special training class for new students. The selection criteria is that all new martial artists can sign up. The special training class will recruit 50 people. The special training class will be taught by me, Instructor Luo Yichuan, Instructor Lu Fengru, Instructor Su Jianzhou, and Instructor Zhou Shiping. The dean will come over from time to time and may give lessons. Those who enter the special training class will be rewarded with 10 credits. Those who perform well during the special training class will be rewarded with other rewards. As soon as Tang Feng announced the end of the class became noisy. This class was a joint big class for a few small classes. There were many students, and almost all the martial artists were here. 10 credits was not a lot. The key was not the credits. There were 5 rank 6 instructors teaching. The dean, who was a grandmaster-level powerhouse, might also come to teach from time to time. For these rank 1 martial artists, even rank 6 martial artists would not have the opportunity to receive guidance, let alone grandmasters. There were only 5 rank 6 instructors in MCMAU's first year, and they taught about 20 students. Compared to the new student team of almost 1,600 people, most people did not have the chance to interact with these rank 6 powerhouses. As soon as Tang Feng finished speaking, someone asked, Instructor Tang, do they have to be martial artists? Twice honed is fine too. Instructor Tang, what is the purpose of the special training class? Not everyone had a source of information. Many people did not know the purpose of the special training class. Tang Feng chuckled. To nurture the new students' combat ability and bring glory to the school. At the end of this year, all the martial arts schools in the country will hold a championship. As you know, there have been such exchanges in the past, but the scope is very small. For example, Magic City's martial arts universities might hold a small-scale championship. It's rare for them to cross provinces, let alone the whole country. MCMAU is the top institution among all martial arts universities. We must participate in this national championship, and we must achieve good results. Even if it's Capital City Martial Arts University, we must beat them. This is the school's order. The national championship? Do we have to fight with Capital City Martial Arts University students? I heard that those fellows from the north are very fierce. Will we get hurt if we fight them? Everyone discussed. They only had eyes for Capital City Martial Arts University. They did not take the national championship seriously. They did not care about the other normal martial arts universities. Since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. In social sciences universities, it was hard to say who was first and who was second. However, in martial arts universities, sometimes it was more obvious. It was not that MCMAU and Capital City Martial Arts University had not sparred before. They had in the past, but MCMAU lost more than they won. Although they were both famous universities, in many people's eyes, Capital City Martial Arts University was still better than Magic City Martial Arts University. Although there was no official ranking of martial arts universities, in the eyes of many people, including the internet, there was still a ranking of martial arts universities. CCMAU was first, MCMAU second. Fong Ping, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Instructor Tang, do we have to participate in the championship after entering the special training class?" Tang Feng glanced at him and smiled. "Not really. There are a total of 50 people in the special training class. In the end, there won't be that many people participating. The exact number hasn't been decided yet, but it's usually limited to 10 people. So, you're saying that even if we participate in the special training class, we might not participate in the championship?" "That's right." Fong Ping did not have any more questions. He continued to remain silent. Since they did not have to participate in the championship, they had to enter. 10 credits was not a small amount. It could be exchanged for a rank 1 vitality pill. After he asked the question, Zhao Lei also said loudly, "Instructor, there are 50 people to be selected. There are more than 100 martial artists in our batch. How are we going to select them?" Tang Feng smiled. "It depends on vitality, bone honing progress, and combat techniques progress." "Not actual combat?" "Not for now. But when we enter the special training class, we'll have the chance." The early stage was just a selection. MCMAU was not in a hurry. A group of students who had not gone through training had limited combat ability. When Zhao Lei heard this, he felt slightly regretful. He glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of his eyes. Fu Chongding, who was sitting beside Fong Ping, said in a low voice, "This guy has his eyes on you." Fong Ping did not care. He said lightly, "Don't mind him. There's no point in fighting because of personal feelings. Only when there are benefits. If there are no benefits, I won't bother." If there were benefits in the special training class, Fong Ping would definitely participate. If there were no benefits, he would definitely not participate. If there were benefits, then whether he would participate in the championship depended on whether the benefits were enough and whether it was worth it. If it was worth the risk, then he would go, even if Fong Ping was afraid of death. If the benefits were not enough, then he would pretend to be dead. The school could not force anyone to participate. Otherwise, if they admitted defeat on stage, MCMAU would lose all its face. Fong Ping could actually guess that there would be many benefits in the championship. He would think about it later. Once he entered the special training class, he could advance or retreat at will. After Tang Feng announced the end of the registration began. Almost everyone, including martial artists and twice-honed ones, signed up. After counting, there were more than 140 people in the end. When he first entered the school, there were only about 60 martial artists. Now, that number had doubled. Martial arts universities were very efficient. After the registration, the school arranged for the selection the next day. Fong Ping was not worried. He was sure that he would enter. Most students did not know about the Martial Arts Society's competition, but the school definitely knew. After all, 2 students had lost their lives. Fang Ping was not weak. There was no reason that he could not enter the 50-person selection. At night, in the training hall, Lu Fengru clasped her hands behind her back and said lightly, "Have you registered for the special training class?" "Yes. I have." Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei responded. "Originally, I thought that it would be a contest of strength between the schools and wrangling between grandmasters. I didn't expect that it would be decided by the new students." Lu Fengru was also very clear about the cause and effect of this matter. After some thought, she said, "There are only 3 months left until the end of the semester. 3 months is not a long time, but it is not short either." The Martial Arts University Alliance clearly knew the strength of the Big Two, but they still dared to hold the championship. Many of the new students do not take these normal martial arts universities seriously. Their standards are too low. Martial arts universities, even normal martial arts universities, usually have a grandmaster in charge. The school's resources are also not something that an individual can compare to, let alone a family. With so many normal martial arts universities, 10 martial arts universities producing one genius is already quite a lot. In 3 months, it is very difficult to enter rank 2, but it is not too difficult to enter rank 1. Everyone is rank 1. At that time, it will be a competition of personal foundation, vitality strength, progress of bone honing, pole standing, combat techniques, and actual combat experience. Don't underestimate these martial arts universities' geniuses. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Also, don't be fooled by the martial arts universities of the second level, as if everything has nothing to do with them. Since they are participating, and as one of the 4 forces at that, it means that they have their own ideas. Fang Ping mumbled, "Instructor, we might not be participating in the championship at the end." Lu Fengru snorted disdainfully. "You are not the only one who thinks this way. Since you have entered the special training class, do you think you can choose not to participate in the end? Of course, the school will not force you. However, when the benefits are out and you are brainwashed, they will make you feel a sense of collective honor, and they will talk about being famous. How many people can really hold back? When the time comes, they will all fight to participate." Fang Ping could not help but laugh when he heard the words brainwash coming from Lu Fengru's mouth. However, it was not surprising after thinking about it. Lu Fengru did not say much. After a brief explanation, she looked at Fang Ping and said, "You have improved very quickly. I heard that you have been short of money recently and have spent all your credits. Have you considered accepting missions?" Fang Ping was not really short of money, and he did not lack wealth either. However, he still nodded and said, "I want to see what missions are available first. I will decide according to the situation." "Sure. Follow me." The logistics department. Lu Fengru brought Fang Ping to the logistics department, which surprised Fang Ping a little. They did not go to the exchange office on the 1st floor but went straight to the 3rd floor. Even though the sky was dark, the logistics department was still brightly lit. Martial artists cultivated regardless of day or night. The 1st floor is for collecting credits and exchanging pills. The 2nd floor is for determining ranks. The 3rd floor is where martial arts universities accept missions. Lu Fengru said as she walked, "Of course, not everyone can come here. Aspiring martial artists can't enter. Rank 1 martial artists can't enter without an instructor's recommendation." When they reached the 3rd floor, there was a place that looked like a reception desk at the entrance. Someone was guarding it. Hearing the voice, the martial artist looked up. When he saw that it was Lu Fengru, he quickly greeted, "Hello, Instructor Lu." Lu Fengru did not say much. She led Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei inside. It was slightly different from what Fang Ping had imagined. There was no big blackboard filled with missions like he had imagined. Instead, it was filled with intelligent machines that were more than a meter tall. Lu Fengru walked to a random machine and looked at Fang Ping. "Where's your martial arts license?" Fang Ping quickly took out his martial arts license. Lu Fengru placed it on the machine and said as she operated, "This requires authorization. I'll grant you authorization to accept missions now. Without an instructor, it's useless even if you come in. You can't enter the mission system." As she spoke, Lu Fengru had already granted Fang Ping authorization. 4-page entrances appeared on the web page. Military Department missions. Department of Investigation Services missions. Police missions. School missions. Military Department missions and Department of Investigation Services missions are usually more difficult. Of course, you're only rank 1. The missions you see now are limited, but they're still very difficult. The Military Department and Department of Investigation Services have many powerhouses. They might not be able to do certain things due to lack of manpower or other reasons, so they entrust them to martial arts universities. Military department missions don't give a lot of rewards, but they sometimes give special resources or military department points. These points have many uses. They can be used as a condition for future promotions in the military department. They can also be exchanged for special resources in the military department. Department of Investigation Services missions are relatively more rewarding, but they're not easy. Sometimes, there are points that can be used to prepare for entering the Department of Investigation Services in the future. The task at the police station is much simpler, but don't be careless. Lu Fengru reminded her, the police station's missions mostly involve ordinary people. However, they were all bandits, and most of them had guns. Although these bandits aren't martial artists, they're all extremely vicious people. If you rank 1 martial artists encounter them, it wouldn't be surprising if you're shot to death with a gun if you're not careful. The police usually pay with money, unlike the military and the Department of Investigation Services, which usually pay with pills or other items. As for the last one, the school mission. Lu Fengru smiled and said, there are difficult and easy school missions. It was very, very simple. For example, if a student issued a spar mission, and the student was about to make a breakthrough in his combat technique and wanted to find someone to spar with, there would usually be no danger at this time, so the student could accept it. There were also teachers who would issue some missions, such as running errands for him or delivering some things to his hometown. These were all possible. It was a very simple mission. Of course, the rewards were not great. There were also difficult ones. For example, students needed to form teams to complete missions, and teachers needed strong students to help them. In short, you'll know when you get back. You can take a look and choose whether to accept the mission or not. However, you're still a new student. Even if you do accept it, it'll be easier and shorter. You guys still have too much to learn. Don't learn from the seniors at this time. They'll be gone for a few months or even half a year. In the end, Lu Fengru said, the logistics department is prepared for rank 1 and 2 students. When you reach rank 3, you'll go to another place to accept missions. Also, you can access the mission system from the school's official website. Just enter your student ID and password. The main purpose here is to bring newcomers to broaden their horizons. When it's time to settle the mission, they'll come here. As for myself, sometimes I'll ask students to help me with some missions. Of course, you don't have to do it now. You're too weak, so there aren't any missions that require your help at the moment. Fang Ping nodded quickly. Zhao Xuemei said carefully, Instructor, then you? Lu Fengru smiled faintly. It's fine as long as you know the process. It's not time yet. Oh. Zhao Xuemei was a little disappointed. Fang Ping smiled and said, it's okay. When I accept the mission, I can bring you along. Shut up. Lu Fengru, who had been calm earlier, suddenly scolded, nonsense. If you're not strong enough, why would you accept a mission? Do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. Also, all the missions are confidential. Don't tell anyone what mission you've accepted. Don't talk about trouble, understand? Unless you're teaming up with someone else to complete the mission, you'll have to rely on yourself. The mission system will only give you a rough idea before you accept it. It won't reveal any specific information. Only after you've accepted the mission will you be given detailed information. Oh, right. If you fail the mission or give up, the corresponding credits will be deducted according to the reward quota. Don't accept missions recklessly. Fang Ping nodded quickly and admitted his mistake. I was wrong. I won't do missions recklessly with others. It's good that you know. As Lu Fengru said that, she looked at Zhao Xuemei and said, you should practice puncture kick first and hone more than 50 bones before we talk about this. Don't be envious of others. There's no need for that. This isn't something to be happy about anyway. Got it. Let's go. Fang Ping can look around here or go back. Lu Fengre did not care about him. She left right after she finished speaking. Although Zhao Xuemei wanted to stay for a while, seeing that Lu Fengre had left, she could only say, Fang Ping, I'll leave first. Okay. Watching the two of them leave, Fang Ping was a little excited. He first opened the police station's mission system. Capture and kill an A-rank wanted criminal. A 3-man criminal gang with firearms. No martial artists. High level of danger. Location near Magic City, suggestion, rank 2 or peak rank 1 martial artist. Reward, 300,000 in cash. Assist the police in apprehending a drug dealer. Suspected to have firearms. Medium level. Of danger. Suggestion, peak rank 1 martial artist and above. Reward, 100,000 in cash. Capture a robber. An aspiring martial artist. No firearms. Hiding in the Kunshan area. Equipped with anti-reconnaissance abilities. Low level of danger, suggestion, rank 1 martial artist. Reward, 50,000 in cash. Fang Ping scanned through the list. There were many missions. Some were not dangerous at all. Of course, the rewards were ordinary. Fang Ping even saw a mission to search for people and objects. This made him speechless. Of course, there was no need to mention the rewards. There were thousands to tens of thousands of yuan. It was not that no one accepted them. Some martial artists were not strong and happened to be idle. They helped to search for people. After a while, he saw that most of the missions were for aspiring martial artists. There were almost no missions for martial artists. The police station was originally meant to serve ordinary people. Fang Ping opened the Department of Investigation Services mission system. The missions here were more difficult. Capture a peak rank 1 martial artist with a murder case. Cultivating palm techniques. Location, Huangping City. Suggestion, peak rank 1 martial artist or rank 2 martial artist with a successful combat technique. Reward, 200,000 in cash. Kill a rank 2 martial artist with a murder case. Cultivating saber techniques. Location, South Peace City. Suggestion, peak rank 2 martial artist. Reward, rank 1 vitality pill or 10 credits. Kill a peak rank 2 martial artist. Completed honing of limbs. Armed with firearms. Proficient in leg techniques and fist techniques. Location, fleeing from Magic City, suggestion, peak rank 2 martial artist or rank 3 martial artist. Successful combat technique. Has actual combat experience. Has similar mission experience, reward, 500,000 in cash or 20 credits. The rewards for MCMAU's missions were quite generous. A peak rank 1 martial artist could get a reward of 200,000. A peak rank 2 martial artist could get 20 credits. Moreover, there were many missions to choose from. Not many people fought for them. Nanjiang Martial Arts University rarely had these missions. If there were, they would have been snatched up by others. After that, Fang Ping looked at the military department's missions. They were similar to the Department of Investigation Services, except that some of the military department's missions were in the wilderness, far from Magic City. The rewards were also varied. There was cash, pills, credits, alloy weapons, and even points from the military department or the Department of Investigation Services. Fang Ping looked at the school missions for a while and was speechless. There were actually people looking for girlfriends. I'm looking for a girlfriend. She's gentle and beautiful. Deadline, 10 days. Note, pure friendship between a man and a woman. Excessive intimacy is rejected, reward, 5 credits. Not only were there girlfriends looking for girlfriends, but there were also boyfriends. The key was that the person taking the mission was also a man. Of course, aside from these unreliable missions, there were also some useful ones. For example, there were students who were practicing combat techniques. They needed a student who was practicing the same combat techniques as them to be their sparring partner. The reward was also credits. Fang Ping skimmed through the list and suddenly found an interesting mission. Challenge NMAU's Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang, peak rank 3, possibly already rank 4, president of NMAU's Martial Arts Society. Battle record, defeated 14 peak rank 3 martial artists in capital city. Note, no deaths recorded in combat, but serious injuries. Reward, 200 credits for defeating the opponent. If the opponent is not defeated, but injured, 50 to 150 credits depending on the severity of the injury. 500 credits for killing the opponent. Old Wang has enemies all over the world. Fang Ping sighed, especially when there was a reward of 500 credits for killing the opponent. This was not a low price. It was almost equivalent to 15 million in cash. Of course, there were not many people who would accept this mission, or rather, none. If they really reached peak rank 3 or even rank 4, these people might not be short of 500 credits. Besides, it was not that simple. Fang Ping could actually see this mission here. It was obviously a little special. Fang Ping could not usually see rank 3 and 4 missions. Lu Yongwen or someone else? Fang Ping guessed, but he shook his head after some thought. There was no way to guess. It might not be Lu Yongwen. That guy might not have the guts. Moreover, 500 credits was not a small amount. Lu Yongwen might not be able to fork it out. Not all high-ranked martial artists were rich. The higher the rank, the higher the expenditure. In fact, some people were so poor that they were even poorer than Fang Ping. If they could fork out 500 credits, it meant that their family background was not weak. Fortunately, this mission was a challenge and not an assassination. Fang Ping guessed that martial arts universities would not allow these missions to be issued. Challenges were legitimate and aboveboard, but assassinations were different. They would go from being a legitimate force to being a shady force. Perhaps Old Wang himself knew about this mission, but he probably did not take it to heart. Fang Ping watched for a while and suddenly thought, if I ask Old Wang to put on an act with me and admit defeat, wouldn't I be getting 200 credits for nothing? After some thought, the possibility of Old Wang agreeing to it was not high. Even if everyone knew it was an act, it would be embarrassing for a rank 4 to lose to a rank 1. But that might not be the case. Old Wang is a practical person. If I give him half of the credits, there might still be hope. Fang Ping made a mental note of this mission. He decided to ask when he had the chance. 200 credits was not a small amount. Fang Ping stayed on the 3rd floor of the logistics department for almost 2 hours. In the end, Fang Ping did not accept any missions. He would wait and see. He was not short of money at the moment, and his strength had not reached the point where he needed to train. Accepting missions now would not be a good time to waste. When his strength reached a bottleneck, or when he was short of money, he could take on some easier missions to complete. Fang Ping was thinking about something else when he left. I didn't see the evil sect missions. Or maybe they didn't specify that some assassination missions are related to evil sects. Old Wang and the others said that rank 3 is dangerous. It should be related to the missions. I can't see those missions yet, so that should be it. As he thought about it, he thought about the special training class. If the special training class recruited people, how should they train them? Fang Ping suppressed these thoughts and returned to his dormitory to continue honing his bones. He had honed 28 bones now. There were only 3 bones in his right lower limb that he had not honed. They were the femur, thigh bone, patella, kneecap, and fibula, calf bone. Of these 3 bones, the femur was huge, and the patella was more complicated. They were all the more difficult to hone. Fang Ping's honing speed had slowed down. It was not as fast as the phalanges, which were easily honed one a day. Fang Ping estimated that it would take him at least 10 days to hone these 3 bones. I'll try to finish honing one limb as soon as possible. There are only 3 months left until the end of the semester. There are still 34 bones in my lower limb. I'll need at least 2 months. 2 months to complete bone honing and achieve peak rank 1 was Fang Ping's prediction. If he was lucky, he might achieve rank 2 by the end of the semester. Of course, that was if he was lucky. Fang Ping might not be able to achieve it. It was not a good thing to break through too quickly. His combat techniques and pole-standing cultivation required a lot of time and vitality. He had to improve both at the same time. As for the company, I have to transfer money to Xianxia to continue expanding. I can feel the expenditure increasing now. I'll have to pay it back later. Without money, my progress will be very slow. But the company has invested a lot. What if Xianxia runs away? Fang Ping was not stingy with his evil thoughts. He had little money now. Xianxia could still suppress some thoughts of investing 1 or 2 million. However, when it reached 10 million and Fang Ping was not in the company, he might not be able to suppress it. I'll have to find someone to keep each other in check. Sigh, it's not that easy to do anything. After sighing, Fang Ping cleared his mind and continued cultivating. The next day. The building of practical training. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, he felt an endless wave of malice. Many students saw him and could not help but recall the scene from a month ago when they were beaten black and blue. Zhao Lei's expression was ugly. When he saw Fang Ping, he humphed and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, I'll get back at you for what happened last time." "What?" Fang Ping suddenly said loudly, "Zhao Lei, we're all men. Don't be so petty. Look, even girls like Xianxia don't care about it, but you do. Didn't I admit defeat? Isn't that enough? Do you want to beat me up?" Zhao Lei was so angry he almost vomited blood. I said it softly, "Why are you yelling?" Xiaoman was so angry she wanted to vomit blood too. Did I not care? I was too embarrassed to say it. Of course, she was also a little afraid of Fang Ping and did not dare to pick a fight. Zhao Lei left awkwardly. Fu Changdang laughed. "Didn't you say you didn't care about it? Why did you provoke him again?" "To fight for benefits." Fang Ping said with a smile, "I met my instructor outside the door just now. I heard that the special training class will choose a class monitor. Of course, there are benefits. We can get more credits. When it's time to fight, we still have to fight. We'll beat him up later anyway, so we'll give him some time to prepare." Cough, cough, cough. Fu Changdang coughed for a while, speechless. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said with a grin, "I won't participate if there are no benefits, but if there are, I'll have to think about it carefully. Don't fight with me, or else you'll get a beating too." Fu Changdang curled his lips but did not say anything. He did not know about Fang Ping's situation before, but after returning to school for 2 days, Fu Changdang was well informed. He knew what had happened before the holidays. Although he had more honed bones than Fang Ping, if they were to fight, he would not be Fang Ping's match. Fang Ping wanted to be the class monitor, and he had no intention of fighting for it. As the crowd chatted, Tang Feng and a few rank 6 instructors arrived. Tang Feng was straightforward as well. The moment he arrived, he said, "Twice-honed martial artists who have achieved lesser mastery in pole standing, combat techniques, and have honed more than 20 bones, step forward now." As soon as he finished speaking, many people stepped forward. Fang Ping moved with the crowd and stood out. Not bad, 41 people. These 41 people will directly enter the special training class. After saying that, Tang Feng did not give everyone time to discuss. He continued, "Students from the School of Tactics and Strategy who have honed 15 bones can step forward." This time, the commotion was not big. Soon, 2 boys stood up. 43. Those from the School of Production who can repair weapons, step forward. There were not many martial artists in the School of Production to begin with. It was divided into many faculties, such as pill manufacturing, weapon manufacturing, and cultivation technique research. There were even fewer people who knew how to repair weapons and had reached the level of a martial artist in such a short period of time. In the crowd, a small man stood out and said in a low voice, "Teacher, I only know how to repair some E-grade alloy weapons." "Yes, I'm fine." Tang Feng did not mind. He continued, "Faculty of Social Sciences, Intelligence Analysis course. Students who were evaluated as excellent last month, step forward." This time, there were still very few people, and only one person stepped out. Tang Feng sighed and said, "Pretty girls, step forward, cough cough cough." Many people started coughing. "Teacher, do you have to do this?" Everyone could understand what had happened earlier. Although the special training class was for the sake of participating in the championship, it still required students to be the brains. Students from the School of Tactics could do the job. Cultivating weapons, intelligence gathering, and analysis were understandable. But what the hell was a pretty girl? Did old Tang think it was too monotonous and purposely gave everyone some benefits? Tang Feng said lightly, I'm trying out a new teaching method. Let's see if you guys won't attack just because your opponents are pretty girls. As soon as he said that, some of the girls' expressions changed. Trying what? Trying to get them to stand in the arena and get beaten up. Among Fang Ping's group, Yan Xiaoman muttered, do I have to be treated like this too? She was quite confident. Fang Ping and the others did not say anything. No one knew if Tang Feng's method would work. In the end, 2 female students from the School of Social Sciences were recruited by Tang Feng. Fu Chongding, on the other hand, was happy. He chuckled and said, not bad, Teacher Tang's method is quite good. Right now, he did not think too much about it. Tang Feng did not say much either. Did everyone think he was joking? What a joke, he was a peak rank 6 martial artist. He did not have the time to joke with these new students. He was serious, the 2 girls were targets for everyone else. Of course, since the 2 girls had signed up, it meant that they wanted to enter the special training class. Now that Tang Feng had opened the back door for them, no one could blame him for pulling them in. We're still missing 3. Tang Feng looked at the remaining students and thought for a while. Is there anyone with a specialty? Of course, those who can run fast or sing, don't say anything. The specialty I'm referring to is something that can be of use in the championship. In the crowd, someone hesitated and raised his hand. Teacher, I can memorize maps. Is that a specialty? It's just those complicated maps. I can memorize them in a few minutes. I'm very sensitive to directions and geography. Tang Feng's eyes brightened. He nodded. Yes, you. Teacher, I can manage logistics. No. Teacher, I can provide psychological guidance. If the students are injured, I can comfort them. No. Tang Feng rejected many people. Now, there were only 2 left. In the end, Tang Feng chose 2 students with decent vitality and bone honing. He did not choose the students with special talents. Now, there were 50 people. Teacher Tang is quite casual. Is the selection over already? Fu Chongding complained. He had thought that it would be complicated. Now he realized that it was over just like that. Fang Ping smiled. Efficiency is the priority. Moreover, there are 50 people. We still have to select them at the end. There's no need to waste too much time. If the selection of a special training class lasted for 10 days to half a month, then special training was out of the question. There were only 3 months left until the end of the semester. There was no time to waste. After Tang Feng was done with his selection, he quickly sent the others away, regardless of whether they were willing or not. After the others had left, Tang Feng said directly, the time for the special training class is very tight. In the past few years, MCMAU has not opened special training classes like this because there's no need. The school's purpose is to train people together, not to train them individually. Now, however, we have no choice. That's why we don't have much experience to follow in the special training class. Teachers like us are the same as you. We're all blindly trying. Of course, it's not that difficult. The goal is to win the championship. Then, we just have to follow that goal. In the end, it's still about ability, experience, and ability. There are many ways to improve ability. Honing more bones, increasing vitality, improving combat techniques, improving pole standing, all of these require resources. That's why the special training class will provide more resources for everyone. However, these things aren't for free. You have to earn them yourself. The 10 credits that you'll get when you enter the class will be considered a gift. From now on, it's all up to you. The better your performance, the more benefits you'll get. Right now, there are 50 people in the special training class. Teachers like us don't have much time to waste on small matters, such as gathering and notification during training. According to the usual practice, we'll choose a class monitor and let him handle these matters. Of course, you won't be working for free. 10 credits, only 10? Fang Ping muttered in the crowd. He felt that it was too stingy. Was it worth it to waste time on something like this for 10 credits? As if she had seen Fang Ping's expression or heard what he said, Lu Fengru, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Some people might find it troublesome to get free credits. You can just let someone else do it. It's so simple. There are 50 people in the class. You'll be the class monitor. If you beat up one person and make him run errands for you, you'll naturally get free credits." Instructor Lu. Tang Feng was a little displeased. Lu Fengru said lightly, "The new students don't even feel any pressure. How can this be considered special training? Think about it. If someone is forced to work for free, would he be willing to do so? If he's unwilling, he'll naturally have the motivation to get back at them. With motivation and the desire to improve, special training is the real special training. It's decided. I think it's pretty good." The students were stunned. They could do that. Fang Ping was stunned too. Lu Fengru's method was not bad, although Tang Feng and the other instructors did not quite agree with it. They did not say anything in the end. In martial arts universities, if you wanted something, you had to fight for it yourself. Although it was not good to exploit others, as Lu Fengru said, the new students nowadays lacked motivation. Perhaps this was a solution. There was not much time left until the championship. They had to use all the methods they could think of. "Getting free credits if you don't work," Fang Ping muttered. Lu Fengru suddenly said, "Of course, as everyone's strength improves, the class monitor can also be rotated. Let's rotate once every half a month. Every time, there'll be a reward of 10 credits. This way, everyone will have more motivation." This time, no one objected anymore. The students' eyes lit up. Once every half a month, there were still 3 months until the championship. That would be 6 times and 60 credits. 60 credits was not a small number. Fang Ping could not help but glance at Lu Fengru. The instructor was fighting for benefits for him, right? She was obviously giving him benefits in secret. Tang Feng and the others had obviously thought of this as well. They looked at Lu Fengru with some dissatisfaction. Lu Fengru yawned and said, "Why are you looking at me? Isn't it good to motivate everyone to improve? Ask the students if they're willing to do this." Although no one said anything, Tang Feng could see that his own students, Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman, were tempted. The other students with decent strength were also eager to try. Although Lu Fengru's method was a little rough, it had to be said that the students' enthusiasm was ignited. Tang Feng felt a little helpless. He knew about Fang Ping's situation. Forget it. If Fang Ping could occupy the position of class monitor for 6 periods, the others would probably be motivated too. It was not a bad idea to set up an opponent for the new students. It was only 60 credits, anyway. Tang Feng thought for a while and said, "Then we'll go according to Instructor Lu's suggestion. Does anyone have any objections?" Even if the students had objections, they could not say it out loud. If they said it, it would mean that they were not confident in themselves. Seeing that Tang Feng had agreed, Lu Fengru smiled at Fang Ping with an expression that said, "Kid, I've fought for you." Fang Ping laughed dryly and did not say anything. "If there are no objections, then we can start now. Those who are willing can participate in the election." Just as Tang Feng finished speaking, Lu Fengru suddenly said, "Don't waste so much time. I still have things to do. Fang Ping, step forward." Fang Ping stepped forward quickly. Lu Fengru said directly, "Do you want to be the class monitor?" "Yes." This time, Fang Ping did not hesitate. 60 credits. In the mission system yesterday, even capturing and killing a peak rank 2 did not have this treatment. A peak rank 2 was only 20 credits. 60 credits was almost the same as a rank 3. It was the least. Killing a rank 3 martial artist only earned him so many credits. Now that it was free, how could Fang Ping not be willing? "It's good that you want to." Lu Fengru said playfully, "Instructor Tang's 2 students have outstanding abilities. Everyone can see that. We're all rank 6 instructors. I want my reputation too. You're my student. Some people are afraid that I don't know how to teach students, so I have to prove that my salary as an instructor is not for nothing. Go and challenge Instructor Tang's 2 students. If you win, you'll be the class monitor. If you lose, you'll have to serve them for free. Do you have any objections?" Lu Fengru was fighting for benefits for him. Fang Ping did not want to embarrass his instructor, so he quickly said, "No objections." "Does anyone else have any objections?" Lu Fengru asked. No one said anything. Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman's abilities were among the best among the new students. If they could beat them, no one else would be a match for them. "Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, what about you guys?" Zhao Lei said immediately, "No objections." Yang Xiaoman hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Then let's begin. Which one of you will go first?" Zhao Lei said impatiently, "I'll go first." Fang Ping did not waste any time. He stood out from the crowd and said with a smile, "Zhao Lei, let's make this clear. Don't cry later, and don't hold a grudge. Also, if you lose, you'll be working for me for free. You'll be in charge of informing everyone to gather for class." Zhao Lei huffed. "Sure. If you lose, it'll be the same." "Of course." Fang Ping responded. Then, without waiting for anyone to give the order, he suddenly took a step forward and rushed forward. Zhao Lei had not recovered from the conversation just now when Fang Ping's fist smashed toward him. He was about to retaliate when Fang Ping suddenly pulled back his fist. The pullback of his fist was extremely abrupt. Zhao Lei did not expect Fang Ping to attack first, nor did he expect him to feint at this time. Just as he was about to dodge, Fang Ping kicked his knee. Zhao Lei staggered and almost fell. Fang Ping suddenly punched him again, this time hitting his nose. Ugh, Zhao Lei's nose bled, and tears flowed down his face. "I told you not to cry, and you're still crying." Fang Ping punched him in the forehead with a bang. As he punched, he said in a relaxed tone, "I told you not to hold a grudge, and you just had to." Bang. "I'm actually very easy to talk to, but did you think I didn't hear what you said to Yang Xiaoman and the others?" Bang. "You're always provoking me. What's so great about honing your bones compared to me?" Bang. "If you provoke me again, I'll beat you until even your father can't recognize you." Bang. "My sister is already the boss. I'm just a boss among the freshmen. Do you still have a problem with that?" Bang. Before the crowd could react, Fang Ping had already pinned Zhao Lei to the ground. He punched him again and again until Zhao Lei's head was spinning, and he had no idea where he was. The corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping did not hit him too hard. It looked like he hit him hard, but it was just a superficial wound. Could he not keep hitting his face, though? Zhao Lei would not be able to see anyone for a week with that face. In the crowd, Xianxia looked at Yang Xiaoman's pale face and said softly, "Forget it. Just admit defeat. Zhao Lei is a guy. If he does the same to you later." Yang Xiaoman's face turned even paler. She could not imagine how she would survive the next 4 years if Fang Ping beat her until her face looked like a pig's. After a while, Fang Ping stood up, satisfied. He chuckled. "Yang Xiaoman, it's our turn. You want to hit me?" "Of course. Didn't you hear Instructor Tang say that hitting a beauty is also a form of training?" "Instructor Tang, am I right?" Tang Feng's face darkened. Lu Fengru was all smiles. I admit defeat." Yang Xiaoman's face was full of embarrassment, but she did not dare to accept the challenge. Fang Ping said regretfully, "What a pity. Forget it. Don't hold a grudge next time. I'm afraid of trouble. It's not good to hold a grudge. I've never held a grudge." He had heard this woman speak ill of him behind his back a couple of times. Zhao Lei too, did she really think he would not hold a grudge? The class monitor selection ended almost instantly without any hiccups. When Fang Ping beat up Zhao Lei, who had the most honed bones in the class and thought he was the strongest, none of the other 48 students had any objections. Zhao Lei, who was lying on the ground, was still pretending to be dead. He had to pretend. He could not afford to lose face. He was beaten black and blue by Fang Ping before he could even retaliate. Even if Fang Ping had ambushed him, it still represented Fang Ping's strength. Many people had realized that Zhao Lei was pretending to be unconscious. However, Zhao Lei was not weak. His instructor, Tang Feng, was still here, so they were too embarrassed to laugh at him. Fang Ping did not mind that Tang Feng was there. He even used Tang Feng's words to mock him. He was not too happy with Tang Feng. This instructor had tricked him once during the school allocation. He only reminded him of the high casualty rate when he chose Lu Fengru. Of course, Fang Ping now knew that Lu Fengru's students were digging their own graves. It had nothing to do with Lu Fengru. However, Fang Ping was broad-minded. He did not mind taking revenge in a harmless situation. After all, Tang Feng was the one who allowed the sparring. Fang Ping did not do anything to Zhao Lei. Of course, the main thing was that his instructor did not like Tang Feng, so he deliberately chose his students. With Lu Fengru's support, Fang Ping was very bold. Tang Feng was not so petty. He glanced at Fang Ping and did not even look at Zhao Lei. He quickly said, "Fang Ping will be the class monitor. Does anyone else have any objections?" No one said anything. Alright, the class monitor is decided. Later, Zhao Lei will come to me for the training schedule. Fang Ping had already said that he would let Zhao Lei run the errands. Tang Feng had no intention of reneging on his student's debt. He was not strong enough, so it was good to provoke his student. He could see that Zhao Lei was a little arrogant. He was not big-minded, but he was not small either. He did not like Fang Ping, but he did not deliberately pick a fight with him. This showed that he had some self-restraint. After this lesson, he would probably be much better next time. Sometimes, the students might not listen to the instructor's words. However, after being beaten up by Fang Ping and losing face in front of everyone, it was time for him to learn his lesson. Of course, if he didn't change, it meant that his temperament wasn't good, and Tang Feng wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Ignoring Zhao Lei's response, Tang Feng continued, "The training will begin tomorrow. It won't affect everyone's regular classes. It will mainly be at night and on weekends. As for the specific arrangements, we will discuss them tomorrow. For now, everyone is dismissed." Everyone dispersed in twos and threes, but there were quite a few people who didn't leave. They wanted to see how Zhao Lei was going to continue pretending. In the end, Zhao Lei stopped pretending. After Tang Feng announced that they were dismissed, he got up. Wiping away the tears and blood on his face, Zhao Lei lifted his head to look at Fang Ping. He gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat this time, but we'll see. University has only just begun." Fang Ping curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "As long as your old man doesn't challenge me to a duel, I'll wait for you anytime. Don't provoke me. My father isn't that shameless." Zhao Lei snorted. This snort was troublesome. "My nose still hurts." After he finished humming, Zhao Lei's face twitched and his tears flowed down once again. "You're crying again. I feel like I'm bullying a child." Fang Ping sighed and strode away. He did not continue to provoke this guy. He said he was not provoking him, but Zhao Lei was provoked to the point of going crazy. Who was crying? "If you don't King hit my nose, will I cry?" Outside the building of practical training. Fu Chongdang laughed until his stomach hurt. He held Fang Ping up and said, "You're really ruthless. I see that his face is even more swollen than mine. He won't recover in a week. I'm trying to avoid bigger trouble." Fang Ping said helplessly, "This guy always thinks that he lost the last time because he was careless. That's why he remembers it. This time, I'll let him experience despair. He won't feel so indignant anymore." What he said was not false. For a person like Zhao Lei, you had to beat him into submission. Zhao Lei was obviously not convinced by what happened last time. He was indignant and had resentment in his heart. Small things could become big things. Now that Fang Ping had beaten him into silence again, it could actually resolve a lot of trouble. As he said that, Fang Ping turned his head to look behind him and suddenly said loudly, "After entering the special training class, there will definitely be many opportunities to learn from each other. If there's a grudge, I'll take revenge. 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 It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. I'll beat them up first, bastard." Yang Xiaoman, who was behind him, cursed. Why did he have to mention names? Did he have to scold the locust intentionally? Chen Yunqi hurriedly tugged at her. There would definitely be combat classes after entering the special training class. "Don't provoke that guy, or you'll really get beaten up," Yang Xiaoman was reluctant. She mumbled and did not say anything else. Fu Chongding gave Fang Ping a thumbs up and said softly, "Not bad. You're good at this. Make her hate turn to love? I'll try it next time. Women are all like that. Maybe it really will work." "Get lost." Fang Ping cursed. "You really know how to make connections." After chatting with Fu Chongding for a while, Fang Ping saw Lu Fengru slow down in front of him. He quickly caught up to her. "Thank you, instructor." Fang Ping hurriedly thanked her as soon as he stepped forward. The 60 credits this time were almost free. This was also because Lu Fengru had given him special treatment. Otherwise, Tang Feng would not have arranged it this way. "Don't thank me. You earned it yourself." Lu Fengru did not take credit. She said as she walked, "The more resources you have, the faster you improve, and maybe the faster you die. So there's no need to thank me." After saying that, Lu Fengru continued, "But take advantage of this opportunity to get more resources and credits. Then, use them to exchange for the pills you need to improve your strength." Fang Ping looked puzzled. Lu Fengru did not say that before. What she meant was that her students did not need to rush. Lu Fengru said lightly, "MCMAU will probably lose the championship. If they lose, resources will be tight. When that happens, it'll be hard to improve your strength." "MCMAU will lose?" Fang Ping still found it hard to believe. The special training class had just been established, and they were already thinking about losing? "I just found out about it not long ago. There have been some changes recently, which is the main reason why normal martial arts universities are so eager to fight for resources." "Changes?" "Yes. You'll know about this soon. In short, everyone is eager to improve their strength now. The Martial Arts University Alliance has made up their mind to fight for more resources. Once the students enter rank 1, they may be arranged to carry out missions, life and death missions, and not just for the sake of training. On one hand, it's to win the competition and get resources. On the other hand, it's to deal with crises. I don't know if you know about Tiannan Martial Arts University's heavy losses. Now, the situation has worsened. Similar things are happening in many places. So, everyone is striving to improve their strength as soon as possible. In the past, it was the weak who could enjoy life. Next, there may be some changes, and the weak have no right to waste resources. Only by concentrating on cultivating a group of powerhouses can we better deal with crises. That's why I said that you can fight for more resources now. Of course, if you're not interested in the martial arts path, then pretend I didn't say anything. You can graduate as a rank 2 or 3, and maybe you can live a stable and wealthy life." Lu Fengru said a few words, shook her head, and said, "These are troubled times. It's been so many years. In the past, only rank 3 martial artists would participate. Maybe it will spread to rank 2, or even rank 1. In recent years, it has become more and more frequent." He did not know if she was talking to Fang Ping or herself. Anyway, Fang Ping only understood half of it, but he could feel the tension. After walking for a while, Lu Fengru finally waved her hand and said, "You can go back first. I'll let you know if there's anything. After all, you're my student." "Okay, instructor. I'll leave first." "Go." After Fang Ping left, Lu Fengru sighed softly. Ordinary martial arts universities had made trouble in the past, but they did not cause much of a commotion. This time, it was especially big, and they had an attitude that they would not let go. Before this, Lu Fengru did not care about it, and she could not be bothered to care about it. Now, however, Lu Fengru knew that things were more troublesome than she had imagined. Ever since the earthquake in Tiannan, there were signs of unusual movements at the catacombs entrances everywhere. This could be a sign that big trouble was coming. The martial arts universities guarding the catacombs could not sit still anymore. They began to seek large amounts of resources to increase their strength and deal with the crisis. That was why the championship was held. In Magic City, it was not obvious before, but during this period, it was becoming more obvious. During this period, a few of her students outside had been seriously injured. One of them almost lost his life. Lu Fengru only found out about the changes from the students. Wang Jinyang, Qin Fengqing, and the others said that they wanted to earn a big sum of money because of this. Lu Fengger did not know whether this was a sign or something else, but she still felt a sense of crisis. This time, when she told Fang Ping about this, she felt very complicated. It was fine for ordinary students, especially new students. However, for an outstanding student like Fang Ping, it was very likely that he would be informed about the catacombs in advance and be forcibly recruited to participate. Usually, the missions were random and the principal was voluntary. However, at this critical moment, how could it be voluntary? You had to go whether you wanted to or not. This was the responsibility of a powerhouse. Of course, it was not just Fang Ping. Fang Ping was actually still a pawn. She might have to leave the school too. The days of enjoyment had been too long, and she had almost forgotten about these things. However, the school provided them with a large amount of resources until they reached rank 5 and 6. At this time, it was impossible not to step forward, even if they were grandmasters. Middle-ranked martial artists were a little nervous these days. As for low-ranked martial artists, other than some rank 3 martial artists who were on missions, the others still knew nothing. Although Lu Fengger mentioned a few things to Fang Ping, because Fang Ping lacked a source of information, he also did not know much. However, he knew one thing, and that was that he had to quickly improve his strength. When Fang Ping returned to the dormitory, he had already put aside the pleasure of beating someone up earlier and continued to hone his bones. It was just a child's play earlier. Zhao Lei was just a new student. Other than the slightly higher number of bones he had honed, everything else was very ordinary. Bullying this kind of person did not give him a sense of accomplishment. He did not wait until the next day to attend the special training class. That night, when Fang Ping was cultivating, he felt that the ground was shaking. Fortunately, this feeling passed very quickly. Many people probably did not know about it. However, as the ground shook, some of the MCMAU martial artists started to get nervous. That night, the higher-ups of MCMAU held a meeting. On the night that the meeting ended, the dean of the School of Weaponry, Huang Jing, led a team and left the school that very night. Accompanying him were more than 30 middle-ranked instructors. The next day, Fang Ping and the others acted as usual, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. Only a few people were talking about what happened last night. Fu Chongding also felt the movement last night. He was not asleep at that time. When he met Fang Ping in the morning, Fu Chongding asked, "There was an earthquake last night? You felt it too?" "Yes, I was cultivating and almost lost my breath. Fortunately, it was only for a while. It might have been a small earthquake." As the two of them were chatting, Zhao Xuemei walked over and said, "It was an earthquake, but it was very light. The news reported it this morning. There were no casualties or economic losses. Recently, it's not just Magic City. Many places have been like this. There have been frequent earthquakes this year." Fu Chongding said casually, then frowned and said, "It doesn't seem like a good thing. After the earthquake in Tiannan last time, earthquakes started happening continuously. I remember that my grandfather was very nervous last time." Zhao Xuemei's expression changed slightly. She said softly, "Maybe. Don't think too much about it. Right now, our priority is to improve our strength." "That's true. Once we become grandmasters, we won't be affected even if the earthquake is strong." Fu Chongding laughed and did not mention this again. They did not mention it, but Fang Ping took it to heart. The earthquake in Tiannan. Many of Tiannan Martial Arts University's elite students were sacrificed. Yesterday, the instructor said that there have been some changes recently. There have been frequent earthquakes recently. Although they didn't cause much damage, this doesn't seem right. This didn't happen in my past life. Every time the earthquake happens, Grandmaster powerhouses are unusually active. They frequently appear in the earthquake zone. Grandmasters are so warm-hearted? The instructor's words are contradictory. First, he told us not to rush to improve our strength and enjoy it for a few years. Now, he's telling us to fight for resources and improve our strength as soon as possible. Messages after messages flashed in Fang Ping's mind. After a long time, they formed a new message. The earthquake is related to martial artists. Maybe the earthquake represents danger. Fang Ping frowned. What did the earthquake in Magic City mean? Was Magic City in danger? Also, the last time Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing said they were going on a mission, but they were nowhere to be seen. Was it related to this? He could not get through to their phones. They were not in the service area. I don't have the necessary information. Is it because of my strength? Fang Ping exhaled softly. There was no point in thinking too much. It seemed like he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Don't be stingy with your wealth. You should spend it when it's time. I have to expand the company as soon as possible. I have to spend even 9 million to earn wealth as soon as possible. Maybe I can try to take on some missions. Thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind, but his feet did not stop. He walked toward the teaching block with everyone else. The school was peaceful, as usual. Some instructors applying for leave did not cause any commotion. It was normal for instructors to be busy, and many of them would go on missions. Although Fang Ping felt that something was off, he did not say anything about it. On this day, the freshmen discussed Fang Ping more than anything else. In the School of Weaponry Class 1, there were discussions since the morning. Even Zhao Lei was no match for him. Is Fang Ping really that strong? Has he reached peak rank 1? No way. How can he be so fast? Didn't he just start school and he hasn't become a martial artist yet? The students first guessed Fang Ping's strength, but when the girls joined the discussion, the mood changed very quickly. That's so cruel. Zhao Lei was beaten into a pig's head. I've always treated him like a Prince Charming. Now I have no more love for him. That's right. Is Fang Ping feeling inferior? Last time, Fu Chongdang was beaten into a pig's head too. These two are strong and handsome in the class. Fang Ping has strength, but he's not as handsome as them. Do you guys think it can't be? He wasn't the one who beat Fu Chongdang up? Are you stupid? Don't forget that the two of them teamed up, but Fu Chongdang was beaten into a pig's head. He didn't. Fang Ping definitely has the strength to save Fu Chongdang, but he didn't. What do you think? That seems to be true. I didn't expect it to be like this. I think Fang Ping looks okay too. It can't be that bad, right? You're too naive. That depends on who he's compared to. Zhao Lei and the others are much more handsome than him. He's strong. He must be jealous. The few girls in the class were all discussing, looking at Fang Ping strangely. Yang Xiaoman was listening at the side. Just as she was about to speak, she thought of something and said in a low voice, "He's so petty." He's not just jealous of men, he's jealous of women too. Also, he's so cruel, hitting women. You guys saw it too. He's hitting women since school started. He even wanted to hit me yesterday. So, don't find a boyfriend like this who's petty and violent. Although he's strong, martial arts universities are much stronger than him. There's no need to find him. Did you all hear that? Also, don't tell anyone that I said it. Be careful. Otherwise, he might hit us because of his inferiority complex. No way. Xiaoman, is he really going to hit you? It's absolutely true. Keep your voices down. His ears are quite sharp. In short, let this guy stay single for 4 years. In the future, when there are junior sisters, we have to greet them, lest they fall into the devil's den. The mood changed again and again. In the end, the girls all came to a consensus. Never pursue Fang Ping, never fall in love with him. There were many good men, and the seniors in MCMAU were also very strong. Fang Ping showed signs of domestic violence. The stronger one was, the more dangerous it would be to be his girlfriend. He might be jealous that you were prettier than him and want to beat you up. Fang Ping did not know about these things in the beginning. His ears weren't that sharp, and it was impossible for him to always care about what other people were gossiping about. He could feel that everyone was looking at him differently. At first, Fang Ping thought that the news of him killing someone had spread. It was not until after dinner that Fang Ping realized something when they went to the special training class together. After dinner, Fang Ping and Fu Chongding went to the special training class together. Fu Chongding suddenly said with a conflicted expression, "Fang Ping, why didn't you save me on the first day of school?" Fang Ping was surprised. It had been more than a month. This guy couldn't be that petty, could he? These days, Fang Ping felt comfortable interacting with Fu Changding. After some thought, he explained, I wasn't a martial artist then, so I couldn't save you even if I wanted to. Really? Of course. Then do you think that I might be a little more handsome than you? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and ignored him. Fu Changding said dryly, Zhao Lei. Is he a little more handsome than you? Are you looking for trouble? Or are you showing off? You want to beat me up? Fu Changding looked horrified, as if he had confirmed something. He said hesitantly, Fang Ping, you don't have to do this. Being handsome is given to us by our parents, it has nothing to do with us. The swelling on my face just subsided not long ago. Obviously, this guy thought that Fang Ping might really have a special case in this area. He wanted to beat up anyone who was more handsome than he was. Especially those who were handsome and strong. Obviously, he, Fu Changding, was one of them. Get lost. Fang Ping scolded. After a few more questions, he found out about the rumors among the girls. They say that you're jealous of handsome guys, and maybe pretty girls too. Whenever you meet a handsome guy or a pretty girl, you want to slap them in the face. Someone even reminded me to stay away from you, or else I might get beaten up. Actually, I think so too, Fu Changding said dryly, Fang Ping, don't you realize that you have this tendency? Look at you, you're not very friendly to people like Zhao Lei. Also, you're the same to Yang Xiaoman and the others, but you're very friendly to Zhao Xuemei. Do you really have a habit of judging people by their looks? I heard you on the phone last time, you even told your sister to eat more, so that she doesn't become so skinny. Don't tell me you have a problem with your aesthetics? Fang Ping's face was as black as iron. Without a word, he strode away, muttering fiercely, Yang Xiaoman. Fu Changding looked as if he had expected it. He sighed softly and said, maybe it's not jealousy, but there's a problem with my aesthetics. He did not like pretty girls or handsome guys. Maybe in Fang Ping's eyes, these people were unbearably ugly. The reason why he did not beat him up, but got close to him instead. Maybe Fang Ping thought he was ugly and needed a foil like him. When he thought about it that way, many things made sense. Fu Changding's words made Fang Ping sulk for a while, but after some thought, he felt that there was no need to be angry. Soon, Fang Ping let go of the matter. At most, he would beat up Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoman when he had the chance next time. That would be his revenge. Building 6. The special training classes had begun. The school had specially allocated Building 6 for the special training classes. Although there were only 50 people in each class, the school was very generous. They had directly moved some of the classes that were originally in Building 6 to the building. In the next few months, Building 6 would be used exclusively for the special training classes. Building 6 was the largest classroom. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, an instructor was already waiting in the classroom. It was not Tang Feng, nor was it the other rank 6 instructors. It was Bai Ruoxi, whom Fang Ping had a better impression of. She was a peak rank 5 powerhouse. She was much younger than Lu Fengru. When school started, many boys wanted to be her students. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoxi only accepted girls. Chen Yunqi was one of her students. When Tang Feng said that a rank 6 instructor would be teaching, no one expected Bai Ruoxi to come for the first class. Bai Ruoxi looked like she was in her 30s, but her actual age was a few years older. Because of her swordsmanship, she had an ethereal aura. She looked gentle and weak, which made her very popular among the students. Seeing Bai Ruoxi, Fu Changding said excitedly, I can't believe it's the goddess teaching. I thought I wouldn't have the chance. Maybe I can ask her about swordsmanship, it's the way of the bitch, isn't it? Fang Ping was speechless. Was there a need for that? She was already in her 30s. Maybe she was already married and had children. Wouldn't it scare you to death if a son older than you popped up out of nowhere? Fu Changding ignored him. The other boys were also in high spirits. Bai Ruoxi had a gentle smile on her face. When all the students had arrived, she said softly, today is the first day of the special training classes. I will be teaching everyone. The special training classes not only have martial arts classes, but also professional knowledge classes. Instructor Tang and the others are a little busy, so I will be teaching the professional knowledge classes from now on. There are professional knowledge classes in the special training classes? At this moment, many people started to complain. They were already busy enough. There were enough cultural studies and professional knowledge classes in the day. Attending the special training classes at night was to improve their martial arts skills, was it not? Now they were going to have professional knowledge classes. Was it not killing them? Bairuashi chuckled. The professional knowledge classes and the special training classes are different. You don't have to take notes or take exams. Just treat it as relaxing. But before the class, there's one more thing. As she said that, Bairuashi picked up a stack of documents from the podium. This is the confidentiality agreement and the letter of responsibility. Everything you learn and hear in the special training classes will be kept confidential and must not be leaked. The letter of responsibility is what we usually call a life or death contract. Once you enter the special training classes, there may be some dangerous training content. There may be serious injuries or even death. You will have to bear the consequences yourself. Of course, you can choose not to sign it. If you don't, you can just leave the special training classes. A life or death contract? No one cared about the confidentiality agreement, but the letter of responsibility made many people's expressions change. Bairuashi's voice was ethereal, her tone gentle. This is not a decision made by MCMAU alone. You are new students, so you are given the chance to choose. If you are a senior, you don't need to be reminded. I think some of you should know that every year, many martial arts university students die during training or during training. They won't sign the letter of responsibility because it is a basic requirement. Now, you can choose to sign it or not. If you don't sign it, you can leave. Among the crowd, some were hesitant, some were nervous, but in the end, no one left. They would get 10 credits if they joined the class. If they left, would they not have to return them? If they did not want the benefits, how could they stand out? After the confidentiality agreement and the letter of responsibility were handed out, everyone signed their names. Fang Ping looked at them carefully. The content was not different from what Bairuashi had said, so he signed his name too. After all the students had signed their names, Bairuashi smiled. Very good. MCMAU students should have this quality. Now, let the first class of the special training class begin. With that, Bairuashi returned to the podium and said, everyone has taken history lessons. Does anyone remember the year when the existence of martial artists was officially revealed to the public? 1921. Someone replied immediately, before 1921, martial artists were only spread by word of mouth. Many people thought it was nonsense. In January that year, the Sino nation's provisional government sent a telegram to the public and published newspapers to officially acknowledge the existence of martial artists. They also collected martial arts cultivation methods from the public and recruited martial arts powerhouses. In the same year, the provisional government decided to officially establish Capital City Martial Arts Society, which is the predecessor of Capital City Martial Arts University. Capital City Martial Arts Society, as the first martial arts university in Sino Nation that was officially recognized by the country, recruited students from all over the country. That year, Capital City Martial Arts Society recruited 181 students. The student who replied knew history like the back of his hand. He could even recite some specific numbers. Bairuashi was satisfied. She nodded and said, this student is right. It was 1921 when martial artists officially moved from behind the scenes to the front. Martial artists have a long history, but in the past, they were taught by masters and apprentices. They were divided into sects, gangs, and martial arts schools. They were all small scale. 1 teacher and 3 to 5 students. That was a sect. When Capital City Martial Arts Society was established, this small-scale model of inheritance was gradually eliminated. Now, martial arts universities have been formed. Currently, there are 18 professional martial arts universities in Sino Nation and 81 universities with martial arts departments. There are 99 martial arts universities in total. Bairuashi continued, Capital City Martial Arts University is the earliest martial arts university in the country. It has a history of 87 years. MCMAU's history is slightly shorter. It was established in 1949 and has been around for 59 years. Capital City Martial Arts Society was established in 1921. Martial artists walked to the front of the stage, but in reality, it originated from an incident in 1920. I think many of you don't know what the incident was, do you? Everyone was confused. They knew the history of 1921, but did anything major happen in 1920? Everyone was confused, but Fang Ping thought for a while. After a while, Fang Ping said uncertainly, in 1920, natural disasters occurred everywhere. There were droughts, floods, and frequent earthquakes. In December, the earthquake with the highest intensity ever recorded in Sino Nation happened. It caused hundreds of thousands of casualties. Bairuashi glanced at him and nodded slightly. That's right. That's the reason. That's why the Northwest earthquake ended in December. In January the following year, the interim government released information about martial artists to the public and began to cultivate martial artists on a large scale. That's how the Capital City Martial Arts Society came into being. Fang Ping's pupils contracted. He felt like he was about to come into contact with something deeper. Bairuashi continued, the establishment and expansion of other martial arts universities are actually related to natural disasters and disasters. There were more and more martial arts universities. The number of students they recruited increased from 181 to 1,800. Now, 20 to 30,000 students are recruited every year. There are close to 100,000 martial arts university students in the country who are still in school. There are even more martial science students who graduate. Based on 50 years of calculation, although there weren't as many as 20 to 30,000 students every year, there are still tens of thousands of students every year. After so many years, excluding birth, old age, sickness, and death, martial arts universities have cultivated more than 600,000 martial artists. These are martial arts universities. The military department is cultivating martial artists, the Department of Investigation Services is cultivating martial artists, and the martial arts training classes are cultivating martial artists. There should be more than 2 million martial artists in the country right now. In reality, the number of martial artists is far less than that. Of course, even if it's a small number, 1 million martial artists is not too few. Once there are too many, it becomes worthless. Why do martial artists still have this status? Has anyone considered this? Is it because martial artists are stronger? Of course, this is part of the reason, but it's not just because of this. Has anyone thought deeply about the inside story? Also, why did the government publicize information about martial artists in 1921, including the scope of the promotion of martial artists? Heroes use martial arts to break the law. This is not a modern saying. It has been passed down since ancient times. According to the people in power, these martial artists should gradually disappear into history. In reality, before 1921, the existence of martial artists had already been weakened to the limit. At that time, the number of martial artists in the country probably did not exceed 10,000. In another few decades, if the government did not take any measures, and with the advancement of modernization, martial artists would also disappear, not completely. Until now, I'm afraid that the number of martial arts powerhouses who still retain their heritage will not exceed 1,000, or even fewer. It's not impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Then why did they publicize it, promote it, and gradually raise the status of martial artists in the future? In the classroom. Bairuashi continued, originally, you will only be informed of certain situations when you reach rank 3. Why rank 3? Because rank 3 martial artists have fully honed their limbs. They can fight and retreat at will. They have strong survival skills and possess the most basic ability to kill enemies. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists have more flaws in comparison. Some hone their upper limbs, some hone their lower limbs. In short, there is a big gap between them and rank 3. They are not comprehensive. This was an annotation that only rank 3 were elites. However, you are all elites among the new students. It is only a matter of time before you reach rank 3. That is why I can inform you in advance. Existence has its value. The existence of martial artists, promotion, privileges, all of these are based on the need for martial artists. Bairuashi's smile was gone. She said lightly, it is not the people in power who need us. To put it more bluntly, it is society that needs us. To put it more bluntly, humans need us. That is why there are martial arts universities and all kinds of privileges for martial artists. The classroom suddenly fell silent. The students were not stupid. They could feel the tense atmosphere. Catacombs. I don't know if anyone has heard of this term. Of course, even if someone has heard of it, their understanding is limited. In order for you guys to grow healthily and without too much pressure, even if there are elders in your family who know about it, they will not reveal it. Pressure is for those who are capable to bear it. Those who are incapable will have it easier. This is my opinion. As for what others think, I don't know. Everyone has their own thoughts. Nobody knows what the catacombs are. How it came to be, nobody knows. Maybe some people know, at least not me. I only found out about the existence of the catacombs after I reached rank 3. What does the catacombs have to do with martial artists? This is what I want to say. After that, the entire classroom was extremely quiet. Only Bairuashi's voice could be heard. Bairuashi did not say much, but it was all focused on one point, the catacombs. Bairuashi really did not know what the catacombs were. What she knew was that the catacombs were located underground. It was like an underground world. However, it was also different. It was as if it was not underground at all. The government had organized people to dig tens of thousands of meters, but there was no trace of the catacombs. However, it was not an alternate dimension either. That was because if there were any unusual movements in the catacombs, there would be a reaction on the surface of the earth. The most direct observation would be an earthquake. According to modern science, it might involve higher dimensions and space, but Bairuashi didn't know much about it. According to Bairuashi, the catacombs could be found all over the world, not just in Sino Nation. In Sino Nation, 22 entrances to the catacombs have been discovered so far. The reason why he said that was because the entrances to the catacombs were not fixed. One could suddenly appear at any time. The Great Earthquake of 1920 was the discovery of the third entrance to the catacombs. In the 88 years since then, another 19 entrances had appeared one after another. Humans could only enter from the entrance of the catacombs. They could not enter from other places. The world of the catacombs was filled with all kinds of dangers, and at every moment, there would be a large number of dangers ready to enter the surface world. That was why there were martial artists with great single-target lethality. That was how the policy of constantly raising the status of martial artists came about in recent years. Bairuashi did not stop talking. When she paused, someone in the class spoke with a hoarse voice, "Teacher, are you saying that there is another world beneath our feet?" Bairuashi shook her head and said, "I don't know. It might not be beneath our feet. Its entrance is underground, but this world might not be underground." Her words were a little complicated, but everyone was not brainless. They all understood what she meant. The catacombs could be an alternate dimension, but the entrance was underground. Where was this dimension? Maybe it was underground, maybe it was in another dimension, or maybe it was not even in the same universe. Teacher, the discovery of the catacombs is why there is a constant increase in martial artists. Does that mean that only martial artists can enter the catacombs? Bairuashi shook her head and said, "No, ordinary people can also enter. But, after entering the catacombs, firearms will lose their original effect. Maybe what I said is not accurate. Let me put it this way, the catacombs is a little strange. After entering, you can only use your own strength, power that comes from your own body. You can use your fists and legs, use swords, or even use a bow and arrow. The source of power must come from your own body, not heat, electricity, wind, or solar energy. After so many years, experts have analyzed that in the catacombs, only vitality force can be used. As for other external energy sources, they will lose their effect. The source of power for technological weapons will completely lose its effect in the catacombs. This is why the status of martial artists rose after the discovery of the catacombs. Teacher, what exists in the catacombs? Humans? Zombies? Monsters? Or other monsters? That is a world. Bairuashi's eyes were a little complicated as she said, it is a complete world, not purely a cave of monsters. There is everything in it: humans, animals, monsters. In short, other than the lack of modern civilization, it is a newly discovered world. The catacombs world is not purely destructive, let's not talk about that for now. In short, in the catacombs world, there are some people, some monsters, who are constantly trying to rush out of the catacombs door and enter our world. Once, one of the catacombs door was destroyed, and the monsters of the catacombs world rushed out, resulting in extremely tragic consequences. Teacher, if they enter the surface world, can't we use firearms or even nuclear weapons to kill them? This question was on point. Bairuashi said helplessly, yes, the government tried it before. At that time, these intruding monsters were all killed, and many were even vaporized. But, Bairuashi said in a heavy tone, because of some unknown reason, these catacombs monsters have been reborn. Reborn? Yes, not reborn on the surface, but in the catacombs world. As I said, they also have humans. Of course, they are not necessarily human, but they look and feel similar to us. If there are humans, they naturally have looks and appearances. Some martial artists have discovered that many of the humans who were killed when they broke into the surface world have been reborn in the catacombs world. They cannot be killed in the surface world. No, they can be killed, but they must be killed by a martial artist. Otherwise, they will not be reborn. In the catacombs world, the monsters killed by martial artists will not be reborn. Research and analysis suggest that it may be due to the suppression effect of vitality force. Therefore, in recent years, major research institutions have been developing weapons that use vitality force as kinetic energy. However, vitality force originates from the human body. Once it leaves the human body, it will become pure blood. This is also the biggest problem that has troubled the research institutions. Currently, the various countries may have some results, but the results are not obvious. Before the invention of effective large-scale weapons that can kill the catacombs world creatures, if the catacombs creatures enter the surface world, it will be a disaster for mankind. We can't wash the ground with nuclear bombs every time. If that continues, the entire Earth will be finished. Therefore, let martial artists guard the catacombs, let martial artists enter the catacombs, go deep into the catacombs, and kill the possibility of these people rushing to the surface. This is the best way to protect the world and protect mankind. Fang Ping had not asked any questions. Now, he asked in a low voice, Teacher, why do the catacombs world creatures rush to the surface world? Is it because the living environment in the catacombs is bad? No. Bairuashi shook her head. The catacombs is what we call it. It is not as dark and lightless as you think. It is no different from the normal world. In terms of the environment, it is even better than ours. Then, we are not sure of the specific reason. In recent years, we have captured some catacombs creatures, but because of the language barrier, it is difficult to communicate. Of course, now some people are learning the language of the catacombs creatures. Most importantly, the lower levels of the catacombs creatures do not know the reason. For the higher levels, firstly, it is difficult to capture them. Secondly, the higher levels of the catacombs creatures, once they are captured, their brain, or you can call it brain, will develop brain death. We do not know if it is spontaneous or if it is controlled. We are still analyzing this point. Fang Ping continued, in other words, we humans do not have a better way to suppress the catacombs creatures. We can only rely on martial artists to hunt and kill them to reduce the possibility of the catacombs creatures rushing to the surface? That's right. Bairuashi nodded. Otherwise, if any of the catacombs entrances are breached, there will be terrible consequences. A major earthquake is one of them. If the catacombs creatures break through the catacombs entrances, it will cause natural disasters and a lot of casualties. Moreover, the catacombs creatures are extremely destructive. If they are not careful, the whole city will be destroyed. There have been such tragedies in history. In the end, we have to use weapons of mass destruction to destroy them. As a result, the environment has deteriorated. Cities, humans, and the catacombs creatures have all disappeared. However, the catacombs creatures can be resurrected in the catacombs world. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst. In the end, Earth will be destroyed by our own hands. Magic City seemed to be shaking a little last night. Fang Ping mentioned. Bairuashi's expression changed slightly. She sighed softly. That's right. This phenomenon is becoming more and more obvious. Almost all of the 22 catacombs entrances are acting strangely now. The catacombs creatures are constantly attacking the catacombs entrances. Every time they attack, the ground will shake. The stronger the shaking, the closer they are to breaking out. Therefore, once the ground starts shaking, we must immediately send in a large number of martial artists to carry out effective killing. They will die too. When there are enough of them, they will retreat. It was the same in Tiannan before? Yes. It was more serious that time. They were almost breached. Therefore, we had no choice but to send in a large number of martial artists as reinforcements. Even so, there were heavy casualties among the martial artists. As for the ordinary people, Fang Ping said hurriedly, ordinary people? Bairuashi's tone deepened. There are ordinary people in the military department. Do you think that everyone in the military department is a martial artist? A large number of ordinary soldiers will also be stationed outside the catacombs entrances. When necessary, they will rush into the catacombs. Although ordinary people are not as good as martial artists, when they form a military formation, they also possess extremely strong destructive power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rely on martial artists alone. Even if millions of martial artists joined forces, it would still be difficult to resist. Not all martial artists will enter the 22 catacombs entrances. There are also a large number of rank 1 and 2 martial artists. There are not many martial artists who are actually stationed in the catacombs. Only when the situation is critical will martial artists enter. In the catacombs, the destructive power of vitality force is even stronger. A rank 3 martial artist can forcefully break through the catacombs' ordinary military formation. What? This time, it was not Fang Ping. Instead, it was a student. He said in shock, the catacombs creatures also have military formations? Bairuashi repeated again, that is a civilization, not the zombies you think. Do you understand what I mean? At this time, Fang Ping said again, civilization? Instructor, you said that all external sources of energy will lose their effect in the catacombs. Then, without the support of energy, how can a civilization be formed? Don't they need to eat? Don't they need to light a fire? What about the sun? Without the sun to provide heat, can they really survive? You're wrong about this. The existence of energy is not limited to these. In the catacombs creatures have their own exclusive energy system. Have you seen it in novels or on television? You can think of it as a type of energy mine. They use this type of energy mine for lighting, cooking, and even the forging of weapons. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He said again, then, can we use this type of energy mine to forge modern weapons to kill? Yes. Bairuashi admitted this point. However, she sighed and said, but the energy mine is the most important source of energy for the catacombs creatures. It is guarded very tightly. Previously, 3 rank 9 grandmasters entered the catacombs world and forcefully robbed it. As a result, a large number of powerhouses from the catacombs creatures chased after them. The last rank 9 died, and the other 2 were also seriously injured. It's too dangerous. The energy mines are all in the depths. For so many years, it's not that we haven't thought of breaking in. But, unless it's absolutely necessary, we must not go too deep. This is because some of the catacombs creatures in the depths of the catacombs usually won't attack the catacombs door. However, if we go too deep and trigger these creatures to attack, then humans will really be in danger. Fang Ping had no more doubts now. All in all, currently, humans were at a disadvantage. They were in a state of defense. Killing near the catacombs door would effectively reduce the strength of these creatures' attack on the catacombs door. Fang Ping had no more doubts, but Fu Changding thought of an important question. He asked immediately, Instructor, are the catacombs creatures very strong? Very strong. Bairuashi said solemnly, their ordinary troops, or cannon fodder, usually have rank 1 strength. Rank 2s and rank 3s are as many as the hairs on a cow. Of course, there aren't too many middle ranks and high ranks. Also, they have a very strong sense of territorial awareness. Everyone hurriedly listened attentively. In other words, the catacombs creatures near the catacombs door in Tiannan rarely go to other catacombs doors. This is also the main reason why we can still maintain the current situation. Human martial artists have mobility. We can focus on defending an area and clearing out an area. We don't have to worry about the creatures in all areas gathering together. As Bairuashi continued to explain, everyone finally had a general impression of the catacombs. It was the end of the month, and we were going to be published on the 13th. Those that were published in the middle of the month were all published on the 1st. He hadn't planned on asking for monthly votes to rush up the rankings, but now that his brothers had helped him, he actually managed to rush up to 4th place on the monthly rankings for new books. The month of new books only lasted for a month, and in reality, it was only half a month for him. At this point, Old Eagle had no choice but to thicken his skin and ask for some more. These past few days, he had gone to the hospital for checkups, re-checkups, and queued up to get the test reports. In any case, there were quite a lot of things to do. He had gotten sick and taken 2 days off from the hospital. Everything had happened at the same time, and he hadn't even paid back the chapters he owed. He felt quite embarrassed. But it was still the same as before. Let's just owe it for now. I'll definitely pay it back in the future. Right now, I have 4,170 monthly votes, so let's count it as 4,100 votes. Everyone, please support me with your monthly votes. At the end of the month, I'll get 1 chapter for every additional 200 monthly votes. Although I still owe it to you, Old Eagle will definitely pay it back. Hopefully, I'll be able to rush up to 3rd place. Also, although I don't have many chapters to update, the word count is still quite high. On average, each chapter has more than 4,000 words. Let's talk about it in private. In any case, 1 chapter is worth 2 chapters for others. The next day, Thursday. It was still Bairuashi's professional knowledge class at night. Although it was called a professional class, everyone knew that this was the martial arts university's way of imparting basic knowledge to them in the martial arts circle. Building 6. That night, Bairuashi brought a lot of printed papers with her. As soon as he arrived in class, he distributed a copy to everyone. What you have now is the most authoritative Grandmaster ranking. Of course, it's only for the Huan Nation and not for other regions. Fang Ping had actually seen the Grandmaster ranking on the internet before, but the ones on the internet were very simple, and most of them were people from the business world. The new ranking list was quite different from the one on the internet. Master ranking: 1st, Li Zhan, Commander-in-Chief of Military Department, rank 9. 2nd, Zhang Tao, Minister of Education, rank 9. 3rd, Shen Haoyan, North Guardian, rank 9. 4th, Chen Gaiyang, Eastern Guardian, rank 9. Fang Ping scanned it briefly and was slightly stunned. He could not help but ask Fu Changding beside him in a low voice, "What's a guardian?" Fu Changding looked at him in surprise. After a while, he explained, "You're really ignorant about politics. In Hua, the central government ruled the country. The military, education, and detective departments were under the jurisdiction of the central government. Although these 3 departments were said to be the strongest, they actually neglected one thing. They were the governors of the various regions. The viceroy had the power to govern a region, and was under the direct jurisdiction of the central government. In between, there was actually another authority, the East, South, West, and North Guardians. Usually, the main task of the 4 guardians was to supervise the various parties. They were considered the superiors of the governor, and could also be seen as a supervisory organization. The Guardian Manor has a lot of power, but it also has a large area of jurisdiction. It won't be stationed in one place. Is that so? Fang Ping frowned. I don't think it's mentioned on the internet. That's normal. The Guardian Mansion is actually very low-key. To be honest, almost no one knows about the appointment of the Guardian Mansion's guardian envoys. I didn't really understand it before, but now I can roughly guess. Maybe the House of Guardians is also responsible for suppressing the entrance to the catacombs, so they don't want to be too high-profile. The Guardian is this strong? Fang Ping took a look. The top 10 Grandmaster powerhouses, the 4 guardians of the House of Guardians, were all on the list. Together with the ministers of the 3 departments, they occupied 7 spots. In addition, among the top 10, there were also 2 people from the central government on the list. Of course, they were not the top few big shots of the government. Those big shots were not on the list. It was unknown whether it was because their strength was average, their management ability was outstanding, or they were avoiding it. In short, he didn't see any of those big shots in the top 10. The 3 departments, the Guardian's Mansion, and the central government occupied 9 of the top 10 places. From this, it could be seen that the central government was definitely confident in being able to govern so many experts. Among the top 10, there was only one person who wasn't an official. 8th, Zhao Xingwu, Sect Alliance leader. Fang Ping took a look and asked curiously, "What's a sect alliance?" Before Fu Chongding could say anything, Bai Ruoxi walked over and smiled. "Didn't I say it before the establishment of Capital Martial Arts Club, the inheritance of martial arts was in the form of sects, gangs, and martial arts centers. After that, martial arts universities appeared. Although forces like the sects had declined, they had been passed down for so many years that it was impossible for them to give up completely. Furthermore, the sects also had their own unique characteristics. Due to the lack of resources and isolation, their numbers were small and their overall strength was not strong. However, there were still experts among them. The government established the sect management department and included the sects in the management system. The sect alliance is actually an alliance system established by these sects to ensure a certain degree of authority. Mr. Zhao Xingwu is the leader, fighting for status and resources for the sections. I thought the sects were all destroyed. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He did not expect the sects to still exist. Bai Ruoxi smiled. There's no need to be surprised. There will always be people who are a little stubborn. It's impossible for everyone to give up on the sects that have been passed down for so many years. The government won't reject their existence either. As long as they abide by the laws and regulations, it's up to them. Actually, you can also see them as a different kind of martial arts university. The sect leaders and the like are seen as principals, elders, and protectors. You can just see them as instructors. Are the sects strong? Average. Bai Ruoxi smiled again. Let's put it this way. There are about 20 to 30 sects left. I don't pay much attention to the exact number. If they exist in the form of an alliance, then their strength is not weak, comparable to MCMAU. However, if they exist in a single sect, then their strength is very low. Some sects have 1 middle rank and 3 to 5 low ranks. How strong do you think they can be? In the modern era, the sects have become weaker and weaker. If it weren't for leader Zhao supporting them, the number of sects would probably be even smaller than it is now. Fang Ping thought about it and felt that it was normal. There were fewer martial artists. The sects were the giants, a special class. However, there were more martial artists and martial arts universities. The central government ruled the country and had countless resources. Whether it was cultivation resources or population resources, the sects could not compare. Martial arts universities could recruit students from all over the country. Could the sects do the same? As time went on, the sects would naturally decline. Fang Ping did not ask any more questions and continued reading. On the list, there were some he had heard of and some he had not. There were businessmen, government personnel, military powerhouses, and martial arts university powerhouses. Of course, Fang Ping also saw a few sect martial artists on the list. Capital City Martial Arts University's principal was ranked 36th on the list. His strength was peak rank 8. There were 2 peak rank 8 martial artists ahead of him. In other words, there were 33 rank 9 martial artists in Sino Nation. This was much more than Fang Ping had imagined. MCMAU's principal was ranked 41st. He was also a peak rank 8 powerhouse. Fang Ping waited until Brother Ma was out of the top 100, at the 104th place. This rank 8 powerhouse who had broken through rank 8 and was famous in Polar Light was actually ranked outside the 100th place. The Grandmaster list only stopped abruptly after the 300th place. Fang Ping did not look at them in detail. After he was done, he asked Fu Chongding, "Are there more than 300 Grandmasters in Sino Nation?" Fu Chongding shook his head. "I don't know. There should be. Maybe even more. Maybe even 4 to 500. Of course, there might not be so many. Actually, from what I know, the number is much less than this. I didn't even know about many of them before. I guess they might be guarding the catacombs. The grandmasters who are active in the country should be about 100. Fang Ping nodded. 100 or so was his previous opinion. There were about 30 grandmaster powerhouses active in the business world. On the government side, there were only about 10 active grandmaster governors. Fang Ping estimated the number of powerhouses in the military department. He estimated that there were about 40 to 50 of them in total. Including the powerhouses from martial arts universities, there were about 100 of them. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the number of grandmasters in Sino Nation. There are so many grandmasters. No wonder they could suppress 22 catacombs entrances. I thought that middle ranks were already powerhouses. Now it seems that I was too optimistic. In reality, with a population of more than 1 billion, Sino Nation producing 300 to 400 grandmasters was close to 1 in 5 million. This ratio was not considered high. Some small countries had a population of tens of millions. Based on this ratio, how many grandmasters would there be in a country? Of course, it might not be based on population. Small countries could survive well because they had more resources and more powerhouses. There were dozens of provinces in Sino Nation. Evenly distributed, there were only about 10 grandmasters in each province. This included those who guarded the catacombs and did not show their faces. The number of grandmasters who appeared in the open was very small. It was considered good that Nanjiang had a few grandmasters. After looking at the grandmaster list, Bai Ruoshi smiled and said, "Grandmasters are a little far from us. Actually, martial arts university students are more concerned about the 3 lower ranks list. However, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks are the largest group. There are millions of martial artists in Sino Nation. More than 80% of them are in the 3 lower ranks. That's 800,000 people. One can imagine that with so many martial artists and not all of them fighting each other, it's extremely difficult to come up with an authoritative list. That's why everyone entertains themselves. It's up to others whether they approve of the list or not. Among the 3 lower ranks list, there are 3 more authoritative ones. One is made by MCMAU, another by Capital City Martial Arts University, and the last one is made by the Department of Investigation Services. The list made by the Department of Investigation Services is relatively more objective." As she said that, Bai Ruoshi added, "I sent it to you just now. It's on the last page. You can flip through it." Fang Ping hurriedly flipped to the last page. Different from the Grandmaster list, there was only one page for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, which was 100. He skimmed through it. Fang Ping had never heard of those at the top of the list. It was normal. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks were not that famous. There were those from Capital City Martial Arts University, MCMAU, and other martial arts universities. Fang Ping searched for a while and found Wang Jinyang's name. This list was probably not recent. Wang Jinyang had not broken through before, so it was normal for him to be listed as a martial artist in the 3 lower ranks. Number 27, Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Wang Jinyang. Old Wang is only ranked 27 in the 3 lower ranks? Fang Ping was in slight disbelief. This was Old Wang, who had swept through the 3 lower ranks, the kind that MCMAU and CCMAU could not even lift their heads. Feeling a little unfair on Old Wang's behalf, Fang Ping said directly, "Teacher Bai, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang is only ranked 27? Bai Ruoshi smiled faintly. "You know Wang Jinyang, right? Ranking 27 is actually very high. You have to know that Sino Nation is very big. Not only are there public martial arts universities, there are also SECs, the military department, the Department of Investigation Services, and the Catacombs Guardians. This ranking is just a collection of information about martial artists that are more public." Although Wang Jinyang had a good record in both MCMAU and CCMAU, he was only a rank 1 in MCMAU. The rank 3 martial artists that CCMAU challenged were not really the most outstanding ones. Many peak rank 3 martial artists are actually in the catacombs. They are not very interested in these challenges, but their performance in the catacombs or in other missions is extremely outstanding. Being able to enter the top 100 is a reflection of their strength. As for the top 100, the ranking does not represent their true strength. After all, these people have not fought each other before. Fang Ping nodded slightly, agreeing with this point. Yang Xiaoman, who was sitting in the front row, said with some envy, "I wonder when we can enter this list." Bai Ruoxi smiled without saying a word. There were too many martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. Did they really think that anyone could enter? Peak rank 3 Wang Jinyang, who had achieved many shocking results in the north, was only ranked 27. In MCMAU, there were currently only 6 people in the 3 lower ranks who had entered the top 100. These 6 people were almost all Year 4 students. None of them were currently on campus, and they were all breaking through to rank 4. Maybe they had already broken through. Yang Xiaoman's strength was not bad among the new students, but as a Year 4, she might not be able to enter the top 100. Some people might be very strong, but if they did not fight and kept a low profile, they would not be entered. Fang Ping did not pay attention to Yang Xiaoman's words. He looked back at the ranking again. The person in first place was a rank 3 martial artist from the military department. Most of the top 10 were also from the military department. Fang Ping guessed that it might be because the other party was in the catacombs and had more opportunities to fight, so the martial artists in the 3 lower ranks in the military department were also stronger. On MCMAU's side, the person with the highest ranking was a senior who was ranked 16th, Chen Wenlong. Fang Ping asked around and found out that Fu Chongding actually knew about him. He was a Year 3 student who was also the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, but he was always not on campus. Fu Chongding said with some regret, "When Wang Jinyang came to MCMAU last time, Senior Chen was not around. Otherwise, we might have been able to see peak rank 3 lower martial artists fight. For us, middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists are a little far from us. The 3 lower ranks, however, are very close to us," everyone discussed for a while. Some people talked about wanting to be on the ranking list in the future. Some people thought that the ranking list was not very reliable. MCMAU's most powerful rank 3 student was actually ranked 16th. Moreover, the Grandmaster ranking did not meet everyone's expectations. MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor was only ranked 41st. At first, everyone thought that MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor would definitely be in the top 10, even if he was not in the top 10, he had to be in front of CCMAU's Vice-Chancellor. Now, not only was the Vice-Chancellor weaker than other Vice-Chancellors, but so were the students. On CCMAU's side, there were 8 martial artists in the 3 lower ranks in the top 100. The strongest one was in the top 10, ranked 6th, compared to MCMAU, they were much more powerful. MCMAU, which was known as one of the big 2, seemed to be weaker than the other side in every aspect. This made many students feel indignant. The strongest was still the military department. Whether it was the Grandmaster ranking or other ranking lists, there were many powerhouses in the military department. Hearing the discussion, Bai Ruoxi said softly, "They also earned their honor by risking their lives." Compared to the martial artists in the military department, martial arts university students are so much luckier. Some of the martial artists in the military department did not become martial artists, but they were already fighting in the catacombs. When they became martial artists, they were also fighting from the beginning. Of course, they might not be as all-round as the MCMAU students. MCMAU students did not only have killing as their goal, they also had to learn some cultural and management classes. However, being all-round also meant that they were not focused enough. In addition, they had little experience and training, so it was normal for them to fall behind the other side in martial arts. These 2 days, we have been attending professional knowledge classes. When the weekend comes, you will all be attending other classes. After chatting with the students for a while, Bai Ruoxi reminded them. When the class was over, Bai Ruoxi suddenly said to Fang Ping and Zhao Xueme, "Your instructor went to the catacombs yesterday. She was not in school during this period. She left in a hurry, so she did not have time to inform you. If you have any questions, you can look for me." Instructor went to the catacombs? Lu Fengru had gone to the catacombs. Fang Ping and Zhao Xueme could only cultivate on their own before the special training classes started. Fortunately, both of them focused on honing their bones. Lu Fengru's absence did not affect them much. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. Saturday. The special training classes did not start in the evening, but in the morning. In the morning, Fang Ping and the others did not go to their usual classroom. Instead, they went to a martial arts training classroom in Building 6. This time, the instructor was not by Ruashi. Not long after Fang Ping and the others arrived, Luo Yichuan entered the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, Luo Yichuan asked directly, "Everyone knows about the catacombs?" Everyone nodded. The situation is not good now. More than 50 instructors from MCMAU have entered the catacombs to guard it. The vice-chancellor and dean don't have time to care about the special training classes. But that doesn't mean they don't care. MCMAU can't afford to lose now. If they lose, their allocation of resources next year might be reduced by about 30%. This is not a price MCMAU can afford. Therefore, everyone must pay attention to the upcoming training. After saying that, Luo Yichuan said, "I'll teach everyone the use of weapons." Although some students don't use weapons, in the 3 lower ranks, the advantages of weapons cannot be ignored. Whether you major or not, it's necessary to know a little bit. At least you won't be in situations where you can only hack and slash without knowing how to use a weapon. Luo Yichuan majored in spear techniques, but it did not mean that he did not know how to use other weapons. He had a deep understanding of cold weapons. In martial arts universities, or among new students, the saber is the most commonly used weapon. However, in daily life, what we can get and come into contact with the most is a staff. Today, I'll teach everyone the basics of staff techniques. The requirements for a staff that is most suitable for martial artists are not high, but not low either. Now, everyone pick a solid wooden staff that is taller than you. It has to be easy to use. Not too long, not too short. Everyone was quite interested in learning weapons. After hearing that, they all went to the side to pick a wooden staff. After everyone had picked a wooden staff, Fang Ping looked around and saw a large group of students holding a wooden staff. He suddenly felt like laughing. This scene was like a group of beggars holding a dog-beating stick. All they lacked was a bowl. Luo Yichuan quickly noticed the change in his expression. Frowning slightly, Luo Yichuan suddenly said, "Fang Ping, step forward." Fang Ping stood up hurriedly. "Before I teach you how to use a stick, you must know that even a wooden stick without a blade is extremely lethal. Now, let me demonstrate the basic moves of the staff technique." As he spoke, Luo Yichuan looked at Fang Ping and said, "As the class monitor, you'll have to cooperate with me and show everyone the practical effects of staff techniques." Fang Ping suddenly had a bad feeling, but he could only nod and say, "Okay. Watch carefully." As soon as Luo Yichuan finished speaking, the staff in his hand was instantly leveled horizontally, thrusting toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt that his movements were not fast enough. Just as he was about to retreat, he used the wooden staff in his hand to block. However, it was his first time using a stick, so he wasn't very familiar with it. Before he could block, Luo Yichuan's wooden stick had already pierced toward his chest. Bang! Fang Ping felt a sharp pain in his chest. His face paled, and he quickly took a few steps back. Staff techniques, there are very few basic moves. Hit, hack, stab, pick, pull, lift, pierce, push, this is stabbing. You have to be fast and strong. You don't have to stab the chest. Our targets are the heart and throat. As Luo Yichuan spoke, he swung the wooden stick at Fang Ping. This is hacking. When hacking, you have to be steady and your strength must be penetrating. Bang! This time, Fang Ping hurriedly swung the stick to block. Holding the wooden stick with both hands, he finally managed to block Luo Yichuan's hack. However, Fang Ping felt his hands go numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger hurt. If the opponent blocks, you can continue hacking. You have to use more strength. Luo Yichuan did not stop. He continued hacking. The sounds of the sticks colliding became louder. Fang Ping's face was flushed red, and he retreated continuously. He could only use the wooden stick to block. Of course, if you can't do it, you have to learn to change your moves in time. The opponent is in a defensive position, and his strength and attention are all focused on the upper half of his body. At this moment, you can quickly change your moves. Sweep. Sweep the stick across a large area. The tip of the stick should be close to the ground, and the body should be tilted and swung. The sweep must be fast and powerful, and the force must reach the tip of the stick. He spoke slowly, but his movements were extremely fast. Fang Ping was still holding the wooden stick in defense when Luo Yichuan's stick swept toward him. It was not aimed at his feet, but at his calves. Fang Ping's expression changed. His reaction was a beat too slow, and Luo Yichuan's stick hit his left calf. Hiss, Fang Ping's leg was in extreme pain. He was not feeling well. Luo Yichuan did not go easy on him. Next, pick. Luo Yichuan did not care about him. He had just finished sweeping the long stick when he changed his move again. He flicked it upward, and the wooden stick hit the stick in Fang Ping's hand. The vibrations numbed Fang Ping's web between his thumb and forefinger, and he could not help but want to let go. This is seduction. The long stick changed again. Fang Ping's expression changed. Where was he hitting? Could he hit his nether regions? Fang Ping retreated hastily, but Luo Yichuan followed closely, unwilling to let go. The stick changed again. This is pulling. This is piercing. A minute later, Luo Yichuan retracted his stick, his face not red, and he was not panting. He said, "I demonstrated the basic moves to everyone just now. Did everyone see it clearly?" No. Many people held back their laughter and shouted hurriedly. At the side, Fang Ping was in a sorry state. There were many red and swollen areas on his hands and feet. Even his face was red and bruised. Luo Yichuan said lightly, "Don't underestimate any weapon. If you use it well, it's a deadly weapon. I only used rank 1 strength just now. The upper limit of my vitality outburst is not more than 200 calories. Student Fang Ping, watch carefully and learn carefully. Even if you don't use a weapon, it's an additional skill. Even if you don't learn it, understanding it will help you in the future." Fang Ping looked embarrassed and nodded hurriedly. "Alright, get in line. I'll split it up and teach you one move at a time. Ask if you don't understand." When Fang Ping returned to line, Fu Chongding said sympathetically, "Your face is swollen. Get lost. It's really swollen. Get lost. Speaking of which, it's not that easy to be a class monitor. Fang Ping, the other instructors won't ask you to demonstrate, will they? If you say one more word, I'll beat you to death right now." Fang Ping's face was gloomy. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He had a bad feeling. Was he being too high profile? Now that his instructor was not in school, he could only be at the mercy of these rank 6 instructors. In fact, Fu Chongding's jinx was spot on. In the next few days, Tang Feng taught leg techniques, Zhou Shiping taught palm techniques, and Luo Yichuan taught the familiarity and use of various weapons. Every time, there was only one target, Fang Ping. Every time, Fang Ping would get beaten up. He was indignant at first, but he eventually resigned to his fate. He was only pulled onto the stage for the first demonstration. Soon, the students had their own combat training. Fang Ping changed his opponent every time. He would switch to whoever laughed the loudest. His mastery of these moves might not be better than the others, but his vitality was strong and his explosive power was strong. Every time he fought, Fang Ping only used one move against him. Hack, he hacked with a staff, a saber, and even his fists and legs. In the end, everyone in the special training class, except for a few people, had bruises all over their faces. Fang Ping was no exception. In October, the special training class's training was mainly focused on teaching basic moves. Every day, the students in the special training class were compensated with a normal vitality pill to recover their vitality. Bairuashi's professional knowledge class became the most popular class. It was the only day that everyone did not have to get beaten up. Lu Fengru only returned to school in late October. Faculty Dormitory Area 1, Villa Number 8. Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei entered the villa together with bruises on their faces. Lu Fengru was leaning on the sofa watching television. When she saw them, she said lazily, "Let's find a place to sit." Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei sat down on one side of the sofa. "The catacombs incident is over for now. This round of attacks has been cleared. However, it is a fact that the catacombs creatures are attacking the catacombs gate more frequently. Everyone's demand for resources will increase. Now that the school has made time, the other schools will do the same. Your training will become more complicated starting from this month's basic training. Of course, it will also become dangerous. Fong Ping, how many bones have you honed? At the beginning of October, Fong Ping had honed 28 bones. It had been more than 20 days since then. Fong Ping replied immediately, I've honed 40 bones. 40 already? Yes. After honing my right lower limb, the honing of my left foot has sped up a lot. Not bad. It's not slow. Lu Fengger rarely praised him. Zhao Xuemei's expression was so complicated that she could eat someone alive. She whispered, Instructor, I've also honed 40 bones. Her progress this month was not bad either. The vitality pills provided by the special training class had saved her from having to worry about replenishing her vitality. In the first month, she had honed 4 bones. This month, she had honed 5 bones even faster. However, when she had honed 31 bones, Fong Ping was still not a martial artist. She had honed 40 bones, but Fong Ping had also honed 40 bones. The difference was too big. Lu Fengger smiled faintly. There's no need to feel inferior. He has honed his bones 3 times, and you've only honed once. He has his secrets. At least his vitality replenishes faster than yours. It's not surprising that he has such progress. You're doing well too. By the end of the semester, you'll have honed 50 bones. If you have more, you might even reach peak rank 1. As for Fong Ping, he might reach peak rank 1 soon. However, an increase in honing progress and vitality strength does not mean an increase in strength. After saying that, Lu Fengger was silent for a moment. Then, she said, the catacombs are getting more and more dangerous. That's why all of you need to improve your strength in all aspects, including actual combat. Fong Ping, are you still the same as before? Have you decided whether or not you want to participate in the championship? Fong Ping looked conflicted. After a moment, he nodded. I've decided. I want to participate. I heard that there are a lot of rewards this time. The company had not been profitable. In reality, it was not that fast. This early stage was a business of throwing money at it. His wealth had been depleting recently. Although he had obtained about 30 normal vitality pills this month, the increased wealth was not enough for him to hone his bones. At his previous peak, his wealth had already reached 8.6 million. This month, he had spent more than 2 million wealth. Even with the pills as compensation, his wealth did not increase. Yesterday, it had dropped to 8 million. Xuemei, what about you? Zhao Xuemei said with determination, I want to participate, but I might not have the chance. She was in the special training class now. Her strength was not considered weak, but there were at least 10 or 20 people who were similar to her. In the end, she might not have the chance to participate. Lu Fengger did not console her. She smiled. Since you both want to participate, then there's no problem. With this thought, you'll have the motivation to improve. As your instructor, if both of you can participate in the championship at the end and show off your skills, it will also make me proud. Go back and pack up tonight. Take 2 days off. I'll bring you out for a trip in the next 2 days. Fong Ping was a little uncomfortable. He whispered, Instructor, are we going to the catacombs? Haha. Lu Fengger looked at him with disdain. She did not even bother to answer. Would she bring 2 rookies to the catacombs to die? Even if Fong Ping had killed 2 people earlier, they were still rookies. Coming out of Villa number 8, Fong Ping looked at Zhao Xuemei. Where do you think the instructor is bringing us? I don't know. Zhao Xuemei did not know and did not want to guess. She said casually, anywhere is fine. I think it's a good thing. That's not necessarily true. I've always thought that our instructor is not very reliable. Zhao Xuemei glanced at him. After walking for a while, she said, a loose tongue can cause trouble. Don't you know that a peak rank 6 can hear very far? The instructor can't be that bored, right? That's not necessarily true. Zhao Xuemei laughed. She said with a hint of schadenfreude, looks like you haven't been beaten up enough. You speak as if you haven't been beaten up. Fang Ping retorted. When they reached the new student dormitory area, he asked, "Are you really going to participate in the championship?" "I don't think it's necessary for girls to participate." "Let's not talk about me first." "What about you?" Zhao Xuemei asked in return. "I don't think you care much about winning or losing the championship." "Why do you want to participate?" "To get benefits." Fang Ping said helplessly, "I feel like I've used up too much recently. The school's daily supplements are too little. If we don't participate in the championship, will the school give us any benefits? If this goes on, we'll really run out of money. I also feel that the instructor wants us to participate. It might have something to do with the worsening situation. I still have to stay in the school for a few years. I'm still a new student. If I don't stand up for the school now, how do you think the school will look at me?" During this period of time, Fang Ping had thought it through. He was not a nobody among the new students. If he avoided the battle, how would the school think of him? Although the school said they would not force him, if he, the rookie king, was not willing to contribute, the other students would definitely have psychological changes. The best-case scenario was that the school did not care. The worst-case scenario was that the school felt that Fang Ping did not have a sense of belonging to MCMAU at all. In the future, they would not favor him in terms of resources, and it would be normal for them to give up on cultivating Fang Ping. MCMAU had thick thighs. At this time, Fang Ping could not give up his status as an MCMAU top student. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. When Zhao Xuemei heard this, she said gloomily, "We're still worrying about getting a spot to participate in the championship. Look at you. If I were you, I wouldn't hesitate at all." "We're different," Fang Ping spoke the truth. If it was possible, he really wanted to advance to rank 2 or rank 3 steadily, all the way to Grandmaster. The next day, Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei were waiting at the school gates early in the morning. Lu Fengre did not walk. She drove there. A red sports car. Fang Ping had not gone out for 2 months. He had almost forgotten about the car. Now that he saw Lu Fengre driving, he could not help but feel a little out of place. "What are you looking at? Get in." Lu Fengre was very fashionable. She even wore sunglasses. After Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei got in the car, Lu Fengre did not say much. The car sped out of the school. The car drove all the way to the suburbs of Magic City. Finally, the car stopped in front of a compound. "Get out." Fang Ping got out of the car quickly and looked around. It was very desolate, very different from Magic City's urban area. He could even see farmlands nearby. The compound where the car was parked was not a high-rise building, but it was not small. 2 strong men stood at the gate. They did not say anything when they saw Lu Fengre. They sized them up and then looked away. Lu Fengre ignored them and did not show them any identification. She led Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei into the compound. When they reached the depths of the compound, Lu Fengre stopped in front of a guarded door. "Is there a death match today?" The guard was also a strong man. After hearing the question, he looked at Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei's innocent faces and grinned. "Yes, 10,000 per person." Lu Fengre did not pay. She threw a normal vitality pill at him. The guard glanced at it and nodded slightly. "Go in." After entering the door, Fang Ping realized that it was a whole different world. There were a few more doors behind the door. Lu Fengre looked straight ahead. Gradually, Fang Ping heard a hubbub of noise and voices. Fang Ping realized something and asked in a low voice, "Instructor, is this an underground fight?" "Sort of, but it's semi-public. It's not like martial artists don't have disputes. The government doesn't encourage people to fight to the death in front of the public. Therefore, these places came into being. Those who have grudges, those who hate, those who want to earn money, those who want to train, and those who want to see blood all come here. Martial arts university students are few in number. They're all treasures. They can't arrange for people to kill them every day. Here, there's no such concern. Many of the cultivators here are not good people. Even if I kill them, I won't feel guilty." With that, the shouts from the front grew louder and louder. "Kill him! Kill him! Trash, get up, kill him, blow his head off." Fang Ping frowned slightly. Zhao Xuemei's face was pale as well. Lu Fengru said faintly, I didn't ask you to go on stage. Go in and take a look first. You'll get used to it after seeing some blood. Watch more life and death battles and broaden your horizons. At the critical moment, you won't get weak at the sight of a dead person. Lu Fengru had brought them out this time to see blood. That time in school was really nothing. It happened too fast. Fang Ping might not even be used to it. Both of them did not speak and followed Lu Fengru through the last door. As soon as he entered, Fang Ping could feel the feverish atmosphere. Just like some boxing matches, it was surrounded by stands and in the middle was the ring. At this moment, there were many people in the audience. There were men and women, young and old, and the noise was very loud. In the arena, two men were fighting. It was not appropriate to say that they were fighting. One of them had already been knocked to the ground. Just as Fang Ping and the others entered, the person who was still standing suddenly kicked the head of the person who had fallen to the ground. Immediately after, the big screens around them gave a close-up. Ugh, Zhao Xuemei took one look and could not help but want to vomit. Lu Fengru snorted. Hold it in. This is the life and death arena. It's normal for people to die. There are winners and losers, and there are exhibition matches too. But those have nothing to do with you. Your mission today is to watch the competition. You have to be calm and collected when you see blood. Only then will you achieve your goal. Don't get weak at the knees. If normal people can take it, there's no reason you can't. Also, don't be affected by the atmosphere. The audience around them went crazy. Some of them were yelling with bloodshot eyes, which led the crowd around them to yell crazily too. Lu Fengru was not affected at all. Seeing Zhao Xuemei's lowered head, she suddenly frowned. Look. Can't you even take this little bit? If you can't take it, then get out now and go back to school. Don't bring up the matter of being disqualified. Instructor, get out, or open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Zhao Xuemei's face was pale, but she did not move. She endured the nausea and trembled, raising her head to look at the arena. Beside her, Fang Ping was much better. It was not the first time he had seen such a situation. Back in Auspicious Sun, the evil sect martial artist was beaten to death on the spot. Blood even splattered all over him. He had really vomited then. Last time, he had killed 2 people with his own hands. At that time, his legs were also very weak. After that, it was not too much of an obstacle. Now, although it was a little disgusting and bloody, Fang Ping could still take it. As he was thinking, Lu Fengru suddenly said, Zhao Xuemei, watch here. Fang Ping, follow me. Fang Ping hurried after her. Lu Fengru led him backstage. Fang Ping was a little nervous. Was she asking him to go on stage? He was not too happy to accept a fight to the death for no reason. A minute later, the two of them arrived backstage. There should be surveillance here. Soon, a middle-aged brawny man with a strong aura walked toward them. When he saw Lu Fengru, the brawny man smiled. What brings Lu? Invincible instructor here? It's my honor. Cut the crap. Lu Fengru did not stand on ceremony either. She pointed at Fang Ping and said, him. Make arrangements to collect and examine the corpse. Ah? Fang Ping was stunned, but the burly man was not surprised. He chuckled and said, sure, little Zhao. Following the burly man's shout, a young man jogged over and said respectfully, boss. Take this little brother to the morgue. If someone dies later, let him go up to the stage to collect the corpse. Oh right, just leave him alone in the morgue. Fang Ping's expression changed. He could not help but glance at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru did not care about him. She found a place to sit down and said lazily, open your eyes wide and look. It's just a corpse. Are you afraid? By the way, are there any horror movies? Find the scariest movie in the morgue and close the door. Don't let him run around. Instructor, training courage. Cut the crap. Are you coming or not? If you don't go, I'll throw you into the arena now. Don't blame me if you get beaten to death. Fang Ping pulled a long face and followed little Zhao to the back. As the two of them walked, Fang Ping laughed dryly. Brother, my instructor was just joking. There's no need to play horror movies. Little Zhao shook his head quickly and said, "That won't do. Since I said it's the scariest movie, then it must be played. Little brother, don't be afraid. People are already dead, so there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a horror movie." "It's nothing," Fang Ping was speechless. It was nothing. It was easy for him to say. Fortunately, it was not nighttime and there were many people around, so he was not too worried. However, the further they walked, the fewer people there were. The place became darker, and the lights dimmed. Fang Ping felt a little uncomfortable. Was he doing this on purpose? After walking for a few minutes, they could no longer hear the shouts in front of him. Little Zhao brought Fang Ping to a stop in front of a room. There were two people standing guard outside the door. When they saw little Zhao, they greeted him immediately, "Brother Zhao." "Yes. Nothing's been done inside, right?" "Not yet." "That's good. Let this little brother in. Turn on the TV inside and play Spirit Souls Lock. Dim the lights. Same rules. You two can leave after you're done." Little Zhao made the arrangements naturally. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. The two people guarding outside the door stared at Fang Ping and laughed. They did not dawdle and hurried inside to make the arrangements. Soon, the two of them left the door. They laughed and said, "It's done. Little brother, go in." Xiao Zhao looked at Fang Ping with a smile on his face. Fang Ping was a little conflicted. He gritted his teeth and walked in. He had just entered, and before he could see what was going on, the door was closed. "Little brother, we'll leave first. If someone dies later, we'll call you. It'll be fine. We've been here for so many years, and we've never seen a corpse come back to life." Before he finished speaking, the footsteps outside the door gradually faded away. Fang Ping did not have the energy to complain. Lu Fengru was really imaginative. She had actually asked him to come to such a horrible place, only now did Fang Ping have the mood to look at the layout of the room. The room was not big. It was about 50 square meters. There were a total of 6 beds arranged side by side. Currently, there were people on 3 of the beds, dead people. When Fang Ping came in earlier, the one who had been beaten to death was also there, and he was right next to him. Other than the beds, there was nothing else in the room. There was only a hanging television, which was currently playing. The 3 corpses all had hideous expressions. They were not covered, and the smell of blood was rather strong. Fang Ping glanced at them from the corner of his eye. He saw that all 3 of their eyes were wide open. He did not know if that was the case from the start, or if it was the doing of the 2 fellows just now. F***ck, is this necessary? Fang Ping cursed. At that moment, there was only a small light bulb flickering weakly in the room, and the television screen was dimly lit. However, Fang Ping felt a little creeped out. Killing people and camping corpses were not the same. Murderers were not afraid when they killed people, but if they had to squat in front of corpses for an entire night, they would probably be scared out of their wits. "I didn't kill you guys. I'm just here to take a look," Fang Ping muttered to himself to give himself some courage. At that moment, a faint voice came from the television. Fang Ping cursed again, "Who are you trying to scare? Who's afraid of this thing? F***ck. He had just finished speaking when a bloody ghost face suddenly appeared on the television. Fang Ping was shocked. He panted and tried to find something to say. "Seriously, instructor. There's no need to do this, is there?" Outside the room, in another room dozens of meters away, little Zhao and the other 2 were smoking and chatting. One of the 2 burly men guarding the door chuckled and said, "One look and you can tell that he's a newbie from a martial arts university. How long do you think he can last? Half an hour? I think he'll die at the end of 10 minutes. Do you want to take a gamble?" There were martial arts university students who came to train their courage before, but they were so scared that they peed their pants. Honestly, I don't understand why the government supports these martial arts university fellows so much. If we really throw them into the arena one by one, I guarantee they'll die quickly. Little Zhao shook his head slightly. Don't underestimate these geniuses. It's not like no one has ever been in the arena before. After surviving the first 3 rounds, these people have improved rapidly. Once they've trained their courage and gained experience, these brats are getting more and more ruthless. Their vitality is high, and their cultivation methods are strong. Those casual martial artists really can't compare to them. That's true. It's a pity that we can't get into martial arts universities. The burly man sighed, then laughed and said, "These are all matters for the future. Brats who have just debuted aren't that powerful. Let's talk about this one. Look at him, he's probably a freshman. Do you think he'll run away in fear?" "I don't know. I added something to him. He'll definitely pee his pants later." Little Zhao frowned slightly. "What did you do?" "Nothing much. I just made a little toy. When those corpses suddenly jump up, do you think he'll cry?" "Nonsense." While these people were talking, Fang Ping gradually calmed down. "They're just dead people. I didn't kill them. Moreover, my strength is improving rapidly. Even if these fellows really come back to life, I'll beat them to death." Fang Ping muttered. He was no longer as afraid as he had been at first. He glanced at the corpses beside him. Fang Ping was even in the mood to size them up. He muttered, "Honed upper limbs. His right hand is thick and strong. The honing should be completed. His left hand doesn't seem to be completed. He honed between 35 to 45 bones, probably not more than 50. This one too. He's honed upper limbs too. This one's lower limbs. His bones are exposed. His opponent isn't weak. He actually broke his honed bones. He probably died from a punch. The vital point is in his throat. One punch shattered his laryngeal bones." Fang Ping began to analyze. In martial arts universities, there were also such courses. The main point was to analyze vital points and deduce combat techniques. After watching for a while, Fang Ping frowned slightly. What happened to this one? His vital points aren't even injured. How did he die? After a moment of hesitation, Fang Ping felt around the second corpse that was still relatively intact. Suppressing his disgust, he said, "His sternum is broken. His internal organs might have been pierced by the sternum, causing him to bleed to death." Rank 1 martial artists have a lot of vital points. When they reach rank 3 and complete the honing of their torso, they have much fewer vital points. Hitting the sternum with a punch isn't a big deal. If he's lucky, his internal organs won't be hurt, and he can still retaliate quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's eyes twitched. He quickly retreated. A few corpses suddenly bounced up. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Then, without thinking, he lifted his leg and swept it. Smack, the corpse that was swept was sent flying. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, he said exasperatedly, "Childish." He was shocked earlier, but he was not completely defenseless now. He swept it over instinctively. When he saw the corpses fall to the ground, he knew that someone was playing a prank. "Don't blame me. I didn't kick you on purpose." Fang Ping apologized, lifted the man up, and placed him on the bed. Sigh. Martial artists. How sad. Fang Ping sighed. He did not know if these people were good or bad, but he was not afraid that they would take advantage of him a second time after he died. When he thought about it, it was quite sad. In the eyes of ordinary people, martial artists were high and mighty. However, once they entered the martial arts circle, they would realize that without strength, their lives were worse than ordinary people's. If I don't want this day to come, if I don't want to be abandoned in the wilderness, if I don't want to die in the catacombs, then I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. I can't just hide. Once something happens in the catacombs, no one can run. Wait a little longer. When I'm done honing my lower limbs, I'll take on some missions. I won't sit around and wait anymore. Fang Ping was talking to himself. He was no longer trying to boost his own courage. He was thinking about the future. Lu Fengru's idea of training courage might not be useful to Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping felt a little sad when he saw these martial artists dying so horribly that even their corpses were used to train courage. Fang Ping stayed in the morgue for more than an hour. Since someone had died, Fang Ping went out to help carry the corpse once. He did not show much of a reaction throughout the entire process. Little Zhao and the others looked at him strangely. This newbie was performing well. Had he seen blood before? At lunchtime, Zhao Xuemei couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. At noon, Lu Fengru treated them to a bloody steak. You'll get used to it. Lu Fengru did not mind. She said calmly, in the catacombs, there's no way to start a fire. You can only eat dry rations or raw food. Of course, if you had an energy mine, you could also eat cooked food. Is a source mine something that you can own? Besides, that thing was precious. Rather than using it to cook, it was better to exchange it for medicinal pills. Cooking with it was too wasteful. In the future, you have to get used to this kind of situation. As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, what do you think? Martial artists aren't as glorious as ordinary people think. That's right. Martial artists enjoy more, but they die faster. Blood chi martial artists are slightly better, but that's only for now. In the future, that might not be the case. Yes. Have you considered fighting in the life and death arena? Lu Fengru said, the life and death arena can give you more fighting experience and let you experience what it's like to be on the brink of death. Of course, I won't force you. It's up to you. Let me think about it, teacher, I want to fight. Zhao Xuemei, who was vomiting, suddenly interrupted. Lu Fengru frowned and said softly, you're too weak. I'm not weak. I've honed 40 pieces of bones and broke through to become a martial artist with 169 calories vitality. I've learned combat techniques, and my pole standing is about to reach the firm stance. I've also mastered puncture kick. I think I'm not weak, at least, I'm not afraid of those people on the life and death arena today. There's no hurry now. You can take on some capture missions or participate in the regular competition. If you really want to experience life and death, you'll have to wait until you have enough experience. The current you is too immature. Unlike letting Fang Ping participate in the arena of life and death, Lu Fengru asked Zhao Xuemei to wait. I can accept the quest now? Sure. All right. Zhao Xuemei's face was full of joy. She even forgot about the nausea from before. Fang Ping looked at her strangely. What was this woman doing? Zhao Xuemei didn't look at him. After thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and started eating the bloody steak. Her face was frighteningly pale. After eating for a while, Zhao Xuemei's face suddenly turned pale and she said, I'm going to the washroom. With that, he left in a hurry. As soon as she left, Lu Fengru said, stop looking. It's normal to pursue strength. Her father was also a rank 4 martial artist. He had participated in the Tiannan catacombs battle and died. Her family also had a company, which was not considered small. Now that her father had died, they were all keeping an eye on it. Without strength, it was only a matter of time before he lost it. It's still okay in martial arts universities now. With me as an instructor, it's still manageable. However, if he could not even reach rank 4 after graduating from university, how could he guard it? If she lost the company, would she be willing even if she was given some money? It's good for people to have some motivation, unlike you. Fang Ping complained, Instructor, I have my own motivation too. I want to become stronger, I want to be rich, I want my family to have a good life. You call this motivation? However, it's a good thing that you're afraid of death. If you don't want to die, then there's pressure. Lu Fengru teased. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. She said it as if he was not afraid of death. We'll continue watching the battles in the afternoon. This time it's not to see blood, but to learn. Learn the ruthlessness of these casual martial artists, learn their element of surprise, learn their PUBG survival. After watching today, you can try participating in a regular match tomorrow. What do you think? Will people die in a regular match? It depends on luck. Injuries are more common, but deaths are rare. It's not like the life and death arena, where it would be abnormal if there were no deaths. I'll try. Fang Ping exhaled. He could not just avoid battles. The safety of a regular match was still very high. If he did not even dare to do this, then he would have practiced martial arts for nothing. That afternoon, Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei watched the battles seriously, paying attention to the details. Fang Ping realized that these martial artists who participated in the life and death arena might not have high vitality and had not honed many bones, but their strength was not weak. Many times, they might be able to fight back even when they were beaten to a bloody pulp. It was different from Fang Ping's battles in school. These martial artists were more ruthless. Only then did Fang Ping realize that casual martial artists were also different. Tan Jinping and the others were pure vitality martial artists, but there were also casual martial artists who wanted to break through to a higher realm and pursue a higher path in martial arts. They did not have the resources of martial arts universities, the government's training, and they did not have the ability to start a company to make money. That was why these people set their sights on underground boxing markets. Rank 1 martial artists could get a minimum prize of 200,000 for participating in a life and death arena match. As for betting, it was entirely up to you. You could bet as much as you wanted. As for fake fights, if you were not afraid of death, you could try. Here, betting on the opponent to win might really end up with you being beaten to death. That was why martial artists would usually bet on themselves when they went on stage. If they died, it would be the end of it. If they won, it would be a big profit. After a life and death arena match, it was normal to earn 5 or 600,000. I can let old Wang fight. If I die, so be it. If I win, I'll make a big profit. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Anyway, that guy seemed to be cheating, but he did not know that it was not as if someone had never participated in a life and death arena match before. Of course, after a few matches, the circle in Nanjiang was small, and someone was directly rejected. It was not like Magic City, where there were many martial artists. It did not matter if a few died. In Nanjiang, the death of a rank 3 martial artist would cause quite a stir. On the last day of October, Fang Ping and the others arrived at the courtyard from yesterday. This time, the boss of the place came out early to welcome them. Lu Fengru said straightforwardly, arrange a regular match for him. Peak rank 1 martial artists. This person's strength, 40 bones honed. The muscular man raised his eyebrows slightly. The gap is a little big. There's a risk. If he dies here, he deserves it. Alright, wait a moment. I'll arrange it immediately. The muscular man responded and looked at Fang Ping. Regular matches are relatively safe. Usually, people won't deliberately kill people. If you can hold back, I hope you can. Everyone doesn't participate in the life and death arena, but in the regular matches, because we don't want any real deaths. Fang Ping nodded slightly, but Lu Fengru said, don't listen to his nonsense. It's best if you don't kill him. Don't think about holding back. Otherwise, don't blame others if you die. Fang Ping nodded again, then asked with a smile, Boss, how do you calculate the prize money? 50,000 per match. So low? Yes, you can bet on yourself. You've honed 40 bones, and the opponent is a peak rank 1. The odds are at least 1 to 3. I can bet 1 million too? Sure. The boss said it without any pressure. What was 1 million to him? The entrance fee here was more than that per day. For martial artists, 1 million was really nothing. As for where Fang Ping's confidence came from, it was normal for martial arts university students to be confident. However, when it came to the arena, that might not be the case. Half an hour later, Fang Ping and the others arrived at another arena. It was not the same arena as the day before. Before going on stage, Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, you can surrender in the regular matches, but it's useless in the life and death arena, unless the opponent doesn't want to kill you. This is the difference. Do you understand? Yes. I bet 5 million on you. If I lose, you have to pay me back. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Why, Zhao Xueme said carefully, I bet 1 million on you too. Fang Ping's face was as black as iron. I only bet 1 million myself. You two are too careless. Winning and losing in the regular matches was more variable. Since it was not a life and death arena, it was normal to surrender here. It was hard to predict who would win or lose. Therefore, betting here was riskier. Now, let's invite the two combatants onto the arena. Peak rank 1 martial artist, black face. The MC shouted in the arena. Soon, a dark-skinned middle-aged man walked onto the arena. Middle stage rank 1 martial artist, Saber King. Pfft. Zhao Xuemei, who was below the arena, choked. She was speechless. Saber King? Lu Fengru smiled faintly. You're just being clever. How can a Saber King be called a Saber King if he doesn't use a saber? But it might be useful. Some people are stupid and will actually believe in nicknames. It can't be? It will. So, when you meet an enemy in the future, don't just think about their nicknames. Luo Yichuan is good with a spear, but that doesn't mean he can't use other things. Lion Tang is good at punching and kicking, but that doesn't mean he's weak with weapons. He just specializes in them. If you think that Luo Yichuan is at your mercy without a spear, you won't even know how you died. Learn from him. This kid may be afraid of death, but he's not stupid. When it comes to risking his life, he won't hesitate. He can take advantage of others, but whoever takes advantage of him will be taking his life. Zhao Xuemei nodded thoughtfully. In the arena. Fang Ping smiled innocently. Uncle, this is my first time in the arena. Let's just spar. If I lose later, I'll shout that I admit defeat. Uncle. Please be merciful. The dark-skinned middle-aged man frowned and said mildly, we'll see. Uncle, it's just a regular competition. I think, begin. The referee shouted before he could finish, not giving him a chance to talk nonsense. Fang Ping rambled on. As soon as the word begin left his mouth, he jumped up and kicked at the dark-skinned middle-aged man. This time, it was not a single kick. Fang Ping's body was in the air, and his left and right legs kicked consecutively. The dark-skinned middle-aged man raised his hands to block, but his body was still being kicked backward. F***CK, counterattack. Someone below the arena shouted. No one had expected the dark-skinned middle-aged man to be in a defensive position the moment the fight began, and he kept being kicked backward by the newbie. One was peak rank 1, and the other was middle stage rank 1. There was a difference in strength between the two. Many people thought that the dark-skinned middle-aged man would be able to beat the Saber King guy into kneeling and begging for mercy. However, things did not develop in the direction they had expected. Fang Ping kicked his opponent more than 10 times. The moment his body landed on the ground, Fang Ping did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, shouting, "Watch my leg." His body clenched his fists, and he swung them toward his opponent's head. The dark-skinned middle-aged man panted and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Fang Ping's fist smashed down, forcing his opponent to take 2 steps back. After putting some distance between them, he raised his leg and kicked again. The sound of collisions rang out continuously. Just as the dark-skinned middle-aged man was preparing to counterattack while blocking, Fang Ping suddenly stopped kicking. His right leg straightened, the tip of his foot whipped out in the air, and with a bang, he kicked the dark-skinned middle-aged man's shoulder. Crack, the dark-skinned middle-aged man's shoulder caved in suddenly. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat. Thanks for letting me win." Fang Ping quickly retracted his leg and took a few steps back. He chuckled and said, "Uncle, thanks for letting me win." Humph. The middle-aged man snorted softly, holding his right shoulder as he walked down the arena. He did not expect a middle stage rank 1 martial artist to attack him the moment he stepped onto the arena. He also did not expect his opponent to injure his shoulder so quickly. He had completed honing the bones of his upper limbs. His bones were not so easily injured. If his opponent could injure his bones, it meant that his vitality was not weaker than his. His outburst might even be stronger than his. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through his defense so easily. Looking at how young he was, he did not have to guess to know that he was most likely from a martial arts university. In the end, the possibility of him losing was also very high. It was not a life-or-death battle. If they continued fighting, even treatment would be a huge expense. Below the arena, many people were swearing. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, frowned and said, "It's useless." Fang Ping was much stronger than his opponent. Whether it was combat techniques, pole standing, or vitality, he was stronger than his opponent. The only thing he could not compare to was the progress of bone honing. When Fang Ping attacked first, his opponent did not even have time to retaliate. In less than a minute, Fong Ping had already won. In a battle like this, Fong Ping was not very useful. It's a pity that this kid is afraid of death. Otherwise, he could try the life or death battle. But there's no rush now. He hasn't reached peak rank 1 yet. For now, honing is still his priority. Lu Fengger shook her head slightly. Zhao Xuemei said enviously, Fong Ping is much stronger than me. His vitality is probably 300 calories? I don't know. Maybe. Lu Fengger did not ask Fong Ping. But Fong Ping, who was thrice honed, might have a vitality of 280 calories even if it was not 300 calories. Fong Ping also thought that the regular competition was easier, but he was still very happy. The key was not winning the competition, but winning money. This time, it was easier and simpler. It was his first time fighting, and the boxing market did not know his strength, so the odds were 1 to 3, which was normal. If there was a next time, the odds would not be like this. Fong Ping had bet 1 million on himself, and got 3 million with interest, plus another 50,000 for one battle. In a minute, he had earned 2.05 million. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth had officially broken through 10 million for the first time. Last night, he had only cultivated as usual and stopped after spending about 50,000 wealth. Previously, his wealth was about 8 million. Now, with the 2 million, it had reached 10 million. After his wealth reached 10 million, Fong Ping realized that the system had been updated. Just like last time, it suddenly turned black, and soon, new data appeared. Wealth, 100,100,000 vitality, 267 calories, 289 calories, mentality, 241 Hz, 249 Hz, bone honing, 40 bones, 90%, 166 bones, 30%, there was an additional bone honing option and progress. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. Could it be that he could directly increase the bone honing progress? Otherwise, it was not like he did not know the number of bones he had honed. He tried to increase the bone honing progress in his mind. Soon, the look in Fong Ping's eyes changed. At this moment, the bone honing data changed. Bone honing, 40 bones, 90% progress, 1 bone, 31%, 165 bones, 30%, it's really possible. Fong Ping was ecstatic. Could it be that he could directly complete the bone honing? Soon, Fong Ping's expression changed again, his wealth dropped by 10,000, 1% progress reduced his wealth by 10,000. This meant that if he wanted to hone one bone to 90%, he would need 600,000 wealth. At this moment, he still had 22 bones that had not been honed to 90% before he could reach peak rank 1. In other words, he would need at least 13.2 million wealth. If he cultivated by himself and used vitality to nurture them, he would not need so much. At most, he would need about half of it, which would be about 6 million wealth. Does this mean that I can cheat, but I have to spend more wealth? Fong Ping was speechless. He had spent a lot of time accumulating tens of millions of wealth points. In the end, it was not even enough for him to reach peak rank 1. If that's the case, if I can cultivate by myself, I should try to save wealth points. But, if it's really necessary, I can try to increase it directly. After thinking about it, Fong Ping dismissed the idea of increasing it directly. At least not now. His bone honing progress was already fast. If it was any faster, Lu Fengger would really slice him into pieces. Moreover, the consumption was too high, more than double. This is forcing me to earn money, big money. Fong Ping sighed. The system's cheat was cool, but wealth points were hard to earn. He was spending it faster and faster. Also, it might not be without limits. Just like vitality before, when vitality was increased, it was enough to increase it directly. After that, I have to nurture my bones and flesh. It's the same for my bones now. Increasing it directly probably has something to do with my body's endurance. At the very least, my body's strength has to keep up. It doesn't take a brain to guess that the system is not so kind as to let me directly increase to peak rank 3 in one night. Fong Ping criticized in his heart for a while. He felt that he was right. Otherwise, if he increased the bones of his 4 limbs and torso to 90%, did it not mean that he would immediately reach peak rank 3? It was more likely that there were other limitations. I won't try it now. I'll think about it after a while. Also, can I increase it to 100%? As he thought about this, Fang Ping had already seen Lu Fengru and the others out of the boxing market. Lu Fengru, who was driving, said directly, "My bet has nothing to do with you. Don't get any ideas about your instructor. His life isn't easy either." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "How could I? I think that's what you mean." "I really didn't." Fang Ping hurriedly denied it. He turned to look at Zhao Xuemei and said, "Junior sister, you're in university now. You don't need much money. Do you want me to save it for you?" Zhao Xuemei's expression changed. After a while, she shook her head and said, "No, thank you. Also, can you stop calling me junior sister?" Zhao Xuemei was not used to it. Fang Ping had not been this enthusiastic before. Lu Fengru teased him. "Fang Ping, why don't you pursue Xuemei? If you succeed, won't her money be yours too?" "Teacher." Even though Zhao Xuemei was a tomboy, she still felt awkward. Fang Ping chuckled. "I'm not in the mood for now. When I'm thinking about my other half, I can consider the instructor's suggestion." "Fang Ping." Zhao Xuemei glared at him. Fang Ping smiled and stopped joking. He changed the topic. "Instructor, are we going back to school now?" "Yes, you are still new students. It is enough for you to come out and see the world. There is no need to stay outside for long. It would be better for Fang Ping and the others to study in school." This time, Lu Fengru did her duty as a mentor and brought the two of them out to see the world because the special training class would have more training content. "If you want to come here next time, you can come here directly. However, this place is just the beginning of your training. If he really reached the second or third rank, there was no need for him to come here again. Fighting to the death with martial artists for the sake of money is not our ultimate goal. Whether it's in business, politics, or the military, a martial artist's ultimate goal is to become stronger, to go further, and to eliminate the hidden dangers in the catacombs." Fang Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. Lu Fengru stopped nagging and drove toward the school. Fang Ping got out of the car early at the school gates. Outside MCMAU, an old commercial building. Fang Ping strolled into the lobby. Distance Company was on the 6th floor of the building. They had rented half of the floor as an office. Ever since he had rented the house and found Xianxia, Fang Ping had never visited again. In total, including the 8 million he had invested previously, Fang Ping had invested close to 10 million. Although he felt that Xianxia wouldn't dare to betray him, he couldn't just ignore him for a long period of time. That would be instigating his subordinates to betray him. After entering the elevator, they soon arrived at the 6th floor. As soon as the elevator came out, there was a distance company on the left and a small loan company on the right. The distance company side was relatively quiet, while the right side was noisy. There was no front desk at Distance Limited. On the one hand, the company was still small. On the other hand, it was to save money. Distance Ltd did not have too much business for people to handle. Fang Ping strolled to the door. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered the office. As soon as he entered the door, an employee noticed him and hurriedly asked, "Hello, who are you looking for? Is Manager Xianxia here?" "In the innermost office." "Thank you." Fang Ping thanked them and walked straight in. No one stopped him. The company's management was relatively lax. Fang Ping furrowed his brow slightly. After some thought, he realized that it was normal. There were not many employees left. The couriers were not here. The employees here were in charge of the website's operations and business development. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were only about 30 of them. Such a small company was established not long ago, so it was understandable that the management was lax. "CEO Zhang, I've already said that the company is not mine. Our boss is someone else. I know that joining the alliance is beneficial to us, but I'm just an employee. I can't make decisions for the boss. Besides, the conditions you've set are too harsh. I'll pass the message on." "Don't worry." Knock knock knock. "Alright, I'll hang up first. I still have some business to take care of. I'll call you back when the boss notifies me." "Come in." Li Qingze hung up the phone and responded. When Fang Ping pushed the door open and entered, Li Qingze was a little surprised. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Fang, why are you here?" "I just came out to take care of something. I passed by." Fang Ping smiled and looked around. Li Qingze's office was not big and very simple. It was much worse than the Magic Marshall Hotel. Without further ado, Fang Ping said, "Someone asked us to join the alliance just now?" "Sort of." Li Qingze explained, "Since you transferred 8 million into the account, in addition to the expansion of food and beverage delivery, the express delivery points have also expanded a lot. At present, there are 20 express delivery points in the university town. In the university town, if there were about 40 to 50 distribution points, it would be enough to cover the whole area. Currently, there were a few medium-sized express delivery companies that did not have much business in the university town. I hope we can represent their business in the university town." As he spoke, Li Qingze hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Fang, actually, I don't think it's impossible to act as an agent. We can use their reputation to take on business. Of course, this is not the main point. The key is to use their channels. Our current channels are only limited to the university city. There were no distribution points, storage centers, freight stations, or even trucks in the country. In this case, if we don't act as an agent for a courier company's regional business, there's no way we can continue to develop it. We can only wait for our own expansion." Express delivery was different from food and beverage delivery. Express delivery came from all over the country, while food and beverage came from the local area. Therefore, food delivery companies can gradually expand, one by one. Express delivery companies can't. Relatively speaking, the establishment of channels for food delivery companies was much simpler. It could also be done separately. However, express delivery companies really could not do it. You did not have a nationwide channel. Unless the locals in the university town sent something to the locals, you would not be able to receive business at all. Intercity logistics was still not feasible now, and it was not very popular. Express delivery companies now almost all had a customer-to-customer model. Fang Ping pondered for a moment before saying, "How about using our Distance's name as an agent for their local business? Distance will first do regional distribution, mainly e-commerce. At the moment, this kind of express delivery accounts for a smaller proportion of their goods. Also, although e-commerce is not big, delivery is troublesome. There are many customers, and the profits are not as good as bulk logistics. If we use Distance's name to act as an agent for e-commerce, maybe we can act as an agent for a few more express delivery companies." Li Qingze immediately said, "What you mean is, we want to be the regional e-commerce express delivery agent for the university town now?" "Yes, is it feasible?" Li Qingze thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "But now, it's not like other express delivery companies don't have agents in the university town. Our prices are more favorable, and our services are more professional. At this time, doing business is mainly about providing services. If the service is bad, no matter how well you do in other areas, it's useless if your reputation is not up. I'm also clear about the current express delivery industry. Most of them are franchisees. These franchisees' distribution points, to put it bluntly, don't care if your company's reputation is good or not. Anyway, if there's something, just deliver it. Don't even think about service. If we join your company's reputation is bad. If we change our brand, I'll join the next company. It'll be the same, still express delivery. We're different. We want to do our own brand, and we definitely won't be fooling around. This is also our strength. It's also a weakness." Li Qingze reminded him, the reason why express delivery companies want others to join them is because the joining fee is only a little. They also want to expand their scale and influence. We're using our own brand, and we're opening up our own market. I'm sure everyone has considered this point. We'll give it a try. There's not just one express delivery company. I don't believe that every company has to use their brand. If it really doesn't work, we can also pay the agency fee and joining fee, but we won't use their brand. I think there will definitely be people who will agree," Fang Ping said with certainty. Li Qingze nodded and had no choice but to say, "Big companies might not be able to, but there should be some small and medium-sized companies who will agree. But if that's the case, even if we take on the business in the early stages, I'm afraid there won't be much profit. That's not important. Once the brand is established, that's money. As he said that, Fang Ping said, "How's the food and beverage delivery going?" "Not bad, but there are already people who are starting to follow the trend." Li Qing's expression was slightly ugly as he said, "That's not difficult. The initial cost isn't too high either. Currently, in the eastern part of the university city, there are already schools that have the shadow of other food and beverage platforms. Publicity, promotion, service, professionalism." Fang Ping said these few words and reminded, "We'll do the service first and give people the impression that we're professional. The clothing has to be new and uniform. Don't dress up in a mess. One look and you'll know you're not reliable. Distance's logo has to be obvious and efficient. The commission for writers can be suitably higher than other companies. Also, the platform has to be simple and clear. I've also seen the food and beverage platform online. It's more complicated. All kinds of food and beverages have to be separated and divided into separate areas. Also, convenience. We'll support cash on delivery and online payment. There have to be many payment methods. Try to include all the current payment methods. One more thing. Now, we can prepare for the mobile platform." Mobile? Simply put, it's mobile. Nowadays, the thing that everyone carries with them the most is none other than their mobile phones. Foreign countries have already entered the era of 3G smartphones. Here, it'll be the same soon. Once personal computers are replaced by mobile phones, then mobile services will become the mainstream. We still have time to prepare now. 3G smartphones have just appeared not long ago. We have to be ready to switch at any time. Seamlessly connect to the phone at the first moment and start the business. What I'm saying is not limited to food and beverage, but also express delivery. Do you understand what I mean? Express delivery services nowadays are very troublesome. In the future, when we place an order on the phone, we'll go to the door to pick up the delivery. We'll create our own express delivery client and be ahead of others. After some time, we'll be famous and the market will open up." Fang Ping said and continued, "I don't think we'll be able to earn money so soon. The time before is used for preparation and preparation. When 3G becomes mainstream, we'll be prepared and be ahead of others. When that time comes, we won't have to worry about not earning money." After listening for a while, Li Qingzi could not help but ask, "Mr. Fang, did you consider all of this yourself?" Fang Ping was only a freshman, but he felt like he was more familiar with the business than he was. He also knew some things like the back of his hand and was very forward-looking. Of course, he was also very bold. At this time, 3G had just been launched overseas. The domestic 3G standard had just been passed and had not been officially launched. Fang Ping laughed. "I like to read the news and think about it when I'm free. If we develop step by step, we won't be able to keep up. If we want to do well now, we can only find new ways. It'll be great if we succeed, but it's not a pity if we don't." Li Qingzi was still very impressed. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Mr. Fang, the company now, out of money?" "That's not it. The 8 million you gave us last time won't be used up so quickly." Li Qingzi shook his head and explained, "Because you haven't shown up, I've been the one in charge. Previously, when we announced that our company was founded by MCMAU martial artist students, everyone was a little afraid and didn't do anything else. However, you haven't shown up, and we've been expanding continuously. Now, some companies can't sit still. There are many other express delivery companies operating in the university city, including some fast food restaurants near the school. They're causing trouble?" "It's not really causing trouble. It's just a demonstration and a warning." "A warning?" "Yes. Recently, there have been reports from writers that some schools won't let our people up the stairs. Before, it was fine, and our people were very law-abiding. Now, they're not letting us in. And the schools that are not letting us in have other companies that have opened up business. I'm guessing that they're the ones causing trouble." Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "Let's solve it in a civilized way first. It's best if we can talk things through and have a good relationship. If it doesn't work, call me again." When the time comes, I'll see how it goes. Okay. Fang Ping gave a few reminders and did not stay any longer. He quickly left the company. Seeing that his wealth was about to drop below 10 million, Fang Ping sighed. He could not play without money. Should he find other ways to earn money? Even if he could start an express delivery company and earn money, it would not be something that could be done overnight. This was Fang Ping's preparation for the future. At this stage, he still had to rely on other methods. With the worry of earning money, Fang Ping returned to school. When he reached the dormitory building, Fang Ping met many new students downstairs, like the little fatty he met at the start of the semester. Hearing these new students discussing where to play and eat during the weekend, Fang Ping muttered, "I wonder if I can collect protection fees from new students?" MCMAU's new students were rich. A few 100,000 was peanuts. If he collected 100,000 from one person, it would be 100 million from 1,000 people. Collecting protection fees is also a way, provided that the school doesn't hack me to death. At the same time, Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Looking at the little girl in front of her, she felt terrible. "Big sis, can you accept me into the club? I'll pay the membership fee." The little girl was younger than Fang Yuan. She was thin and weak, and her face was full of anticipation. "If I join the Yuan Ping Club, I'll be obedient. I'll do whatever Big Sis tells me to do. Even if it's a group fight. I can't beat them, but I can give Big Sis a boost." The little girl clenched her fists, her face still slightly flushed. Fang Yuan's face had turned green. After a while, she said with a bitter face, "Little girl, are you misunderstanding something? This isn't a gangster club." Fang Yuan roared in her heart. "This is the prototype of a chamber of commerce, understand? Do you understand?" Naturally, Fang Ping did not know about what happened in Sun City. He wanted to collect protection fees, but he dared not. Fang Yuan did not want to collect it. Someone had come to her door and forced her to accept it. Fang Ping was the only one who did not know. Otherwise, he would probably have gone back and pinched that girl to death. November 1st, Saturday. The special training classes had been open for almost a month. Fang Ping finally met Dean Huangjing. Training room. Huangjing's expression was calm as he said slowly, "Magic City's military lost dozens of middle-ranked martial artists and more than 100 people in the 3 lower ranks in the catacombs. MCMAU also lost 3 instructors. There's still no news of a few students. The catacombs are getting more and more dangerous. We have no choice but to let you know the inside story and the danger in advance. MCMAU, CCMAU, normal martial arts universities, second-class martial arts universities, what we're fighting for is not personal gain. We want MCMAU students to have more resources, to pay a lower price, and to have more powerhouses. This way, we can live longer when we carry out our missions. But we're all human. If we think this way, others will too. Your students, the treasures of your families. Their students are also students, the treasures of their families. No one wants anyone to die. I don't want normal martial arts university students to die either. But if I have to choose, MCMAU students or students from other schools are safer, I can only choose MCMAU. There's no right or wrong in this matter. If I put myself in their shoes and stood in the perspective of a normal martial arts university, I would also feel indignant. But no matter what, since we're MCMAU's people, we have to think for MCMAU. Huangjing's tone was slightly tired. At this time, no one wanted to argue or fight. But they had to. They had to fight. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. The stronger they were, the higher their chances of survival. That's why we have to hold the championship at the end of this semester. We have to tell everyone that it will be very cruel. Huangjing's tone was cold. Cruelty is inevitable. It's not impossible to determine life and death. There are only so many resources. The pills, weapons, and other resources useful for cultivation are limited every year. If you have more, I have less. If you have less, I can have more. We actually didn't want to let the freshmen decide the quota and have them fight to the death. But why did we still decide to let the freshmen participate in the exchange competition? Huangjing's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "Because the new students are weak, it's not a pity if they die. Because the investment of new students was small, if they died, not many resources would be wasted. At the same time, because the freshmen will stay in school for a longer period of time, the ones who will benefit in the future will be you. If you don't fight for it, then the third and fourth year students won't fight for it, because they already have a certain level of strength and are about to graduate. Only people like you have to stand up and take on the responsibility. The students did not utter a word. Huang Jing's tone softened considerably, and he said with a faint smile, "Of course, the school does not wish for you to throw your lives away. You are all elites, and any death or injury is a loss to humanity." Therefore, there were still necessary protective measures in place for the exchange competition. This could be discussed later. Let's continue talking about the special training class. Because of the above reasons, the special training class has higher requirements for everyone. The stronger the ability, the better. We're martial arts university students, not casual martial artists, not vitality martial artists, and we don't just look at vitality and bone honing progress. Last month, everyone had been learning the basics. Then this month, we'll take another step forward. Having said that, Huang Jing said in a clear voice, a peaceful environment cannot create powerhouses. From tomorrow onwards, the 5 instructors will be divided into 5 teams, with 10 people in each team. They will bring these students to carry out missions. In order to give you a better environment and better conditions for growth, the school has decided to double the original reward for each mission. Originally, a mission rewarded everyone with 5 credits. Now, it will be 10 credits. During the process of the mission, those who put in more effort will receive more, and the instructors will observe and distribute them. In November, the team that completes the most missions and completes them the best will receive additional rewards. In November, you will see the world for the first time. In December, 10 people will be selected from among the 50 to undergo special training in preparation for the exchange competition. The date of the exchange competition has not been confirmed yet, but it will start in mid-January at the latest, possibly even earlier. There's not much time left for us. Huang Jing said, and finally said in a deep voice, don't underestimate the students of normal martial arts universities. From what I know, this time every school is doing their best to nurture some seeded players. Currently, I know that there are 3 to 5 new rank 1 martial artists in each school. There are many normal martial arts universities. Added together, the number of martial artists they have is no less than that of MCMAU and CCMAU. They have nothing to lose, so they are not afraid of those who are wearing shoes. If they win, they earn. If they lose nothing. Therefore, they can afford to lose, but we can't. I'll stop here. From today onwards, we will divide into teams and determine the instructors to follow. The instructor's own students cannot be in the same team. As soon as he said that, some of the students started whispering to each other. If they were not allowed to follow their own instructors, what if they encountered danger and the other instructors did not rescue them? Huang Jing did not care about them. This arrangement was to create a sense of crisis for the students, and it was also for fairness. In the process of carrying out missions, the instructors would act as judges. If they brought their own students at this time, some favoritism might appear. When Huang Jing arrived, he only said a few words and then left in a hurry. The catacombs matter was not over yet. Moreover, he still had to discuss the specific arrangements for the exchange competition with the major schools. There was no need for grandmasters to be involved in wrangling, but for the sake of benefits, it would not do without grandmasters. Silence. As soon as Huang Jing left, Tang Feng roared, interrupting the students' discussion. Now, divide into teams. Martial artists were very straightforward. Tang Feng did not waste any time and said directly, Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Chen Yunqi, you will be the team leaders. Each of you will lead a team. As soon as he said that, Fu Changding said bitterly, I wanted to be in the same team as the beauties. Is this appropriate? Tang Feng did not scold him. He smiled and said, sure. Zhang Yu, Xiao Wen Yu, both of you will be in Fu Changding's team. Among the crowd, the 2 beauties who entered through the back door last time walked out shyly and went to Fu Changding's side. Fu Changding's face turned green. I was just saying it, and the instructor took it seriously. He was not stupid. At this time, when dividing into teams, of course, the stronger the teammates, the better. Now that he had 2 deadweights, it would be troublesome. This was not a joke. Fu Chongding was not an ignorant rookie. Doing missions could really kill people. However, since Tang Feng had said so, there was no room for negotiation. Peak rank 6 Tang Feng was not joking about this. Fu Chongding's expression was a little stiff. He smiled dryly at the 2 girls, his smile a little bitter. Tang Feng ignored him, and Fu Chongding's instructor, Luo Yichuan, did not look at this student either. Did he really think that no one could teach him a lesson? Fang Ping was gloating. He said in a low voice, "Are you satisfied now? These 2 beauties are so pleasing to the eye. Get lost. Fang Ping, you're the strongest, and you're the class monitor. Capable people should do more work." Tang Feng continued, "Zhao Qing, Wu Keping, Zhou Yuehong, they'll be in your team." Instructor. Fang Ping's old face fell. "Are you sure you're not using your position to avenge a personal grudge?" Everyone knew that the stronger the members of the team, the easier it would be to carry out the mission, and the faster it would be completed, the better. Bringing some weak martial artists with him was just asking for trouble, was it not? In his team, other than Fang Ping, who was quite strong, Zhao Xuemei was also in his team. Tang Jingsong was also there. Both of them were quite strong. However, the other 7 were at the bottom of the special training class. Tang Feng said mildly, "Do you have something to say? If you have something to say, you can say it. However, in order to balance out the strengths, the team arrangement has been fixed." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. "Since it's fixed, what other opinions do I have?" Seeing that he was silent, Tang Feng continued to assign the members of the team. Tang Feng's consideration was to balance out the strengths of the team. Currently, there were about 30 people in the class who had honed more than 31 bones. On average, there were about 3 in each team. The rest were distributed evenly. 31 bones meant that one side of the bone had been honed. According to the general ranking system, a martial artist like this would be considered a middle stage rank 1 martial artist. Those with less than 31 bones were early stage martial artists. Of course, some people honed their upper limbs. The number of bones was different, and they were divided according to whether one side of the bone was honed. Among Fang Ping's group of 5, other than Fang Ping who had honed 40 bones, Zhao Lei, who had the highest number of bones, had 49. Fu Chongding and the others were about the same, all above 45. After assigning the teams, it was time to assign the instructors. Lu Fengru obviously could not lead Fang Ping and the others. In the end, the instructor leading Fang Ping's team was Zhou Shiping, the oldest among the instructors. Zhou Shiping was a man of few words because he cultivated palm techniques. In martial arts universities, there were not many people who studied it, and he did not have many students. Zhou Shiping looked about 50 years old, but he was actually close to 60 years old. He looked thin and weak. After assigning the instructors, Zhou Shiping glanced at Fang Ping and the others. He nodded slightly and said nothing. Lu Fengru led Chen Yunqi's team, while Tang Feng led Fu Chongding. Fu Chongding's face was pale. He had a bad feeling about this. Luo Yichuan and Su Jianzhou each led Tang Feng's 2 students. After assigning the teams and instructors, Tang Feng continued, "Everyone, go back and pack your bags today. Mainly bring weapons and pills, mainly vitality pills and healing water. Those who don't have healing water can exchange for some. It's 5 credits a bottle, and it's very effective for external and internal injuries. Also, the school will reimburse all expenses for this trip, including a bottle of healing water, 5 normal vitality pills, and 1 rank 1 vitality pill. That's a lot." Many of them looked delighted. The special training class treated their students really well. Last month, everyone had received about 20 normal vitality pills. Fang Ping and the others had received slightly more. Fang Ping had received 25 pills, but he had not used them yet. Based on 20 pills, that would be 60 credits. This trip alone had cost them 30 credits of pills. In less than a month after joining the special training class, everyone had received close to 100 credits. If they were to exchange it for money, it would be 3 million. Moreover, it was mentioned before that the mission rewards belonged to the team members themselves. the school would even double the reward. This special treatment made everyone beam with joy. Tang Feng said lightly, "This is the school's contribution. Naturally, there's a demand for it. Everyone understands what I mean. In the eyes of martial artists, everyone must have a clear concept of equal exchange. The more you give, the more you reap. Even if some of you can't participate in the championship, you'll still pay the price. For example, if someone dies during the mission. I'm not joking. The instructors will lead the team and try their best to ensure your safety. However, the instructors are also human. They will be negligent and have things to do. They will also eat and drink. You can't expect the instructors to protect you 24/7. Therefore, injuries and deaths are sometimes unavoidable. Everything the school is doing now, you may not seem to need to contribute anything, but in reality, you're already contributing. You have to understand what I mean. Alright, that's all for now. Instructors and students, make your own arrangements. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Whether it's for the mission or sightseeing, you're not allowed to stay in school." Someone said in surprise, "Sightseeing?" Luo Yichuan, who had been silent all this while, said calmly, "The scenery in the catacombs is beautiful. You can treat it as a sightseeing trip." Everyone fell silent. What a joke. A large number of rank 3s would die there. They did not want to go sightseeing. Luo Yichuan was leading Zhao Lei's team. Zhao Lei's face turned purple. Old Luo would not really bring them to sightseeing, would he? The 5 teams split up and began to contact the instructors. On Fang Ping's side, Zhou Shiping was a man of few words and was very democratic. When everyone had arrived, Zhou Shiping chuckled. "Fang Ping, you can accept the mission. You should have seen the mission system. You can discuss with everyone and choose the mission. I'm mainly responsible for protecting everyone. You can make your own arrangements for the rest." Fang Ping saw everyone looking at him. He thought for a while and said, "At the beginning, we'll accept some simple missions to practice. Fang Ping, we're not weak, and there are so many of us. I think we can accept a rank 2 mission. We don't have much time. If we waste too much time, a month will pass in the blink of an eye." Someone in the team raised a different opinion. Those who would raise an opinion at this time would not be too weak. The one who raised the opinion was Tang Jingsong, Fu Chongding's high school classmate who had been beaten up by Fu Chongding for a few years. Fang Ping frowned. "Among the 10 of us, has anyone accepted a mission before? Has anyone fought with a rank 2 martial artist before? I mean the kind where it's life and death. Many of you have never fought with a martial artist before. Where do you get the confidence to take on a rank 2 mission? Cut the crap. I'll speak. Just listen. You." Tang Jingsong's face turned red. Fang Ping threatened, "If you're not convinced, we can fight one-on-one. We'll listen to whoever wins." Tang Jingsong shriveled instantly. He snorted and said nothing more. "That's more like it. I'm the team leader. If Instructor Zhou doesn't say anything, everyone has to listen to me from now on. I don't want to talk to you about democracy or the minority obeying the majority. For the next month, you have to listen to me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Now, get out of here and accept missions. Just don't drag me down." After saying that, Fang Ping said, "The first mission doesn't have to be too far or too strong. I've taken a look at the mission system. There's a mission to capture a middle stage rank 1 martial artist in the Department of Investigation Services. There are very few cases involving early stage rank 1 martial artists in the Department of Investigation Services. Middle stage rank 1 martial artists usually get a reward of 100,000 cash. Upper stage and peak rank 1 martial artists usually get a reward of 200,000 cash. For rank 2, the reward starts at 300,000 or 10 credits. Let's use a middle stage rank 1 to practice first." Tang Jingsong was a little unhappy. Zhao Xuemei frowned as well. "Fang Ping, middle stage rank 1. That means you've just finished honing one limb. On our side, the 3 of us have already honed 40 bones. Do you think we should practice first? Check out the market. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fang Ping was helpless. They were a bunch of rookies, including himself. They did not know anything. What was the hurry? Zhou Shiping suddenly said, from now on, your mission will be settled by credits. The cash reward will be calculated according to 30,000 credits per credit. At the end of the month, we'll settle all the missions. The team with the highest number of credits will get a reward of at least 100 credits. Fang Ping, did you hear that? Shut up. Fang Ping interrupted Tang Jingsong, frowning. I have the final say. We'll use a middle stage rank 1 martial artist to practice first. You don't even know how to do missions. Are you going to kill a rank 2 martial artist when you've just arrived? If you talk too much, you can leave. Tang Jingsong looked indignant. He suppressed his anger and did not look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping ignored him. These people thought highly of themselves. They were all young and full of vigor. They might get into trouble this time. His side was easy to deal with. At least he was afraid of death. Safety was his priority. However, it was hard to say for the other teams. This time, there might be people who lost their lives. Fang Ping even suspected that the school would let the instructors watch the students die on purpose. That was because it could stimulate the students and let them experience the feeling of death. Every day, they would say that they might be in danger and that they might die. Who would care, however, if they saw the people around them die? These students would mature instantly. Fang Ping had thought of this before. Using the lives of a few people in exchange for the awakening of the entire new elite class was a worthwhile trade. Martial arts universities were just that realistic. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He used the computer in the training room to log into the mission system and chose a mission that he felt was suitable. As soon as he accepted the mission, Fang Ping received the detailed information. Name, Lin Jun. Gender, male. Age, 34 years old. Strength, middle stage rank 1. Honed 31 to 35 bones. No hot weapons. Possible cold weapons. Cultivation of basic fist and leg combat techniques. No special combat techniques. Case, August 30, 2008. Escaped after causing death in a fight. The victim was an early-stage rank 1 martial artist. Case handed over to Magic City's Northern Stability District Department of Investigation Services. Mission takers can contact the Northern Stability District Department of Investigation Services for more information. Reward, 120,000 in cash. The mission introduction was more detailed. There were also many photos. After accepting the mission, Fang Ping said, tomorrow, we'll go to the Northern Stability District Department of Investigation Services to take a look. Tang Jingsong was about to question him when Fang Ping said mildly, let's talk to the Department of Investigation Services first and see what's going on. Then, we'll ask for the other party's general location. Of course, if you know where he is tonight, we'll go and arrest him tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning. At the school gate. Fang Ping carried his handbag and waited at the gate. Soon, someone arrived. Zhou Shiping arrived quickly in a domestic car. He stuck his head out and greeted, Student Fang Ping. Good morning, teacher. You didn't drive? Zhou Shiping's question left Fang Ping at a loss. Very quickly, Fang Ping understood the meaning of the words. Zhao Xueme had arrived in a small car. Tang Songting had arrived in a flashy convertible sports car. As for the other 7 students, 3 of them had driven, and 4 of them had walked. There were 11 of them in total, and 6 of them had driven. Fang Ping felt the urge to vomit blood. Was it necessary? Perhaps because Zhou Shiping was out, he was a little more talkative, and he was a lot friendlier. He smiled and said, it's more suitable to drive when carrying out a mission. Sometimes, it'll be very troublesome if the suspect drives instead of driving. Fang Ping wanted to say that he would not drive if he saw Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing. He thought about it. He had not interacted with them for long. Who knew if they had a car? Besides, they had probably been to the catacombs a lot, so they did not need to drive. Still, it seemed necessary to buy a car. Fang Ping muttered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He made arrangements immediately. Everyone, find a car. I'll take Zhao Xueme's car to the Northern Stability District Department of Investigation Services. Don't disperse. Okay. Everyone agreed and got into their cars. The Northern Stability District was north of Magic City. The university town was in the south, adjacent to the Southern Contribution District. The journey from MCMAU to the Northern Stability District was not short. In the car, Zhao Xuemei said excitedly, "I can finally take on a mission. Before I came to university, I knew that martial arts universities had missions that I could take on. Is there a need to be excited? Of course. What do you know? A martial arts university mission means that you can enforce the law openly, and you get paid. This is different from being competitive. If you kill someone, it's against the law. Just like this time, if Lin Jun was in a martial arts university and asked for a normal duel and killed someone, he wouldn't be wanted. Or if you accepted the other party's mission and killed the other party, you'd get a reward. Martial artists with high vitality can sometimes be very impulsive. This kind of impulsiveness has to be vented, or else they will feel uncomfortable." Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said, "Take it easy. If you die, you'll lose everything." "I know, he's just a middle-stage rank 1 martial artist," Fang Ping said nothing. "You're talking as if you're not." The division of rank 1 martial artists was relatively simple. Those who had honed one limb were middle stage. Sometimes, the distinction between upper stage and peak was not so detailed. After tempering 2 limbs, one would be at the peak. As for the advanced stage, having more than 50 bones was considered the advanced stage. However, because the bones in the upper and lower limbs were different, the division was not too strict. No one wanted to make a strict division. They were all weaklings, so there was no need to make such a detailed division. After more than 50 minutes, Northern Stability District Department of Investigation Services. Although the Northern Stability District was a district, there were only 6 districts in Shanghai. Each district's population and economic strength were stronger than most prefecture-level cities. The Beiding branch of the Department of Investigation Services was magnificent. It was a modular building with more than 20 floors. Fang Ping and the others got out of the car one after another and registered their martial arts licenses at the entrance. 5 to 6 minutes later, someone came to receive them. "Are you students from a martial arts university?" The person who came to receive them was a man in his 30s. He had a masculine face and was dressed in plain clothes. Zhou Shiping did not even get out of the car. As the team leader, Fang Ping took the initiative and said, "We're students from Magic City Martial Arts University. We've accepted a mission from Northern Stability. We're here to ask if there's anything we should take note of." "Is this your first time accepting a mission?" "Yes, I'm Fang Ping. I'm the team leader for this mission." "Big brother, what's your name?" "Just call me Big Brother Zheng." "Follow me." The man did not say much and led them into the Department of Investigation Services. They did not enter the main building. The man brought them to a large office in the annex. "What's the mission you accepted? What's the serial number?" 2008083012117. "His name is Lin Jun." The man turned on the computer and checked. "Soon," he said, "a middle stage rank 1 martial artist. He's not very strong. The reason why we handed the mission to a martial arts university is because this guy wasted a lot of our time. Although he's not strong, he's very cunning and has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. He also knows people from the Department of Investigation Services very well. As soon as we get close, he'll notice us and move quickly. Right now, he should be around Northern Stability and Northern Suburbs." "He's still in Northern Stability?" The man with the surname Xing nodded. "Yes. Someone met him before. That's why I said he's cunning. At the same time, he's very brave. Everyone knows that it's dark under the light. He showed up somewhere else and snuck back to Northern Stability. If we hadn't met him, we would have thought that he ran away. However, Northern Stability and Northern Suburbs aren't small. They have a large population." "Big Brother Zheng, do you have a specific location?" The man with the surname Xing did not say much. He took out a map and pointed at the border between Northern Stability and Northern Suburbs. "Someone met Lin Jun here. However, I'm not sure if he's still here. Maybe he ran away, maybe he's still here. However, Lin Jun has a habit. He likes to gamble. The last time he killed someone, it was also because he gambled with someone. Right now, he might not be able to hold on. There are a few underground casinos near Northern Stability and Northern Suburbs. Underground casinos? That's the police's business. It has nothing to do with us. The man with the surname Jing knew what he meant. He said casually, do as you see fit. If you want to snatch it, go ahead. However, if underground casinos can be opened, they must have made preparations to target martial artists. You might not be strong enough, so try not to stir up trouble. Before they let martial artists destroy social order, we won't do anything to them. However, if they get swept up by you, then they deserve it. Just let the police clean up the mess. Remember, you're not allowed to hurt normal people unless they attack you first, and there must be evidence. As for the rest, you'll slowly understand in the future. The man explained the situation. Finally, he gave Fang Ping and the others a new identification, the Department of Investigation Services Assisting Investigation Permit. Before they left, the man with the surname Jing said, once the mission is completed, you can come to the Department of Investigation Services to settle the score. You can also settle the score at your martial arts university. The Martial Arts Assembly will regularly check on the completion of the mission with us. I'll remind you one last time, don't involve normal people. It's best if you don't arrest them in public when there are a lot of people. It'll cause a negative impact. The existence of martial artists is to calm people's hearts, not to act recklessly and destroy social order. When that time comes and the impact is bad, you'll have your credits deducted at the very least, and you'll have to bear legal responsibility at the very worst. I don't want you to become one of the members of the mission one day. Fang Ping nodded quickly. That won't happen. We'll definitely pay attention to the impact. Yes, and be careful. The man with the surname Jing reminded, don't underestimate anyone, even if they're normal people. Martial artists, especially those in the lower 3 ranks, aren't invincible. They don't have indestructible bodies either. You're all MCMAU geniuses. If you die here, it'll be a loss for humanity. Thank you. Fang Ping thanked him and left with the others. Outside the Department of Investigation Services. Fang Ping looked at the others and thought for a while before making arrangements. It's unlikely that Lin Jun will come out during the day. Find a place to stay first. At night, form teams of 2 and go to the underground casinos to look for him. Once you've found him, don't act rashly. Fang Ping paused and looked at Tang Songting. Listen to what I've said. If anyone thinks they can take him down and take credit, then I don't mind. If he dies, don't blame me for not warning you. If you're not confident, then inform the others and act together. What if we can't find him? If we can't find him, the limit is 3 days. Give up immediately. If the mission fails, we'll only lose 10% of the reward. It's nothing. This time, no one had any objections. They drove to a hotel in the northern suburbs and booked a few rooms. While Fang Ping and the others were on the move, the other 4 teams were on the move as well. Magic City Martial Arts University. Huang Jing asked with a smile as he processed some documents, how's the situation? Xianxia isn't suitable to be the captain. She doesn't have her own opinions. We'll see about the others. Fu Changding isn't bad. He's on good terms with his teammates and listened to everyone's opinions when he accepted the mission. Zhao Lei is still a little arrogant and independent. He accepted an early-stage rank 2 mission. It's a little troublesome. Yang Xiaoman is okay. Not bad. Fang Ping, Zhou Shiping was the one who reported Fang Ping's situation. Zhou Shiping paused for a while before smiling. The kid is reliable. He's a suitable captain candidate, but a little too reliable. We'll see about the others. Being steady is better than being aggressive. Through the earpiece, Tang Feng said, I know this kid. He's quick to take advantage of others and quick to run when he's at a disadvantage. His personality is okay, but I don't really like it. I think Fu Changding would be more suitable to lead the team during the championship. Fu Changding lacks some strength. He might not be able to suppress Zhao Lei. Everyone discussed for a while. Huang Jing laughed. Old Zhou, isn't that kid stable? Create some trouble for him and accept a rank 2 mission next time. Rank 2? Yes, change the mission. According to my calculations, he'll only accept a peak rank 1 mission next time. Try accepting an early-stage rank 2 martial artist for him. See how he reacts to unexpected situations and how he handles it. See if he can bring his team members back safely. As for the other teams, we'll see how they go. Zhao Lei is a little too aggressive. He just arrived and he's already a rank 2. Does he really think that all rank 2 martial artists in the outside world are vitality martial artists? Northern Suburbs Hotel. Fong Ping sneezed and mumbled, "Someone's trying to hurt me." Shaking his head, Fong Ping continued honing. MCMAU was becoming more and more cruel to them. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. At night, everyone split into 5 teams of 2 and went to the various underground casinos. Of course, although they were called underground casinos, they were actually just grassroots teams. At 10 p.m., one of the teams found Lin Jun's tracks. The 2 people who found Lin Jun did not act rashly. Instead, they informed everyone else. When Fong Ping rushed over, Lin Jun had already been taken down by Tang Jingsong. Seeing Fong Ping, Tang Songting curled his lips. He's as weak as a piece of trash. He wasted so much time and only got 120,000. 4 credits, 0. 4 credits per person. I told you, we should accept stronger missions. The mission was surprisingly smooth. Although Lin Jun was also a middle stage rank 1 martial artist, he was defeated after a short fight with Tang Songting. It did not cause too much of a commotion. Tang Songting was unhappy that Fong Ping had wasted an entire day. He felt that he should have come directly in the morning because Lin Jun had been at the casino for the past few days. Zhao Xueme said. Fong Ping went to the Department of Investigation Services to clarify the situation. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to capture the other party. Then, after asking, we should act immediately. It's better at night. Besides, it won't take long. That's easy for you to say. Time is tight, enough. Fong Ping barked coldly and interrupted, "If you're not satisfied, you can leave now. Whoever else wants to leave, leave with Tang Songting. You guys do your missions. I can apply to the school to arrange for instructors to form another team for you." "Why should I leave?" Tang Songting's face was full of dissatisfaction. Fong Ping glanced at him and said nothing. After a while, he said faintly, "If you go against me again, I promise I'll find an opportunity to screw you over. If you don't believe me, you can try." Do you think I can do it?" Tang Songting's expression changed again. He did not know, but he did not dare to take the risk. He already knew that Fong Ping had killed 2 peak rank 1 martial artists before. Otherwise, he would not have been so afraid to oppose Fong Ping. Fong Ping ignored him. He glanced at the half-dead Lin Jun and turned to leave, muttering, "This doesn't look good." The first mission was too easy. It was so easy that everyone was bursting with confidence and thought they could do anything. He had even planned to use the first mission to dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Fong Ping had already made his preparations. He would grind them out for 3 days to hone everyone's temperament. Who knew that the useless Lin Jun would be found in one night? Zhou Shiping was probably the only one who could understand Fong Ping's thoughts. He found it funny and thought to himself, "This time I should be able to see something." When everyone was at their most confident, they received a rank 2 martial artist mission. He wanted to see how Fong Ping would deal with such a crisis. Escape, fight to the death, ask for help, or something else, like betraying his teammates. Based on what Fong Ping had said to Tang Songting earlier, betraying Tang Songting did not seem like an exaggeration at all. Would this happen? Martial arts universities did not only look at the student's abilities. Sometimes, whether or not to focus on training a student depended on many factors. As he thought about this, Zhou Shiping said calmly, "Tang Songting alone will get 25% of the reward. Zhao Qing and Zhou Yuehong will get 25%. The other 7 will get 50%. After calculating, Fong Ping and the others had worked hard for a whole day, but each of them did not even get 10,000 yuan. They did not even get half a credit. Even if the school doubled the reward, they would not get a single credit. Fong Ping did not say anything. Tang Songting looked pleased with himself. When they returned to the hotel, everyone discussed the second mission. This time, everyone requested to accept a peak rank 1 martial artist mission. Fong Ping thought about it and did not refuse. He accepted a mission from the military department. The mission was simple. They just had to know the other party's location and kill them. It was not difficult for 10 students to kill a peak rank 1 martial artist together. After accepting the second mission, they did not go to the military department to inquire about the situation. Firstly, the military department was stationed far away. The office was half a day's journey away. Secondly, the mission content was very detailed. Name, Shifeng gender, male age, 39 years old, strength, peak rank 1, cultivation of combat techniques, proficient in punches and kicks, basic weaponry, carries an E-class shortsword, danger level, high suggestion, peak rank 1 martial artists in a team of 3 or more, or rank 2 martial artists. Case, October 26, 2008, killed a peak rank 1 martial artist, currently hiding in Magic City's eastern suburbs, Crystal Rocks Village. Reward, 15 credits. Note, strong ability, additional 5 credits. Reward, after accepting the mission, Fong Ping realized that he had an additional 5 credits reward. Normally, a peak rank 1 martial artist like this would be rewarded between 7 to 10 credits. When they first did not accept the mission and saw the 10 credits reward, everyone was already clamoring to accept it. Fong Ping did not reject them. However, when he accepted the mission, he realized that the reward had increased to 15 credits. Some martial artists who had just entered rank 2 would only be rewarded between 10 to 15 credits. This Shifeng actually had a reward of 15 credits. After accepting the mission, Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He reminded them, normally, a peak rank 1 martial artist would not be rewarded more than 300,000 cash or 10 credits. However, this Shifeng is rewarded with 15 credits. I'm afraid his ability is higher than expected. Everyone, be careful this time. Also, he has an E-class alloy weapon. He's not one of those poor vitality martial artists who can't even cultivate combat techniques. He can kill a peak rank 1 martial artist of the same rank. This mission gave many hints. Whether it was the suggestion to form a team of 3 peak rank 1 martial artists or the reward of credits later, it all meant that this Shifeng was not weak. At the very least, he was stronger than most peak rank 1 martial artists of the same rank. In Fong Ping's team, he, Zhao Xueme, and Tang Songting all had alloy weapons. They were not weak either, but they were not peak rank 1 martial artists. As for the other 7, the least of them had only honed about 20 bones. Zhao Xueme nodded. Tang Songting said proudly, peak rank 1 martial artists in MCMAU are different from those in the outside world. Even if we haven't achieved twice honing and achieved a breakthrough, our vitality has far exceeded 150 calories. When I broke through as a martial artist, my vitality had already reached 170 cal. Now, my vitality is close to 240 calories. Disregarding the number of bones honed, I would not lose to a peak rank 1 martial artist just by looking at vitality alone. In addition, our combat techniques and pole-standing cultivation went hand in hand, and we received guidance from middle-ranked instructors. Fong Ping, you're underestimating MCMAU students. At the same rank, martial arts university students will not lose to anyone, even the powerhouses from the military department. That's because they have more combat experience than us. Rank 1 and Rank 2 martial artists from the outside world are not qualified to enter the catacombs. I think you're being too cautious. Although Tang Songting's words were annoying, he was not wrong. The students of the special training classes, even if they were not twice-honed martial artists, had a vitality higher than 150 calories when they broke through. When they reached rank 1, their vitality would be higher than casual martial artists of the same level. Moreover, MCMAU students' development was more balanced. They would not have obvious shortcomings. This was also different from social martial artists. Some social martial artists might have cultivated combat techniques, but they might have just started pole standing. There were a total of 10 people this time. Fong Ping himself had killed a peak rank 1 martial artist from MCMAU before, so Tang Songting did not think it would be too dangerous for them to team up. The others probably had the same thought. MCMAU students were a little arrogant to begin with. Top students from Tsinghua University would not think that they were inferior to those self-taught people from the outside world. Fong Ping took a deep breath. After a while, he said, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm worrying too much and thinking too much. But it's better to be safe than sorry. You don't want your good life to end right after it's just started, do you? Act according to the situation. If you really encounter danger, the first thing you should do is to retreat. I know. We're not seeking death. If we really can't beat them, we'll just run. Tang Songting did not really want to die. If they really encountered an opponent they could not beat, of course, they would run. Fang Ping did not need to remind him of this. Fang Ping saw this and did not say anything else. He began to pack his things. He had been wearing alloy combat boots. D-class brass knuckles were also worn by Fang Ping. He kept the only rank 2 vitality pill among the healing water that was distributed to him. Although he was not worried about vitality consumption, the rank 2 vitality pill could release a stronger vitality in a short period of time. Fang Ping's vitality had reached 290 cal. This kind of vitality was comparable to the average beginner rank 2 martial artist, maybe even higher. As long as they did not panic and did not make any mistakes, it was not impossible for them to fight a rank 2 martial artist. What was scary was that a bunch of rookies would panic when they encountered an enemy. If that happened, they would be defeated one by one. That would be troublesome. At 10 a.m. on the 3rd, everyone arrived at Clear Rocks Village in the eastern suburbs. Although Clear Rocks Village was also a village in the eastern suburbs, it was different from the villages in the countryside. In Magic City, even the suburbs were more prosperous. There were guesthouses, restaurants, and factories in Clear Rocks Village. It was more developed than most small towns. The village was close to the harbor. Shifeng was hiding here. According to speculation, he was preparing to escape by sea. The military department had thrown the task to martial arts universities. Perhaps it was because the catacombs had been more troublesome recently and they did not have enough manpower, so they did not personally come to handle it. Fang Ping suspected that the peak rank 1 martial artist that Shifeng killed might be related to the military department. Otherwise, this task would usually be assigned to the Department of Investigation Services. If it was as he guessed, Shifeng would not be weak. The martial artists of the military department were not weaklings. When he arrived at Clear Rocks Village, Fang Ping contacted the military department. The person who communicated with Fang Ping and the others did not say much. He only said a few simple sentences, gave a detailed address, and reminded them to be careful before hanging up. Fang Ping hung up. After some thought, he asked Zhou Shiping beside him, "Teacher, if we even know the detailed address, the military department should be able to pick out a rank 2 or 3 martial artist, right? Are these tasks meant for rookies to gain experience?" Other than not interfering with the tasks, Zhou Shiping answered everything he knew. He smiled and said, "That's part of it, but experience is only one thing. There's another thing, a warning." "Warning?" "Yes," Zhou Shiping said in a low voice, "because martial artists have superior strength, their mentality may change. They think that they are omnipotent, that they belong to the privileged class, and that killing a few people is nothing. Rookies, especially, are more likely to have such thoughts. These tasks are given to rookies to let you know that even martial artists have to bear the corresponding responsibility if they make a mistake. If you act recklessly, one day, you'll be one of the members who carry out the task." Fang Ping nodded slightly, answering one of his doubts. Of course, it was also related to the lack of manpower. Right now, all the entrances to the catacombs were not peaceful. The martial arts university students had nothing better to do, and this could save them a lot of time. With the detailed address, there was no need to search everywhere. Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xuemei and the others and said, "It's better to act at night. There are more people here during the day, and it'll easily cause a negative impact. Go down, Zhao Xuemei, and I will go check out the situation." Someone in the team thought for a while before saying, "Won't it be a little unsafe at night? If the other party escapes, we don't have night vision. Now that we know the detailed address, we don't have to try our luck like we did with Lin Jun yesterday. During the day, many people have jobs and won't be at home. I think it might be better to act during the day. There won't be many people at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it's hard to say if he'll still be at home at night. It's more likely that he'll be hiding at home during the day because he's wanted." Fang Ping glanced at him. This person was called Zhao Qing. His strength was not bad, and he was the first to discover Lin Jun. He was also calm and did not act rashly. Putting forward such an opinion now was different from Tang Songting going against him. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "What you said makes sense. How about this, we'll act together in the afternoon. Since we're acting during the day, if we go too often, we'll attract attention and let the other party escape. We might as well act when we find him." After the discussion, everyone did not hesitate anymore. They found a hotel and settled down. 2:30 p.m. Fang Ping and the others left the hotel and went straight to the east side of the village. It was closer to the harbor, and Shifeng had rented a house there. In Magic City, it was not uncommon to see people renting houses in suburban villages like Clear Rocks Village. Many of them were migrant workers who came from other places for cheap money and did not care about the environment. It was easy to rent a house here. One just had to pay a deposit. It did not matter if the contract was signed or not, as long as the rent was paid normally. The east side of the village was different from the front of the village. The environment was much worse. The front of the village was the facade, and the residential houses were all buildings. Many of the houses here were small detached houses. The houses were old and small. At this moment, Zhou Shiping was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Shiping would not follow them all the time during missions. He might observe in the dark or go to the toilet. Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild as he walked. After looking at the house numbers for a while, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "It's the one in front." Everyone looked at the old house in front. Shifeng probably did not want to interact with people, so the place he lived was a distance away from the other houses. "Zhou Yuehong, Wukeping, Zhang Hao. You guys stand guard outside. Don't let passers-by come in. Tang Songting, go knock on the door and see if he's there." "Me?" Tang Songting's face turned green. He was confident, but what if he was attacked if he knocked on the door alone? Fang Ping said mildly, "You're stronger. You won't die so soon. Besides, the other party might not dare to open the door. Since he's here and the mission has been accepted, there's no other choice but to swarm him and take him down. We'll just stand guard. Don't worry. As long as he's there, we'll come out immediately." "But, are you going or not?" Tang Songting gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "I'll go. We'll distribute according to contribution anyway. I just want to know if he's there." "Go." Fang Ping ignored him. After making the arrangements, he approached the house with Zhao Xuemei and the others and squatted on both sides. Some of the others went to patrol the perimeter to prevent passers-by from coming over. In reality, there were not many people loitering around at this time. Tang Songting took a deep breath and stepped forward. He gathered his thoughts and stood a distance away from the door. He stretched out his hand and started knocking. Knock knock knock. "Is anyone home?" The house was very quiet. Tang Songting knocked twice, but no one answered. Tang Songting turned his head and glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping motioned for him to continue. Tang Songting had no choice but to continue knocking. "Open the door. Stop pretending. Your family threw their trash in front of our house. Stop pretending. It's definitely your family's doing." As soon as he said that, there was some movement in the house. After a while, someone replied, "I didn't throw any trash here." Tang Songting's expression changed slightly. He looked at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping motioned for him to continue knocking. Although this was a village residence, the door was iron and not wooden. Kicking the door would make too much noise. "Open the door first. Who knows if it was your family who threw it? You just moved here recently." It wasn't like this before. There was some movement inside the door, but it was very faint. Fang Ping leaned against the wall and listened for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed. He growled, "Retreat." Tang Songting's reaction was not slow. He hurriedly retreated. Just as he retreated, a hole suddenly appeared in the iron door. A sharp blade stabbed through the door. Immediately after, the iron door opened a gap. A silhouette dashed out at lightning speed. Without stopping, it ran directly toward the shore not far away. Obviously, the other party had no intention of fighting. At this time, Fang Ping also dashed out and kicked at the running silhouette. The other party did not bother him. He paused for a moment, avoided Fang Ping's kick, and continued running. Tang Songting, who was behind him, had a lingering fear. At this time, he also reacted and chased from behind. Zhao Xuemei and the other two also came out of their hiding places and began to surround Shifeng. Shifeng, you can't run. Behind him, Tang Songting shouted. He raised his alloy saber and slashed at Shifeng's back. Shifeng had just been blocked by Fang Ping. At this time, he was not far from Tang Songting. Feeling the movement behind him, Shifeng dodged again. Still not bothering him, he continued to run forward. From the side, Fang Ping swept his leg again. On the other side, Zhao Xuemei had also brought her own weapon, a long staff forged from alloy. The long staff was aimed at Shifeng's chest. There were obstructions in front and behind him. Shifeng had no choice but to stop and dodge to the side. After avoiding their attacks, Shifeng finally revealed his face. He looked exactly like the photo everyone had seen. When Shifeng stopped, Zhao Xuemei and the others also stopped. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, "What are you looking at? Do it." At this time, since they had confirmed that he was the target, should they stop and chat, the few of them reacted immediately. They did not make a sound and quickly surrounded Shifeng. Shifeng also roughly understood the situation. He said in a low voice, "Martial arts university students?" His voice was not loud, and he did not expect them to answer. Seeing that it was a group of young people, Shifeng already had an idea. They were not from the military or Department of Investigation Services. They were martial arts university students. Taking a few more steps back, Shifeng did not wait for anyone to answer. Instead, he looked around. At this moment, Zhao Qing and the others also quickly surrounded him. A group of people. Seeing that it was a group of people, Shifeng was not as anxious as he was at the beginning. Martial arts university students and powerhouses usually acted alone. A group of people surrounding him meant that they were not very strong. The few people who attacked him earlier did not react too quickly either. This made Shifeng feel slightly relieved. After looking around quickly, Shifeng's gaze quickly landed on Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei's direction was near the sea. Although this group of people was not strong, Shifeng had no intention of tangling with them. If he was discovered, it was better to run than to fight. Who knew if there would be more people coming? He had the strength of rank 2, and now it seemed like all the people coming out were rank 1. This did not fit the style of the military and martial arts universities. Thinking of this, Shifeng's movements were not slow. Ignoring the few people beside him, Shifeng ran directly toward Zhao Xuemei. Seeing this, Zhao Xuemei swept her long staff, aiming for Shifeng's head. Shifeng's head dodged slightly, his body twisting. His hand suddenly grabbed Zhao Xuemei's long staff. Fang Ping, who had just caught up, saw this and his eyes narrowed. He shouted, "Retreat!" Zhao Xuemei did not understand, but she did not hesitate. Her long staff shook and she retreated hurriedly. Shifeng did not entangle himself. Zhao Xuemei retreated. There was no one blocking his way, so he immediately ran. Fang Ping's footsteps were slightly slower, but when he saw that Tang Songting had once again caught up to Shifeng, he gritted his teeth and said loudly, "He's rank 2. He's honed his hand bones." This time everyone suddenly came to their senses. Everyone did not react before, but now they remembered that the information said that Shifeng honed his lower limbs. However, Zhao Xuemei's full force strike was easily caught by the other party. This was not something a rank 1 martial artist who honed his lower limbs could do. Shifeng, who was running away, was stunned. He doesn't know I'm rank 2? Not from a martial arts university? Although he thought this, Shifeng did not hesitate and continued to run. Tang Songting, however, said loudly, "He's just entered rank 2. If he fails, his credits will be deducted. Don't let him get away." When the others heard this, they subconsciously continued to intercept him. Although Fang Ping wanted to stop chasing, the others insisted on fighting to the death. He could not just stand by and watch. Initially, Shifeng wanted to continue running, but suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He stopped, his face filled with fear and sternness. "Kill one to break even." Shifeng muttered inaudibly. This time, he did not run. He turned his head to look at Tang Songting and the others who were chasing him. Do you think I'm a training target? Shifeng was not stupid. He quickly understood what he meant. His eyes flashed red. There was a powerhouse in front of him. He could not run, he would definitely die this time. At the same time, Fang Ping also felt a flash of rich vitality force. He cursed, F***ck. He instantly understood. That must be Zhou Shiping. At that moment, there were powerhouses blocking their way. Shifeng knew he was going to die. This kind of person was not to be trifled with. Fang Ping wanted everyone to retreat, but when he saw Zhao Qing and the others closing in, and Shifeng stopping, he knew they could not run now. If he ran, he might be fine, but Zhao Qing and the others might be killed. Would Zhou Shiping show up? Fang Ping did not know. Some martial arts university instructors were cold-blooded, they had seen many deaths. They might care about their own, but they were indifferent to the lives of others. If Zhao Qing and the others were seriously injured or killed, it would motivate Fang Ping and the others to pursue greater strength. To them, it would all be worth it. It's not undefeatable. Now that things had come to this, they could talk about it later. The most important thing now was not to panic. It would be troublesome if they were defeated one by one. Fang Ping shouted, everyone else, retreat. Tang, Zhao, surround with me. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Shifeng moved, heading straight for Zhao Xuemei. Compared to Tang Songting's saber, the staff was less dangerous. As for Fang Ping, it was obvious he was the leader. He was not as easy to kill as this woman. Zhao Xuemei already knew her opponent was a rank 2 martial artist. Her eyes flashed, and the staff quickly stabbed at Shifeng's chest. Tang Songting's saber also slashed at her from behind. Fang Ping straightened his toes and kicked at Shifeng's kneecap. Shifeng did not change his mind. He reached out to grab the staff again. This time, Zhao Xuemei did not retreat. Shifeng did not evade either. The moment he grabbed the staff, the sound of metal colliding came from his right hand. Shifeng ignored the numbness in his hand. His vitality was fully unleashed, and he yanked the staff forward. Zhao Xuemei's body staggered slightly. Her vitality was not as good as her opponent's, and she had not honed her upper limbs. She quickly shook the staff. This time, the effect was not obvious. Shifeng had no intention of evading. Zhao Xuemei was no match for him. Come here. Shifeng roared. His legs leaped up, avoiding Fang Ping's puncture kick. At the same time, Zhao Xuemei was still wrestling with him. Unexpectedly, Shifeng abruptly released his strength, following her pull, and was pulled forward by Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei's expression changed, and she hurriedly retreated. Shifeng, however, had his eyes on her. He ignored Fang Ping, who was beside him, and Tang Songting, who was behind him. Straightening his spine, his right leg lashed out at Zhao Xuemei's waist. At this moment, Zhao Xuemei had to either abandon the staff or endure the blow. Without any hesitation, Zhao Xuemei released her grip and retreated once more. The moment she stepped back, the alloy staff landed in Shifeng's hands. Shifeng grabbed the staff with both hands and turned around to hack at Tang Songting. At this moment, Tang Songting also slashed down with his saber. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard instantly. Tang Songting's perlique was numb. In terms of strength, he was far weaker than Shifeng. Shifeng's strike instantly caused him to lose his balance. F***ck. Fang Ping cursed. He did not know if he was cursing Zhao Xuemei or someone else. For these rank 1 and 2 martial artists, the effectiveness of their weapons was still very obvious. Now that Zhao Xuemei had lost her weapon, even if Shifeng did not know any staff techniques, he would still be able to defeat her. However, he used brute force to slash, and if he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. His mind was no longer filled with random thoughts. He looked at Zhao Xuemei and roared, "You go up, I'll go down. Tang, hold them off for a while." Tang Songting groaned inwardly. He could only clench his hands and hold his saber to meet his opponent head-on. He had honed the bones of his upper limbs. If Shifeng relied solely on the strength of his upper limbs to hack at him, he would not be completely defenseless. Clang clang could be heard continuously as Shifeng continued to hack at him. Zhao Xuemei pursed her lips and attacked Shifeng from behind, forcing him to keep dodging. Fang Ping, who had just said he would attack his lower body, straightened his right leg and kicked at Shifeng's right arm. Shifeng heard the sound and glanced at it from the corner of his eye. His expression changed slightly, and he whipped out his right leg, instantly colliding with the tip of Fang Ping's foot. Pooh! The power of Fang Ping's foot exceeded Shifeng's expectations. The tip of Fang Ping's foot pierced directly into his flesh. You're asking for it. Shifeng felt a sharp pain. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his staff and stopped hacking at Tang Songting. Instead, he looked like he was going to smash Fang Ping's head. Tang Songting, whose perlicue was torn, did not think of anything else. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Ping also thought that Shifeng was provoked by him and wanted to attack him, so he quickly dodged. However, he did not expect that Shifeng was just faking it. The staff suddenly changed direction and swept at Tang Songting. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tang Songting's face instantly turned pale, and his left arm drooped. Without time to counterattack, Tang Songting retreated hurriedly. Shifeng's move was successful. Fang Ping was still dodging when Zhao Xuemei kicked his back. Shifeng staggered slightly, but he laughed coldly. Ignoring the pain in his back and leg, he continued to chase Tang Songting. Tang Songting's left arm was crippled, and his strength was greatly reduced. If he was caught again, he would most likely be beaten to death. Fang Ping could not care less about the impact of his misjudgment. He hurriedly started chasing. However, when he saw the staff in Shifeng's hand sweeping at him, he immediately took a step back in frustration. "Give me the saber, and you step back!" Fang Ping shouted. Not far away, Tang Songting hesitated, but he quickly made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the saber at Fang Ping and retreated. "Zhao Qing, you guys hold him off for a moment." Fang Ping shouted again. Zhao Qing and the others did not hesitate. They let Shifeng catch up to Tang Songting. Without his saber, Tang Songting could very well be killed. If Tang Songting died, it would be a mess. Once there was a mess, it would be over. Once they stopped him, Shifeng did not bother. He swung his staff and was about to knock the saber away when Zhao Xuemei cooperated with him and kicked his arm. Shifeng dodged slightly, and Fang Ping caught the saber. Once the saber was in his hand, Fang Ping was much more courageous. He swung the saber and slashed. Clang! The saber and staff collided again. Fang Ping felt his arm go numb. Shifeng's expression also changed. His opponent's vitality was no weaker than his. Clang! The sound of the collision continued. After all, Shifeng was not used to using a staff, so he felt like he was restricting himself. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng dodged the saber and swung his staff at Zhao Xuemei, who was helping from the side. Fang Ping's saber missed. He quickly changed direction and slashed at Shifeng's waist. With a rip, Shifeng's clothes were cut, and his waist was immediately bleeding. Although the saber did not cut him, Shifeng ignored it and hit Zhao Xuemei's right leg. Bang! Ah! Zhao Xuemei screamed and retreated quickly. Large drops of sweat rolled down her face. Bastard! Fang Ping panicked. Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songting were both injured. Although Shifeng was also injured, he had lost two of their strongest fighters, and Shifeng's injuries were not serious. I can't continue. Fang Ping had been attacking but did not dare to fight head-on. If something went wrong, he would retreat immediately. This also made it difficult for him to hold the enemy back. At this moment, he did not have time to reflect on his cowardice. Fang Ping made up his mind. He did not believe that Zhou Shiping would watch them all die. At most, he would just suffer some injuries. Thinking of this, Fang Ping hesitated no more. His saber quickly slashed at Shifeng. Shifeng had also noticed Fang Ping's weakness. Seeing this, he did not block, but swung his staff at Fang Ping's right leg. This time, Fang Ping did not retreat immediately like before. His saber slashed down without hesitation. Pooh! Bang! The saber hit Shifeng's left arm. Fang Ping's face was pale. He felt like his right leg did not belong to him anymore. Before he could scream, Shifeng let out a blood-curdling scream. Smack! His left arm fell off, he had just entered rank 2. Although his hand bones had been honed, it was not to the extent of honing his arm. The alloy saber was extremely sharp. One slash and his left arm was cut off. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not care about the pain. He roared, "Let's go together and kill him." Zhao Qing and the others heard this and immediately surrounded him. Tang Songting and Zhao Xuemei did not care about their pain. Fang Ping roared again, "You guys restrain his staff. I'll kill him." He was worried about the alloy staff. If he was hit in the head by the staff, he would die too. However, as long as he could restrain him, the one-armed Shifeng might not be able to withstand more than a few slashes. Fang Ping had just finished shouting when the pale-faced Shifeng suddenly abandoned the staff. He had completed honing his lower limbs. Now that he had lost an arm, using the staff would instead restrain his ability. Although the staff had its advantages, it also reduced Shifeng's space. Now that he abandoned the staff, Shifeng went straight for Zhao Qing and the others. Although they were not strong, they were a hindrance to him. Zhao Qing's face was pale, but he did not retreat. Behind him, Fang Ping did not hesitate this time. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he swung his saber and slashed. Seeing this, Zhao Xuemei and the others attacked from different directions. Shifeng's eyes flashed fiercely. Without hesitation, he punched at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing swung his fists to block. Their fists collided instantly. Zhao Qing retreated, his face flushed. Shifeng's punch pushed him back. Only then did he crouch down and kick at Fang Ping, who was behind him, as if his leg had no bones. Fang Ping's right leg was slightly inconvenient, but he forced himself to stand. His left leg straightened, the tip of his foot jabbing at Shifeng. He did not hesitate either. The saber made an explosive sound as it rubbed against the air. The saber slashed at Shifeng's head. Die. Shifeng had lost his left arm and was surrounded by so many people. There was also a powerhouse waiting outside. He knew he would die without a doubt, so he did not dodge this time. Before the saber landed, their legs came into contact. Bam, flesh and bone collided. Fang Ping's face paled again. He felt like his toes were about to break. In the next moment, Fang Ping's saber hit Shifeng. It did not hit his head, but his collarbone. Shifeng's eyes were bloodshot, but he laughed coldly. His right hand pressed down on the saber, preventing Fang Ping from pulling it out. He lifted his leg and kicked at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. He did not let go of the saber. He increased the force in his hand and jabbed his left leg again. With a chi, the tip of Fang Ping's foot sank deep into the flesh of his opponent's calf. Shifeng's face was pale. He glared at Fang Ping, then looked at the others who were attacking him. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was not enough to make one despair. At this moment, he was seriously injured. His collarbone was cut by Fang Ping, and his leg was injured. His right arm was pressed against the saber, unable to move. He could only let others kick him. I didn't expect to be killed by you brats. Shifeng gritted his teeth. Blood seeped from his mouth. Suddenly, his right hand let go of the saber and grabbed Tang Songting. Tang Songting's left arm was waving his right fist, ready to hit Shifeng's head. Shifeng suddenly gave up on pressing down on the saber. His right hand grabbed Tang Songting's right fist, and with a pull, he grabbed Tang Songting. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smashed his head into Tang Songting's head. Even if he had to die, he would not be satisfied until he killed one of them. Save me. Tang Songting was terrified. He could not lift his left arm, and his right arm was grabbed. It looked like it was about to collide with the other's head. Fang Ping had no time to pull out the saber stuck in his collarbone. He abandoned the saber, clenched his fists, and punched at Shifeng's head. Bang! Fang Ping did not stop. He continued punching. Bang, bang, bang. Due to inertia, Shifeng continued to hold on to Tang Songting's arm. Their heads finally collided. Ah! Tang Songting screamed, but he realized that his head did not explode as he imagined. It only hurt a little. He opened his eyes, and this time, he screamed even louder. Quick, get him away. Tang Songting's face was as white as a sheet. In his field of vision, an unknown liquid kept dripping from Shifeng's head. It was Fang Ping. At this moment, Shifeng was still holding on to him tightly. Their heads were inches apart, and Tang Songting could feel some of the liquid splattering on his face. No one paid attention to him. Fang Ping continued punching, Zhao Xuemei and the others kept punching until Shifeng was completely motionless. Only then did they stop, breathing heavily. Let's see if he's still breathing. Fang Ping sat on the ground, panting. In his heart, however, he knew that Shifeng was definitely dead. If he did not die after that, then Shifeng really had an immortal body. Among the crowd, a few uninjured members walked forward cautiously. Someone kicked Shifeng harshly before reaching for his neck. After a while, he sighed in relief. He's dead. That's good. As he said that, Fang Ping did not care about the others. He pulled up his pants and looked. His right calf was a dark purple. Fang Ping cursed under his breath when he tried to circulate his vitality to feel it. His bones were not broken, but the injury was not light. He would need to recuperate for a while to recover. Only then did Fang Ping look at the others. How are you guys? Tang Songting's face was still pale. He did not look at Shifeng, who was on the ground. He said in a low voice, my left arm is slightly broken. I need to rest for a few days. I need to take at least a rank 1 bone honing pill. A rank 1 bone honing pill was worth 15 credits. The mission reward was given to him alone to make up for the loss. Zhao Xuemei also said in a low voice, my right calf is injured. I need to recuperate. A bone in my hand is broken. Zhao Qing, who was beside them, clutched his hand. His expression did not look too good. A rank 1 bone honing pill was necessary for a broken bone. Even a bone honing pill might not be enough. Perhaps other healing pills were needed. The others were fine. Although some were affected, their injuries were not serious. Fang Ping did not console them. He said mildly, this is what a rank 2 martial artist is like. There were 10 of us. Although we won in the end, this mission was a huge loss. My opponent is probably not that strong among the rank 2 martial artists. At least, that's the feeling he gave me. His upper limbs were just honed and not yet completed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to chop off his left arm. If his left arm hadn't been broken, we might not even be alive right now. Zhao Xuemei blamed herself. I'm sorry. It's my fault. She had thrown away her alloy staff, causing it to become Shifeng's weapon. That was why the others did not dare to get close to him. Of course, if they had gotten close, the outcome might not have been better. Tang Songting did not say anything. Fang Ping exhaled and said, it's all the same. We all made mistakes. Fortunately, the outcome is still good. I don't want to criticize anyone. I made a mistake myself this time. Fortunately, no one panicked. It's better than I expected. Zhao Qing and the others did not run. If one or two of them ran and did not block Shifeng's way, Shifeng might have killed Tang Songting. With the death of Tang Songting, Shifeng would have less to worry about. More people might die later on. Fang Ping did not bring up the matter anymore. He did not care about the others' expressions and went forward to search Shifeng's body. When Huang Ben escaped, he had many good things on him. Did Shifeng not have any? Wu Kuping, Zhou Yuehong, go check the house. Bring the saber on the door and search for other things. Okay. The two of them hurried to the rental house not far away. Fang Ping said, Zhang Hao, Lu Dasheng, the two of you guard the perimeter. Don't let anyone come in. After the arrangements were made, Fang Ping found something. He took it out from Shifeng's shirt pocket. After looking at it for a while, his face lit up. Rank 1 bone honing pills. How many? Tang Songting asked hurriedly. 3. That's good. Tang Songting breathed a sigh of relief. 3 rank 1 bone honing pills were not a small amount. After a while, Wu Kuping and Zhou Yuehong came out. Zhou Yuehong said immediately, 1 alloy dagger, 200,000 in cash, and 5 normal vitality pills. According to the market price, the pills were worth 2 million, and the dagger was worth about 500,000. Including the cash, it was 2.7 million. That was why the mission rewards were not much. These martial artists all had some good stuff on them. Put the things away first. We'll distribute them later. Let's go talk to Teacher Zhou first. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Although no one died this time, they were all injured. Only children who cried would get milk. Even if he could not get back at them, he had to talk to them. Fang Ping and the others found Zhou Shiping in no time. Or rather, Zhou Shiping took the initiative to come over. Zhou Shiping shook his head when he saw their sorry state. 10 of them, 3 of them carrying alloy weapons. Fang Ping's vitality isn't any weaker than Shifeng's, but all of them were injured in the end. Their performance was average. Shifeng isn't that strong. Under normal circumstances, Fang Ping, Zhao Xuemei, or Tang Songting could win. Instructor, I remember the mission stated that I'm at peak rank 1. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. It's very normal. Some martial artists break through at the last minute. No one can say for sure. He could look at the information, but he couldn't trust it completely. Actually, you can tell something from the reward of 15 credits. Martial arts university students aren't idiots. Don't tell me you can't even tell this? After Zhou Shiping said that, he commented one by one, Zhao Xuemei made a serious mistake this time. She lost her weapon during the mission and even gave it to her opponent. This is fatal, since he couldn't protect his weapon, it was safer not to use it. Tang Songting was the same. His combat awareness was weak. When Shifeng had feigned an attack on Fang Ping, Tang Songting had let his guard down, resulting in the injury to his left arm. Fang Ping, you're too worried about getting hurt. As soon as Shifeng attacked, you would dodge. Even if you clashed head-on, Shifeng might not be able to do anything to you. If you can pin down Shifeng, the others won't get hurt. Zhao Qing's performance wasn't bad, but his brain wasn't sharp enough. Back then, when Shifeng was at his wit's end, Zhao Qing actually tried to fight him head-on. If it weren't for Shifeng wanting to kill someone stronger, you would have definitely died. The others are slightly weaker. Of course, it's already good enough that they didn't run around and create obstacles for Fang Ping and the others. After commenting for a while, Zhou Shiping said, this time, Fang Ping will take 25%, Tang Songting and Zhao Qing 20%, Zhao Xuemei 15%, and the rest 20%. Zhao Xuemei had put in a lot of effort, but because she had lost her alloy staff, she had almost caused heavy casualties. She was allocated less than Tang Songting and the rest. Fang Ping did not care about that. Instead, he questioned, Teacher, when Shifeng was about to leave, someone unleashed a vitality outburst. Was it you? Not bad. That shouldn't be possible, right? Carrying out the mission is our own business. Even if you don't help us, you shouldn't make it more difficult for us. Also, Shifeng did not just break through to rank 2, but his quest was peak rank 1. The mission given by the military is false information. Zhou Shiping smiled faintly and said, then what are you going to do? The mission reward will be doubled. The original 15 credits will be doubled by the school, which will be 30 credits. Now, just give us 60 credits. That's bold of you. 60 credits. That's all a rank 3 martial artist can do. Instructor, martial arts universities have rules. You're the instructor leading the team, a rank 6 powerhouse. Naturally, we wouldn't dare to do anything to you. But this time, you broke the rules and almost caused our team to be wiped out. Don't tell me that MCMAU doesn't follow the rules at all? Zhou Shiping could not help but laugh. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, all right, then 60 credits it is. This is the only time. But Fang Ping, I still have to remind you. When you're really fighting, don't think too much. If you're afraid of getting hurt, you might die even faster. I understand. Fang Ping did not say much. This time, he was indeed a little hesitant. From the beginning, he had been wondering if he should retreat. Halfway through, he was a little afraid that rank 2 martial artists would risk their lives to fight him. He hadn't hesitated like this back at school. At that time, he also had the thought of killing the other party. This time, however, he was hesitant. Because the other party was rank 2, and because Fang Ping felt that he could run if he really could not do it. Once he had this thought, he did not dare to risk his life. I'm still afraid. Fang Ping said quietly. Actually, ever since the last time, when he saw 2 students die, he had been a little afraid. Martial arts university students could die too. Was it cowardly? Perhaps. Being afraid of death was normal, but it was not right to be afraid of death during a battle. I need to adjust my mentality. Fang Ping exhaled and did not say anything else. He had taken 25% of the 60 credits reward, which was 15 credits. Including the 1 credit from last time, he had almost 16 credits in 2 days. Other than that, there was the following distribution. Fang Ping received a rank 1 bone honing pill and a normal vitality pill. In addition to the compensation given by the school before he left, and the vitality pill he received last month. Currently, Fang Ping had 31 normal vitality pills, 1 rank 1 bone honing pill, 1 rank 1 vitality pill, 1 bottle of healing water, and 1 rank 2 vitality pill. In terms of credits, because he had been the class monitor for a month, plus the 10 credits he received when he joined the class, he had 31 credits. Now that the mission reward was 16 credits, he had a total of 47 credits. His cash had also exceeded 6 million, of which 5 million was won in the boxing market. Since he had not received his credits, his wealth had not increased yet. However, with the pills he had received previously and the distribution this time, Fang Ping's wealth had increased instead of decreasing. It had reached 11 million, one's mentality could be changed. After 2 missions, Fang Ping had become less talkative and had gradually gotten used to it. Tang Songting was not as arrogant as before because of his injuries. In the next 2 days, no one accepted any missions. Instead, they returned to school to recuperate. While they were recuperating, the other 4 teams were still carrying out missions. On the 5th, there was news. Something had happened to Zhao Lei's team. Zhao Lei's team had accepted a rank 2 mission right from the start. Although Zhao Lei had prepared for a few days before going on the mission, who among them had actually fought a rank 2 martial artist to the death, during the mission, because of a team member's mistake, there was 1 death and 3 injuries. Finally, there was a death. Actually, Fang Ping had already expected that this would happen. Although the instructors were leading the team, they would most likely not intervene unless the entire team was annihilated. The one leading Zhao Lei's team was Luo Yichuan, a famous rank 6 powerhouse. If a powerhouse like this were to intervene, even rank 5 or 6 martial artists would have a hard time causing any casualties, let alone rank 2. This time, however, someone had died. In the training room. Fang Ping's team was not the only one who had received the news. Xianxia's team had returned as well. The 2 teams stared at each other in the training room. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. After a long time, someone said in a low voice, "The instructors won't intervene. Not unless we all die." This time Lu Kungqiang died. Next time, it might be us. We're not twice-honed martial artists. Even if we die, it'll be in vain. Everyone, be careful. Don't harbor any illusions. Don't pity anyone. If we don't kill them, we might be the ones who die. Strength. Strength is the most important thing. Zhao Lei is leading the team. Zhao Lei won't be the one who dies. Fang Ping, I heard that you guys met a rank 2 martial artist too. It's luck that no one died. I think the school can't wait for a few of them to die. Is there a need to be so cruel? We're still freshmen. So what if we're freshmen? Didn't you hear what the dean said? It's not a pity for freshmen to die because the school doesn't invest a lot of resources. Damn it. Stop complaining. We should have understood after we entered the special training class and signed the life and death agreement. Instructor Tang Feng also said that the rewards given before were actually money to buy our lives. Everyone was discussing fervently. Xianxia, who had always been timid, bit her lip and said nothing. Someone said in a low voice, "The school didn't say that we have to carry out missions all the time. Why don't we rest for a few more days?" At this moment, many people in Fang Ping's team were looking at him. According to the original plan, they would continue with the mission tomorrow. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "The mission now isn't too difficult. The school is also giving us a lot of rewards. If we don't work hard now, we might not have another chance like this in the future. If our strength falls behind now, what will we do when we enter the catacombs? I was afraid of dying before and didn't want to carry out missions, but now. We must carry out now. The missions now aren't too difficult. We'll accept some peak rank 1 missions first. When we've honed more bones and switched to alloy weapons, we'll do rank 2 missions. We can only take advantage of this to get more credits and prepare for the future. The school's intention is clear. The strong survive, and the weak get eliminated. Everyone is MCMAU's pride. No one wants to fall behind. 1 step behind means 1 step behind. Does anyone want to quit? Everyone was speechless. Tang Songting exhaled and said, since we're already in MCMAU, there's no need to talk about quitting. Fong Ping's impression of him was slightly better now. This guy might be arrogant, but he was not too bad. Last time when he fought Shi Feng, Fong Ping asked him to give his alloy saber to him. The other party did not hesitate and gave it to him. They still had a basic level of trust. Thinking of this, Fong Ping nodded and said, those who need to prepare today, get ready. Those who need to change weapons, get your weapons. Those who need to buy medicine, get them. We'll continue tomorrow. Also, how are your injuries? I'm fine, Zhao Xuemei replied. Me too. I'm fine. I'm afraid I'll need a few days to recuperate. Zhao Qing's broken hand would not heal so quickly. It's fine. Everyone recuperate and do missions at the same time. Rank 1 martial artists aren't that difficult to deal with. Thank you, Zhao Qing did not want to quit either. If he did not go now, he would not get any credits. On the 6th of November, Fong Ping led the team out. This time, it was not as flashy as last time. They did not drive their own cars, but borrowed 2 7-seater MPVs from the school. As for Fong Ping, he returned to the school to collect 16 credits for the mission. Then, he spent 40 credits to exchange for a 4-kilogram saber. Sometimes, a saber's lethality was much stronger than a pair of boots. Fong Ping knew this very well. Magic City's neighboring city. Chongfan City. An abandoned factory. Fong Ping sliced the short saber in the other party's hand and kicked the other party's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Break his arms and legs and take him away. Tang Songting stepped forward and quickly broke the other party's arms and legs. He lifted the man up and said, our abilities have improved. Do you want to consider taking on a rank 2 mission? No rush. Fong Ping said as he walked, it's only the 10th now. I have an idea. You, Zhao Xuemei, and a few others, and I'll lead a few others. We'll split into 2 teams and continue doing rank 1 missions. We'll gather again on the 20th and do a rank 2 mission. What do you think? Right now, the 10 of us are working together and the rewards are minimal. Tang Songting frowned slightly. There's only 1 instructor, do you think he'll save us? It's the same with or without him. Fong Ping mocked. Zhou Shiping had shown up before, but now he was gone. All right then. Tang Songting gritted his teeth and nodded. By the 20th, I might be able to hone 45 bones. I've been improving fast recently. Me too. Zhao Xuemei added. She looked at Fong Ping and said, actually, you can even handle a peak rank 1 martial artist alone. Fong Ping waved his hand. Accepting a mission doesn't mean you can find someone immediately. You have to look for them, ask for information, and make other arrangements. Working alone is even slower. He was right. Zhao Xuemei did not say anything else. The group quickly split into 2 groups. Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songting led 4 people, while Fong Ping led 3. Fong Ping did not know which team Zhou Shiping was following. These rank 6 instructors did not want to reveal their whereabouts, so Fong Ping and the others could not find them. As for the mission evaluation, Fong Ping did not care what Zhou Shiping planned. When the team completed their first mission, Fong Ping knew that Zhou Shiping was not following him. However, the school still arranged for an instructor to come over. A rank 5 instructor that he was not too familiar with assigned tasks to everyone. On the 15th of November, Fong Ping and the others had completed 2 missions after splitting up. It had been 10 days since they left the school. At the beginning of the month, Fong Ping had honed 40 bones. Now, the number of bones Fang Ping had honed was increasing at an average of 1 every 2 days. By the 15th, Fang Ping had honed 47 bones. Wealth, 88,000,000 vitality, 297 calories, 297 calories, mentality, 259 Hz, 259 Hz, bones honed, 47 bones, 90%, 1 bone, 58%, 158 bones, 30%. Currently, Fang Ping could increase his vitality by 1 calorie with each bone honed, which was slower than before. Even so, when he had honed 50 bones, he would be able to reach 300 calories vitality. When he reached peak rank 1, he might be able to reach 320 calories vitality. Many rank 2 martial artists who had just broken through had vitality between 280 to 300 calories right now. Fang Ping's vitality was higher than most rank 2 martial artists. Vitality meant explosive power and endurance. In a small hotel, Fang Ping glanced at the data and thought for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's hone 50 bones first. If I improve faster now, not many people will notice." Zhou Shiping was not around, and the rank 5 instructor was also elusive. Fang Ping decided to use the system to hone his bones first. Although it would cost more wealth, only with strength would there be wealth. Right now, he was 152% away from 50 bones, which was 52 million wealth. Fang Ping made up his mind. Without hesitation, he began to silently increase the progress of his bone honing. Soon, Fang Ping could feel the vitality constantly attacking his bones. When the system honed bones, it also used the vitality force. It only affected the bones directly and did not increase the toughness of the skin. Fang Ping now knew that there was a limit. Although the vitality was mainly used to hone the bones, it would also hone the meridians and skin at the same time. Right now, it was only used on the bones. This meant that once the body reached its limit, directly increasing the bone honing progress might not work. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Fang Ping was not surprised. After waiting for half an hour, he watched his wealth disappear. When the numbness in his bones subsided, Fang Ping looked at the data again. Wealth, 728,000 vitality, 297 calories, 299 calories, mentality, 257 Hz, 259 Hz, bone honing, 50 bones, 90%, 156 bones, 30%. Fang Ping moved his legs. There was a series of cracking sounds coming from his left leg. 50 bones. I still need 12 bones to reach peak rank 1. I'm considered upper stage rank 1 now. I should be able to reach peak rank 1 by the middle of next month. Fang Ping's eyes brightened. His progress was still slightly faster than Old Wang's. Old Wang had only reached peak rank 1 at the end of the semester. At the beginning of the year, he had challenged Magic City martial artists as a peak rank 1. His vitality is definitely not as high as mine. He didn't reach peak rank 1 as fast as I did. His mentality won't be stronger than mine either. If that's the case, I still have a high chance of catching up to that guy. Fang Ping calculated for a while. He looked at his wealth. It had gone from more than 10 million to more than 7 million. He felt a little pained. His wealth was depleting too quickly. He had not returned to school for the past few days. He had not collected the credits assigned to him. For now, he could only obtain benefits from the martial artists who were on missions. However, Fang Ping realized that most of them were poor wretches. Even if they had some pills, they would be used up quickly. Very few of them had really good stuff. I'll do 1 or 2 more rank 1 missions. When I meet up with Zhao Xuemei and the others, I'll do rank 2 missions. Rank 2 martial artists are always richer than rank 1 ones. My ability is much stronger than before. It shouldn't be that difficult to fight against rank 2 martial artists. End of chapter 135. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.